Chapter 1 The Wedding and Stepson's Display of Power. Failed this young lady's life is as good as over the young Marquis has been missing 4 years, marrying him is tantamount to marrying a corpse. I heard Thai's engagement twasko senva feel desti young lady herself do I think she's lost her senses? Perhaps she was adult after that fall into Thebeth. That McKesson's. Suwan, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, sat at her dressing table, wrapping her fingers in the surface to draw attention. Ladies, I'm still sitting right there. Is there in along a runny deck a room and speaking a lof me own by heen fearback? A theva released she hadn't read the badaya of a high-ranking official's daughter could the nacho haramadicum of respect? Yet, her protests prevail. The room fell for a few moments. The maid shot the ray disdainful and see before turning away, carrying the wedding trace out. Suwan sighed. Very well, she conceded defeat. In her previous life Suwan had perished from of her work, and upon discovering she had transmigrated into the body of a noble daughter, she had laughed uncontrollably in bed for half an hour, marveling gather newfound escape from the drudgery of acre parati existentia and the prospect of a bright future ahead. However, when the maids presented her with a plate of sarfrits, claiming it washer dinner, the dream she had just begun to enjoy she read in toad house and pieces. Thought she was the legitimate daughter of Minister of Rights, her birth mother had passed away shortly after her birth, leaving her to endure with whims of her stepmother, who hadn't to read the household theory after, while she peered to be an estima don't glide on the surface, behind closed doors, event the maids bullied her. But that time as she reached 18, her seeming like kind day a truthless stepmother had finally decided to herself off Suwan, presenting her with a list of 3 suitors to choose from. One way enough the Ziyang family, high-born butamara legitimate teckled marrying him would invite a ridicule from a lofty capital. The second was the legitimatesican Sinophonopolis, also from a prestigious lineage, yet surrounded by a multitude of concubines and mistresses, making marriage to him fraught with the risk of constant infidelity. Lastly, there was the immensely wealthy Marquis of Yuanyang Hosa legitimataire, Zhongzhao had Jonah missing on Thibertal field d'étayer spreer, fielder le Marquis address and lyracy of Ida message from him, expressing a desire to arrange a marriage, prompting the search for a breed. Before his disappearance, Zongzea had no of your concubines, only as in how was no 8 years old, alba flack and gay biological mother, the boy was dot dupon and had been grand tefes to desoft he famolis legitimate grandson upon his return, making Haimani represents 18 Tyra capital. After contemplating for Ade, Suwan resolutely coast the Marquis family. Her husband was gone, wealth was available for her to spend free lie and shwouldn't fave to endure a theba lying gothmaids, as for its stepson you was merely an 8-year-old Brathalmic malice acuta possibly herber? Miss, the auspicious to me has arrived please a step into Thebredal sedan. Of was from outside announced, accompanied by the giggles of maids. Suwan roletteries, thinking, I shall endure. One sire reached the Marquis residence, he will be free. Fessandoff Iraqer syrupted, filling the air with a joyous cacophony. These dan from minister's residence was lolickery towards the Marquis estate. Upon dismounting, the bride must steep over the fire basin. Assisted buyers, Suwan stepped over the basin and followed the matchmaker's guidance into the state. The lively atmosphere continued as a pondered, since her groom was steest, ho will be wingto? Surola nato a spiritablet? Due to spiritable twould suffice with herval covering her face, she would see nothing. As long as he felt no embarrassment, the naturally embarrassed would be the Marquis household. However Relachofan strikes like a whirlwind. Cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck. Suwani light hachi had misheard until the laughter around her grew louder, deafening and piercing. Can you believe it, Shasactual a boingto chicken waddis the Marquis household thinking? It appears to be in. Ah, the rooster was swapped out by young Master Cheng the Cizan. Ha, have the Marquis family Ganimed making the bride Botoan, truly a spectacle. It's over the common folk will be laughing for a year. Ha 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 ha. Suwan felt her head spinning. Young Master Cheng Guasharete Earl Stepson, the little tyrant of Yuanyang Marquisate, Zongjin Chung. As expected, he was soon matched in his ability to create a chaos. Suwan struggled to block out the surrounding laughter, repeated like telling herself, it's fine and onaviriona can enjoy a good life you with gen comes loss ifio don't goof feckled, you can catcheth wolf ender for a moment of calm on den dur for a lifatemio fopiness give nifimplican tend to right theont must endure. The Marquis residence was indeed a grand estate, following the commotion the muchmaker infestoward quick lyrigan control, hastelaire placing the near leg laying hen with a new large rooster. The Athurgists, mindful of the Marquis reputation, suppressed their laughter, each straining to maintain Asrius demeanor. First, Boto heaven and earth. As the muchmaker's voice fell, Suwan quickly bowed her head to pay her respects, while a large rooster was also bank antobo. Boom, a loud explosion rang out. Crackling, crackling. A serious firecracker suddenly detonated above Suwanshid. Omi, the rooster has firecracker sataketoit. It's over, this is also young Master Cheng's doing. Hebel waft the bridesville. Suwan yanked off the voltated bean burnethra, glaring furiously outside, where she caught sight of a little boy dressed in splendid attire, looking exquisite and well behaved. He didn't seem like the culprit. But soon she saw the boy making a silly face yather. Fat little rascal. It was this little brat. The tension Suwan had held for a month final is napped. What nonsense about enduring for a good life, what liberation upon entering the Marquis residence, and wait and jealousying 2-year-olds. That little scoundrel. Is where you will make my mission to teach you a lesson today. Chapter 2 The bride draws her blade. In her previous life, Suwan was a relentless overachiever. Fop she resolved to mend their ways and embrace a more leisurely existence after her sudden demise. Her decisive and vigorous approach to life was notoriously cast aside, these ways exemplified in the present moment. She had the eyes to blade from Thegward's flanking herald, with remarkable composure charged at Zong Jincheng. Ah, help, the lady I say tempting to slay the young master. Quickly, stop the bride. Protect the young master. Slow down at the festive decoration Sararuand. The joy basin hattered. The auspicious character Sargon, ah. Thua dingat the Marquis estate descended into chaos, with guests faying idle directions, desperatito avoid being caught in thefray. What begun as a joyous occasion had transformed into a farcical spectacle eliciting laughter throughout the capital. As for the gossip mongers in the tea houses, their tales grew a more extravagant. On her wedding day, she was disrupted with a little demon of deities would struggle to swallow thys indignity. My aunt Skousin was present and claimed that Miss lifted her bridal, shouted fiercely, and charged out with a blade. Indeed, now undershes the daughter of Minister of Justice she has inherited her father's spirit. Bravo, well said, Dagoon. Yet, young Master Chengoff Yu and Yang Marquisitius Notre Fling matter, after the Marquis went missing he became a seller and went he entire Marquisity or city would read us light him? Ivert that the entire Marquisit dotis on young Master Chung afir miss some may have a difficult time ahead. Ah, let shop she isn't dismissed on her wedding day. Av Yu and Yang Marquisit. Before a guard scoot subdue her, Suwan Hadel redigressed to let Leadman be his share. Ita said thought modern women engage in hair pulling during fights, and now in this ancient setting, fedvantagia of men had swift lighter net into a shared vulnerability. Let go. Zong Jincheng bared his teeth, tugging fiercely at Suwancher in retaliation, neither willing to relent. I want Reliasu, even if it must suffer 1,000 losses today, it shall take you out on with. Ug let go, I am Thesanotheun Marquis. Ha, I am still the new Bridotheun Marquis, you little brat, by rights, you ought to address me's mother. I want Calliophit, you wicked woman. I Theodarin Sultan for it you can for Jita booty our hair. Ah. The maid swatch a anxious lays that wad grappled, torn between here loyalty to the Diofti house and the legitimate grandson of the Marquis. His grace has arrived, and so has Thimatron. While grappling with the little demon, Suwanter and her head tosi fielder le couple hastening from Thuating Hall. The old Marquis and Matron, both in their 40s or 50s, were dressed in splendid germans, flanked via throng of maidservants, thought their hair shod signs of grey, the appeared warm undamiable, especially the matron, whose esmily nearly concealed her eyes. Watari while standing around for, quickly separate him, with the old Marquis command, Theothers bravely stepped forward to intervene. Though Zong Jincheng of 10 misbehaved, he held great respect for the old Marquis and was the fierce Torili script. After escaping Suwan's clutches, Heshi Kalistuk istungwe out of her. Suwan flexidorist, defiantly raising the handful of Hershi Hudianked from the little Riskalst. Tension crackled between them. Ultimately it was Thematron was stepped intermediate, approaching with a gentle smiling taking Suwan and Wainer, to have caused such a commotion on your wedding day, sorry for the distress you've endured. Note Nito strikey his smiling face, Suwan instinctively went to Donyani grievance. Due to upon reflection how Kucha say Theruis known, she had truly suffered an affront. Thought she was not well regarded 8th minister's residence, her stepmother was adept at maintaining appearances, always censuring Gefad of respectability, even when selecting Gajuitter for her, she prioritized Agistus, fearing Fatala or match would hinder her daughter's future prospects. Yet, due to her status, Suwan had never dared to express her dissatisfaction with the Marquisit, instead choosing to remain excellent lamb. Thematron lanced the old Marquis and Thene addressed the maidservants, you may behave matters to discuss with Wainer. The maidservants promptly treated, and Zong Jincheng attempted to slapay. However, the old Marquis interjected, Zongcheng, stay. Zong Jincheng blinked at his largies, sensing something amiss, and quietly shuffled backward, chuckling nervously, grandfather, grandmother, I just remembered he have review it today's lessons I'll take Milivano, you take your time. The little demon was strikingly handsome, with a charming dimple in his left chin that melted hearts whenever he smiled, making every yoni adjure to indulge him. Yet this time, the old Marquis appeared resolute, offering a cons for him to escape. Stop right there, you haven't to read the study in a month wadless and scoot pasablib sour gent, stay and listen. Zong Jinchin quick lighter net to Thematron, Heisey's bleeding grandmother. However, his doting grandmother offered no assistance at this time. Zongcheng, dear, your grandfather has something to see to ya. Fine. The little demon's escape plan thwarted, his expression morphed into enough dejection. Seeing the mischievous little demon Broadlow filled Suwan with delight at her acting no binsa convincing, she might have burst into laughter. Zong Jincheng, sensing her schadenfreude, shudder a venomous glare. Unfazed, Suwan returned this gaze with Asmodluk, mirroring his earlier provocation. Fizzingly fueled Zong Jincheng sire. Thematron observed their interaction and turned to the old Marquis, saying, my lord, I believe your dream holds merit perhaps Wannerus the bride Zaire once. The old Marquis stroke a dispeared and chuckled, I think you're right it's been quit some amazing Zongcheng said such a sit back. Suwan, unable to decipher their cryptus exchange, felt an instinctive essence of foreboding. Before she could voice her concerns, Thematron removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and elegantly placed it in Suwan's arm. The little demon sees with in disbelief grandmother, that is your favorite a bracelet. Hester read incredulously at Suwan then back at this grandmother, recalling Simeona done sworn at him, once our stepmother enters the family, your days of feast will beaver. Zong Jin Chenklin shed his fistfists, his anxiety intensifying. It was indeed true. Suwan realizing the bracelet's significance had not yet to refuse all winches of Thematron producing the stewardski. Thestwardsky. Thestwardsky. Chapter 3, taking over the authority of the Marquis' residence. This object, she had witnessed at the Ministry of Personnel. Her stepmother had toiled for a decade to wrest the steward's key from her grandmother's grasp. From that moment forth, she wielded power and influence within the ministry, living in utter comfort, and now, this key before her represented the stewardship of the entire Yuanyang Marquis. Good heavens, here she was, a newlywed bride who hadn't even changed out of her wedding attire, unexpectedly clutching the coveted steward's key that everyone yearned for. Surely, her waking posture must have been askew. Suwon swiftly pinched herself. Ouch, that hurts. It was not a dream after all, Zhong Jincheng exclaimed in discontent. Grandmother, how can you give it to her? The steward's key is meant for the second branch's concubine, not her. The old Marquis had only one pair of twin sons. 8 years prior, a great battle had rendered his eldest, Zhong Zhao, missing, while the younger son, Zhong Yan, had perished on the battlefield. The latter had not married before his demise, yet it was only this year that it came to light he had an extramarital partner and an illegitimate child. Though it was scandalous to have an extramarital partner and an illegitimate child prior to marriage, the old Marquis was consumed with the desire for news of his second son's legacy. He hastily commanded that the child be brought back to the residence, bestowing upon him the family name. However, that extramarital partner, the concubine Zhong Jincheng referred to, was too lowly born to be granted the status of a legitimate wife, let alone the authority of the steward's key. The old matriarch said, Jincheng, your grandfather is aging, the future of this household will rely on you and your father. With Zhao's fate uncertain, you will need a mother to care for you. When you come of age, the title of the Marquis will rightfully pass to you, will it not? Zhong Jincheng retorted, but I do not need a mother. He had grown accustomed to the absence of both father and mother since birth, and now at 8 years old, he felt even less need for one. Moreover, this was merely a stepmother, not a biological mother. Suwon scoffed inwardly, I have no desire for you as my son, ungrateful wretch. The old matriarch thrust the steward's key into Suwon's hands, instructing, from this moment forth, you shall be the legitimate mistress of the Marquis. The daily needs and affairs of everyone within this household shall be under your purview. Suddenly burdened with such authority, Suwon gazed at the steward's key in her hand, feeling its weight. How could the entire Marquis rest upon her shoulders? Had she not intended to live a life of ease? I lack experience in stewardship, Suwon admitted candidly. Her stepmother had hardly allowed her to manage a household, much less provided her with sustenance. Although she had ascended to the position of group leader in just a year during her modern life, that group had consisted of merely a few individuals, and now, she was expected to oversee the entire Marquis, which comprised at least 100 souls. The old matriarch replied, you will learn, it is quite easy to grasp. Is that truly the case? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Suwon asked earnestly. The old matriarch chuckled at her sincerity, of course not. After a few moments of contemplation, Suwon felt that she could accept this responsibility. After all, it was the Marquis, a family of great wealth and prestige. Surely, managing it would afford her a comfortable life. Very well, I shall give it a try. Wait, are there any additional conditions? Suwon was about to agree when she noticed the old Marquis smiling broadly, his grin stretching from ear to ear, and she instinctively sensed a trap. The old matriarch shook her head. There are no additional conditions, as long as you care for everyone in the household, we have no further demands. Everyone in the household, Suwon mused over this phrase, only to turn and see the defiant little brat glaring at her. Suddenly enlightened, Suwon realized, surely, he cannot be included? Heaven help her, with such a little tyrant, neither scolding nor spoiling him would suffice. Who could possibly manage him? The old matriarch chuckled. Jincheng is a good child, quite clever. With your attentive guidance, we believe he shall surely excel in the highest tier of the imperial examination. Suwon felt herself on the verge of fainting. Not only did she need to care for this little demon, but she also had to ensure he achieved the highest honors. The highest honors, that was a feat reserved for the top 3 candidates in the triennial imperial examinations. Zhong Jincheng, that little rascal, might not even qualify as a scholar. With a sense of propriety, Suwon promptly returned the steward's key to the old matriarch, awkwardly stating, Dear matriarch, perhaps you should keep this key. I am utterly incapable of managing the entire Marquis, nor can I bear the burden of ensuring a child achieves the highest honors. What a jest, shouldn't the responsibility of educating this little tyrant fall upon a scholar? What concern was that of a mere idle stepmother? Zhong Jincheng, seeing her sense, quickly added, Yes, grandmother, I also believe she need not be responsible. My self-sufficiency is quite robust, I hardly require her guidance, and she appears as though she has never received an education. Suwon nearly exclaimed that she had read more books than he had eaten salt. You little illiterate who has not even undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Yet, having said that, she could not rid herself of this burdensome task. Suwon endured. Little did she know, the old matriarch delivered another heavy blow. After consulting with the Marquis, we have decided to increase your monthly allowance from 100 taels to 300 taels. Suwon's eyes instantly brightened. Even without a thorough understanding of the value of ancient silver, she recognized the rarity of 300 taels. The original owner had hidden away a meager sum over the years, barely amounting to 1 tael, let alone 300. And this was a monthly allowance of 300 taels. The temptation was overwhelming. The old matriarch continued her relentless assault. If Jincheng can achieve the highest honors, the Marquis and I will gift you an additional 50,000 taels. Suwon gasped. 50,000 taels. She felt as though her mind was being bombarded by a flurry of gold ingots. If he can secure the highest tier, we shall increase it to 100,000 taels. The old matriarch concluded, her demeanor as cheerful as ever, as if the mention of 100,000 taels were as casual as 10. Zhong Jinchang was left speechless. With trembling voice, he inquired, "Grandmother, are you truly intending to bestow the entire Marquis upon her?" He was well aware that his grandmother's family was the wealthiest in Yenshan, with riches enough to last for generations, yet this seemed an excessive display of generosity. The old matriarch smiled. "Jinchang, you must understand, your success will reflect upon the entire Marquis at that time. We shall be assured in handing over the responsibilities of the Marquis to you, will we not?" Zhong Jinchang was left speechless. Indeed, it was true, yet something felt amiss. Suwan comprehended swiftly the old matriarch was painting an enticing picture for both of them. No wonder she had not dismissed Zhong Jinchang. The objective was for them to share a common goal. Her for wealth, him for power. By the time that little brat caught on, he would likely be plotting her downfall, but she was no easy prey. Suwan swiftly reclaimed the steward's key from the old matriarch's hand, deliberately flaunting it before the little demon. Receiving an indignant glare from the brat, she then respectfully proclaimed, "Thank you, dear matriarch, I shall accept this responsibility with honor." Chapter 4. Declaring war on the little demon lord. After the old marquis and the old lady had entrusted everything to Suwan, they declared their intention to visit a secondary estate for leisure, leaving the entire Marquis in Suwan's capable hands. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the Marquis. What was this about leisure? The pretense of enjoyment was but a facade. The true essence was the delegation of authority. Otherwise, if they remained in the residence, the young master would undoubtedly come to wail incessantly, leaving the young bride unable to manage the unruly child. Furthermore, even those outside, eagerly awaiting to witness Suwan's misfortune, were left agape. The eloquent storyteller in the teahouse was caught off guard, ultimately managing to stammer, "Truly, the old Marquis is impressive. Delegating authority is done with such decisiveness." The crowd in the back courtyard of the Marquis. Suwan had already discarded her bridal attire in favor of a fresh set of everyday garments. The old lady had provided her with a complete wardrobe, boasting no less than 20 sets of everyday wear, more than her half-sister born of her stepmother would receive in an entire year. 6 young and beautiful maids served in the Marquis, each efficient in their tasks. Under normal circumstances, Suwan might have suspected they were being groomed to become concubines or secondary wives for her husband. However, now that her spouse was likely deceased, the presence of these lovely young girls was indeed a delightful sight. "Madam, here are the accounts of the household, detailing all income and expenditures for this year. Should you wish to review previous years, I can have the steward fetch them for you," said a maid named Chuiji, the daughter of a maid who had accompanied the old lady. Chuiji was the eldest among the maids at 23 years old, the same age as Suwan in modern times, yet 5 years her senior in this era. Ancient women took charge early, and Chuiji appeared both composed and trustworthy. As Suwan perused the ledger, she noted the clarity of the records, while the surrounding maids maintained a respectful demeanor, seeming far more obedient than those from the minister's residence. The overall family ethos of the Marquis left her with a favorable impression. "Please bring me the accounts from Zhong Jinchang's quarters," she requested. With a steward managing the household, the old lady had made her intentions clear before leaving. The key was merely a means to deal with the little demon lord, not an invitation for her to expend her energies on household management. This much she understood. "Yes," Chuiji replied, promptly returning with the documents. On the first day of the first month, the young master went boating on the lake with someone, spending 300 taels, 50 taels on food and music, and the remaining 250 taels to purchase a boat he fancied. Suwan, 250 taels for a boat? Why not purchase the entire lake instead? On the second day of the first month, the young master went out to set off firecrackers, frightening 3,000 chickens from the neighboring farm, resulting in a compensation of 100 taels. Suwan, this little rascal, was practically a living calamity. Did he not consider the plight of those 3,000 unfortunate chickens? On the third day of the first month, the young master went out to. As Suwan continued to listen, she grew increasingly numb. That mischievous boy incurred daily expenses exceeding 100 taels, in stark contrast to her own meager allowance of less than 1 tael, a veritable prodigal among prodigals. The reading abruptly ceased after the 7th day, prompting her to glance at Chuiji. What was amiss? Were they worried she could not bear the burden of this revelation? "No worries, please continue, I can handle it," she reassured, as she had faced far worse storms before. To her surprise, Chuiji replied, "Today is the 8th day of the first month, and the young master has not left the estate." Suwan, indeed, he had not left. After 7 days of revelry, he had finally chosen to remain at home for a day, only to give his stepmother a taste of his defiance, leaving her reputation in tatters throughout the capital. The mere thought of this ignited a surge of anger within Suwan. Where is that insufferable boy now? Did the old lady impose any punishment before her departure? Such a significant blunder on an occasion of great importance would have warranted severe consequences according to the family rules of their household, ranging from a thorough beating to several days of kneeling in the ancestral hall. She could not believe that Zhong Jinchang was still unscathed. However, Chuiji timidly replied, "The old lady has always been reluctant to punish the young master, so he is likely still lounging in the courtyard." Suwan's heart sank, and she sat down, trembling hands bracing herself as she sought to steady her resolve. "Calm down, consider her exorbitant salary. A basic monthly salary of 300,000, a staggering figure in modern times, along with a one-time cash bonus of 100 million upon successful completion of her task. 100 million. Merely teaching a troublesome boy a lesson was hardly a daunting task. With renewed determination, Suwan's eyes gleamed with sharp resolve. She was no longer the passive stepmother but rather a formidable contender, ready for battle. "Summon Zhong Jinchang at once. I have words to impart." Yes, Chuiji promptly set off to fetch the young master. Meanwhile, Suwan contemplated how best to educate the little demon lord. Her modest goal of 100 million was predicated on his achieving top academic honors, necessitating his entrance into the study. Yet, she recalled the old Marquis mentioning that the young rascal had not set foot in the study for an entire month. Furthermore, his current hostility toward her would likely render him deaf to her instructions. Su-won pondered whether to employ reverse psychology, but the memory of his cunning grin suggested he would not easily fall for her ruse. Perhaps a more unconventional approach was warranted. Madam, a young maid rushed in, her expression grave. The young master refuses to come. He wishes to prepare for an outing and has no intention of returning to the estate tonight. He even said if you do not leave the Marquis, he will not set foot in the main courtyard. Su-won thought to herself. Humph, let him come or go. She was hardly concerned about his antics. This outcome, while unexpected, was not entirely surprising. If the little demon lord were obedient enough to heed her counsel, he would hardly be worth 100 million in rewards. Su-won had already managed to calm her mind and had developed a general course of action. Seeing Su-won in silence, Cui-ji, fearing she had lost her resolve, ventured to suggest, Madam, should we forcibly bring the young master back? Su-won raised an eyebrow. Is that even possible? Did the old lady not specify before leaving that we must not harm him in any way? Cui-ji shook her head. The old lady said to let him be scolded or punished as you see fit. The old lady is surprisingly lenient. So lenient that Su-won wondered if she was a legitimate grandmother, as it was often said that grandparents were the most indulgent. Cui-ji continued, the old lady and the old Marquis have always doted on the young master. Throughout his upbringing, they have never resorted to punishment or reprimand. The young master possesses an inherently charming demeanor, making it difficult for anyone to discipline him. However, as he has grown, his behavior has become increasingly outrageous, prompting the old lady to seek your assistance in his upbringing. Su-won's lips twitched. It was indeed the case. If his own grandparents would not lay a hand on him, it fell to her, the stepmother, to take on the unenviable task. Nevertheless, corporal punishment was the least effective method, and she preferred to avoid it unless absolutely necessary. Out to play, is he? Su-won allowed a slight smile to grace her lips as her strategy began to take shape. Little rascal, you think you can run wild. I shall ensure you understand precisely who affords you such privileges. Then let us cut off all his allowances, severing his access to funds, depriving him of food and shelter, forcing him to return home like a well-behaved child. Chapter 5. The little demon king has failed door-kicking on the serene waters of Qingba Lake. The little demon king, with an air of confidence, pounded his chest and proclaimed to his companions, help yourselves to food and drink. Today, all expenses shall be covered by me, the young master of the Zong family. Such generosity from young master Zong. Jincheng is my dearest brother. Jincheng is indeed magnanimous. It was well known that the Marquis of Yuanyang's household was immensely wealthy, and their sole legitimate grandson was cherished like a treasure, often lavishly spending without a second thought. Thus, many sought to curry favor with him. As Zong Jincheng absorbed the flattery around him, his initial displeasure gradually dissipated. After all, it was more comfortable outside the Marquis' residence. When it came time to settle the bill, Zong Jincheng and his entourage prepared to leave, as was customary for their servants to handle the payment. However, to his surprise, the steward of the Marquis suddenly appeared, exchanging hushed words with his servant, who promptly handed over all the silver he possessed. Not only that, but the bill itself remained unpaid, with the merchant casting a reproachful gaze in his direction. The smile on Zong Jincheng's face froze. Steward Lu, what is the meaning of this? Other young nobles gathered around, equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. One voice broke the silence. Is Jincheng not covering today's expenses? What does Steward Lu mean by this? Is it a case of master and servant playing good cop, bad cop, with an intent to shirk responsibility? The term shirking responsibility struck a nerve with Zong Jincheng. As the esteemed legitimate grandson of the Marquis, the future little Marquis, how could he possibly evade his debts? Suppressing his anger, he commanded, Steward Lu, settle the bill. Steward Lu, with an apologetic demeanor, replied, I am sorry, young master. The lady has issued a decree to halt all your expenditures. Please, return to the estate with this old servant. At this revelation, the others quickly grasped the situation. So it is your stepmother who has you under her thumb. Jincheng, you've certainly encountered a formidable opponent. Your stepmother is truly riding rush-out over you. It's all over for you, little Marquis. It seems you wish to evade your debts. As the jeering voices grew louder, Zong Jincheng felt a rare flush of embarrassment. Enraged, he retorted, is it merely to summon me back to the Marquis' residence for a scolding? Very well, I shall return, but you must first settle the bill. Steward Lu, head bowed in apology, reiterated, I am sorry, young master, but I cannot defy the lady's orders. I cannot pay the bill on your behalf. Currently, the lady of the Marquis' household was Su-won, and he was bound to obey her. Moreover, this was a specific instruction from the old matriarch before her departure. Zong Jincheng began to understand the frustration of being thwarted, yet, he knew that Steward Lu was a man of his word. Today, the bill would not be settled. In a fit of anger, the little demon king hastily removed the jade pendant from his waist and flung it at the merchant, storming off towards the Marquis' residence. The other young nobles followed suit, reveling in his misfortune, discussing how Zong Jincheng's days would now be bleak, their laughter echoing in the distance. Once everyone had departed, Steward Lu touched his nose, reflecting that the lady's assessment was indeed accurate. The young master had no silver to settle the bill and had to resort to parting with a cherished possession. The meal cost only a few dozen taels, yet the jade pendant was worth 3,000 taels. If pawned, it could cover expenses for quite some time. However, the young master had little concept of monetary value and would not consider whether it was worthwhile. How could he possibly contend with the lady? Side at the Marquis' residence, Zong Jincheng stormed in, with his servants hastily trailing behind. Su-won leisurely sipped on fine Biluakun tea, contemplating how delightful the life of the wealthy truly was. Shuiji, keep the courtyard door open. We wouldn't want the young master to get overly excited and damage the door. It appears quite expensive, she instructed. Shuiji chuckled in response. Yes, I shall open the door at once. Zhong Jincheng swore he had never experienced such a significant loss of face. The thought of those people laughing at him ignited a fierce rage within him. It was all because of this woman. It was she who had brought this upon him. Before her arrival at the Marquis' residence, his life had been quite enjoyable, and now, with his grandparents gone, she seized every opportunity to bully him. Zhong Jincheng steeled himself, preparing to deliver a fierce kick to her door as a lesson. However, to his dismay, the door was ajar. His foot swung through the air, only to find nothing but empty space, nearly sending him tumbling forward. He quickly glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then pretended to straighten his clothes, re-entering in a huff. Su Wan was sipping her tea when her martial arts maid, Cui Lu, approached and whispered about the earlier incident at the door, nearly causing her to choke on her drink. Pfft, how utterly amusing! She exclaimed. Surely, he did not think that just because he couldn't see others, they could not see him. Upon entering, Zhong Jincheng found Su Wan laughing heartily, surrounded by 5 or 6 maids attending to her. The table was laden with delicacies, and she reclined in a snow-white cloak on a soft chair, cradling a large warming pot, half-closed eyes basking in the sunlight, utterly at ease. The stark contrast to his recent humiliation only fueled his ire further. Return my silver. The little demon king took a seat at the stone table, speaking to her with indignation. Su Wan glanced at him, amusement dancing in her eyes. Why are you so angry? It was merely the cost of a meal. Even if you momentarily lacked funds, didn't your friends assist you? I recall from the accounts that you've treated them to plenty. What is wrong with them returning the favor? Zhong Jincheng felt his face flush with embarrassment at her words. Don't play innocent with me. Steward Lu undoubtedly informed you. Yes, they did not help pay, but that is because I had promised to treat them today. Had it not been for your sending Steward Lu to stop me, I wouldn't have lost such face. The little rascal argued with conviction. If word gets out, people will think our Marquis' household is miserly and untrustworthy. My grandparents' good name, built over a lifetime, was nearly tarnished by you. TSK, you certainly have a knack for assigning blame, Su Wan remarked, a newfound respect for him dawning in her expression. This little demon king was not merely a pretty face. Thinking he had gained the upper hand, Zhong Jincheng straightened his face and declared, return the money, let us keep our distance. He had little interest in the Marquis' authority and found his grandmother's agreement with her rather tedious. It is too late for that, Su Wan replied, rising from her chair and pointing to the setting sun. Do you see? It is not yet dark, and my wedding day has not yet concluded. You have caused me to lose face, our paths have already crossed, and reconciliation is impossible. You, the little demon king clenched his fists. What exactly do you want? What do I want? You should be well aware. The old matriarch spoke to me without concealing anything. Su Wan stated bluntly, cooperate with me in your studies. Once you achieve the highest honors in the imperial examinations, you can assume control of the household as the little marquis, and I shall take my leave. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. This was a win-win collaboration, one that the old matriarch had envisioned, yet they had both underestimated the resolve of this rebellious child. Zhong Jincheng resolutely replied, I have no interest in studying and will not take the imperial examinations. Your agreement with my grandmother is your business. I shall not cooperate. That is not up to you. Su Wan anticipated his rebellious nature and was not surprised by his resistance. Steward Lu, go and gather all valuable possessions from the young master's room to prevent him from pawning the household's treasures. 3,000 taels for a jade pendant, merely exchanged for a meal. What a waste. Yes, Steward Lu complied and headed off to collect items from Zhong Jincheng's quarters. Zhong Jincheng exclaimed, what is the meaning of this? Hey, you're robbing me, Steward Lu. Have you lost your mind? I am the little master of the Marquis' household. How dare you heed this woman's commands and bully me? I shall write to my grandmother. Chapter 6 The counterattack of the little demon king. The little fellow dashed forward, calling out as he ran, causing the maids along the way to turn their heads in curiosity. However, the resolute butler Lu remained as unyielding as iron. From the small courtyard came the furious roars of the little demon king. You can't move this. It's my favorite lounging chair. This pillow won't do. If you take it away, how will I rest my head? Shoes, am I to become so destitute that I must sell my shoes? You shameless scoundrels. The little demon king frantically attempted to intervene, but he was unable to leap high enough to reach them, and lacking martial skills, he could only futilely jump around. When Su Wan approached to call him for dinner, she found the little demon king hoarse from shouting, slumped on the threshold, muttering incessantly, wretched creatures, taking advantage of me, betraying my kindness, after all I have done for you. Upon peering inside, she was taken aback to witness the complete ransacking of the room, which had become astonishingly impoverished. Su Wan narrowed her eyes, surprised by Butler Lu's efficiency in following her orders, as he had indeed removed all the valuables. You're taking my clothes too. Are you trying to force me to leave in my birthday suit? Exhausted from his tirade, Zhong Jincheng was now famished, yearning for a hearty feast. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, and upon turning his head, he spotted Shuiji carrying a tray with 2 delectable chicken legs. He swallowed hard, then glanced sideways to see Su Wan's unyielding face. That wicked woman, wasting such a beautiful visage. Young Master Jingcheng, have you grown weary from shouting? Do have something to eat, Su Wan suggested, gesturing outside. It's already dark, it's time for dinner. Zhong Jincheng shot her a disdainful glance and extended his hand, prompting Shuiji to hastily present the tray. Normally, the little demon king was quite meticulous about table manners, but today, in a fit of anger and exhaustion, he bypassed washing his hands and seized a chicken leg, devouring it with abandon. Shuiji, having watched him grow since childhood, found it amusing to see the young master humbled for the first time. Unable to suppress a smile, however, the moment Zhong Jincheng caught sight of her grin, he shot her a fierce glare, as if he now viewed the entire Marquis' residence as Su Wan's domain. Fortunately for him, Su-won was relatively compassionate. She did not withhold his meal until he entered the study. She waited patiently until the little fellow finished both chicken legs before slowly speaking. The meals are served in the main hall. If you wish to eat anything else, feel free to help yourself. From now on, all 3 meals will be taken there. Whatever the kitchen prepares is what you shall eat, and you must not be picky. Otherwise, you will have to fend for yourself. Su-won spoke with a deliberate calmness, seemingly devoid of threats, yet firmly establishing the rules. Zhong Jingchang was accustomed to indulgence and was quite particular about his food. However, at present, he found himself isolated and vulnerable under Su-won's authority. Resigned, he rolled his eyes and replied, "Understood." With that, he stood up and made his way to the hall for dinner. That night passed peacefully. After finishing her meal, Su-won returned to her chamber to rest, attended by her maids as they helped her bathe and prepare for bed. She sank into the expansive luxury of her bed, finding comfort in every turn. Glancing at the ornate ceiling and the vibrant red decor surrounding her, she was reminded that today marked her wedding night with Zhong Zhao. Yet, having been missing for years, she feared she was the first bride in history to keep vigil alone in an empty chamber. However, this arrangement suited her just fine, sparing her from further social interactions. After a long day of exertion, she felt utterly drained. Although the household had cooperated splendidly with her plans, the events from receiving the housekeeper's key to outsmarting the little demon king had been numerous and taxing, leaving her energy reserves nearly depleted. The next day, Su-won, for the first time, slept until the sun had risen high in the sky, light streaming through the window and into her eyes. "Cui-ji, what time is it?" "Madam, it is already 4/4 past the hour of C." Su-won, still groggy, was startled into sitting upright. 10 o'clock, in ancient times, due to the lack of vibrant nightlife, early rising was highly valued. Her father would typically leave for court around 4 or 5 in the morning, and the women of the household would rise early as well. This was the first time since her arrival that she had awakened so late. "Is there nothing planned for today? Why did you not wake me?" Feeling a bit embarrassed about her late rise, Su-won inquired. Cui-ji smiled and replied, "Today, as the new bride, you would normally serve tea to your in-laws, but since the old Marquis and the old Madam are absent, you need not rise early." Su-won contemplated this and agreed, so she settled back down. Cui-ji then asked, "Madam, are you hungry? Would you like me to bring you some porridge?" Su-won waved her hand dismissively, "No need, I will wait." By the way, where is Zhong Jingchang? Did that little rascal go to the hall for his meal? He did, the young master obediently went, Cui-ji praised. It seems Madam has found a way. Previously, no amount of coaxing from the old Madam could persuade him to go, yet now he arrives at mealtime without needing reminding. While Cui-ji's compliment was pleasing, Su-won felt something was amiss. Especially considering how the little demon king had rolled his eyes before leaving yesterday. That expression, how could he possibly be so obedient? Something is off, Su-won murmured, throwing off her covers and swiftly getting out of bed, leaving no room for the eager maids who wished to assist her. Only when it came time to arrange her hair did she allow them to step in, but even then, she was not idle. Cui Lu, investigate where Zhong Jingcheng went after rising, whom he encountered, and what he did. Report back to me with every detail. Yes, Cui Lu acknowledged the task and set off to carry it out. As Cui-ji styled her hair, she chuckled, "Is Madam worried that the young master might be plotting something?" Su-won scoffed lightly, "That little rascal is clever. In the past, he could charm his grandparents with a mere pout and a tantrum, but now with me as this unfamiliar stepmother, he is likely to provoke a different kind of mischief within himself." "A different kind of mischief?" Cui-ji frowned. She found the term rather severe. Although their young master was mischievous, he possessed a simple heart and bore no ill will. Su-won glanced at the 2 hairpins on her vanity, one a modest jade pin and the other an opulent gold pin. Previously, she would have chosen the jade pin for its neatness, but now, the woman picked up the golden pin and handed it to Cui-ji. Every heart harbors a seed of malice. The difference lies in where one sets their limits. Some have low thresholds and will resort to any means to achieve their ends, others have high thresholds, harboring wicked thoughts yet lacking the courage to act upon them. "Little rascal, let me see where your limits lie." Dressed and prepared, Su-won strode outside. Typically, she dined in her own courtyard, but the news there was often sparse, thus, she accompanied Cui-ji to the main hall. At this hour, the hall was already deserted. Su-won took a seat, sipping her porridge absent-mindedly, occasionally glancing outside to observe the bustling maids, her vantage point affording her a clear view from the head of the table. Cui Lu entered to report. The young master rose at the hour of Chen, and after awakening, he came to eat. Once he finished, he went to the stables, during which time he had no contact with anyone outside his courtyard. Not within the residence, Su-won turned her neck, placing herself in Zhong Jingcheng's shoes, pondering what the little rascal might be thinking now. He must be contemplating. He is currently without a penny to his name, finding it difficult to demand money from his stepmother. Only if she were to leave the Marquis' residence could he regain his previous standing within. Alternatively, if she were to voluntarily relinquish control over the household and seek his grandmother's support, he might then have a chance to plead with his grandmother to annul this tedious educational scheme. Just as Su-won was mulling over the second possibility, a flurry of anxious maids rushed in, reporting in a fluster, "Madam, there has been an incident in the back courtyard. 2 maids are fighting in the laundry room. Madam, the concubine Hong of the second house has lost something that was gifted to her by the second master during his lifetime. Madam, the newly hired maids are gathering in groups to frolic, setting the fire room ablaze." Chapter 7. "You should call me mother." Su-won tightened her fingers and raised her brows with a smile. "Indeed, it has come. Cui Lu, first take the others to the fire room to extinguish the flames." The urgency of the situation dictated that preserving the estate was paramount. The squabbles among the maidservants were trivial in comparison. Yes. Cui Lu led a group towards the fire room. Cui Ji, lingering behind, was secretly astonished by the new mistress's composure amidst such turmoil. It was rare to witness such poise and maturity in one so young. It was said that the new mistress was nearly 18 years old. Who would have thought that the daughter of the Minister of Justice's concubine would be so exceptionally educated? The old matriarch truly possessed a discerning eye. The other two maidservants, upon seeing everyone leave, hastily interjected, "Mistress, the matters on our side are pressing as well. Why have you sent everyone to extinguish the fire?" Suwon smiled. "If we do not put out the fire, shall we wait for the entire Marquis' residence to be consumed in flames?" Cui Ji, apprehend these two first and hold them for further judgment. Understood. The two maidservants were taken aback, never anticipating that a mere utterance would result in their being treated like thieves. Yet, they quickly regained their composure and protested, "Mistress, why are we being detained? We have come to deliver news. What wrong have we committed? Do not touch me, I am a maidservant who has attended to the young Marquis. If you dare lay a finger on me, the old matriarch will not spare you upon her return." One of the maidservants was soft, while the other was resolute. The latter's words struck fear even into Cui Ji, who took a step back. Cui Lu furrowed her brow. The young Marquis was the sole taboo within the residence. His belongings and maidservants were treated as treasures. As the old matriarch often reminisced over him, the maidservant the mistress wished to apprehend was from the young Marquis' quarters, and this matter promised to be troublesome. Noticing the situation, Suwon turned to Cui Ji and inquired, "I recall my mother mentioning that there are no concubines or secondary maidservants in my husband's quarters. What rank is she?" Cui Ji lowered her head and replied, "There are two maidservants in the young Marquis' quarters, both of third rank, inferior to the young attendants. Hong Tiao was promoted to second rank only after the young Marquis' disappearance, and has since been assigned to the second courtyard." Upon hearing this, Hong Tiao's expression swelled with pride. The young master had promised that if she served him diligently, he would promote her from the second courtyard to become a first-rank maidservant in his own quarters. What did it matter if the new mistress wielded authority over the household? The young master was destined to become the future young Marquis, and she hailed from his quarters. The new mistress would not dare to touch her. The old matriarch misses the young Marquis dearly. If I suffer any grievances, she will surely be heartbroken. Hong Tiao left her sentence hanging, but her implication was clearer. The old matriarch would revoke the new mistress's authority over the household. Cui Ji frowned, yet her courage waned. She was a far cry from the decisive and capable maidservant she had been earlier, acutely aware of how much the old matriarch valued those connected to the young Marquis. Suwon observed both Hong Tiao's arrogance and Cui Ji's trepidation, and she understood the intricacies at play. Thus, as the onlookers awaited the unfolding drama, Suwon casually remarked, "Then let us send her to the other estate, so the old matriarch can keep her close and view the object." Cui Ji, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly lifted her head, feeling as though her mistress's face radiated brilliance. Could this be a viable solution? Hong Tiao, who had been reveling in her perceived superiority, immediately changed her expression. She stared in shock at Suwon, never expecting the new mistress to devise such a plan against her. With the old matriarch absent from the residence, she could still rely on her seniority to act brazenly. However, if she were to be sent to the old matriarch's side, would she not be utterly diminished? Realizing her miscalculation, Hong Tiao hurriedly knelt and bowed 3 times, pleading, "Please, mistress, retract your order. The old matriarch and the old Marquis are out for a leisurely stroll. I dare not disturb them." Should she be sent to the other estate over this incident, the old matriarch would undoubtedly discover her attempts to undermine the new mistress and might not spare her, even considering her connection to the young Marquis. Suwon replied coolly, "Go ahead, after all, the old matriarch thinks of the young Marquis daily, and she certainly cannot do without you. Isn't that right, Cui Ji?" Cui Ji chuckled softly, delighted by the new mistress's wit. The new mistress had cleverly turned Hong Tiao's own words against her. She laughed and affirmed, "Indeed, mistress speaks wisely. Bring someone to escort Hong Tiao to the other estate." Suwon then recalled another detail. "Oh right, there is another maidservant in my husband's quarters." "What is her name?" "Lu Ru." "Oh, very well, send her along as well." She wanted to ensure that the little rascal would not incite another maidservant to trouble her. Resolving this thoroughly would cut off that avenue entirely. Cui Ji exchanged glances with the other maidservants, and they all raised their thumbs in approval of Suwon. Hong Tiao was dragged away, wailing, while Lu Ru, who found herself inadvertently implicated, began to berate Hong Tiao. The two exchanged insults, each more scathing than the last. Suwon frowned at the commotion. Why were such maidservants surrounding Zhong Zhao? Cui Ji directed outside. "What kind of decorum is this, shouting and cursing? Silence them and escort them to the carriage. We cannot allow them to tarnish the reputation of the young Yang Marquis." Understood. Suwon watched the two maidservants being escorted away and was about to turn back to the estate when Zhong Jincheng stormed in, calling out, "Hey!" "Hey indeed," Suwon thought, ignoring him as she continued into the house. Zhong Jincheng, irate, chased after her, continuing to shout, "Hey, did you not hear me calling you? That is quite impolite, you know, do not walk away." The little rascal blocked her path, preventing her from leaving. The child was still clad in fine attire, his round eyes brimming with fury, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as though he had just run a considerable distance. Clearly, he was agitated by the news of the two maidservants being sent away. Suwon regarded him and said earnestly, "By rights, you should address me as mother. Even if you dislike me, you ought to refer to me as mistress, rather than calling me hey. Furthermore, I am your elder. In matters of etiquette, you should certainly be the one at fault." At fault was a compliment, yet the main statement bore a reproach to the little demon, whose intellect was already limited, took several seconds to process that she had scolded him rather than complimented him, his face turning beet red with indignation. You have gone too far. Those were my father's favorite maidservants, and you actually sent them to the other estate. Zhong Jincheng attempted to leverage his status, reminding her of his position without explicitly stating it, yet each of his words served as a reminder that he was the legitimate grandson of the Marquis. Unfortunately for him, Suwan saw through his ploy. Seizing upon his terminology, she countered, "My husband has only those two maidservants. Thought if they were truly so exceptional, they would have been promoted to second rank long ago. Why would we wait for my mother-in-law to do so? You little brat, do not presume to speak foolishly just because they are your kin." She was now part of this family, the wife of Zhong Zhao, the daughter-in-law of the old matriarch, and the mother of Zhong Jincheng. No one held a significantly superior status. Zhong Jincheng was left speechless by her retort, taking a while to respond. "My father has grown accustomed to their service. What if he returns suddenly and finds it strange to use other maidservants?" Chapter 8. How infuriating. This young master shall never beg for mercy. Suwan, are you implying that my husband cannot survive these 8 years without those two women? Little Demon King, it seems there is some merit to that statement. Although the little fellow internally acknowledged it, his stubbornness was as unyielding as freshly baked bricks. Have you found the items in Aunt Hong's room? And as for the maids fighting, such occurrences have never happened in the Marquis 8. It is all due to your inadequate management since your arrival. But if you cannot resolve these two matters, it merely proves you are incapable of managing the Marquis 8. Suwan remained unfazed, and so? Zhong Jincheng grew increasingly confident, haughtily responding, "This young master has heard that you have never managed a household at the minister's residence, so it is only natural that you struggle with this vast Marquis 8. Therefore, if you utter 100 phrases of concession and sincerely repent for your past misdeeds, this young master shall forgive your previous actions and request grandmother to return and rectify the mess." "Oh," Suwan replied dismissively, even expressing a hint of disappointment. "I had thought you were going to say that I could not manage this household and needed you to take charge. Alas, how disappointing." Zhong Jincheng, he truly loathed the feeling of striking a punch into a pile of cotton. The other maidservants, witnessing the young master's embarrassment, struggled to contain their laughter, but their lack of skill made their mirth painfully obvious. Zhong Jincheng was infuriated by their laughter. He raised his little paw and glared fiercely at Suwan, declaring, "Aren't you going to withdraw while you still can? If this Marquis 8 falls into chaos, I cannot explain it to grandmother." The little fellow spoke with indignation, yet to Suwan, he appeared particularly amusing, akin to a foolish little frog. Suwan chuckled and said, "Young man, as your mother, I am in quite a good mood at the moment. Today, allow me to teach you not to underestimate anyone. You are a long-winded woman. Only a fool would heed your preaching." Zhong Jincheng promptly turned his face away, stuffing his hands in his ears. Not listening. A turtle reciting scriptures. Suwan observed his childish attempt to block out the world and rolled her eyes heavenward. Indeed, such behavior was solely characteristic of a child. However, in reality, it was futile. She could be heard quite clearly. Disregarding his plea for silence, Suwan leaned in close to his ear and shouted, "Chuiji, inform the young master how these two matters should be handled if the old lady were present in the estate." "Zhong Jincheng? Isn't that rather excessive?" Chuiji, witnessing the duel of wits between the two, felt a sense of helplessness. She perceived that while the lady was clever, she possessed a childlike temperament, and their argument resembled the banter of two children, invoking a smile from the aunt. With a smile, she performed a slight bow, then cleared her throat, instructing the maids on either side, "You two, go assist Aunt Hong in locating her belongings, investigate thoroughly, determine when the items went missing, and who passed through during that time. Check if the maids in the courtyard are clean, and if any are found to have dirty hands, send them directly to the authorities." "Understood. And you two, compile a list of the maids who were fighting. There is no need for punishment or fines, simply call for the tooth puller to take them away and sell them. Such unruly maids are not welcome in our Marquis 8. "Yes." Chuiji efficiently delegated the two tasks with just a few light words. Indeed, the maidservants were formidable. Suwan nodded in satisfaction and applauded her. The little demon king stood by, dumbfounded. Although he had plugged his ears, he could still hear Chuiji's voice. The actions of those maidservants were all directed by him, yet now, one group was to be sent to the authorities, and another to be sold, both facing dire fates. Though Zhong Jincheng was mischievous, he was not a heartless villain. How could he bear to cause such trouble for others? He quickly removed his hands from his ears and called out, "Stop, do not go." The departing maidservants only heeded Suwan and Chuiji's words, completely ignoring the young master's cries. Realizing his efforts were in vain, he dashed back to Suwan and Chuiji, exclaiming, "You are being unreasonable. They merely had a fight. Why must they be sold?" Zhong Jincheng could not comprehend. To him, fighting was as trivial as eating or drinking. He engaged in wrestling and horse racing every day, reveling in it. Never had anyone punished him in such a manner. Suwan did not evade his inquiry. She simply gazed down at the Navi little demon king and replied, "If these matters were your doing, relying on the Marquis's leniency, you could easily walk away without bearing any responsibility. But they are different. They lack your privileged background and any support. If they err, they will be expelled from the Marquis 8, or even sent to prison, with no one to protect them. Zhong Jincheng, the old lady entrusted you to me, not wishing to personally discipline you, yet she cannot bear to see you continue down the wrong path. Therefore, I believe it is time for you to understand, from another perspective, what kind of person your grandmother truly is. All matters within the Marquis 8 are managed by your grandmother. The household rules in Chui Jia's solutions are all established by her. She handles affairs and people with great ease, and the servants of the Marquis are exceptionally well trained. Just because they do not hold you accountable does not mean they are fools. And I am certainly not. Zhong Jincheng stared at her in disbelief. This woman is openly indicating that she possesses the same capabilities as his grandmother, yet will not indulge him in the same manner. After delivering her stern words, Su Wan's expression transformed into a cheerful smile. Resembling a cunning little fox, she turned to instruct, Lu Guanjia, I believe Jincheng has quite a number of servants by his side. Let us reduce the count from 6 to 1. With the instigation of maidservants to fight, the loss of items, and the excessive manpower, it was necessary to clip his wings a little. Yes, madam, Lu Guanjia responded. You. Just as Zhong Jincheng felt a twinge of shame, the next moment, he was overwhelmed by Su Wan's provocation, his embarrassment vanishing in an instant. Cutting off his allowance and leaving him with merely one servant, did she intend to treat him like a beggar? What a wicked woman, she was clearly seeking revenge, seizing the opportunity to bully him. A tiger falling to the ground is bullied by dogs. How infuriating, do not think this young master will plead for mercy. Go ahead and continue with your antics, once I am thoroughly mistreated, grandmother will certainly settle the score with you, and neither of us will have it easy. Humph. The little demon king made his threats and turned to leave. Su Wan, unfazed, fanned the flames behind him. Jincheng, why are you so easily angered? Aren't you off to the racetrack? Why are you returning to your room? Then she added, oh, by the way, I recall that the racetrack does not require any money, so you can feel free to play. The more Zhong Jincheng listened, the more distressed he became, and he stuffed his ears once more before sprinting off. How infuriating, this woman was deliberately trying to make a fool of him. What nonsense about not needing money. The racetrack was filled with wealthy young masters, who wouldn't have 2 or 3 attendants by their side. If he were to take just one person there now, he would undoubtedly be the butt of their jokes. Malicious, too malicious. Chapter 9 of the childish little demon king. Su Wan watched the little fellow sprinting away, resembling a mischievous monkey, and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, was he always this amusing? Chui Ji shook her head in horror. The young master has never been amusing. What a joke, who would dare treat a child so pampered by the entire Marquis as a source of entertainment? Only the lady of the house had the audacity to throw off her veil and confront others. Su Wan sighed, then it seems he will have many more amusing days ahead. Chui Ji, for some reason, she felt a longing for the old lady to return and witness this. During lunch, as Su Wan entered the dining hall, she caught sight of the little demon king, his eyes blazing with fury, seemingly unable to unleash any more harsh words after their earlier exchange, resorting instead to glaring at her in a wild frenzy, attempting to slay her with his gaze. Su Wan, such a childish tactic, yet, she had encountered far colder glares in her youth. This child's antics were hardly noteworthy. She calmly took her seat and lightly teased, you don't seriously think your glare can kill, do you? The little demon king's face flushed instantly upon being exposed. But he quickly regained his composure, declaring defiantly, then I won't let you off easy. Zhong Jincheng assumed an indignant posture, determined to maintain his pride, provoking a soft scoff from Su Wan. How juvenile. The maids busily arranged the dishes, each plate a feast for the senses. Su Wan picked up her chopsticks and savored a piece of lotus leaf smoked duck. The food in the Marquis is indeed delectable. Zhong Jincheng, eyeing the array of dishes, felt his hunger intensified. He couldn't afford to complain about Su Wan's lack of decorum, how she dared to start eating before he was seated, and so forth. After all, she was now the highest authority in the Marquis, and everyone followed her lead. Any objections would be futile. His grandmother would surely regret this decision. Once he had resolved his thoughts, the little fellow angrily took his seat, scooping a bowl of rice with one hand while the other clashed with Su Wan's chopsticks over the food. Whatever she picked, he would snatch. Whatever dish she chose, he would seize. If she desired soup, he would be the first to have it served. His sole aim was to outdo her in every regard, a means to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Chui Ji and Chui Lu were utterly astonished. Was this truly the notoriously picky little ancestor of theirs? Despite the lavish spread before him, it contained few of his favored dishes. Now, out of spite for the lady, he had devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Heavens, grandmother, please return and take a look. The young master has changed. Su Wan pretended not to notice the little demon king's antics. Given her modest appetite, a little less food would hardly matter. However, seeing him stuff his cheeks full, diluting the anger in his eyes, made those eyes even more striking, akin to stars in the vast cosmos. She gently inquired, are you full? Zhong Jincheng surveyed the chaotic table and then glanced at her half-eaten bowl of rice, feeling quite satisfied. Just wait until I starve you for a month, let's see if you still have the energy to contend with me. Ignoring her, Zhong Jincheng finished his meal and left, leaving behind an air of feigned aloofness. Su Wan, such a childish reincarnation you are. Once he had gone, she heard the laughter of Chui Ji and Chui Lu, prompting her to turn and look at them. Chui Lu immediately feigned innocence, while Chui Ji chuckled, if the lady continues to provoke him like this, the young master will gain 3 pounds in a month. Chui Lu added, but it is a good thing. The old lady has always said he is too thin. We should hastily write to the old lady, for if she learns of this, she will surely be elated for several days. And then we can encourage the lady to strive to fatten the young master up a bit more. Indeed, indeed. The two chatted animatedly, exchanging one enthusiastic remark after another. Su Wan suddenly interjected, do you think if I managed to fatten him up by 30 pounds, the old lady would grant me a greater reward? After all, one cannot solely judge a grandson's worth by his academic achievements. Health is equally paramount. Chui Ji and Chui Lu with 30 pounds is perhaps a stretch. The imagery is too delightful for them to contemplate, yet Su Wan found the idea appealing. I believe it is feasible. Chui Ji, when you write to the old lady, do mention it, I suspect she will certainly agree. The old lady's generous demeanor from the previous day still lingered in her mind, and the money-loving Suwon held great confidence in her. Chuiji, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Yes, I shall do so at once." The new lady is truly intriguing. She seems to possess a fondness for silver, diligently striving to acquire it, while simultaneously engaging in a battle of wits with the troublesome young master. Yet, she appears completely unconcerned about the authority of managing the Marquis, fully entrusting it to the steward. The Marquis is vast and prosperous, and if she were to truly assume the role of the matriarch, wouldn't there be an endless flow of silver to spend? It is truly perplexing. While Chuiji busied herself with writing the letter, Chuilu accompanied Suwon in the study to explore what knowledge a child of Zhong Jingqing's age should acquire. Upon entering, a wave of bookish fragrance enveloped her. Suwon stepped inside and observed the shelves lined with various books, all arranged according to their level of difficulty. She casually inquired, "What progress has Zhong Jingqing made?" Chuilu replied, "The young master does not enjoy reading. He has yet to memorize the three-character classic." Suwon, she had suspected he was somewhat illiterate, but this was more thorough than she had anticipated. She picked up a book, flipping through its pristine pages and remarked, "Ordinary children begin their education at 7 years old, while those from official families start even earlier, at 3 or 4. Zhong Jingqing is truly spoiled rotten." Chuilu concurred, yet, being a servant, she hesitated to voice her opinions on the family's affairs. "By the way, what is the name of the child brought back by the second house? How is his progress in reading?" Chuilu answered, "That young master is named Zhong Wenxiu. He lived in a slum for most of his childhood, and it was only after being brought back home last year that he had the opportunity to begin his education. However, Master Xiu is exceptionally intelligent and diligent, and in just half a year, he has already caught up with the progress of the aristocratic children." Suwon silently marveled. This is indeed a stark contrast. If the little demon king were this reassuring, she would need to rise early each day to burn 3 incense sticks for him. During that afternoon, Suwon familiarized herself with the educational knowledge expected of children in ancient times, realizing that while the differences from modern education were not insignificant, they were not insurmountable either. Ultimately, she needed to devise a method to encourage Zhong Jingqing to study in the study. Meanwhile, Chuiji continued to gather updates from outside, reporting Zhong Jingqing's progress. After returning to his room, the young master sat on the threshold in a daze, during which he knocked on the door 8 times, kicked the threshold 12 times, and kicked the pebbles at the entrance 33 times. Where did all those pebbles come from? Though she had taken valuable items from his courtyard, she hadn't added anything else. They were stones from a flower bed. 1 stone? Kicked 33 times? The young master had the servants retrieve them 33 times. Suwon, what a truly troublesome little ancestor he is. Chapter 10. The living hellraiser emerges. The young master is playing on the swing in the courtyard. Does he really find such a mundane activity entertaining? Suwon questioned, suspecting it might be one of those oversized swings. If the rope were to snap, he wouldn't sustain any serious injuries. The young master does not swing, Chuilu replied. The ones swinging are the birds and the cats. 8 cages are hung from the ropes. For contain birds, and the other 4 house cats, each cat eyeing its feathered neighbor with predatory intent. Whenever the young master sets the swing into motion, the birds screech in terror for the entire afternoon. Suwon, the imagery was vivid. Truly, the living hellraiser had made his appearance. However, rest assured, madam, these birds have been raised in the young master's courtyard since they were fledglings. They possess remarkable vitality. Despite their cries throughout the afternoon, not a single one has fainted. Suwon, no wonder they are the birds nurtured by Zhong Jingqing. Their resilience is indeed exceptional. Suwon inquired further, aside from swinging, does he have no other serious pursuits? Does he not study or practice martial arts? Upon mentioning this, Chuilu fell silent. Suwon turned to look at her, only to hear, the young master is quite fond of martial arts. General Zhao has remarked on his natural talent, suggesting that with proper training, he will undoubtedly become an outstanding warrior. However, upon hearing this, the old lady's demeanor changed, forbidding the young master from engaging in any martial studies. The ancestors of the Yuanyang Marquis were all warriors, and the title of Marquis was earned through valor on the battlefield. Yet, 8 years ago, a battle claimed the lives of the Marquis' second son, while the eldest was declared missing, more so due to the absence of a body than anything else. The truth of the matter was something everyone was acutely aware of. Thankfully, Zhong Zhao returned from his campaign with Zhong Jingqing. Otherwise, the Yuanyang Marquis would have faced extinction. The old lady, no matter how formidable, was still merely a mother. The agony of losing a son in middle age was a profound sorrow, and should her grandson perish in future battles, it would likely be a devastating blow to her. Suwon quickly grasped this point and empathized with the old lady's actions. Were she in the same position, she would likely make a similar choice. Then, aside from martial arts, does he enjoy polo or horse racing? It was imperative to discover his interests. Chuilu replied, just now, Steward Lu reported that the son of the Minister of Rights came seeking the young master, wishing to invite him to the polo field, but the young master declined. Ah? Suwon was taken aback. Why? Chuilu had not found it amusing initially, but upon realizing that Suwon was the cause of the young master's reluctance, she could not help but chuckle. Madam, have you forgotten? You just reduced the young master's servants from 6 to 1, he likely feels embarrassed to venture out to play. Pfft, a child's reasoning, even if others mock him, he is still the only legitimate grandson of the Marquis. What is there to be embarrassed about? If I were in his position, I would confidently run out to play every day. Suwon rolled her eyes skyward, surprised to find that the little demon king was also concerned with matters of pride. Chui Lu remarked. Indeed, a child's thoughts differ significantly from those of adults, especially since the young master has had a smooth upbringing without hardship. He is easily hurt by the ridicule of others. Suwon nodded in understanding. I see, he is like a flower in a greenhouse. Chui Lu, it seemed that this was not quite the sentiment she intended to convey. While the two engaged in their back and forth, Chui Ji approached from the side, carrying a tray adorned with a purple ceremonial garment. Madam, this is the outfit for tomorrow's return visit. Please try it on to see if it fits. Suwon suddenly recalled that as a newlywed, she was required to make a return visit 3 days after the wedding. Even in the absence of her husband, she must return to the minister's residence. Being a bride returning without her husband would likely be unprecedented in the capital, and she could easily imagine what awaited her. Chui Ji was a resourceful maid and fully understood her mistress's predicament. Thus, she chose a deep purple outfit for Suwon's return visit, contrasting with her usual preference for lighter garments. The deep purple symbolized the absolute authority of the Marquis matron, exuding a commanding presence. Suwon ran her fingers across the fabric, which was silky and soft, made from the finest mulberry silk. Quite nice, I shall try it on. The next day. As the Marquis' wife prepared for her return visit, a throng of curious onlookers gathered outside, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. I heard that the Marquis' wife took over the household management on the day of her marriage, showcasing her remarkable prowess. She must surely possess a formidable demeanor. Indeed, after all, she is the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice. Surely, she has inherited some of her father's wisdom, perhaps she even employed some underhanded tactics. I am curious, when the young Marquis married, he could only find a rooster to serve as a witness. Will the Marquis' wife return alone? I also heard that the old lady and the old Marquis have gone to the villa. There truly is no one else in the Marquisate to accompany her, so she must indeed be returning alone. How can it be that a bride returns as if she were a widow? Though it appears glamorous, the reality is one of loneliness and desolation. Alas, Suwon adorned herself with hairpins, presenting an appearance befitting her noble status. Her brows were elegantly elongated, her lips slightly pursed, and clad in deep purple attire befitting the matriarch. She raised her gaze, her clear almond eyes emanating an aura of authority, embodying the essence of a mistress of the house. Chui Ji, let us proceed. Chui Ji followed Suwon outside, but before they had gone far, a youthful voice rang out from behind. Wait, I want to go too. Chui Ji turned in astonishment. That small boy draped in a snow-white tiger pelt cloak was none other than her household's mischievous little demon king. If he was coming now, surely he was not about to cause chaos again? Chui Lu, being straightforward, blocked his path and firmly refused. Young master, this is the Madame's return visit, which traditionally only includes the husband. There is no precedent for bringing a child along. Moreover, he was not Suwon's biological son. If he accompanied her, it would undoubtedly be an ostentatious display, and should others overhear, it could lead to the tarnishing of the Madame's reputation. While their affection for the new mistress was still developing, through their interactions over the past 2 days, they had come to view her positively, especially given the old lady's regard for her. Thus, they naturally endeavored to protect Suwon. Zhong Jincheng had never before witnessed Chui Lu being so unyielding towards him. Initially, he intended to retort sharply, but upon seeing Suwon's countenance, he quickly altered his approach. Clearing his throat, the little demon king shook his round head like a fluffy white cat, feigning aloofness as he proclaimed, I simply felt it was too pitiful for you to return home alone, so I, in my magnanimity, shall accompany you. If you recognize your mistake, return the people and things to me, and perhaps I might consider granting you a reprieve. The young boy's voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually becoming inaudible, clearly lacking in confidence. Suwon observed him swaying his head, his little nose slightly flushed from the cold, his fair and beautiful face adorned with a subtle dimple near his mouth, which would undoubtedly be pronounced if he smiled. In that moment, she once again understood why the Marquis' household indulged him so. With such charm and allure, it was all too easy for one's values to sway alongside their appearance. Suwon turned her back and walked away. She thought to herself that if she didn't look, she wouldn't feel soft-hearted. Chapter 11. The mischievous little demon king Zhong Jincheng, having struggled to contain his words for an extended period, was taken aback when she offered no response at all. Her face instantly transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. Just as he was about to unleash a roar, he heard the other person say, if you wish to come, then follow. However, the minister's residence does not lack for your share of chopsticks. As for wanting anything else, that is utterly impossible. Suwon's voice lingered, drawn out and nonchalant, as if she were deliberately toying with him. The little demon king's fury boiled within him, and the strands of rationality in his mind snapped one by one. Not how infuriating, this woman, devoid of any compassion. One day, he would surely trample her beneath his feet. He would compel her to shout 100 times to the heavens that she was wrong. Yet, despite his thoughts, Zhong Jincheng took a deep breath and, with a heavy heart, chose to follow her. With nowhere else to entertain himself, he might as well accompany her to the minister's residence and seek out opportunities to disrupt Suwon. If he was uncomfortable, she would not enjoy a smooth path either. It would be best if he could find her flaw and defeat her decisively, ensuring she could never return to the Marquis' residence. Look, they're coming out. Make way, don't crowd me. My heavens, as expected of the minister's legitimate daughter, her beauty rivals that of the capital's top talent. The legitimate grandson of the Marquis has also emerged, surprisingly following the Madame Marquis. Could it be that he is accompanying the new bride on her return visit? Having a stepson accompany her on a return visit may defy convention, yet it seems there is nothing wrong with it. It appears the Madame Marquis is not only beautiful but also possesses remarkable skills, managing her stepson so obediently. Just as Zhong Jincheng was about to step into the sedan chair, he overheard these words, and the humiliation he had so painstakingly suppressed came crashing down on his reason. He stepped back, storming outside and placing his hands on his hips, shouting at the commoners, "What nonsense are you spouting? If anyone is to deal with her, it shall be this young master." Housekeeper Lu, who was privy to everything, was taken aback. This young master intends to confront the madam? Is he merely putting on a brave front? After making such a bold statement, the little demon king retracted his puffed-up cheeks and turned to dive into the carriage, showing no inclination to engage in further disputes. He was, after all, the legitimate son of the Marquis' residence, and would never lower himself to quarrel with commoners, the bewildered commoners murmured. What just flashed past us? It seems to be the legitimate grandson of the Marquis. Goodness! What a scandal! The Madame Marquis and her stepson are at odds. The stepson is reluctantly accompanying her on her return visit. A clash at the Marquis' residence is imminent. The legitimate grandson of the Marquis disrupts the minister's return banquet. The backyard of the minister's residence is ablaze. Chaos reigns. This month, the storyteller will certainly have plenty to share. As the sedan chair began to move, the group proceeded towards the minister's residence. Suan, seated within the chair, listened to the gossip of the crowd outside, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Chuiji whispered from outside, "Madam, should I go clarify things? At the rate they're spreading news, it might reach the minister's residence before we arrive, which could be detrimental to your return visit. What bride newly married would want to bear the disparaging reputation of mistreating her stepson? Her maternal family would surely feel embarrassed, especially since Suan had a younger sister yet to be married, the sole daughter of the minister's wife, thus this matter would be of particular concern." Suan replied, "It matters not, let them spread it. If she were living well, she would be envied by her stepmother. If her life were less than ideal and those people found joy in it, perhaps her stepmother would trouble her less. As for any impact on her sister's marriage, that was unlikely. After all, she was now the madam of the Marquis' residence and had authority over the household. Her stepmother would only speak well of her when discussing potential suitors for her sister." Chuiji remained anxious. "Once we arrive at the minister's residence, the young master is likely to devise ways to create trouble for you. Should we give him some silver to entertain himself today?" It was evident to all that Zhong Jincheng intended to sabotage Suan. Suan chuckled, "No need, let him come." She was quite curious about what other tricks this little demon king had up his sleeve. A light from the sedan. "Madam, we have arrived." Chuiji and Shui Lu approached from either side of the sedan, lifting the curtain. Suan gracefully stepped out, her hand resting upon Chuiji's. "Wanner, you have finally returned. Your mother has prepared a feast for you and has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The woman speaking wore a green dress, her demeanor warm and amiable like that of a benevolent deity. It was none other than her duplicitous stepmother, Lu Shi. "Mother, may you be well." Suan replied, surrounded by numerous onlookers eager to witness the unfolding drama. Suan would not confront Lu Shi immediately upon her return. Such actions would serve no benefit to her. Lu Shi, a master of pretense, skillfully maneuvered to place Chuiji aside, linking her arm with Suan's and speaking in a faux affectionate tone, "Your father is still occupied at the Ministry of Justice and has yet to return. Your sister has been waiting for you at home for quite some time, saying that if you did not arrive soon, she would come to the Marquis' residence to fetch you. Some matters at home delayed me for a while. Please do not take offense, mother. How could I? You are now in charge of the Marquis' household. I am overjoyed for you. How could I possibly blame you?" Clear's throat cough. The two women were engrossed in their lively conversation, leaving Zhong Jincheng to stand awkwardly aside, ignored. The little demon king cleared his throat several times, startling the nearby horses, until the two finally turned to regard him. Lu Shi, surprised, asked, "And who might this be?" "Zhong Jincheng, my son." Suan replied effortlessly, as though he were her own flesh and blood. Zhong Jincheng, who had been proudly holding his head high, momentarily froze upon hearing "my son." A warm current surged through him, both comforting and pleasant, yet, he quickly realized the speaker was Suan, and the warmth dissipated in an instant. His face flushed with embarrassment, turning various shades of crimson and purple, and after a moment of struggle, he stammered, "Who is your son?" He had a mother, although he didn't know who she was. It was certainly not Suan. "How could she, at her age, possibly have a son his size?" Lu Shi exclaimed, "So it is Jincheng. Come in quickly, I will have someone prepare more pastries for you. At your age, you must be fond of such treats." As she spoke, she reached out to ruffle the little demon king's hair, but he swiftly dodged, maintaining a full meter's distance from her, clearly displaying a "do-not-touch-me" demeanor. Suan pretended not to notice, secretly amused. The little demon king's refusal to show her any respect indirectly allowed her to vent some of the anger she had accumulated from the abuse suffered prior to her marriage. Lu Shi, rebuffed, felt her mood sour, yet out of concern for her reputation, she suppressed her discomfort and led them into the residence. The banquet. "Sister, do try this dish. I had the kitchen prepare it especially for you." Her legitimate sister, Su Lianer, offered her some food. Suan smiled in gratitude. As she gazed at the mountain of food piled in her bowl, memories of the sour fruit she used to eat flooded her mind, and she mused how these two women were truly adept at feigning affection. Did they believe she had forgotten everything? Let me taste. The three women put on a lively performance, intertwined with warmth, hypocrisy, and humor. Chuiji and Shui Lu stood nearby, observing with keen eyes, stifling their laughter, fearing they might not be able to contain themselves and exit the premises. Though Suwon had informed them of her maternal family's situation prior to their arrival, witnessing it firsthand was unexpectedly disappointing. The intentions of Lu Shi and Su Lianer were plainly written on their faces, each one appearing as though they were striving to undermine their own mistress. Meanwhile, Suwon was even more outrageous, professing to be cordial, yet not lifting her chopsticks, her demeanor suggesting a competition of who could act more disingenuous. In the end, it was Zhong Jincheng who could no longer bear to watch. His hand slipped as he played with his chopsticks, launching one directly into Suwon's bowl, landing squarely in the center. Was he offering her as a sacrifice to the heavens? Chapter 12 of The Little Rascal is used as a tool. The gaze of the little demon king was exceedingly provocative. The tedious dialogue rendered you all oblivious to my presence. If you have no desire to eat, then abstain. After all, I am already satiated and ready to stir up some trouble. Lu Shi was the first to sense something amiss and hastily exclaimed, "Quick, remove that and bring one or another bowl." Yes. The once aloof maidservants, now witnessing Suwon's ascendancy, promptly concealed their disdainful expressions and diligently attended to her. Suwon smiled, seemingly unfazed. Lu Shi, aware of the rift between her and her son, intentionally inquired, "Jincheng, have you been enjoying your time with your mother these past few days?" Suwon thought to herself that this question was as good as meaningless. Given Zhong Jincheng's obstinate demeanor, it was evident that he was far from pleased. This rude little brat would offer no face to Lu Shi, his estranged stepmother. Zhong Jincheng chuckled mockingly, enjoying? Why wouldn't he? We never fight. Suwon knew full well that he was incapable of uttering anything of value. Who measures the joy of companionship by the absence of quarrels? It was clear that he sought to report her to Lu Shi. If Lu Shi were a caring figure, she might have dismissed such words. However, if she were indifferent, she would undoubtedly side with Zhong Jincheng and conspire against her. Evidently, Zhong Jincheng was privy to certain matters within the household. He had come to the conclusion that all stepmothers were inherently untrustworthy. Upon hearing this, Su Lianer could hardly contain her excitement. She feigned astonishment and asked, "No fights? Have your relations deteriorated to the point of physical altercations?" Observing Zhong Jincheng's domineering demeanor, as if he were bullying someone, Su Lianer could not help but revel in their misfortune. What if she had acquired the authority of the steward? She was still being bullied by a stepson. Suwon smiled. Of course not. Jincheng is a well-behaved child and would never stoop to the level of those ruffians who provoke trouble daily with their nonsensical chatter. As for etiquette, the old lady has a remarkable talent for raising children. Suwon's words were eloquent, not only praising Zhong Jincheng but also flattering the old lady. Such a statement left no room for rebuttal and even rendered Su Lianer's previous remarks somewhat awkward, as if insinuating that Zhong Jincheng was a child lacking proper upbringing. Zhong Jincheng's expression immediately soured. He shot a fierce glare at Su Lianer, hoping she would refrain from speaking further. What did it matter that the daughter of the Minister of Justice was present? No one in the capital dared to offend the young master. Zhong Wanner is indeed fortunate, otherwise, how could the old lady have taken such a liking to you? Lu Shi remarked with a forced smile. She had begun to regret allowing Suwon to marry into her original intention was to have her live as a widow, a mere figure of status. Who could have anticipated that the old lady would be so blind as to immediately grant stewardship? It was truly baffling. Suwon replied cheerfully, "I must also thank my mother for her efforts. Had it not been for your enthusiastic praises of and your compliments on Jincheng's intelligence, I would not have been so keen to marry into thus seizing such a great opportunity." The more Zhong Jincheng listened, the more he felt something was amiss. The realization struck him that Suwon's marriage into his family was entirely due to the machinations of this woman. How infuriating! This debt would not be forgotten. His glare turned even more menacing, as he seethed with fury directed at Lu Shi. Suddenly, Lu Shi, caught in the crossfire, exclaimed. When had she ever fervently recommended that to Suwon? When had she ever claimed that Zhong Jincheng was intelligent? Wait, what was that brat's look? It seemed as though he were staring at an age-old adversary. Behind her, Chuiji trembled with laughter, nearly bursting out loud, but thankfully, Chui Lu was nearby to pinch her sharply, forcing her to stifle her laughter, causing a single tear to escape. In the dining hall, Suwon continued to extol the virtues of Lu Shi and Su Lianer, while Zhong Jincheng's expression grew increasingly grim. The fuming little demon king shifted his gaze from one person to another, his eyes reddening with rage. In the end, he was left in a state of indecision, panting in frustration, looking utterly ridiculous. Since father is preoccupied and cannot return, I shall take Jincheng home now and visit mother another day. Once she had sufficiently provoked them, Suwon began to rise to bid farewell. Lu Shi, feeling a wave of relief, hurriedly replied with a forced smile, "Very well, I shall have Lianer see you off." That insufferable girl had become so glib after her marriage. If she did not depart soon, that volatile little cannon beside her would likely explode with rage. Suwon returned home with a smile, and as soon as Cui Ji entered the house, she burst into laughter, prompting Chui Lu to threaten to strike her. "Ha, madam, you truly have a way with words. I dare say your stepmother will be unable to sleep tonight from the anger. And the young master, today was simply magnificent. He behaved as if he were your assistant, specifically tasked with vexing that hypocritical mother-daughter duo." Suwon sipped her tea lightly and said, "Though my stepmother is indeed wicked, she is rather simple-minded. A more astute opponent would have proven far more challenging." Cui Ji, curious, asked, "Madam, with such intelligence, how could you have been bullied by such a person in the past?" Suwon shrugged nonchalantly. "In the past, I simply did not wish to contend. I found it quite agreeable to lie idle like a lazy fish. And now? Now, I still do not wish to contend." "Ah, then today, what was that about?" Suwon interjected. "I was merely vexing Zhong Jincheng. Was it not obvious?" Cui Ji, it was indeed clear, but she had not expected such childishness. Playing with a child. Su-won scoffed, isn't Zong Jincheng so capable? He wishes to trouble me. Let us see who ends up suffering. That little rascal. In another courtyard, the little rascal returned and began to kick the trees in the yard. Infuriating, infuriating, infuriating. Indeed, all those surnames Su are no good. Each one more adept at bullying than the last. Just wait, once I regain my power, I will settle scores with each of them. I'll kick you to bits, you uncouth wretch. No, you are the one who is insensible. You are the one who is detestable. Zong Jincheng leaped around the yard, hurling curses at the trees and screeching like a grasshopper. His servant trembled. Young master, did you not go to create trouble for the madam? How could you be so angered by the Su family? Zong Jincheng fumed, it's all Su-won's fault, they are all her family. Wait, it seemed her family did not mean it in that way. As he continued to rant, Zong Jincheng suddenly realized something was off. He meticulously recalled each person's words from earlier, only to find that Su-won had provided explanations for everything, igniting his fury. He believed it was the Su family who had provoked him, but in reality, Su-won had used him as a pawn. The slow-witted young master finally grasped the situation. No wonder Cui had been stifling her laughter. He had assumed she was in cahoots with the Su family to bully him, but it turned out she was mocking him for being the foolish one. And Su-won, she must have seen him as nothing more than a monkey. Chapter 13. You should just stab the lady with a knife. I am going to confront her. Zong Jincheng's patience was instantly depleted, and he rushed into the room, frantically searching and tossing things about. The once desolate courtyard, now stripped bare, suddenly acquired a semblance of vitality due to the chaos he had created. This, however, terrified the sole remaining servant, Shunzi. Young master, what are you looking for? Shunzi inquired, trembling with fear. Once, he had 5 companions to assist in serving this chaotic young lord. With the burden of harm now resting solely on him, he could scarcely endure such torment. Zong Jincheng, infuriated, demanded, where is my knife? Su-won had the audacity to mention using a knife against him upon her arrival. Surely, such a weapon was not hard to find. Shunzi, in a state of alarm, responded, young master, what do you need a knife for? We have never possessed any sharp instruments in our courtyard. The young demon's eyes blazed with anger. I need to find a knife. To hell with patience, I want to go down with her. How dare she bully him? He had lived a full 8 years without ever experiencing such humiliation. If they were to perish, let it be together. No one should play anymore. Shunzi was on the verge of fainting, pinching the flesh between his own brows to summon strength. He hurriedly approached to persuade, young master, please reconsider, you have suffered once. Simply regain your footing, but life is singular. If you lose it, won't that be a greater loss? A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Shunzi poured forth every ounce of wisdom he had accumulated in his lifetime, praying fervently that his young master would cease this reckless frenzy. Unexpectedly, the young demon truly heeded his advice, very much so. He calmed down and began to direct his fury elsewhere. You, think of a way to retaliate. Shunzi glanced behind him. No one was present. He turned back, pointing at himself, me? Zong Jincheng fixed his gaze upon him and declared, yes, you, hurry up and think. Shunzi, at a loss for words, thought to himself, perhaps you should just stab the lady with a knife. However, under the weight of Zong Jincheng's death glare, he swallowed hard and finally devised a clever plan. How about, you go to the academy to study? Zong Jincheng widened his eyes, cautioning him to choose his words carefully. Shunzi timidly remarked, the lady is now wealthy and influential, we cannot confront her head. On it would be better to retreat and bide our time, waiting for the old lady to return to the Marquis' residence before addressing the matter. The capital was replete with academies, many of which provided food and lodging. If the young master was truly determined to attend, even without paying, those schools would likely accept him, considering the Marquis' status. Wouldn't that mean I am falling into her trap? Zong Jincheng protested, she only wants me to study diligently. If I go to the academy, I would be fulfilling her wishes. But young master, merely attending the academy does not dictate your efforts. If you truly choose not to study, even the teacher standing by your ear reciting lessons would be of no use, Shunzi explained warily. Will the teacher truly be whispering lessons into my ear? Zong Jincheng retorted. Shunzi thought to himself, the teacher is not a monk. Who would waste time lecturing you? Nevertheless, the dutiful servant patiently elaborated, I merely meant that there are dozens, if not hundreds, of students at the academy, and they cannot possibly focus solely on you. Zong Jincheng found this reasoning compelling. This plan could indeed work. Let us go find that woman and inform her that this young master intends to study diligently. In the main courtyard, Cui was introducing Su-won to the various academies. There are many academies in the capital, but the most prestigious is the Hanlin Academy. Every top scholar of our great Chu kingdom emerges from here. The Hanlin Academy is divided into southern and northern branches. The southern branch admits those with noble lineage and wealth, while the northern branch accepts those with exceptional scholarship. Given our Marquis' background, the young master would certainly gain entry into the southern branch. Su-won reclined on a concubine chair, half-closed her eyes, and listened. Was this not akin to the modern system? A key high school draws half its students from elite middle schools and the other half from local district housing. Top students are paired with distinguished teachers, while those from district housing might not be so fortunate. What is the academic level of the students from the southern branch? Su-won inquired. Cui replied, quite good, indeed, they are all cherished children of wealthy families, raised under the tutelage of esteemed teachers, naturally surpassing the children of ordinary folk. Oh, do many of them achieve top honors? Shui Ji fell silent for a few moments. Only 3 top honors are awarded each year, all from the northern branch. There was no chance for the southern branch. Upon observing her expression, Suwon immediately understood. While the southern branch was decent and offered better educational resources than most, achieving her goal would necessitate attending the northern branch. As she contemplated this, Zhong Jincheng barged in once more, unceremoniously. Suwon, accustomed to his lack of decorum, noted his unexpected appearance and asked, "What is it, young Master Zhong, do you require something from me?" Zhong Jincheng, speechless, found her infuriating. A mere casual remark could ignite his fury. What was even more vexing was her uncanny ability to read him like a book. The young demon's face flushed crimson with rage. Had Shunzi not been beside him, he might have leapt up to challenge Suwon to a hair-pulling contest. "Nothing? If there is nothing, I shall take a stroll in the back garden," Suwon declared. Rising to her feet, Zhong Jincheng gritted his teeth and forced out the words, "I want to go to the academy to study." Suwon lazily dug at her ear, responding, "I can't hear you." Zhong Jincheng clenched his fists. "I will endure. I said I want to study, to learn diligently. Is that not what you have been hoping for?" He wished for her to promptly agree to his request for the academy. Otherwise, he might truly resort to drawing his blade. Suwon feigned ignorance. "Oh, then let us go ahead and enroll young master in the entrance examination for the Hanlin Academy." Shui Ji's eyes widened. The entrance examination for the Hanlin Academy. The southern branch accepts students based on background, while only the northern branch requires an examination. With the young master's limited academic abilities, was the intention merely to have him inscribe his name? If his friends were to find out, they would surely laugh their teeth out. "Madam, are you certain about the Hanlin Academy?" Shui Ji exclaimed, fearful that she might be mistaken. Suwon smiled sweetly. "Indeed, the Hanlin Academy is the finest in the capital, and only it is worthy of our Marquis' legitimate grandson." Zhong Jincheng, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of the academies, straightened his posture upon hearing her reference to his status. It seemed she knew how to flatter him. She recognized the prowess of the young master Zhong. "Yes, I shall dispatch someone to enroll the young master right away." Shui Ji shot Zhong Jincheng a look of self-preservation before departing. Zhong Jincheng was no fool. After days of sparring with Suwon, his mind was sharper than ever. Observing Shui Ji's demeanor, he immediately grew wary and asked, "You are not trying to set a trap for me again, are you? What is this entrance examination?" Chapter 14. The illegitimate son of the second house. Suwon's laughter was reminiscent of a malevolent queen. "This is merely a test of your knowledge, to see if you meet the admission standards of the Hanlin Academy." If this young man were not subjected to some form of challenge, he would never comprehend the limitations of his meager intellect, merely gaining entry to the entrance examination without any hope of advancing further. Although Zhong Jincheng was typically self-assured, the mere mention of the unfamiliar term examination sent a flutter of anxiety through his heart. What subjects would the entrance examination of the Hanlin Academy encompass? Would it include his skills in cricket fighting, horse racing, or kuju? Surely, they would not expect him to recite poetry and classical texts upon entry. That would be absurd. According to his friends, many young lords of his age could not recite the 4 books and 5 classics. The academies, after all, were primarily profit-driven and could not deliberately set an insurmountable barrier to prevent the legitimate grandson of a marquis from entering. Zhong Jincheng resolved that attending the Hanlin Academy was the quickest way to escape Suwon's clutches. There were no insurmountable challenges awaiting him, but he would go. "Very well, if there is to be an examination, I shall attend. I will go tomorrow." It was merely a trivial examination, and Zhong Jincheng felt no fear. Suwon nodded, pleased, and said to Shui Ji, "Then prepare accordingly." Shui Ji replied, "Yes, the Hanlin Academy is equipped with ink and paper. I shall fetch some provisions for the young master." Just as Zhong Jincheng was about to leave, he was suddenly taken aback by her words. "Provisions? What provisions? Was he not merely going to take an exam? Why was there a need for provisions? He was not moving out of the Marquis' residence immediately." Shui Ji laughed. "Young master, you may not be aware, but the Hanlin Academy is the finest in the capital. There is a saying that entering Hanlin is like stepping onto the path of officialdom, which is why students from all over the Great Shu strive to enroll here. The entrance examination is significantly more challenging than usual. It lasts from morning until evening, necessitating provisions to avoid hunger." The expression of the young master visibly shifted from pale to green, from green to black, and finally to purple. An entrance examination requiring so much preparation, was this something a person could endure? "I won't take the exam anymore, I'm not going." Zhong Jincheng, recognizing the daunting challenge, decisively retreated from this endeavor. It would be foolish to attend an examination that could ruin his reputation entirely. It was better to abandon the idea early. Suwon was taken aback by this turn of events. She had not anticipated that Shui Ji would be so indiscreet, revealing the difficulty of the Hanlin Academy's entrance examination before she could deceive the young master into compliance, thus frightening him into abandoning the idea outright. Suwon frowned and cast a cold glance at Shui Ji, causing her to lower her head in trepidation. Shui Ji, being the headmaid in front of the old lady, had always acted with prudence, yet she still did not regard Suwon and the old lady on the same level. Her casual remarks led to this unfortunate slip of the tongue, leaving her feeling deeply apprehensive. However, Suwon merely regarded her with a sidelong glance before matter-of-factly informing Zhong Jincheng, "If you wish to attend an academy, it must be Hanlin. I shall not permit you to go elsewhere." Her tone was neither too soft nor too harsh, yet it resonated with authority, as if proclaiming, "I am the queen, and I reign supreme." Suwon understood that she could no longer sway Zhong Jincheng, so she opted for a stern demeanor, making it clear that her refusal was absolute. If he truly possessed the capability, he should take the examination and prove it. Zhong Jincheng was both furious and exasperated, but under Su Wan's overwhelming presence, he felt powerless to act, only able to seethe with impotent rage. You just want to force me into studying. I have seen through your scheme. Su Wan unapologetically acknowledged, indeed, and what of it? Was it of any use to see through her intentions? Could it bring her crashing down? Could it topple her authoritarian regime? The answer was, of course, no. Zhong Jincheng clenched his fists in fury, then released them in frustration, turning to run outside. How infuriating, how maddening, what misfortune had befallen him to encounter such a tormentor? The flames of anger within him blazed ever higher, and his grievances deepened. He began to resent his grandparents for their neglect, then lamented his mother's absence, and ultimately blamed Zhong Zhao for not returning home. Otherwise, how could the legitimate grandson of a marquis endure such a humiliating existence? The marquis's residence was supposed to be his home, yet it felt as though he were an unwelcome guest. As the rain began to fall, a fine mist enveloped the air, drenching Zhong Jincheng's eyes. Behind him, Shunzi's anxious voice called out, "Young master, please slow down, the roads are slippery in the rain. Be careful not to fall, I have an umbrella." Zhong Jincheng ignored Shunzi's voice, wiping the rain from his face and running forward with his head lowered. That wicked woman, she should not think that he would beg for mercy. She should abandon that hope. He would neither cry nor surrender. As the rain intensified, the small figure dashing through it grew ever faster, as if engaged in a silent competition with the elements. Just as Zhong Jincheng dashed out of the courtyard, he failed to notice a person kneeling at the corner, and his entire body collided with them. Bang! The young master, resilient as he was, fell to the ground but seemed undeterred. He quickly rose, wiping the rain from his forehead, only to realize who he had collided with. Zhong Wenxiu, the illegitimate son of the second house. Zhong Wenxiu was of similar age to him, having grown up in poverty. Even after being taken back to the marquis's residence, he donned rough hemp clothing daily. Although he maintained a tidy appearance, he still resembled a country bumpkin in the eyes of outsiders. Zhong Jincheng was not fond of conversing with him, as his friends would mock him for having a country cousin, which he found embarrassing. "Hey, are you alright?" Zhong Jincheng inquired, noting that Zhong Wenxiu was still on the ground, struggling to rise and offering no response. Seeing that Zhong Wenxiu ignored him, Zhong Jincheng bent down to investigate. Noticing that the rainwater pooling on him had turned crimson. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "You're bleeding." Zhong Jincheng immediately turned to shout, Shunzi, quickly summon the physician." "Yes, yes. I shall fetch someone right away." Shunzi passed the umbrella to Zhong Jincheng and hurried off. Zhong Jincheng was unperturbed by the rain, but given that Zhong Wenxiu was injured, it was better to have an umbrella for shelter. With this thought, the precious young master held the umbrella over both their heads. "Are you alright? The physician will arrive shortly." With the umbrella shielding them from the rain, Zhong Wenxiu finally managed to rise, assuring him that he was fine before kneeling back down. The young lad stood tall, even with blood trickling from his nose, his bright eyes remaining unclouded, as if it were not his blood being shed. Zhong Jincheng, wide-eyed, finally noticed his posture and asked in astonishment, "It's raining, and you're injured. Why are you kneeling here? Have you also been tormented by that woman?" "They say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend." The moment Zhong Jincheng considered that this might be Su Wan's doing, he felt no longer like a solitary victim. He resolved to ally with Zhong Wenxiu to defeat that usurping woman. However, unbeknownst to him, his assumptions were entirely misguided. Zhong Wenxiu raised his head, water cascading down from his hair. His already slender frame appeared even more fragile, drenched and resembling a homeless cat. After a pause, he finally spoke, "I came to seek an audience with the lady." Chapter 15, The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate sons. The voice of the young boy was soft, easily mistaken for someone easily bullied. "I seek an audience with Su Wan?" Zhong Jincheng expressed his disdain, his hand holding the umbrella betraying a hint of impatience. "That woman is cold-hearted. Even I have faced repeated setbacks at her hands. Your efforts would be in vain." After spending a few days together, Zhong Jincheng had come to understand Su Wan to a certain extent. He felt that Zhong Wenxiu's appeal to her might not be as effective as his own. Although he did not share a close bond with this half-cousin, the mere thought of Zhong Wenxiu approaching Su Wan stirred a flicker of sympathy within him. "But do tell me your intentions. Perhaps I may be of assistance." In the inner courtyard, after dismissing Zhong Jincheng, Su Wan returned to her chamber. Before she could settle down, Shuiji suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, her voice trembling, "Madam." The look Madame Su had cast her earlier instilled a sense of dread in her heart. Su Wan did not rush to respond. Instead, she leisurely sat down and lifted her teacup, sipping her tea in a composed manner. Indeed, the dramas often depicted such scenes. Silence and an air of calm could convey an unspoken authority. She resolved to emulate this approach. In truth, Su Wan could empathize with Shuiji. After all, they had only been working together for a few days, and a lack of rapport was to be expected. Yet, it was essential to establish her authority. Otherwise, what began as a single transgression might lead to a pattern of misconduct, and she would no longer need to guide Zhong Jincheng. As anticipated, Su Wan's silence only heightened Shuiji's anxiety, causing her to bow her head even lower. "Please, madam, grant me another chance. Shuiji promises not to disappoint you again." Su Wan remarked, "Shuiji, you are quite clever." Shuiji kept her head down, too apprehensive to agree. "I understand that you might believe I am overreacting. After all, you have grown up alongside Jincheng and have no reservations when speaking with him. However, I fear you may not fully grasp why the old Marquis and old Madam chose to leave the Marquis residence. It is not merely to prevent me from guiding Jincheng. They also fear that lingering old habits might lead him to behave as he did before. The old Madam retained you in the household to assist me, not to hinder my efforts." If you continue as you have, it may be that you are better suited to care for the old madam. Upon hearing Su Wan's words, Chuiji was taken aback. Madam, forgive my transgressions. I shall never dare to act thus again. Chuiji's standing before the old madam was second only to the old madam's personal maid, yet there remained an insurmountable divide. However, if she could secure her position by Su Wan's side, her status would undoubtedly transform. Realizing that Su Wan might dismiss her, Chuiji suddenly understood the gravity of her earlier slight. She was filled with regret. Su Wan rose and assisted her to her feet, saying, I have never had a close mate to rely upon, nor even a confidant. I am genuinely pleased by your arrival. Now that you recognize your mistake, simply perform your duties diligently, and I assure you, I shall not treat you unjustly. Though Su Wan's words were straightforward, the implications were clear. Chuiji immediately grasped their meaning. Rising to her feet, her eyes slightly reddened, she replied, Yes, thank you, madam. If prior to this day she had regarded herself as merely the old madam's senior maid, henceforth she would aspire to be Su Wan's most trusted attendant. Su Wan smiled, the rain is quite heavy today, please check whether the fire in Jincheng's courtyard is sufficient. Early spring weather can still be chilly, we mustn't let that boy catch cold. Yes. Chuiji rose to take her leave. Outside, Cui Lu entered to report, Madam, young Master Xiao requests an audience. Wenxiao, why is he not being brought in despite such heavy rain? Su Wan was still unaccustomed to the protocols of the Marquis residence. After all, Zhang Wenxiao was, in his own right, a person of stature, yet, upon reflection, she understood. In this era, the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate sons were sharper. Zhang Jincheng, as the legitimate son, dared to raise his voice and pound the table, while Zhang Wenxiao, as the illegitimate son, did not even dare to enter without prior announcement. In comparison, her desire to reprimand the rebellious Zhang Jincheng grew stronger. Quickly bring him in, Su Wan instructed, gesturing, and prepare another brazier inside, we mustn't let him catch a chill. Yes. Zhang Jincheng, waiting outside, had inquired for quite some time, but his cold and aloof cousin remained silent, evidently dismissive of his ability to resolve matters. This infuriated Zhang Jincheng. His arm, holding the umbrella, grew tired, and the two of them decided to brave the rain together. The little rascal was robust, the rain felt as commonplace as breathing, and he even found it exhilarating and liberating. However, Zhang Wenxiao was a different story. After a brief exposure, he was trembling all over, his cold, indifferent eyes barely able to remain open, his entire being appearing weak as if he might faint at any moment. Zhang Jincheng possessed a modicum of sympathy, but it was fleeting. He plopped down on the ground, sitting directly in front of the kneeling Zhang Wenxiao, his wide eyes fixed on him, hoping he would soon realize his folly. Zhang Wenxiao, Chuiji observed the scene unfold, a person kneeling before another seated directly in front of him, and one might mistakenly believe they were engaged in a wedding ceremony. Wait. Young Master, Xiao, why are you both not using an umbrella? Is this umbrella not in good condition? Why not utilize it? Get up, you'll surely fall while being drenched in this downpour. Come inside with me. As Chuiji called out, Sun Zi finally arrived with the household physician. The two of them were so alarmed by the sight that their legs felt weak. Together, they helped usher the two young masters into the inner courtyard. Su Wan was tending to the brazier inside, pondering that the heavy rain might have soaked the child, so she had instructed someone to bring dry cloth to dry his head. Little did she know that two drenched figures were brought directly before her. Su Wan? The foremost was Zhang Wenxiao, who appeared somewhat dazed, his rain-soaked eyes squinting, his complexion devoid of color. Following closely was the mischievous boy, soaked from head to toe, yet his bright, dark eyes were wide open, revealing a hint of excitement. Indeed, a true little rascal, Su Wan exclaimed in alarm, how could you be drenched like this? Quickly prepare hot water to wash them and ward off the chill. The maids inside sprang into action, boiling water and searching for clean garments, all in a flurry. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenxiao broke free from Chuiji's support and staggered over, pleading, Madam, I beseech you, save my mother. Chapter 16. I want my mother to live. The young boy was drenched to the bone, his body trembling from the cold, his speech slightly slurred, yet, Su Wan still managed to grasp his meaning. However, isn't Aunt Hong in the west courtyard, what has happened to her? Though Aunt Hong was the only widow of the second branch, her status was somewhat questionable, as she had been brought back only after the death of the second master. The old lady merely placed them in the west courtyard to serve her well, but her monthly allowance was indeed more generous than that of average concubines. In the few days since Su Wan's marriage, she had not seen Aunt Hong, and according to the customs of the high officials in the Great Chu Kingdom, Aunt Hong should have taken the initiative to visit her. However, since Chuiji mentioned that Aunt Hong had been in poor health, she did not pursue the matter further. And now, seeing the situation, could there be some hidden circumstances? Although the little demon king was also soaked through, his attention was entirely captivated, his big eyes fixed intently in this direction. The house physician said my mother is already gravely ill, with no hope of recovery, but I've heard that as long as we invite a royal physician from the palace, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Zhang Wenxiao pleaded, as long as you agree to save my mother, I am willing to repay you for the rest of my life. The boy's promise was resolute, yet it lacked any real persuasiveness. Regardless of the fact that he was merely 10 years old, even as he grew up, he would still be a son of a concubine, and the esteemed matriarch of the Marquis had no need for his gratitude. The little demon king tilted his head and reminded, the royal physicians are only summoned to attend to the emperor and empress, how could they be so easily invited? I have yet to see a royal doctor myself, let alone for a mere concubine. After saying this, he looked up, fortuitously meeting Su Wan's face, which had oppressed him for several days. This wicked woman would never agree. He thought that Zhang Wenxiao would be better off pleading with himself. Suwon was well aware of the process for inviting royal physicians. She had witnessed it when her stepsister fell ill, and her father had commanded someone to request one from the palace. This had to be done in the name of a high-ranking official. Naturally, the high-ranking official of the Marquis was the old Marquis, and they could only send someone to inform him to request a royal physician for Aunt Hong. Suwon exchanged a knowing glance with Cui Ji, who, eager to demonstrate her loyalty, immediately understood and rushed out into the rain to make arrangements. The servants inside were still bustling about, and Cui Lu had already brought thick garments, instructing others to dry the two young masters. Cui Lu herself pulled the little demon king, insisting on taking him for a hot bath, for they could not allow the Marquis's legitimate grandson to come to any harm. Before leaving, the little demon king kindly reached out to pull Zhong Wenxiu along. However, the latter remained unmoved, believing that Suwon had not consented to his plea, and continued to kneel on the ground. "I implore you, madam." The little demon king rolled his eyes skyward. He crossed his arms and said coolly, "Stop begging her, it's utterly pointless. Hurry and come with me to take a bath, otherwise, you'll catch a cold and end up sick, just like your mother." The little demon king's words were unfeeling. Having grown up without a mother and with a father absent, even with grandparents by his side, his emotional ties to parents were rather tenuous. Moreover, Aunt Hong had no relation to him whatsoever. Suwon, who had initially intended to explain, suddenly halted. This moment was indeed suitable for reprimanding the impudent boy. "I never said I wouldn't help." Zhong Wenxiu looked up in astonishment, his face regaining color. "Thank you, madam." The little demon king was taken aback. What was going on? This wicked woman was actually willing to assist his half-brother? What did she mean by that? She treated a son of a concubine so well, yet bullied him, the legitimate grandson. It was simply unjust. The little demon king's mind snapped, and he threw the newly draped clothing to the ground, shouting angrily, "You show kindness to him, yet deliberately target me. Are you just picking on me?" This was utterly unreasonable. Suwon glanced at the little chick, who was ready to explode, and teasingly remarked, "Dear child, please get your facts straight. From the very beginning, it has been you throwing a tantrum like a young master. Just look at Wenxiu, and then look at yourself. If you could be half as obedient as he is, would our stepmother-son relationship be so strained?" Zhong Jincheng's face was filled with discontent. He turned his head, continuing to sulk. Suwon then turned to Zhong Wenxiu. "You just said you were willing to repay me for a lifetime. A lifetime is far too long. Let us not bother with that. I only require you to accompany me in completing a small task, madam. Please give your instructions." Zhong Wenxiu replied. Suwon pointed at the little demon king, and amidst the boy's astonished gaze, she arranged, "I want you to take him with you to study in the Marquis. She had decided that she could not trust the little demon king to study outside. It was far more reliable to keep him under her watchful eye. Moreover, with Zhong Wenxiu, a diligent scholar, by his side, not only would he receive positive influence, but it would also prevent Zhong Jincheng from picking up bad habits from other spoiled children. "I agree." Zhong Wenxiu almost immediately responded, fearing she might change her mind. This task was indeed trivial for him. If merely accompanying someone in their studies could secure his mother's safety, he would gladly study with Zhong Jincheng for a lifetime. "Zhong Jincheng, excuse me, did anyone consult me about this matter? I never agreed. I refused to study." The little demon king almost instantly rejected, covering his ears in fear of hearing their conspiratorial discussion. "This has nothing to do with me. You two need to have the consent of the person involved when making arrangements. You know, I didn't hear anything. I'm not going. I'm not studying. I'm going to lie around at home." The defiant Zhong Jincheng attempted to feign ignorance. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Standing before him was the cold-hearted and unyielding Suwon, devoid of compassion. In the standoff between mother and son, neither was willing to yield. Ultimately, it was Zhong Wenxiu who moved first. Seeing that the little demon king refused to comply and knowing his mother's life was in peril, he had no time to waste. Thus, he turned around, lifted his garment, and prepared to kneel before Zhong Jincheng. The little demon king, of noble birth, had been accustomed to being bowed to since childhood, but those had always been servants. Zhong Wenxiu, however, was his elder brother, and even as a son of a concubine, he should not kneel before him. Zhong Jincheng quickly sidestepped, colliding into a warm embrace. When he looked up, he was met with the beautiful face he had recently grown to despise. How embarrassing! How did I end up hiding beside her? Realizing something was amiss, he hurriedly jumped far away, distancing himself from both of them. Meanwhile, Zhong Wenxiu, held back by Suwon, did not kneel. Suwon gently said, "A man's knee bears gold. How could it be so easily bowed?" Tears welled in Zhong Wenxiu's eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, "But I want my mother to live." Unlike Zhong Jincheng, who had been motherless since childhood, he had lived with his mother, relying on each other in a destitute environment. The bond they shared was closer than that of ordinary mother and son. Although he had been living in luxury since being brought back to the Marquis, he knew that the people here did not particularly like them. If he were to lose his mother, he truly did not know how he would manage to carry on. Perhaps his words struck a chord, for Zhong Jincheng paused, the petulance on his face diminishing significantly. Suwon quickly discerned the change in him. "Thus," she added, "think of another way. That boy, Zhong Jincheng, will not study for your sake. I believe it would be easier for you to break his legs." Chapter 17. The determination to ensure my brother achieves top honors. Zhong Jincheng harbored the same sentiment, yet when Suwon uttered those words, he felt an intense flush of embarrassment, akin to receiving a public slap to the face. "Hey!" he exclaimed in discontent. What did she mean? Did she perceive him as merely a self-centered individual, unconcerned with the well-being of others? And what of his broken leg? Could he not have willingly chosen to assist others? This woman was judging him with a narrow-minded perspective. Suwon responded with a casual "oh," prompting, "address her as mother." This impudent boy displayed a lack of respect. "I refuse to do so." Zhong Jincheng glared at her with indignation, then turned to the pitiable Zhong Wenxiu beside him. Deep within, he felt a twinge of softness, tempted to concede, but Suwon's unwavering demeanor rendered him unable to back down, leaving him in a standoff of stubbornness. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the windows to rattle despite being tightly shut. Nonetheless, both children instinctively shivered. Alright, Jincheng has agreed. I shall take care of arranging for the physician. Quickly, escort them to fend off the cold and change their attire. Suwon decisively concluded, having already dispatched Cui Ji to convey a message to the old Marquis. Zhang Wenqiu's eyes sparkled with hope. Salvation had arrived. Cui Lu was known for her remarkable efficiency. Regardless of the means, she executed the tasks assigned by the mistress flawlessly. Thus, she now wore a stern expression, pulling each of them along to the bath. In the midst of this, the bewildered Zhang Jincheng thought, I never expressed my agreement. How did she conclude that I had? I should not have spoken at all. Realizing he had fallen for Suwon's trick once more, he attempted to rise from the bath, only to find Zhang Wenqiu in the adjacent tub. Zhang Wenqiu appeared emaciated, his skin rougher than that of the common folk. A glance revealed frostbite on his hands, which were calloused from labor. Zhang Jincheng sat back down, perplexed. Can studying and writing truly lead to calluses and frostbite? Hadn't his grandmother claimed that reading was the simplest endeavor in the world? One could merely enjoy the comforts of a room without suffering from cold or fatigue. The attendant assisting him with his bath, Shunzi, couldn't he help but reflect inwardly, the young master is truly naive in his innocence. Zhang Wenqiu, unlike him, had not been raised in the Marquis' residence. He had spent 9.5 years in a slum, surrounded by the most destitute families of the capital, where death from illness, starvation, or exposure was a daily occurrence. It was a miracle that he had survived, and thus his injuries could only multiply. Caught off guard by the question, Zhang Wenqiu instinctively withdrew his hand into the water, fearing Zhang Jincheng might be mocking him. At his age, he was particularly sensitive, and he remained silent. Zhang Jincheng glared at Shunzi. Has someone from the household bullied him? With the second uncle deceased in battle and no legitimate wife in the second branch, it was not unthinkable that the servants mistreated them. Shunzi, frightened, raised his hand in protest. That is not the case. The old madam treats that household exceptionally well. Young master show rises before dawn to study, and the courtyard has even provided an extra heater for him. He is well taken care of in every regard. Realizing that Zhang Wenqiu might feel embarrassed, Shunzi leaned closer to Zhang Jincheng and whispered the explanation. Only then did Zhang Jincheng understand that even with the best care, frostbitten hands were prone to relapse. And that children from slums, regardless of their young age, were often required to perform arduous labor. No wonder his cousin, merely 2 years his senior, was not much taller or stronger. With his gaze lowered in contemplation, the young master abandoned his earlier resolve to argue with Suwon. He began to absent-mindedly splash water in the tub. Zhang Wenqiu, feeling the tension, sensed Zhang Jincheng's reluctance and feared he might rebel at any moment. Thus, despite soaking in the warm water, he remained perfectly still, anxious that any movement might upset Zhang Jincheng. Suddenly, the young master spoke up. I've heard you've been studying since returning to the residence these past few months. What is there to read in those thick books? When Aunt Hong was brought back to the residence a few months prior, the old Marquis had arranged for them to stay in the western courtyard, publicly proclaiming Zhang Wenqiu as merely the illegitimate son of the second branch. Everyone knew the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Regardless of whether Zhang Jincheng studied or succeeded, his position as the legitimate grandson was unshakable. Consequently, he had never felt a sense of urgency regarding his education, nor did he comprehend why Zhang Wenqiu was so passionate about reading. Zhang Wenqiu replied, because studying teaches one about the principles of life and exposes one to many things yet unseen. If I can achieve a good ranking in the imperial examinations, I will be able to pursue many endeavors of my choosing. What do you wish to pursue? Zhang Jincheng inquired. At their age, children were preoccupied with play, lacking any understanding of the purpose of education. Zhang Wenqiu paused, then replied candidly, honestly, I do not know what I want to do when I grow up, but my mother says that whatever I choose, I must first acquire sufficient knowledge. This will broaden my options in the future. For instance, if I wish to become an official, I must first pass the examinations. If I wish to engage in commerce, I need to learn how to make money. Zhang Jincheng grasped the meaning but found it irrelevant to his situation. Given his status, if he desired to become an official, his grandfather would arrange it for him, likely securing a respectable position, and should he wish to enter business, his grandmother would provide the capital, even personnel to manage the shop. There was no need for him to study at all. Indeed, this was not a topic suited for his contemplation. Zhang Jincheng hastily splashed around in the bath before rising to leave, prompting Zhang Wenqiu to quickly follow suit. Just as he worried that his notoriously reckless brother might cause a scene, he heard Zhang Jincheng ahead asking, where do you study? It won't be at Aunt Hong's courtyard, will it? How many heaters do they have there? In that instant, Zhang Wenqiu's anxious heart relaxed, the tension in his brow eased as he patiently explained, no, it is not in my mother's courtyard. Grandmother mentioned that there is a large study in the residence that has been unused, so she asked me to study there. The collection of books is particularly extensive, and there are 3 heaters in the room, making it warm and comfortable. Zhang Wenqiu quickened his pace to catch up and elaborate, surprised by this unexpected sight of his brother, who seemed far kinder than the rumors suggested. Zhang Wenqiu silently vowed to himself that he would guide his brother in his studies, ensuring that even if he himself failed to achieve top honors, he would see his brother succeed. Chapter 18 The Retribution of Master Bailey. If Zhang Jincheng had any inkling of Zhang Wenqiu's current thoughts, he would likely have fled as far and as fast as his legs could carry him. Although the two were discussing matters related to the study, their steps were directed towards the courtyard of concubine Hong. The young man, brimming with vitality, arrived without a trace of embarrassment or breathlessness. To his surprise, he found Suwon waiting outside concubine Hong's door, listening to the physician's report on her condition. The concubine is afflicted with tuberculosis. In the squalid conditions of the slums, many suffer from this ailment. To cure it requires esteemed doctors and a wealth of medicinal resources, which the impoverished denizens of the slums clearly lack. They can only await their demise in silence. As the physician spoke, his gaze shifted to Zhong Wenxiu, the illegitimate son who had likely witnessed the death of many due to this very disease in the slums. Zhong Wenxiu's complexion turned ashen. He remembered all too well, which is why he had knelt in the rain, beseeching Su Wan when his mother's condition deteriorated. Su Wan furrowed her brow. Why was this not mentioned when the old matriarch was in the residence? Given the old matriarch's character, she would never have refused to summon a doctor for them. All eyes turned to Zhong Wenxiu, and even Zhong Jincheng sensed something amiss. Was there a hidden truth behind this? Zhong Wenxiu closed his eyes and, with great discomfort, confessed, because my mother said her illness was beyond cure. Rather than waste grandmother's efforts, it would be better to let her feel guilt, which might allow me to be brought to her quarters for her careful guidance. Concubine Hong had calculated her strategy remarkably well, even willing to sacrifice her own life to secure a future for her son. Unfortunately, her son was deeply filial, which disrupted her plans. Zhong Jincheng stood nearby, lost in thought. He should have felt displeased, for if concubine Hong's scheme succeeded, Zhong Wenxiu would always be before their grandmother, vying for a portion of the affection meant for him. Yet, he found himself envious of such maternal devotion, coveting the attention Zhong Wenxiu received from his mother. The little demon king grew increasingly frustrated, kicking at the stones beneath his feet. The physician suddenly called out, "Young Master Chang, what is it?" The little demon king replied irritably, clearly agitated. The physician meekly responded, "You are kicking my foot." Zhong Jincheng, the imperial physician, arrived with remarkable speed, so swiftly that Zhong Jincheng suspected he had flown in, without a doubt unaware that Su Wan had already sent for him. After diagnosing concubine Hong, the physician, though surprised at having not treated such an illness in a long time, quickly regained his composure and began writing a prescription. Follow this prescription 3 times a day, and in 3 months, there should be improvement. After that, the resident physician can take over the treatment. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed physician, Su Wan said with a smile, signaling for Cui Ji to discreetly pass a bag of silver to the physician as he departed the residence. The maids in the courtyard busily prepared and brewed the medicine. Su Wan then turned to Zhong Wenxiu, reassuring him, "You may focus on your studies, I will keep watch here and ensure nothing befalls your mother." With tears in his eyes, Zhong Wenxiu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, madam." The young man, who ought to have headed to the study, turned to Zhong Jincheng, displaying a resolute determination to help his brother excel in his studies. Zhong Jincheng thought to himself, his gaze is rather formidable, I wish to escape. The little demon king instinctively took a step back. Su Wan raised an eyebrow and coolly remarked, "Surely you would not consider severing our agreement, would you? After all, you are merely an 8-year-old child. What does it matter if you lack integrity? Even if I were to call you an untrustworthy little rascal daily, you would not feel the slightest shame." The untrustworthy little rascal? Zhong Jincheng retorted angrily, "Who lacks integrity? Who is the little rascal?" Su Wan replied nonchalantly, "Of course, whoever lacks integrity is the little rascal." Provoked, Zhong Jincheng glared at her, "Studying is studying, tell me, how long must I endure this?" He could hardly believe that Su Wan could force him to study indefinitely. Su Wan rested her chin on her hand, sizing up the little demon king. This impudent child, with his expression of indignation and overwhelming pride, would surely not agree to study for a mere 3 years without struggle. Her gaze shifted to Zhong Wenxiu, and a moment of inspiration struck her. "Do not say I am making it difficult for you. I will set a modest goal, surpass Zhong Wenxiu in his studies. He has only been studying for a few months and has spent his childhood in the slums, exposed to far less than you. With your intelligence, young Master Chang, you should be able to surpass him in no time." With her words, Su Wan subtly praised Zhong Jincheng, causing his heart to swell with pride. He raised his chin defiantly, thinking it was indeed a reasonable assertion. In a matter of months, he was certain to surpass Zhong Wenxiu. Seeing that he was wavering, Su Wan administered another dose of persuasion. "If you can keep pace with Wenxiu, I shall return the silver to you and ensure that during your efforts to outshine him, our paths shall not cross." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng perked up immediately. He decisively declared, "Deal." The two extended their hands and struck a pact in the air, sealing a momentous agreement. For many years to come, Su Wan would reflect on that moment with great significance. The study area was naturally arranged in a spacious study, previously utilized by the young Marquis Zhong Zhao, which now seemed ample for the two children. Upon learning of the little demon king's willingness to study, the old Marquis and his wife promptly invited the highly esteemed Master Bailey to the residence to impart his wisdom, a man who had once been Zhong Zhao's personal tutor. On the first day of class, Master Bailey administered a preliminary examination. When assessing Zhong Wenxiu, the old man smiled broadly, praising the child for his diligence and rapid progress. However, when it came to Zhong Jincheng, the old man's furrowed brow almost crushed 10 mosquitoes. The little demon king answered every question incorrectly, not only lacking knowledge but also insisting on pretending to be well informed. After merely half a day's instruction, Master Bailey felt an overwhelming urge to sigh at the heavens, reminiscing about how others had once envied him for having taught Zhong Zhao, a dual scholar of both literary and martial prowess, whose reputation had soared throughout the capital. Now, observing the unruly child before him, he felt as though retribution had finally arrived. There existed no such thing as a continuous string of good fortune. "Jincheng, your foundation is far too weak. The immediate priority is to solidify your basics. Here are several introductory texts I have selected for you. I expect you to memorize them in the coming days." Zhong Jincheng sat in his seat, staring at the towering stack of books left by the master, suddenly realizing something was amiss. He immediately turned to Zhong Wenxiu and asked, "Have you memorized all of these?" Zhang Wenqiu nodded. Though these books appear thick, the content is straightforward and easy to memorize. I could finish memorizing them in 5 days. The little demon king scoffed. Do you think I believe that? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhong Jincheng finally posed the crucial question, how many books have you memorized over these past months? Zhang Wenqiu, steeling himself, replied, over 100. In truth, he had memorized more than 200, but seeing the increasingly dismal expression on his brother's face, he decided against revealing the full truth. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng's expression turned blank, and he finally grasped that he had fallen into Su Wan's trap once more. Taking a deep breath, he managed to force a strained smile. So how many pages can you memorize daily now? 10 or so pages. Very well. Zhong Jincheng snapped the book shut, gesturing for Suanzi to close the door, ensuring it was sealed tight enough to prevent even a single fly from entering. Chapter 19, The Unconventional Method of Memorization. Zhong Wenqiu subconsciously grasped the table beside him, an impulse to flee surging within him amidst the tense atmosphere. Brother, surely you wouldn't resort to violence against him, would you? The little demon king leaned over, flexing his wrist, and with a mock ferocity that belied his innocent appearance, threatened, from today onwards, you shall cease your memorization. Once I surpass your progress, then you may resume your studies. Zhang Wenqiu could only respond with a stunned silence. How splendidly tyrannical and unreasonable he was, just as the rumors had suggested. However, when do you expect to catch up with my pace? He had started his studies later than most children, and if he continued to wait idly for Zhong Jincheng, he feared falling further behind. Zhong Jincheng glanced at the towering stack of books on the table and hesitantly replied, perhaps in a month. As a clever and astute legitimate son, he was certain he could memorize what would take a mere illegitimate child several months in just a month's time. Zhong Wenqiu hesitated for a few seconds, recalling the debt of gratitude he owed for saving his mother, and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall wait for you for a month. During this time, aside from studying what Master Bai teaches, I will only review old knowledge and refrain from learning anything new. The little demon king had initially intended to suggest that he shouldn't even listen to Master Bai's teachings, but fearing that it would be too obvious and attract the attention of that scheming woman Su Wan, he reluctantly consented. Alright, I'll grant you this favor. You are a brother I shall keep. Zhong Wenqiu smiled and said, you should take a look at these books first. There are some obscure characters that might be difficult to understand. I can explain them to you, line by line. Zhong Jincheng immediately felt overwhelmed. He waved his hand in refusal. No need for that. I simply need to memorize these things well enough to pass Master Bai's examination. As for the intricate meanings, let those who wish to comprehend them do so. He had no interest. The little demon king's journey of learning progressed remarkably smoothly. Although he had a mischievous nature, he possessed a sharp intellect. He would read a line of text, close his eyes, and effortlessly recite it from memory, word for word. Read a line, memorize a line, open his eyes, close his eyes, remember, and remember again. Zhong Wenqiu watched in awe. He considered himself a rather clever individual, and his diligence in study had enabled him to catch up to others in mere months, a feat that typically took years. Yet, how could anyone memorize a line and retain it so effortlessly? Was his brother truly a prodigious genius? Zhong Jincheng, parched and fatigued from his relentless memorization, felt his eyes grow weary, his mouth dry, and his heart exhausted after only a few pages. Suanzi, ever perceptive, poured him a cup of tea. While the little demon king sipped his tea, Zhong Wenqiu finally regained his composure and exclaimed, you are truly remarkable. I have never seen anyone memorize with such speed. At this rate, with a little more effort, he could catch up to his own pace in less than half a month, rather than a month. Zhong Wenqiu's pressure mounted instantly. However, the little demon king did not bask in the glory. Rather, he slumped back in his chair, closed his eyes, and declared in a grand manner, I can't bear to look any longer. My eyes are so tired. Zhong Wenqiu thought to himself, if I recall correctly, you have barely read for a quarter of an hour. How can you already be fatigued? What about my daily 6 hours of reading? Suanzi, ever attentive, approached to massage the shoulders and back of this little master who had only endured a quarter of an hour of reading. Zhong Jincheng, feeling the relief, sighed contentedly, but as thoughts of the unread books danced in his mind, an extraordinary method of memorization suddenly dawned upon him. Suanzi, you read aloud. I shall not look any more. After all, he could remember after just one reading, listening to someone else read was no different from reading it himself. Suanzi was taken aback. What? It can be done this way? Suanzi, being the only literate servant Su Wan had retained, was just in time to assist the little demon king with this unconventional strategy. Thus, as Zhong Wenqiu witnessed this pair embark on their bizarre method of memorization, he observed as Suanzi read a line and Zhong Jincheng repeated it. To his astonishment, he managed to memorize it as well. Zhong Wenqiu felt the need for a moment of silence. This left him, who had always believed that diligence could compensate for lack of talent, engulfed in profound doubt. In the main courtyard, Su Wan listened to the live report from Cui Lu while sipping her tea, only to abruptly spit it out, exclaiming, this rascal is always concocting some wicked schemes. All he does is memorize superficial texts. Come exam time, I fear he won't even be able to write his own name. Cui Lu replied, however, he has made considerable progress. The young master had never memorized before, and even the old Marquis was unaware of his remarkable memory. Cui Ji covered her mouth with a laugh. With the young master's intelligence, if he were to study diligently, he would surely bring honor to our Marquis. Moreover, Master Bai would no longer wear such a grim expression. They had both grown up watching how Zhong Zhao was praised by Master Bai, and now witnessing the old master's attitude towards the young master, they felt as if one had ascended to the heavens while the other had sunk to the depths. Suwon nodded, acknowledging Zong Jincheng's talent, yet his lazy demeanor towards memorization made it hard to believe he could sustain his efforts for long. She estimated he would lose interest after merely half an hour of study. However, those around the little demon king could be utilized. Suwon instructed Chuiji, later, go inform Suwenzi privately that I see he is working hard accompanying the young master in his studies, and I will double his monthly allowance to encourage his diligent service. If the young master catches up to Xiao Gongzi's progress, I shall triple his monthly pay. Chuiji was somewhat tempted by this offer. Although Suwenzi's triple pay was not as high as that of the senior maidservants, the prospect of doubling his original salary was enticing to anyone. Chuiji asked, Madam, do you wish to win Suwenzi over to our side? If they successfully gain Suwenzi, then all those around the young master would be enveloped by Suwon, creating an insurmountable advantage in their strategic game, thus better controlling the young lad. However, Suwon furrowed her brow and replied, there is no need to win him over, although that little scoundrel is troublesome, Suwenzi has grown up with him. Furthermore, I am not his enemy. All my schemes are aimed at ensuring he studies diligently, not at isolating him from trustworthy companions. A child's world should not be so dark. Chuiji and Chui Lu exchanged glances, their admiration for their new mistress deepening. She possessed both guile and strategy, yet also a firm moral compass. Nonetheless, Suwon still needed to carefully consider the pros and cons of the little demon king's unconventional method. Although he could memorize without understanding, he would still be able to internalize the material for later comprehension. As for Wenxiu, he could not simply wait idly for the little demon king's unreasonable demands. Bring along the pastries we recently acquired for the estate. I shall go check on the two of them. Chapter 20 of Fishing for Candy? Heaven and earth are vast, the universe boundless, the sun and moon wax and wane, the constellations are arrayed in the sky, winter comes and summer departs, autumn harvests and winter stores. Perhaps the little demon king found a modicum of accomplishment in his successful recitation, for even after half an hour had elapsed, his voice continued to echo the lines of the 1,000-character classic. Seating the throne and letting the nation flourish, with you and Tao Tang. Hiss, fishing for candy, do fish enjoy sweets, how can they ask for it without hands? Zong Wenxiu, good heavens, that is not quite the intended meaning of the text I've learned. Shunzi, at times, it feels rather futile to teach young Master Chang. Put. Suwon, who had just entered, heard this extraordinary translation and slipped, colliding headfirst with the doorframe, producing a loud thud. Oh God, spare her ears, what on earth was that translation? Chuiji, startled while holding a food box, hurried over to assist Suwon. Madam, are you all right? Hearing the commotion, the little demon king finally opened his eyes, immediately alert upon seeing Suwon, and sprang upright from his half-reclined position on the bench. Observing Suwon's shocked expression, he instinctively sensed trouble brewing. Suwon, enticed by Chuiji, stepped inside, weakly pointing at the little demon king. If fishing for candy, how could you even think of that? Why not suggest that the fish come ashore to grab the candy themselves? The little demon king crossed his arms, exuding an air of supreme intelligence, and confidently replied, how could a fish possibly come ashore to grab candy? You must be foolish, I am not. Suwon, well, if he doesn't realize his own folly, that is one thing, but to think everyone else is foolish too? Truly, he is the little demon king of the world. Suwon took a deep breath, silently repeating 100 million, 100 million, 100 million thrice, allowing her emotions to stabilize. She said, Shunzi, when you teach young Master Chang, remember to casually translate a sentence or two, lest he utters such explanations in class, which would surely infuriate Master Bailey for 3 days straight. Zong Jincheng glared at her. He immediately recognized the clear mockery in her words. He questioned, are you intentionally trying to disrupt my studies because you see this genius is about to triumph? This woman merely wants to withhold his monthly allowance and servants, intending to torment him slowly in this Marquis' residence. He has seen through her. Suwon looked at the immature lad before her, whose every thought was written plainly on his face, and couldn't help but roll her eyes heavenward. Do you know what it means to gauge a gentleman's heart with a petty mind? You re-exhibiting just that very demeanor. The little demon king squinted. At least you recognize your position, you know you are the petty one. Oh, I meant the gentleman is me. The gentleman is me. Fearing he hadn't heard correctly, Suwon repeated herself. The little demon king. Whereas my dagger, the two were once again on the verge of a quarrel, but Chuiji, with great perceptiveness, stepped in as a peacemaker. She quickly opened the food box and placed it on the table before the two young masters. Inside lay the most popular Dong G7 flavored cake in the capital, which one must queue for before dawn to procure. Zong Wenxiu, having never tasted such delicacies, was oblivious to the cake's rarity, but for the extravagant Zong Jincheng, it was a different story. It was something he had previously indulged in daily, yet ever since Suwon severed his access to servants and funds, he had neither the means to queue nor the money to buy it. Young Masters Chang and Xiao, this is the 7-flavored cake that the madam had someone specially procure for you. Although she may be unskilled in expressing her sentiments, she has always kept both of you in her thoughts. Zong Wenxiu, already feeling grateful towards Suwon, immediately expressed his thanks. Thank you, madam, for your concern. Chuiji smiled as she offered the 7-flavored cake for him to taste. The little demon king was still embroiled in a battle of wits with Suwon. His bright, piercing eyes were unwilling to concede, while Suwon's gaze, though gentle and non-threatening, bore no hint of timidity, instead exuding a calmness that gave her the upper hand. Suwon raised an eyebrow. Young man, are you not going to eat the 7-flavored cake? She did not believe that anyone could feign indifference in the presence of a beloved delicacy. Zong Jincheng turned his head defiantly, claiming, a gentleman does not partake of unsolicited food. Just as Zhong Wenxiu stuffed the 7-flavored cake into his mouth, there was no unsolicited offering. It truly was not. Su Wan huffed, not continuing to spar with him, merely glancing at the book Zhong Wenxiu had placed on the table, casually remarking, "Why is Wenxiu also reading the 1,000-character classic? Did you not just learn the Mangqiu?" She could not directly expose the private agreement between the two, or else the little demon king would become defensive, yet she could not allow him to impede Zhong Wenxiu's progress, lest this little rascal fall into a pattern of laziness, pulling Zhong Wenxiu down with him. Zhong Wenxiu felt a pang of anxiety at her question. He instinctively glanced at his brother, but what should he do? Did the madam discover their arrangement? If he were to speak truthfully, his brother would surely be upset, yet if he lied to the madam, how could he reconcile that with her life-saving grace? The little demon king wore a disgruntled expression, realizing Su Wan was about to press him further, but perhaps having grown accustomed to being thwarted these past few days, he was too engrossed in his anger to remember to coordinate with his elder brother. Zhong Wenxiu, unable to wait for his brother's response, stammered reviewing. The child seemed unaccustomed to lying, his body trembling with nervousness. Not only did he avoid making eye contact, but he also lowered his head further. His reaction was entirely anticipated by Su Wan, who smiled and responded, "Reviewing and gaining new knowledge is indeed a commendable practice." Zhong Wenxiu responded vaguely, hoping she would swiftly move past this topic. However, contrary to his wishes, Su Wan continued, "I just perused the Mangqiu, and although the book is somewhat thick, it is a compilation of historical anecdotes, which will greatly aid you in accumulating knowledge. Understanding history and gaining insight, recognizing the past to comprehend the present, you must engage with it sincerely and not swallow it whole like a fool, fishing for candy." Suddenly called out Zhong Jinchang. Did she think he was so ignorant he could not grasp such blatant veiled insults? The little demon king was ready to explode, yet Su Wan turned to Zhong Wenxiu. "I have assessed your learning capabilities, and you should be able to complete the Mangqiu within a month, right? Assisting your brother with his studies is arduous, but you must also remember to focus on your own learning. Do not fall behind. I shall return in a month to assess your progress." Chapter 21. The little demon king who turns the tide. Zhong Wenxiu instinctively glanced at his younger brother. It was a disaster. The promise made to his brother was likely to be broken. Although Mangqiu consists of merely 384 characters, it encompasses approximately 600 historical anecdotes from the spring and autumn to the southern and northern dynasties, touching upon politics, military affairs, culture, art, sorcery, and customs. If he were to memorize it indiscriminately like Zhong Jinchang, completing it within a month would undoubtedly be feasible. However, the issue lay in the fact that the lady had declared her intention to assess him, which would not be a simple inquiry. Their mother had once remarked that the lady was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice, raised in a strictly disciplined environment, and well-versed in literature. If she were to genuinely evaluate him, he could not possibly hope to evade scrutiny as his brother did. "Indeed, my lady, Wenxiu shall study diligently," the young lad replied, lowering his head in a display of compliance. Zhong Jinchang erupted in indignation. "This is excessive. He has been learning new things all along. How could I possibly keep pace with his progress? This is utterly unreasonable." With over 100 books already lacking, the addition of the unfamiliar Mangqiu felt like an unbearable burden. Su Wan leisurely remarked, "Is it fair for you to study alone while forbidding Wenxiu from reading? Do you think you are playing a game of carving a boat to seek a sword?" Not comprehending her reference to carving a boat to seek a sword, yet suspecting it was not a compliment, Zhong Jinchang glowered at her with his flushed cheeks. Su Wan, this little cannonball's face was turning as red as a branding iron. Nevertheless, Su Wan did not wish to push him to the brink. She merely turned away and said, "As long as you can match Wenxiu's progress, our agreement still stands. This would prevent that little rascal from concocting devious schemes daily." Upon hearing Su Wan's words, the little demon king ceased his hostilities, yet even as he watched her retreating figure, the frustration within him lingered. He reached out as if attempting to claw at her from afar. Zhong Wenxiu, observing the two engage in their playful skirmish, found his brother's antics amusing yet exasperating, akin to a little lobster brandishing pincers. He hurried over to mediate, soothingly saying, all right, my lady is quite agreeable, so do not be upset. I shall help you with your studies." The little demon king, still simmering with resentment towards Su Wan, suspiciously inquired, "Do you really like that woman?" Zhong Wenxiu paused momentarily, initially inclined to nod, but upon seeing his brother's face, which was etched with a terrifying expression that screamed, "If you admit it, I shall devour you," he swallowed hard and replied, "Perhaps it's simply that among those I have encountered, she has been the kindest to me aside from our mother." "Oh, and you too." Fortunately, Zhong Wenxiu's last remark came just in time, otherwise, the little demon king would have caused another uproar. He pouted, retorting, "She is certainly no good person, you should keep your distance from her." Zhong Wenxiu, steeling himself and betraying his conscience, mumbled, After Zhong Jinchang stated his piece, he lay back down, closed his eyes, and directed Shunzi to read, reverting to his lazy method of memorization. Zhong Wenxiu could only sigh silently, shaking his head in resignation. Time passed swiftly. Su Wan, recognizing that both boys were diligently studying, wisely refrained from interrupting. Remarkably, the little demon king remained cooped up at home for an entire month, almost as if he had transformed into a different person. On the day of the assessment, Su Wan made a special trip to observe. Seeing the little demon king engrossed in his studies, even Master Bailey regarded him with newfound respect. Though Jinchang is somewhat mischievous, he is not beyond redemption. "Very well, I shall pose a simple question today. Recite the 1,000-character classic from memory." Su Wan swore she had not conspired with Master Bailey. He was unaware that the little demon king could only recite but was illiterate and unable to write. She thought that if the lad could obediently memorize the text, she might concede and return his servants and money, allowing the rivers and wells to coexist peacefully. However, at this moment, Master Bailey might have believed that reciting the 1,000-character classic was an exceedingly simple task, but in fact, having the little demon king recite the strategies of the warring states would have been far easier. She instinctively glanced at the little rascal, contemplating whether to come to his rescue, yet upon reflection, perhaps it was better for him to face adversity under the master's scrutiny. This might yield a more effective learning outcome. Upon hearing the question, Zhong Jincheng looked toward Suwan and, indeed, saw her poised to witness his performance. You wicked woman. Do you think you are the only clever one? Today, this young master shall turn the tide. Shunzi complied with Master Bailey's request, placing the ink, paper, and brush upon the table. He opened the inkstone, preparing to grind the ink as usual, yet the water that spilled into it glimmered momentarily. When he looked closely again, it seemed to blur before his eyes, rubbing them. He continued grinding the ink. The little demon king sat confidently at his desk, while Zhong Wenxiu cast worried glances, appearing even more like the one being assessed. The ink felt as if it had been ground for a century. Even Master Bailey could not suppress a yawn, inquiring, "Is the ink ready?" It's ready, Shunzi replied as he stepped aside. The little demon king, brimming with confidence, lifted his brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write on the paper, yet each stroke emerged unclear, with some characters seemingly vanishing altogether. Shunzi was bewildered. What is this writing? Could it be that he had not ground the ink properly? Master Bailey approached, observing Zhong Jincheng innocently raising his brush, and sincerely remarked, "Master, it appears that this inkstone may have been a counterfeit." The little demon king's face possessed a deceptive charm. When not angry, he exuded an innocent and carefree demeanor that could evoke sympathy even without a smile. Since Master Bailey had witnessed his mischief in the early days and had now observed his transformation into a well-behaved individual, he bore no grudge against him. The old man, recalling his own prized student Zhong Zhao, could only smile and say, "Then recite it, we shall save the writing for another day." Suwan and Master, you are truly easy to deceive. What has blinded your eyes? Is it the lingering affection from the previous generation of mentor and student? Zhong Jincheng rose to express his gratitude and began to sway and chant the 1,000-character classic. Under the increasingly satisfied smile of Master Bailey, he even volunteered to recite several pages of the strategies of the warring states, inviting the master to check if he had made any mistakes. Suwan? How has this little rascal suddenly exhibited such emotional intelligence? He even knew to turn passivity into initiative, leading Master Bailey along his line of thought. Those unaware of the context would surely commend him for his diligence. Indeed, upon hearing this, the appreciation in Master Bailey's eyes was unmistakable. Yes, this is right, at last, this is Zhong Zhao's son, the next renowned talent of the capital. Chapter 22, did the bet pay off? Suwan rolled her eyes heavenward. She had anticipated this outcome. She never expected that the astute and erudite master would be so easily deceived by the little demon king. Truly, he deserved the title of little demon king, brimming with cunning ideas. Very well, the child is indeed teachable. Jincheng, your progress over the past month has truly impressed me. As the ancient proverb says, it is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. Moreover, you are still young. Diligent study now will surely yield fruitful results. Bai Lishi, while praising him, chuckled, his eyes squinting with mirth, his rotund figure reminiscent of the benevolent Maitreya Buddha. Zhong Jincheng, finally able to hold his head high, proudly raised an eyebrow at Suwan, hands placed defiantly on his hips. His posture seemed to declare, "See, I have won this round." The pride and confidence radiating from the young scoundrel were dazzling, causing Cui Ji to feel a pang of concern for him. The young master was truly soaring, utterly buoyant. The lady was well aware of his true abilities. For him to so boldly provoke her was reckless, for if she were to become angry and speak the truth, it would effortlessly expose his shortcomings, his ability to recite but not write. Yet, he was still but a child. Zhong Jincheng's mind was simple, his calculations no larger than a mung bean, utterly oblivious to the far-reaching consequences. He feigned politeness, replying, "It is entirely due to Master's excellent teaching." "I appreciate your concern." Bai Lishi, seeing him display such manners, felt even more gratified. He stroked his beard and instructed, "In that case, Jincheng shall follow the curriculum of Wenxiu and study Mingxiu together. I shall come tomorrow to teach you both." "Thank you, master," the two children chorused in unison. Suwan stood to escort Bai Lishi out of the residence, politely adding, "I appreciate your efforts, master. Jincheng has indeed made significant progress during this time, all thanks to your diligent guidance." "You flatter me, madam. It is this child who has been guided back onto the right path by you." The two adults continued to exchange compliments, drifting further apart in their mutual flattery. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenxiu felt a swell of joy for his brother. Though Jincheng had not worked as hard this past month and had not devoted excessive time to his studies, his remarkable talent allowed him to quickly catch up to Wenxiu's recitation pace, instilling in Wenxiu a sense of pressure. Fortunately, their mother had ensured he did not cease his studies, otherwise, he would have been surpassed by his younger brother. Turning his gaze, he suddenly noticed his brother's demeanor shift dramatically. Zhong Jincheng's smile vanished the moment the two departed, replaced by a fierce expression that conveyed his readiness for confrontation. He carelessly tossed the book in his hand behind him, where it landed with a resounding thud, the pristine pages collecting a cloud of dust upon hitting the floor. He sprawled languidly in his chair, propping his feet on the table, the dusty soles of his shoes knocking over the inkstone, spilling its contents across the floor. The perpetrator showed no sign of remorse, embodying the very essence of a careless young lord. Just moments earlier, Wenxiu had been praising his brother, but now he could only raise an eyebrow in disbelief. "Jincheng?" Wenxiu called tentatively. The little demon king continued to lounge, eyes shut tight, bellowing, "This young master is utterly exhausted. At last, this wretched period has come to an end. I never wish to be the good Samaritan again. Quickly, Shunzi, guard the door when that woman returns. Demand my silver and my freedom. I refuse to recite another word for the rest of my life. Zhong Wenqiu could only stare in silence. Of course, he had nearly forgotten that his brother's studies were not voluntary but rather a means to an end. Now that he had fulfilled his agreement with their mother, might he be preparing to abandon the study altogether? Having grown accustomed to daily reading with his brother, Wenqiu felt a twinge of sadness. Although Jincheng rose late, recited without focus, and left early to sleep, he was still the only peer with whom he could converse in the grand estate. Shunzi, being Jincheng's sole servant, dutifully stood guard at the door, but after a long wait, Suwan had yet to return. The little demon king, growing impatient even with his eyes closed, peered outside. What is taking so long? Has she fled without settling her debts? She could have escorted master back 3 times over by now. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the empty courtyard, devoid of even a maid, it dawned on him that Suwan might have forgotten about them altogether. Zhong Jincheng retracted his legs from the table and, upon standing, found his older cousin crouched on the floor, meticulously wiping the ink stains with a clean cloth. It was from the inkstone he had just overturned. Jincheng had engaged in such behavior before, yet no one had ever reprimanded him. Even in front of their grandparents, their grandmother would kindly send the maids to clean up after him. Zhong Wenqiu, he was, after all, his elder brother. Suddenly, Jincheng felt an odd pang of guilt, an inexplicable discomfort. He approached and pulled Wenqiu to his feet, saying, "You could have just called Shunzi to clean this up." Wenqiu smiled at him, "No need for that. Shunzi still has to keep watch for you. I can handle this, it's not heavy labor." Jincheng frowned and released him. Soon, he watched as Wenqiu swiftly cleaned the floor, alternating the sides of the cloth, and before long, the area was spotless. Once Wenqiu finished wiping the ink, he replaced the inkstone on the table and retrieved the books Jincheng had discarded, dusting them off before neatly arranging them. Jincheng had anticipated that Wenqiu would scold him for mistreating his books, reminding him that scholars should be more respectful, but instead, Wenqiu merely inquired, "Did you put something in the inkstone that prevented the ink from writing properly?" Zhong Jincheng replied with a smirk, "Hee, I added a bit of lard." Wenqiu could only laugh in disbelief, confirming his suspicions. "Madam must have discovered it." Unfazed, Jincheng shrugged, appearing wholly unconcerned. "If she finds out, so be it. Master has already given me a pass. If she tries to pull a fast one, she is just a little dog." Wenqiu shook his head at that. It was not so simple. He had heard about the agreement between their mother and grandmother. She would not easily relinquish her efforts to ensure Jincheng received an education. However, the young boy himself remained blissfully unaware of this reality. Suwan had intended to confront the little demon king after sending Master Bai Lishi away. Having finally managed to get him into the study, how could she allow him to escape so easily? As she pondered her next move, Bai Lishi cryptically advised her, "Madam, in all matters, one should proceed gradually and not act too hastily, lest one strays from the path." Suwan blinked her lashes, gazing at the jovial old gentleman before her, a smile gracing her face. "Thank you for your guidance, Master." She had thought that Jincheng had truly managed to deceive Master Bai. It seemed, instead, that he was merely playing the fool. After all, he was the one who had produced a scholar, possessing a mind as clear as a mirror. Bai Lishi nodded at her and returned home, believing that whatever transpired next, Zhong Zhao's wife would handle it well. As Suwan made her way back to the inner courtyard, she mulled over various strategies, contemplating the potential reactions to each, continuously devising new plans. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. "Chuiji, how much is Wenqiu's allowance for this month?" Chapter 23. He captured 2 more aides. 20 taels, Suwan exclaimed in astonishment. So much? She had assumed that the monthly allowance for a legitimate son would be somewhat less. The illegitimate sons of the Ministry of Personnel received merely 5 taels each month. Even her favored legitimate sister, Su Liener, was granted only 15 taels. The original owner of this identity also adhered to the same 15-tael standard, but due to various deductions, scarcely anything remained. In comparison, Zhang Wenqiu's circumstances were indeed quite favorable, yet it was hardly apparent. Chuiji nodded. Indeed, typically, the monthly allowance for illegitimate sons in ordinary households does not exceed 10 taels. However, after enduring 9.5 years of hardship outside, the old matriarch was deeply sympathetic. Hence, upon his return to the manor, she bestowed upon him a considerable amount of gold, silver, silks, and luxurious writing materials, raising his monthly allowance to 20 taels. But why does he still dress so simply? Suwan observed that he donned homespun garments daily. Although they were clean and tidy, they could not possibly rival the comfort of silks. Having only recently taken on the educational plan for the little demon king, she had not interfered with the matters of the manor, which continued as before. Thus, she had always believed that this was the extent of his treatment within the household. Chuiji explained. Young Master Shou mentioned that he is unaccustomed to such attire, and the old matriarch did not insist, allowing him to continue as he prefers. Suwan nodded. Children emerging from impoverished areas exist on the brink of life and death daily. When suddenly elevated to the status of a wealthy young master, the outcome generally falls into 2 categories. One is the mentality of a nouveau riche, indulging in extravagant feasting and revelry, often escalating further as materialism clouds their judgment, a rather common result. The other is a person with exceedingly high moral standards, burdened by the suffering and struggles of the lower class, who feels a profound guilt for indulging in such luxury. Zhang Wenqiu belonged to the latter. Suddenly, Suwan recalled something and asked, "By the way, Chuiji, has Wenqiu returned to the slums since he came back to the manor?" Once one escapes such a place, it is unlikely anyone would wish to return, yet he has. Young Master Shou visits there every month, Chuiji replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Each time he goes, he travels in a large carriage, but I do not know what he carries inside. Fearing her words might be misunderstood, Chuishi quickly added, however, nothing has ever gone missing from the manor. Young Master Xiao has always maintained his integrity. Suwon keenly sensed something amiss and changed her course toward the accounting room. Let us check the ledgers. Ah, the ledgers? In the accounting room, the clerk reported, the carriage was loaded with sorghum buns, the cheapest type of steamed bread, which has never appeared in noble households due to its unpalatable nature. Cui Ji and Cui Lu exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the purpose of young Master Xiao's monthly visits. How unexpected, let us go, Suwon raised her chin, calling to the two, it is time to discipline the unruly child. Cui Ji and Cui Lu nodded in unison, hastening to follow. After a brief moment, Zhong Jingqing's patience wore thin. He lifted his garments to exit and demand an accounting from Suwon, but before he could reach the door, he spotted Suwon and her entourage approaching. Zhong Jingqing looked up, if you do not return soon, I would think you were planning to run away. I must inform you that this time, I have triumphed. If you fail to uphold our agreement, then... Hey, why do you wear such an expression? What are you planning? The little demon king's lively steps faltered upon encountering Suwon's long face, causing him to instinctively retreat a step. It is said that this notoriously ill-famed legitimate grandson responds better to firmness than softness. Having been coddled by many since childhood, he had grown oblivious to the world's harshness. Only when faced with a resolute obstacle did he begin to reflect upon his own behavior. What was this woman's demeanor? As if she intended to settle scores with him. Having just uncovered Zhong Wenxiu's secret, Suwon could hardly find anything agreeable about Zhong Jingqing. How could this boy, sharing the same surname, have grown into such a rascally figure? With such a contrasting example before her, it was indeed challenging to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her beautiful face resumed a serene demeanor, as if the previously oppressive air had never belonged to her. The little demon king, perceptive to her change in aura, immediately took advantage of the situation, demanding, return my people and my silver at once. Suwon gestured sideways. Chuishi summoned two servants, both of whom had previously served Zhong Jingqing. Madam, we have gathered everyone. The lard sourced by Sanda, the ink swapped by a Chang, was all orchestrated by the young master, Zhong Jingqing interjected, bewildered. How do they know this? Zhong Jingqing turned to glare at Shunzi, realizing that there was no one else privy to the details. It wasn't me. Shunzi exclaimed, hastily waving his hands, panic evident on his face as if he were being unjustly accused. Zhong Wenxiu stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Although his brother's clumsy attempt at subterfuge with lard was rather transparent, the fact that Madame had discerned the truth in such a short span was simply terrifying. Suwon, silhouetted against the light at the door, revealed half of her face from the shadows. Jingcheng, you are quite intelligent, but do not assume everyone else is a fool. Our original agreement required you to keep pace with Wenxiu. As it stands, your accomplishments merely exceed him on paper. While there remains a considerable gap to the target, it is deserving of encouragement. Therefore, I have consented to return your monthly allowance, granting you 20 taels in accordance with the standards for scions of noble families. 20 taels? Zhong Jingcheng had likely never encountered such a meager sum. He spent more than that when treating friends to a meal. My grandmother has never regulated my monthly allowance. You now reduce it to 20 taels and still have the audacity to say you are returning my silver? How shameless! The young master was evidently infuriated, beginning to wail. Suwon, overwhelmed by the noise, pressed her hands to her ears, attempting to diminish the cacophony. If you wish to squander silver freely, you must meet our agreement. Otherwise, it is non-negotiable. Her stance was resolute. Zhong Jingcheng's face flushed with anger, his body trembling with frustration. Had he been adept at martial arts, he might well have leapt up to scratch someone by now. You tell me. What exactly must I do to catch up to his progress? Zhong Jingqing's face darkened, his fists clenched, his childish demeanor evaporating, leaving only fury behind. What was so difficult about writing? He had the ability to memorize with a single glance. Surely he could read once and write, and what of that absurd comprehension? He could simply memorize more. It would only take an additional month of effort. He had time. The little demon king's inner turmoil was evident on his face, while Suwon lamented the unfairness of fate. This mischievous child possessed an exceptional memory, allowing him to escape through rote memorization with relative ease. With the goal of achieving excellence still so distant, she could not permit Zhong Jingqing to escape so swiftly. He needed to recognize the value of education. Suwon turned to the side, inquiring, Cui Lu, is the carriage ready? It is prepared. Very well, then let us set off. Suwon signaled to the two children to follow her. Zhong Wenxiu obediently trailed behind. However, Zhong Jingqing was less compliant, directly questioning, where are we going? This young master still has to study at home and has no time to accompany you on frivolous excursions. This woman had better say something flattering quickly. Perhaps then he might consider taking her around the capital, as he was well aware of many luxurious and entertaining places. Chapter 24, Child, why are you running away? Suwon lazily cast a sidelong glance at him and said, alright then, I shall only take Wenxiu out. After all, young Master Jincheng is not fond of mingling with others, he can stay at home and guard the door. As she spoke, she took Suiji and began to leave, with Zhong Wenxiu obediently trailing behind her. Zhong Jincheng, witnessing this, grew anxious. This woman was not adhering to the usual script. Had she not always been resolute in her decisions? Why was she suddenly so compliant? The little demon king hastily sought a way to salvage his dignity, hastening his steps to catch up. No, I must go too. Zhang Wenxiu is inexperienced and easily deceived. If you harbor ill intentions and sell him off, where will I find another companion for my studies? Suwan continued on her way, delivering a cool retort. If people could be sold, you would undoubtedly be the first to go. Zhang Jincheng's tail instantly perked up. Of course, for I am priceless, worth far more. Zhang Wenxiu of Suwan's lips twitched, and she finally turned her face to smile back at him, asking, you really have a talent for self-justification. With your fragile disposition, you wouldn't survive being sold to the countryside, where you'd merely be a waste of resources. I am genuinely curious, from where does your unfounded confidence stem? Zhang Jincheng, who had been enjoying himself, immediately fell silent at her blunt words, his lovely dark eyes igniting with indignation. Who wants to go to the countryside to tend pigs? Even if I were to go, I would be a young master. Suwan concluded. Ah, blind confidence. Zhang Jincheng, the little demon king, filled with embarrassment and fury, pursued her further, clearly determined to sway Suwan's opinion. The three of them boarded the carriage together. Suwan retrieved the prepared meal box from within and handed it to Zhang Wenxiu. It's a long journey, so if you feel hungry, do eat something to tide you over. Zhang Wenxiu, taken aback by her kindness, nodded gratefully. Thank you, madam. Meanwhile, Zhang Jincheng was left feeling utterly overlooked, thinking, what about me? What about me? I am a grown person too. He glared at the two, attempting to evoke a sense of guilt, but Suwan completely disregarded his existence, closing her eyes as if to feign sleep after handing over the meal box. Zhang Jincheng. Zhang Wenxiu, sensing the tension, quickly pushed the food box toward him. You eat first. The little demon king stared at the food box presented before him, turning his head away haughtily after 3 seconds of contemplation. Poof. As if he cared to eat. Who needed it? Consuming pastries would only ruin his teeth. Time passed, and the road grew increasingly bumpy, causing the carriage to jolt uncontrollably. The little demon king found himself dizzy from the motion, nearly colliding with Suwan several times, but his disdain for her led him to cling to Zhang Wenxiu instead. Whenever the carriage swayed, one brother endeavored to remain still while the other clutched tightly to him. Bang! A collision sounded from outside the carriage. As Suwan opened her eyes, she beheld the two brothers tightly entwined, an unexpected display of sibling affection. She teased, what are you two playing at? We bang off. Before either could respond, the carriage suddenly lurched violently, sending the brothers tumbling from their seats, and even Suwan collided headfirst against the window with a resounding thud. Madam! Zhang Wenxiu was the first to scramble over, concern etched on his face. Are you alright? Suwan shook her slightly dizzy head and reassured him. I'm fine, just sit tight. Then she inquired outside, Suweiji, what is going on? Suweiji reported the situation truthfully. Madam, our carriage has struck a child. What? Upon hearing they had hit someone, especially a child, Suwan grew alarmed. Quick, see how he is. Is he seriously injured? As she lifted the curtain to exit the carriage, Zhang Jincheng and Zhang Wenxiu followed suit. They discovered a 6 or 7-year-old boy sprawled on the ground, clad in tattered, dirty clothes, his face smeared with blood and mud, and his frail body seemed on the verge of collapse, yet he struggled to rise. Hurry! Don T let him move around. Suwan was acutely aware of the myriad life-threatening conditions that could arise from such violent impact. He must not move recklessly, lest it exacerbate his condition. However, the child, filled with panic, exerted all his strength to get up and fled down the alley without looking back. Child, why are you running away? Come back, we'll take you to see a doctor. Slow down, wait. The two young servants from the Ho residence hurried after him, while nearby merchants, mistaking the commotion for a disturbance caused by officials, began to pack up and leave, creating chaos in the streets. Zhang Jincheng, utterly bewildered, remarked, the child is injured, yet he is so eager to run away. Could he be a fugitive wanted by the authorities? Suwan kindly reminded him, according to our laws, children under the age of 7 are deemed innocent, even in cases of homicide. Given the child's apparent age, he could not possibly be a criminal. Zhang Jincheng furrowed his brow, sincerely stating, but what about the punishment of exterminating 9 clans? Suwan, she was momentarily rendered speechless by the little demon king's retort. She had overlooked that such a crime existed in ancient times. Taking a deep breath, she replied, in recent years, our emperor has not executed anyone's 9 clans. Can't you think of something more positive? Zhang Jincheng retorted, is it that I don't want to? Clearly, he is behaving like a guilty thief, who runs away after being struck. One might think he was the one who collided with us. But the child is covered in blood. How do you deduce he is guilty? You're projecting your own assumptions onto him, Suwan sharply critiqued. Zhang Jincheng, unyielding, responded, I just know he is not normal. What if you wrongfully accuse him without evidence? Ha, impossible. What kind of people have I not encountered? If he were innocent, I would write my name, Zhang Jincheng, backward. Well then, let us wait for the outcome. Suwan said, ushering them back into the carriage, and they proceeded in the direction the child had vanished. After their quarrel, Zhang Jincheng and Suwan fell into an uneasy silence, while Zhang Wenxiu, observing the familiar pothole-ridden road outside, fidgeted nervously. He glanced at Suwan, seemingly realizing where she had brought them. It was indeed the place where he had lived with his mother for 9.5 years, a slum in the capital that no noble family wished to visit. Chapter 25. A curious power. The dilapidated road was uneven and treacherous, and one could easily stumble while walking. The little demon king had never ventured into such a place before, and he stumbled awkwardly along the way. However, his attention was entirely fixated on the child, and he surprisingly refrained from complaining about the poor environment. The alley was so narrow that it could only accommodate 2 people at a time, and the bloodstains on the ground were becoming increasingly numerous, with droplets forming into larger beads. Suwon pondered, we must find him quickly. The child was gravely injured. The 2 children quickened their pace, dashing deeper into the alley. At this age, children ran swiftly, and Suwon found herself struggling to keep up. She turned to Chui Lu and instructed, stay close to them and provide protection from the shadows, the rest, do not interfere. Understood, Chui Lu replied. Zhang Wenxiu, familiar with the area, knew that the child was heading straight for the slums. Even though the blood trail had disappeared for a while, he could still discern the way to go. Having grown up here, he was acutely aware of everything around him. The little demon king was solely focused on running, following Zhang Wenxiu as they surged ahead, brushing away countless spider webs and kicking aside broken windows and splintered wood. At last, they spotted the child in a narrow corner. The little boy had collapsed on the ground, having lost too much blood, his tattered and thin clothing stained a vivid red. Yet, he was still making an effort to rise, struggling like a snail, repeatedly attempting to stand but collapsing helplessly each time. With tear-filled eyes, the boy continued to fight against his circumstances. Zhang Wenxiu hurried over to assist him. The little demon king watched from a distance, feeling disdain for the boy's filthy appearance while his eyes remained glued to him, filled with curiosity. What a strange individual, endowed with an unusual strength. What was he doing? Zhang Wenxiu, covered in blood and mud, paid no heed to his own state. Instead, he anxiously comforted the child, saying, you are severely injured and must not move recklessly. It will be very painful. The doctor is coming right away. Wait for him to examine you before trying to get up. The child beneath him was so frail that he seemed little more than a collection of bones, and Zhang Wenxiu dared not apply too much pressure, fearing he might inflict further injury. Yet, upon hearing this, the little boy struggled even more violently, suddenly exhibiting immense strength, managing to push Zhang Wenxiu to the ground. Hearing Zhang Wenxiu's cry, the little demon king rushed over to help. He had fought many times before and was well versed in practical experience, immediately using both hands and feet to pin the boy down, declaring, don't move, I can be quite heavy-handed. Suwon arrived just in time to witness the scene. Ejin Chang. Why are you fighting? The boy pinned to the ground began to weep, tears streaming down his face as he transitioned from a whimper to a loud cry. Let me go, please, let me go. I want to see the doctor. I despise doctors. I can't afford medicine. I truly can't. I have a little sister to care for. I really can't afford the medicine. I beg you to spare me. I'll bow down to you. I'll bow down to you. With only his head able to move while pinned down, the boy banged his forehead heavily against the ground, thudding repeatedly, blood pouring from his head. Zhang Wenxiu felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, quickly pulling his brother away from the boy. The uncontrolled child attempted to flee again, but after all the commotion, he had lost his strength and collapsed silently on the ground, tears flowing without sound. In such a moment, speaking had become a luxury. The little demon king's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. What was he saying? Was he fleeing desperately because he could not afford medicine? Clearly a victim, he was unwilling to gamble on the possibility that they might take responsibility, fleeing for his life. What kind of despair had he endured? At that moment, the little demon king scrutinized him closely. In the biting cold of winter, the boy was clad only in a thin garment, frostbite marred his face, and his hands and feet were in a dire state. Blood still seeped from his head and body, yet he appeared as lifeless as an aged elder. The sorrowful yearning in his eyes was unmistakable. He merely wished for them to let him be. Chuiji, moved by the scene, wished to speak up and help but saw Suwon shake her head at her. It was Zhang Wenxiu who reacted first, shedding his heavy cloak and wrapping it around the child. The boy's face, bruised and frozen, was enveloped in the warmth of the garment, and his waning consciousness was gradually revived. Zhang Wenxiu, however, let out a mighty sneeze. The little demon king furrowed his brow, hesitating for a few seconds before grasping his own fox fur cloak. To Chuiji's astonishment, he pulled Zhang Wenxiu closer, and they shared the warmth together. Chuiji, disappointment washed over her. She had anticipated that young Master Chang would generously offer his cloak like young Master Xiao, yet, this was progress. At least he was willing to share now, a stark contrast to earlier times when young Master Chang would not have even considered such an act. Suwon arrived with the physician. Due to the alley's narrowness, the carriage could not enter, so the physician treated the boy on the spot, making the dim alley even more crowded. These are merely superficial wounds. Some good medicine will suffice, the physician declared. Upon hearing this, the boy recoiled and struggled against the physician's attempts to treat him. Zhang Wenxiu reassured him, but the boy paid no attention. Finally, the little demon king, with an authoritative tone, commanded, don't move, you're not paying for this. We have plenty of medicine at our estate. Perhaps the tone of his reprimand was intimidating, for the boy surprisingly did not resist for the first time, obediently allowing the physician to treat his wounds. Suwon, it was quite remarkable to see the little demon king taking charge. The physician handled the wounds with great skill, cleaning and applying medicine gently, which gradually eased the boy's wariness. Zhang Wenxiu introduced himself and asked, what is your name? Jingjia, the boy replied. Jingjia, the time of awakening, when the yang energy rises, the temperature warms, spring thunder rumbles, rain increases, and all things come to life, Zhang Wenxiu said. It is a name brimming with hope. Jingjia was taken aback. He had only just learned the meaning of his name, and it was indeed profound. Noticing his days, Zhang Wenxiu speculated, could it be that I misunderstood? Is it not these two characters? With reddened eyes, Jingjia's voice trembled as he replied, this name was given to me by an older brother. I did not know its meaning, only that it sounded nice. Had I known, I would certainly not have chosen this. He lowered his head, feeling inferior. Children born here rarely live to see their coming of age. I do not deserve such a fine name. Zhang Wenxiu, having emerged from this very environment, empathized deeply before being brought back to the Marquis' residence. He had shared Jingjia's thoughts, uncertain of how many days he would survive. In contrast, the little demon king displayed a blatant lack of empathy, casually interjecting, shattering Jingjia's melancholic musings. Of course, the more melodious the name, the better. There are plenty of people with the same name. Who cares about deserving it? If you don't want to be called Jingjia, would you prefer Jingxia? Chapter 26. What are you doing with his sister? Zhang Wenxiu's comforting words suddenly lodged in his throat. His younger brother had truly reached a limit. What a uniquely creative way to offer solace. Su-wan couldn't help but roll her eyes skyward again. Listening to the little demon king was a precarious balance between exasperation and amusement. With such a bizarre thought process, how could he not inspire terror? Jingjia, seething in silence. After all, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. The child with the medicine on his wounds remained silent. With the assistance of a servant, Jingjia was helped into the carriage, and Su-wan accompanied him all the way home, which conveniently happened to be their destination, the slums. This was a desolate wasteland, dark, filthy, and chaotic, inhabited by the most impoverished citizens of the capital. The sounds of coughing echoed relentlessly, thick with the stench of illness and despair. The little demon king had never ventured into such a place. Instinctively, he clutched Zhang Wenxiu's sleeve, trembling with apprehension as he asked, "What is this dreadful place?" "That wicked woman wouldn't abandon us here, would she? Abandoning children is a violation of the law." Before Zhang Wenxiu could respond, Jingjia looked up earnestly and stated, "No one would come here to pick up children." "Why not?" the little demon king asked instinctively. "Because, it's dirty." Jingjia hesitated to elaborate, knowing that many children here were sick, and even those who weren't were filthy beyond belief. The nobility would surely disdain them. Oh. Zhong Jincheng assumed he was referring to the dirtiness of the place and quickly understood, thinking that in such squalor, who would willingly come here, where even the ground was unfit to tread upon. Upon entering, he had walked on tiptoes, but as he realized there was no clean place to step, he resigned himself to trudging through the muck. After all, he wouldn't have to wash his own clothes and shoes. However, as they ventured deeper, the little demon king gripped Zhang Wenxiu's arm even tighter. Aside from the many sickly elderly and women, there were numerous children his age, living lives resembling countless Jingzes. They were clad in mere rags against the biting cold of winter. Their malnourished faces were pale and gaunt, their skeletal frames alarmingly pronounced. Zhang Jincheng felt a pang of discomfort. He had never witnessed such a place, filled with so much destitution. In this glamorous and affluent capital, he only knew himself and those around him to be either wealthy or noble. Zhang Wenxiu, upon returning to the estate, was the most destitute among them. Coming face to face with another world left him feeling surreal. Jingjia led them to the entrance of his alleyway, which was little more than a makeshift shelter of tattered cloth, and the interior of the house was unlikely to be much better. "I'm home now. Thank you for helping me treat my injuries today." The little demon king smiled awkwardly, a bit embarrassed. This was the first time he had been thanked for making a mistake, nearly causing him to forget who had caused the child's injuries in the first place. As they conversed, a girl's cry suddenly echoed from the alley. A middle-aged man, dressed in butler attire, was violently tugging at a little girl of about 3 years old. Jingjia rushed forward, shouting, "You villain! Let go of my sister!" Though a child's strength was no match for an adult's, the element of surprise allowed him to momentarily stagger the middle-aged man. As the man turned, the little demon king was taken aback, recognizing him. "Jai Butler? Is that you?" Jai Butler was from the household of the Duke of Wei Yuan. His eldest son, Jai Yao, was a good friend, and they often engaged in mischief together. Jai Butler, astonished, replied, "Young Master Jincheng? What brings you to such a place?" As he spoke, he released the little girl and ordered the other servants, "You lot, take her away, but be gentle." "Yes." Several servants rushed forward, shoving Jingjia aside as they seized the little girl. The entire exchange transpired in less than 2 seconds. Zhong Jincheng watched in dismay as the bandages the estate physician had applied to Jingjia unraveled, leaving him with the disheartening feeling that all their efforts had been in vain. He stepped forward to intervene. "I came to bring Jingjia home, but what are you doing with his sister?" Jai Butler did not immediately respond but cautiously glanced at the woman in red behind Zhong Jincheng, recognizing Su-wan, the current matriarch of the household. He then stepped forward to pay his respects, insincerely replying, "Madam, young Master Jincheng, you may not be aware, but our young master wishes to acquire a few young maidservants for foot bathing. This old servant merely sought to select a few from the slums to bring back for a better life, but alas, they are ungrateful and refuse to comply, rendering my good intentions fruitless." "Zhong Jincheng? What nonsense was this old man spouting? You want a 3-year-old girl to serve as a footmaid for Jai Yao? Whom do you intend for her to serve?" Zhong Jincheng felt compelled to question the man's sanity. Jai Butler replied unfazed, "It was specifically requested by my young master that they be of a younger age, to foster a close bond from an early age. In our household, it would merely mean an extra pair of chopsticks, they would mature with time." Su-wan listened impassively, her gaze scrutinizing him. Her tone was airy, her eyes evasive, her smile sycophantic. "A cunning old fox." Su-wan inquired, "Why does Jai Butler come to this place to choose children? I have heard that even those who deal in human trafficking avoid this area." Jai Butler chuckled, "The children sold by traffickers are too old. My young master desires to raise a few younger ones, and this is the only place where they can be found. Just look at them, they are so destitute that they cannot afford to eat or dress properly. If they come with us, they will surely fare better." What he said held a kernel of truth. Even if they merely served as footmaids in the Duke's household, their lives would undoubtedly be more comfortable than here. However, something felt amiss. Suwon pressed on. Jai Butler, does the Duke of Weiyuan possess the proper contract to take this child? Even children from the slums require a signed contract to ensure the rights of both parties. Otherwise, it would be deemed abduction. To her surprise, the mention of the contract caused Jai Butler's demeanor to shift instantly. In less than a second, Suwon detected a flash of menace in his eyes, swiftly replaced by a facade of smooth, practiced politeness. Since this child is a friend of young Master Jinchang, I would not dare to press further. Release her, men. Jai Butler concluded, then turned to apologize to Zong Jinchang. I apologize for disturbing you, young Master Jinchang. We must attend to important matters at our estate. Let us discuss this another day. The brutish servants simultaneously released their grip and hastily departed with Jai Butler. Jinja hurried to retrieve his sister. Zong Wenxiu witnessed his brother's successful use of his connections for the first time, exclaiming in astonishment, Jinchang, your influence is remarkable. He released her without a second thought. Had he been alone, he would have been utterly powerless against the Duke of Weiyuan's men. Flattered by the praise, Zong Jinchang replied with pride, of course, who would dare disregard my standing? Unlike certain individuals, some don't even bother to bid farewell. Chapter 27, The Little Demon King's Display of Power. Suwon found the Little Demon King's behavior of boasting at every opportunity while simultaneously belittling her to be exceedingly childish. The butler Jai was not merely showing respect to Zong Jinchang, rather, it was likely that there were secrets he wished to keep hidden, which prompted his hasty departure. Nevertheless, she was unconcerned with such matters. The foremost rule in the workplace was to avoid meddling in affairs that did not pertain to oneself. Educating the Little Demon King was her most pressing task at present. Suwon commanded, Treiji, please fetch the food and drink from our carriage, as well as the clothing and fabrics. Oh, and do pull down the carriage curtains, this dilapidated shelter hardly offers any protection from the wind. Yes, madam. Treiji quickly gathered the items and presented them to the two young masters. The brothers busied themselves with changing their bedding while searching for a ladder to transfer the carriage curtains to the shelter above. Managing everything without assistance, the servants retreated far at Suwon's signal. Zong Wenxiu, having endured hardships since childhood, took on the dirty and laborious tasks ahead of Zong Jinchang. Zong Jinchang, rolling up his sleeves, worked up a sweat, seemingly oblivious to the mess, exerting himself even more vigorously than Zong Wenxiu as he struggled with the ladder. Suwon raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Wenxiu's earlier praise had invigorated this lad. The shelter was swiftly repaired, as boys were always adept at such tasks. However, the grand green carriage curtains, draped over the ramshackle roof, appeared quite discordant. Treiji, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, suggested, Madam, shall we not send someone to replace them with a more suitable windbreak tomorrow? You and the two young masters will need to return in the carriage, and it will be quite chilly without curtains. Indeed, Suwon was rather sensitive to the cold, bundling herself up thickly whenever she ventured outside, while the two young boys were full of vigor and far more resilient to the chill than she was. She smiled, no matter, a tightly wrapped cloak will suffice. Having endured a difficult childhood in an orphanage, Suwon often found herself in circumstances similar to Jinja's, lacking warmth and sustenance. Yet, the presence of many warm-hearted younger siblings around her provided solace. As Zong Jinchang descended from the ladder, he stepped back to admire his handiwork, thoroughly pleased, proclaiming, excellent, a first-rate accomplishment. Suwon could only stare in disbelief at the boy's unabashed narcissism. The performance was solely for him. Jinja, upon witnessing his home being restored, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to them. His sister also assisted by pouring a few bowls of water, inviting them to come in and drink. Seeing this, Jinja quickly interjected, hurry, take it inside, they won't drink the water here. His sister, scolded, retreated, tears brimming in her eyes. The residents of the slums were often afflicted with illness due to the unsanitary water sources, yet they, born of lowly status, could find no respectable work outside, trapped in this cycle for generations. Zong Wenxiu was aware of this reality. He did not mind it too much, but his pampered younger brother was anxious about him drinking the water and thus joined in the protest. The Little Demon King intended to casually assure them that it was inconsequential, but upon glancing at the grimy bowl, he swallowed his words. Never mind, he would do well to maintain his status as a precious young master. As the few conversed at the entrance of the house, Suwon was also arranging for their return home from the street. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed through the thoroughfare. Move aside. Clear the way. This street is still sparsely populated, who cares how dirty it gets? Woohoo, this steed truly runs fast. Brothers, charge, today, I shall secure first place. A group of young masters clad in splendid attire recklessly rode their horses down the street, toppling numerous dilapidated stalls. Debris flew everywhere, exacerbating the already impoverished state of the street, while the cries of despair filled the air. Here they come again, they're trying to kill us. Good heavens, are we not allowed to live? The cries of the impoverished went unanswered, drowned out by the arrogant laughter of the young masters. Jiao, why are you pulling down that flagpole? It's filthy. It's just for fun, I'll toss it away immediately, watch me. Whoosh, the discarded, filthy flagpole descended from the sky, landing squarely on the roof of Jinja's home, piercing through the newly installed carriage curtains. Ruined. Zong Wenxiu's eyes widened in horror. It was over, his younger brother would surely be furious. Suwon could hardly believe her eyes. Was there truly anyone in the capital bold enough to offend the Little Demon King so brazenly? The Little Demon King exclaimed. What just flew past? Who dared to pierce his roof with a flagpole? Who did this? Who on earth did this? Shunzi, draw your sword, today, I shall confront them. Zong Jinchang's eyes blazed with fury, his reason lost as he struggled to break free and charge outside. Young master, please slow down. Shunzi hurried after him. However, the group had already ridden off at such speed that only remnants of destruction remained in their wake. Shunzi, trembling, restrained the furious Zhong Jincheng, cautiously reminding him, "Why, young master, that seemed to be Zhai Yao and his companions. If you seek an explanation, we can return to demand one, Zhai Yao again?" Hearing the name for the second time that day, the enraged Zhong Jincheng suddenly froze, doubting his own ears, and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure it was them?" In this vast capital, four young masters were notorious for giving their elders headaches. The foremost was Zhong Jincheng of the Yuanyang Marquis house, known for his extravagant spending and mischievous antics. The second was Zhai Yao, the legitimate heir of the Wei Yuan Earl's residence, frequently embroiled in fights and often defying his elders. Is he the same Zhai Yao who mentioned that the butler Zhai was seeking a 3-year-old footbather, and is now considered one of the 4 young rascals of the capital alongside you? Su Wan finally recalled the name. The little demon king clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Who wants to be associated with him as one of the 4 young rascals of the capital? This woman simply loved to assign him ridiculous titles. Su Wan raised an eyebrow. "I recall the account in the treasury indicating that you spent 2,000 taels to purchase 4 priced steeds, which you gifted to those 3. Could it be that they were indeed the ones just now? No wonder that horse ran so swiftly, it was a fine breed." Zhong Wenqiu remained speechless. The horse he had just witnessed was, in fact, a gift from his younger brother, and he had heard that the blood-sweat steed was incredibly valuable. It was alarming how extravagant they had become. Of the little demon king, now further ridiculed by Su Wan, felt an overwhelming urge to smash her head with his tightly clenched fist. Yet, his stature prevented him from reaching her. How infuriating. He resolved to eat even more upon returning home. Chapter 28 Zhong Jincheng's withdrawal. Su Wan kicked the little demon king's leg again, seemingly unfazed by his anger, and provocatively remarked, "Ah, is this what they call taking your bowl to smash your pot?" Bang! His rage reached its zenith. Though no sound emerged, everyone felt the intensity of the little demon king's fury, which surpassed any previous indignation he had experienced at Su Wan's hands. Zhong Wenqiu hurriedly pulled him aside, attempting to soothe him. "Do not be angry, it is merely a small breach, it is already much better than before. If you find it unsatisfactory, we can simply rebuild it tomorrow." Jingjia quickly added, "This is quite good as it stands, at least we won't be so cold anymore, and spring has arrived, bringing warmer weather." The younger sister, not particularly articulate, tugged at his sleeve, signaling him not to be upset. The little demon king strode forward, puffed up like a pufferfish, and sat down in the carriage. On their way home, arms crossed defiantly with no curtains on the carriage, the frigid wind howled inside, and passers-by gawked at the lavish yet humble vehicle, only to see a pouting little demon king, sulking all the way. Though the wind was cold, his heart remained warm. Su Wan was nearly in stitches from the antics of this little rascal, yet she retained a shred of decency, stifling her laughter within the carriage. Zhong Wenqiu glanced at her suppressed mirth, utterly bewildered by what was so amusing. The sulking little demon king exited the carriage and headed straight to his courtyard, ignoring all calls, clearly not intending to dine. Su Wan observed his retreating figure and declared, "Let us not mind him, Wenqiu, we shall go eat." Zhong Wenqiu hesitated. "Is that appropriate? He must be tired after a long day, and now he is so upset." "I think I should go and comfort him." Su Wan chuckled and beckoned him to follow. As they walked, the maids and servants passing by greeted them, and Zhong Wenqiu, still unaccustomed to the etiquette of the manor, instinctively nodded in return, which elicited giggles from the maids. Unaware of the source of their amusement, Zhong Wenqiu's cheeks flushed slightly. Su Wan explained with a smile, "Jincheng often associates with Zhai Yao and his friends. Recently, after I instructed the steward to cut off his allowance, those individuals forced him to pay for their meal, compelling Jincheng to pawn a jade pendant worth several thousand taels as payment. Yet afterward, he did not sever ties with Zhai Yao, remaining blissfully unaware that to others, he appears merely as a walking bank. Several thousand taels. This was the first time Zhong Wenqiu had heard of such a substantial sum, and he imagined that if it were his own, he would be sleepless with anxiety, fearing the loss of even a fraction. Su Wan continued, "This incident has allowed him to personally experience the disheartening feeling of having something he worked hard to create trampled upon by others. Otherwise, who could guarantee that one day, among those rascals gallivanting through the streets, there wouldn't be a figure of Zhong Jincheng?" Zhong Wenqiu shuddered. He dared not dwell on it. Although his brother was not as notorious as the rumors suggested, he rarely concerned himself with the emotions of others. If today's writer had been his brother, when writing, he would certainly focus solely on his own enjoyment, oblivious to how a careless action could lead to severe consequences for others. A shift in perspective brought forth a myriad of thoughts. Ahead, Su Wan had already distanced herself, her elegant red figure bold and beautiful, and he faintly heard her voice carry, "Then let us teach him this lesson today. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself." The swing set in the small courtyard began to sway again. Meow, meow, chirp, chirp. The cacophony of distress erupted from the birdcage hanging above, as a cat, lurking with predatory intent, gripped the gaps of the cage. The swing swung vigorously, sending several small birds into a frenzy of flapping and squawking. The instigator, the little demon king, continued to shake the swing vigorously, his delicate features contorted in frustration, brows furrowed, eyes sharp and agitated, his normally clear and bright dark eyes now too vexed to even roll around. "Sir, madam has sent the meal over. She says you may dine in the courtyard today." Shunzi, holding the food, dared not enter, merely poking his head in, fearful of inciting the young master's wrath. Indeed, the little demon king showed no gratitude, exploding like a firecracker, shouting, "I want to eat, take it away. If you dare come in again, I'll break your legs, Shunzi." "Very well, young master." The prudent servant withdrew his head, pretending he had not spoken. Once the servant had departed, the little demon king, in a fit of rage, kicked the swing and disregarded the commotion of the cat and birds, plopping down on the steps before the house. The steps were cold, yet they jolted his mind awake. 8-year-old Zhong Jincheng sat with his legs splayed, observing a procession of ants on the ground, each carrying small white objects, marching in orderly lines, some even directing small divisions forward. In the past, upon encountering ants migrating, he would either crush them underfoot or douse them with water, effortlessly eradicating these fragile creatures. However, he recalled the flag from today, a flag that had pierced through the fruits of his labor. An object seemingly trivial, like a curtain, could protect against the biting winds of the night, or even serve as a lifeline. He remembered Su Wan's reminder that the steed he gifted to Zhai Yao had been misused to break the roof he had intended for Jingjet and her brother. He even pondered, if it were not for the sudden arrival of a stepmother in the manor, if he had not found himself confined at home, would he have been among those tossing the flag about today? Damn it, the little demon king initially sought justification to confront Zhai Yao, but in calculating, he realized he was no saint himself. As Zhong Jincheng withdrew into himself. He slumped back, reclining against the foxfur cloak beneath the eaves. The cold wind blew fiercely, causing him to shiver, and he finally recognized just how chilly early spring evenings could be. Zhong Jincheng contemplated, what would Jingjet and her brother do tonight? The little demon king sprang up swiftly and dashed towards the dining hall. Su Wan and Zhong Wenxiu had nearly finished their meal when they saw Zhong Jincheng rush in, panting and with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. One might think he had just completed a sprint. Before Su Wan could speak, the little scion, who often looked down upon his surroundings, blurted out two statements in quick succession. The 3 steed gifts I mentioned, I never said they were for them. I only let them play with them. The contracts are still in the manor. Jingjae's family needs to quickly repair their roof. If not, it will be cold tonight, and they may fall ill. Chapter 29. What can 22 tails bite? Zhong Wenxiu's vegetables, precariously held in midair, fell with a thud onto the table. The 6 or 7 maids attending in the dining hall widened their eyes in astonishment, each reflecting the surprise they felt in one another's gazes. Could this truly be their young master? Could he possibly reclaim what he had given away? Could he genuinely be concerned about whether others would freeze at night? Old lord, old madam, quick, come and see. The ancestors have manifested their presence. Chuiji, perceptive as ever, exchanged knowing glances with others, prompting a delighted maid to hasten to inform the other estate of the good news. The subject of this commotion, Zhong Jincheng, remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities. His attention was captured by Su Wan, who was observing him with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement, her starry eyes shimmering with life. In that fleeting moment, he began to perceive a hint of beauty in her rahem. Zhong Jincheng coughed awkwardly, noting the collective gaze upon him. Did you hear that? This young master does not wish to repeat himself. Should she dare to claim she had not heard, he would surely make a scene. Zhong Wenxiu blinked. The first to respond to the lady has already dispatched someone to assist with the roof repairs at Jingjae's residence. As for the horses you mentioned, it seems you have not yet relinquished those few steeds. It is a relief, for I heard from the lady that they are worth over 1,000 taels of silver. Zhong Jincheng scoffed, settling down to mutter, what is 1,000 taels? It is merely a trifling sum in our household. A mere country bumpkin, entirely unacquainted with the world. Country bumpkin. Zhong Wenxiu had heard this term before, often laden with disdain and ridicule, yet when uttered by his younger brother, it felt devoid of malice, almost endearing in its familiarity. Contemplating this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The little demon king, hands unwashed, reached for a bun, only to have Su Wan swiftly intervene, gesturing for him to wash his hands first. Zhong Jincheng, though dissatisfied, found the maids had already brought water beside him. With a mere stretch of his hand, he was clean and dried. The eldest master seized a meat bun and commenced devouring it. Surprisingly, Su Wan did not chastise him at this moment but patiently awaited until he had finished his 3rd bun before addressing Chuiji. Tomorrow, have Shunzi accompany Steward Lu to reclaim those 3 steeds. Bring along the horse contracts. Yes, ma'am, Chuiji replied, somewhat taken aback, having assumed the lady would have the young master retrieve them himself. It was essential for him to witness the true nature of those individuals firsthand to foster empathy. She had thought Su Wan would seize this prime opportunity to educate young Master Chang. Su Wan had indeed contemplated this. However, even if the endeavor succeeded, it would only result in the dispersal of the 4 young rascals, which would do little to encourage the little demon king to study diligently. He could continue to kick stones, walk the cat, and scare the birds at home. The right moment must be awaited. Zhong Jincheng tilted his head, puzzled by the woman's intentions, and was too fatigued and hungry to speculate further. He reached for a 4th meat bun. This young boy, consuming his father into the ground. The next day, prior to lunch, in the study of the rear courtyard, Zhong Wenxiu diligently transcribed texts. To truly learn, one must not only memorize but also comprehend the meanings, and be capable of transcribing them onto paper. Each aspect was indispensable. Thus, regardless of the weather, he adhered to his daily study regimen. In stark contrast, his elder brother had been forcibly ushered into the study by Su Wan early that morning, yet his mind was elsewhere. At this moment, he lay sprawled across the desk, a hefty tome resting atop his forehead, its corners still faintly damp, clearly engaged in a conversation with the Sandman. Master, Steward Lu has successfully retrieved those 3 horses. Shunzi burst in, brimming with excitement. Splendid. Zhong Wenxiu paused his writing, a smile illuminating his face. Zhong Jincheng was startled by the outburst, scrambling to sit upright, causing the book on his face to tumble to the floor, and with a lack of balance, he rolled beneath the table. Shunzi, as a dutiful servant, he promptly shut his eyes, covering his ears in feigned ignorance. Shunzi, why are you making such a commotion? The little demon king's roar was as robust as ever. My apologies, master, I did not realize you were asleep. I thought you were studying and could not contain my excitement to share this news. Zhong Jincheng inhaled deeply, his dissatisfaction evident. When will Bu Yan return? Bu Yan was one of the 5 servants removed from his service by Su Wan, known for his formidable skills and few words, and he was Zhong Jincheng's favorite. Yet, due to his lack of formal education, he had been dismissed alongside the others. The remaining Shunzi was merely there to accompany him in his studies. Study, how tiresome. Which old tortoise had invented this notion of studying? The little demon king's temper flared, his eyes searching for trouble. Shunzi hastily interjected. Soon, the lady said, once you grasp the meanings of those texts, Bu Yen can be reinstated, and our monthly silver can be increased to 50 taels. As he spoke, he presented the 20 taels of monthly silver he had just received, displaying it to the irritable eldest master. Zhong Jincheng fixated on the silver ingot for a full 3 seconds. Though he had received no money this month, the household provided ample food and drink. He could simply refrain from going out. However, now that silver was in hand, he remained confined. For what can this scant silver accomplish? It wouldn't even cover a meal. The eldest master was accustomed to lavish expenditures exceeding hundreds of taels. Shunzi trembled, uncertain how to respond, but then he caught sight of Zhong Wenshou's astonished expression behind him and exclaimed as if he had found a savior, Master Shou's monthly silver is the same as yours. At this, Zhong Jincheng found a kindred spirit. He turned and inquired, you were in such dire straits as well, Zhong Wenshou? He shook his head, responding, not dire at all, I find myself quite fortunate. 20 taels is a considerable sum, Zhong Jincheng retorted. How can that be? It wouldn't even buy a boat, nor a fine jade ornament, nor a splendid steed. Zhong Wenshou felt a twinge of embarrassment at the truth, realizing his brother's spending habits were so far removed from the norm, even among other affluent youths. Yet, recalling their mother's desire to properly educate her son, he resolved to enlighten his brother about the realities of the world. Thus, under Shunzi's admiring gaze, Zhong Wenshou's calm voice resonated softly. 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 won, thus 20 taels amounts to 20,000 won. Grain is priced at 5 won per caddy, which means you could purchase 4,000 caddies. This quantity of grain could sustain a family of 4 for 4 years. In terms of the Jingjia household, it would suffice to feed them for 8 years, allowing him to reach 14 and his sister to 11. Jingjia remarked that children in the slums rarely survive to adulthood, succumbing either to starvation or illness, with the latter often stemming from malnutrition. The sum you dismiss is merely 2 months' worth of wages, yet it would provide for those 2 until they reach maturity, making them among the few to thrive there. Chapter 30, shattering his perception. Plop. A tap of the sound of ink droplets falling onto the floor reverberated in the stillness of the study of the young master, languidly reclining on the table in a state of ennui, inadvertently pushed the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone to the edge of the desk. Upon being startled awake by his younger brother, the exquisite inkstone worth hundreds of taels was overturned, causing ink to trickle down in a steady stream. In the now eerily quiet room, the noise was deafening. Zhong Wenshou was the first to react. He calmly approached and righted the inkstone, deftly retrieving a cloth to wipe away the ink stains on the floor. This was not the first time his brother had toppled the inkstone. Zhong Wenshou had always felt a pang of regret for the needless waste of such precious items. Sometimes, he would awaken in the dead of night, tears streaming down his face as he questioned his mother why everyone here behaved in such a manner, lamenting that the squandered resources could save countless lives. His mother would gently remind him that this was another world, and that he should simply accept it as a great blessing, warning him against any reckless actions lest they lose everything and return to that dim, damp, and despairing place. Zhong Wenshou did not wish to endure such a life again. He longed to remain here, to live well and study diligently. Thus, he began to learn to conceal his emotions, burying them so deeply that no one could discern them. However, when he had just spoken those words to his brother, his emotions had surged, drawing attention to Jingjia. He was curious to see how his pampered younger brother would react. Zhong Jincheng stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. You must be deceiving me, he asserted with conviction. How could the 20 taels he comprehended be so far removed from reality? Zhong Jincheng glanced at Shunzi, who nodded in agreement, yet he still found it implausible. Zhong Wenshou continued, if everyone were as affluent as the Marquis' household, then why wouldn't Tijia Yao and his companions purchase the blood-sweating horses priced at 500 taels each? Why is it that none among the 3 of them can afford one? If even the legitimate son of a distinguished marquis cannot procure a blood-sweating horse, what must life be like for the common folk outside? Have you ever considered this? Zhong Wenshou endeavored to keep his voice devoid of emotion. His brother was not a malicious child, he was merely a favored scion born into wealth, unaware that he was enjoying a life of rare luxury. Zhong Jincheng retreated towards the door. After just a few steps, he collided with someone, turning to find the familiar visage of a woman, along with the familiar figures of Cui Ji and Cui Lu. Su Wan was preparing to enter and inform the little tyrant that the 3 blood-sweating horses were on their way back. However, upon arriving in the courtyard, she overheard Zhong Wenshou's calculations, her eyes sparkling with delight. This little assistant was indeed a wise choice. Seeing her smile, Zhong Jincheng became even more convinced. You must have bribed them to deceive me. I knew it, it has to be a lie. Su Wan observed the little tyrant's forehead twitching in agitation and felt an increasing amusement. Oh dear, she was becoming quite enamored with witnessing his fury. Such wicked amusement, she needed to rein it in. Clearing her throat, she suppressed her laughter and said, if you don't believe me, why not step outside the Marquis' residence and see for yourself? Discover what the world beyond is truly like, and find out if the entire capital has been bribed by me. I will certainly go. Watch as I expose your lies. Fraud, 4,000 caddies of grain? If grain were so cheap, why must I spend dozens of taels for a single meal? As Zhong Jincheng spoke, he sprinted away, his little legs pattering against the corridor. The immaculate floor, crafted from Yushan stone, meticulously smoothed by skilled artisans and polished thrice daily by servants, did not stir a speck of dust. Su Wan watched his retreating figure and remarked to Zhong Wenshou, look at this carefree child. The old lady dotes on him as if he were a treasure. His life is undoubtedly more comfortable than that of any noble heir. Zhong Wenshou nodded in agreement, saying, in truth, this is quite good. He could lead a joyous life. Su Wan chuckled, perhaps this was the consideration of the late Marquis and matriarch during those first 8 years. I wonder what has prompted their change of heart now. At lunchtime, when the little tyrant had yet to return, Su Wan urged Zhong Wenshou to begin eating. He hesitated, scratching his head. I think I shall wait for my brother a little longer. Don't wait any longer. Look at that boy's obstinate demeanor. He will undoubtedly interrogate every street until he returns, which won't be until evening. Su-won had already taken her seat and begun to eat. Zhong Wenxiu followed suit and inquired, are you certain no one should accompany him? Su-won raised an eyebrow. Are you worried about his ability to handle the truth? After all, he is 2 years my junior. Su-won laughed heartily, teasing, you think too much. Though he is indeed pampered, he has thick skin, otherwise, how could he have so frequently sought to torment others? Come to think of it, had it not been for your grandparents' disapproval, that little rascal would have been quite suited for martial arts. He certainly has the resilience for it. Zhong Wenxiu fell silent, contemplating. By evening, the little tyrant returned, indignant and accompanied by his incredulous exclamations, how can grain possibly be this cheap? 5-1. I have never heard of such a pittance in my life. And those coarse linen garments, how can they cost merely a dozen? 1? Why do my clothes cost dozens or even hundreds of taels? And the Zue Xiang Lu. They charge me dozens of taels for a single meal. Do their chickens not hatch from eggs? Are their vegetables not cooked in pots? What location is this? Even the most prosperous area of the capital cannot sell me a roasted goose for 2 taels. A live goose only costs a few dozen. 1. This is utterly outrageous. I have been deceived. Su-won sat leisurely in the courtyard, engrossed in her book, but the little tyrant's tirade caused her to burst into laughter, making it impossible to focus on the text. She closed the book and beamed at the little imp entering through the door, playfully asking, how did it go? Did you ascertain whether all the commoners on the streets have been bribed by me? The sarcasm was palpable, deeply cutting and even more damaging. The little tyrant exclaimed. This woman was insufferable. How dare she mock him in his own courtyard? He could just as well run away from home. Zhong Jincheng's face was flushed with anger, his cheeks as red as a heated iron. Su-won mused that if she continued to mock him, he might very well explode and take her down with him. In a moment of compassion, his stepmother interjected, housekeeper Lu has already helped you reclaim those 3 blood-sweating horses, but it seems your friends have reacted quite vehemently, claiming you are fickle and wish to take back what you have given. Especially that one named Jia Yao. He insists that unless you personally apologize to him, you shall no longer have friends. Chapter 31 Learning again. Zhong Jincheng's righteous indignation flared up upon hearing those words. He erupted in fury, exclaiming, bah! I won't do it, not now, not ever. Who cares about being friends with him? My roof is beautifully repaired, and he just ruined it with a single slap. I haven't even settled the score with him yet. And he expects me to give him my 500 taels of sweat blood horse? Has my brain been kicked by a donkey for me to consider that? Housekeeper Lu, where are you? Listen well, if Jia Yao dares to come to the Ho residence seeking me again, you shall drive him out with 3 strikes. Housekeeper Lu promptly appeared, committing his young master's words to memory, and replied, I assure you, from now on, not a single bird of the Zhai surname shall enter our Ho residence. Zhong Jincheng, what kind of bird has a surname, you fool? Dinner will be placed in your room. No need to go to the front hall tonight, rest well, Su-won said as she stood to leave. Hey! The little demon king awkwardly called out to her, his tone stiff. Su-won paused, a slight smile gracing her lips. What is it, young master? Upon hearing this mocking address, Zhong Jincheng glared at her back indignantly. 20 taels of monthly silver is too little. I want 50. Su-won turned her head, amused. You're aware of the market prices outside, yet you still complain it's too little? Zhong Jincheng huffed after a prolonged silence, it's still insufficient. He added, it's not enough to raise 2 people to adulthood. Su-won immediately grasped his implied meaning. This rascal wished to bestow the silver upon the Jinja siblings, she responded, all right then. Zhong Jincheng's eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated her acquiescence would come so easily. He had expected her to staunchly demand Zhong Wenxiu's monthly silver to counter him. Indeed, she understood the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, recognizing that in this household, his word was final. However, the little demon king's delightful fantasy was dashed within 3 seconds when Su-won stated, in exchange, you must comprehend and articulate the meaning of the books you've memorized, and write them down. In light of your diligent efforts, I shall grant you 50 taels of monthly silver. Zhong Jincheng. How could he have been so naive to think such a good deal existed? You. The little demon king pointed at her, his expression one of utter grievance, feeling utterly schemed against. Yet he understood that his avenues had been completely blocked. To obtain silver from her, he must fulfill her demands. He was furious. Su-won chuckled, swatting his finger away, and admonished, pointing is quite impolite. Young master, rest well today. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to prepare the translations for you and send them to your study following your memorization habits. Shunzi will read them to you line by line. Good luck. Zhong Jincheng, if the cold wind could speak, it would surely lament in sorrow now. Shunzi, after seeing Su-won off, hurriedly returned. He brought out the meal from the house, placing it on the small stone table in the courtyard, and called out, young master, please eat first. No matter how pressing the matters at hand, one cannot neglect to nourish oneself. Today, we have your favorite jade steamed duck. Hearing this, Zhong Jincheng transformed his fury into motivation, tearing off a piece of duck leg and stuffing it into his mouth while muttering, eat. I must regain all that I've suffered. By the way, the little demon king suddenly remembered something. Have someone buy some cotton quilts, clothing, and medicine for treating wounds. Also, send the remaining silver to Jinja. Ha? Shunzi queried, puzzled. All of it? 20 taels of monthly silver for him? The little demon king affirmed, yes, every last bit. Upon returning, Suwon promptly arranged for the preparation of translations for the little demon king. With hundreds of servants in the residence, many of whom were literate, translating classical texts was better entrusted to professional scholars that night. The whole residence, under Suwon's orders, swiftly summoned over a dozen scholars, who translated all the over 100 books Zong Jincheng had memorized, inscribing them onto paper. The next morning, when Zong Wenxiu beheld the stacks of translated texts, he was utterly astonished. This can actually be translated and compiled into books? Were classical texts not merely memorized, followed by listening to the instructor recite while writing down a few key explanations? How could they be translated so comprehensively, rendered in such formal detail? Zong Wenxiu's horizons had broadened. He not only admired Suwon's thoughtful and efficient methods but also marveled at the astonishing volume of work accomplished in just one night. The lady was truly devoted to her brother, regardless of whether Zong Jincheng felt touched. Zong Wenxiu was already moved on his behalf when Zong Jincheng arrived yawning. He was taken aback by the sight before him, stepping back in alarm. How can there be so many? I thought there were only over 100. Could it be that Suwon secretly stuffed other books in here while I wasn't looking? What a despicable act. Zong Wenxiu, dear brother, you need not overthink it so extravagantly. Shunzi, being knowledgeable, clarified, young master, you're mistaken. The number of words in the translated texts naturally exceeds that of the original books, hence the quantity. Though overwhelmed by the sheer volume, Shunzi reasoned that since he only needed to read, while the memorization fell to his young master, he was at peace with it. The death of a friend is not the death of a Taoist, Zong Jincheng pouted. It seems I won tea finish in a month. He held great confidence in his memory but simply lacked the time to spare. It is indeed possible to memorize it all, Zong Wenxiu stated. He understood his brother's situation well. With effort, Zong Jincheng could truly complete it. Ah, how do I do that? Zong Wenxiu took a deep breath and said, you only need to increase your daily memorization time from 1 hour to 2 hours, and you will surely finish. Heaven knows how envious he felt uttering those words. His brother, who studied for just 1 hour each day, could retain more than he could after 6 hours. It was a devastating blow. Upon hearing this, Zong Jincheng immediately exploded in indignation. I clearly spend several hours in the study each day. You doze off at least 8 times while memorizing with your eyes shut. Zong Wenxiu gestured, then began counting on his fingers. The rest of the time, you're either kicking the table, throwing books, tossing brushes, fiddling with the inkstone, or tapping the corners of the table. With each item Zong Wenxiu listed, Zong Jincheng's expression darkened incrementally, until it was as black as the bottom of a pot by the end. The little demon king could no longer contain himself. Aren't you supposed to be studying seriously? How can you observe me so closely? I don't want to either, Zong Wenxiu replied helplessly, but you always interrupt my train of thought, so I have no choice but to stop and watch you. Zong Jincheng, why was it that after all the calculations, it still ended up being his fault? How infuriating. Chapter 32. Zhai Yao seeks trouble. Zong Jincheng had lamented for a while, and now the sleepiness had completely vanished. Shunzi approached with the translated text, ready to start from the simplest part. He first read through the original text, then the translation, leaving Zong Jincheng speechless. Had he known he would have to memorize everything, he would have done it all at once last time, thus avoiding the waste of time listening to the original once more. Frustrating. When a person is born, their nature is inherently good, the innate qualities are quite similar, it is only the differing environments and education they receive that lead to significant disparities in their habits. Shunzi read from the translation. Since the goal was not merely to memorize the translation but also to be able to write it from memory, Zong Jincheng decided not to endure a third reading of the original. Instead, he would write while Shunzi read the original for the second time. He picked up his pen, glanced at the open book on the table, and asked, is it written like this, Renjichu, Xing Ben Shan? He began to write on the rice paper, filling half a page with the character dot. Shunzi stole a glance, his lips twitching as he remarked, young master, your writing needs to be smaller. It cannot occupy half a sheet of paper. Zong Wenxiu, who was preparing to read his own book, interjected, unconvinced. He walked over to take a look, only to hear his younger brother's audacious retort, what of it if it takes half a sheet? Just buy more paper. Does she not wish to spend money for this young master? Shunzi felt a vain throb at his temple but maintained his calm demeanor, saying, the lady has not restricted the use of paper. Please continue. Upon hearing this, Zong Jincheng resumed writing the character on the other half of the paper, although it was rather unsightly and the strokes were chaotic, at least he wrote it correctly. Not bad, truly talented. The little demon king's self-praise mode was activated. Zong Wenxiu thought, yes, he needed to acclimatize himself to this blind confidence of his brother sooner rather than later. Nevertheless, he diligently taught him how to write smaller characters while imparting basic writing techniques. Zong Jincheng was quick to grasp the concepts, displaying remarkable intelligence. A sense of accomplishment is the quickest way to ignite motivation. The little demon king grew increasingly confident, wielding his pen with fervor. Change the paper, prepare the ink. This young master can write a dozen more. After a morning passed, Cui Ji entered, calling for the 2 young masters to dine, only to be taken aback by the towering stack of rice paper. Heavens! Is all this written by young Master Chang? Zong Jincheng, pen in mouth, swinging his legs with a nonchalant and proud expression, replied, of course, it's me, am I not handsome? Handsome. Extremely handsome. Cui Ji lavishly praised, simply stunning to the point of causing the heavens to tremble, the earth to quake, and spirits to dim. If you continue to be this handsome, the other young masters will surely feel dwarfed by your presence. Young Master Chang is formidable. From that day forward, the little demon king discovered the joy of writing, spending every day in the study, drawing and scribbling without regard for the aesthetics of his characters. He did not stop at black ink, he had various shades of red, green, and multicolored inks procured, transforming writing into a form of artistic expression, relishing in the joy of creativity. Zhang Wenxiu was astonished to witness his brother studying with him for several hours continuously. Surely, he would succeed. Within a month, he would undoubtedly meet the lady's expectations. However, Su Wan was beginning to feel anxious. Although progress was remarkably smooth, this was ultimately a one-time endeavor. Once the little demon king completed this phase of learning, he would have to resume his carefree ways. A forward-thinking leader must learn to prepare for the future. At that moment, the whole residence received an invitation. In half a month, the crown princess would celebrate her birthday, inviting all esteemed families to the palace for the festivities. Adults and children alike would attend, including Jia Yao and his companions. Su Wan thought it was time to devise a plan to ensnare Zhong Jincheng. The little demon king, engrossed in writing, remained blissfully unaware of his wicked stepmother's latest scheming, happily alternating pens, using broad ones for simple characters and fine ones for more complex ones, discarding sheets that did not meet his standards. Days passed, the study filled with more and more rice paper, while the required translations dwindled, allowing Zhong Jincheng to spend increasingly longer hours in the study. The atmosphere in the whole residence grew more harmonious by the day. On the day of their entry into the palace, the three sat in the carriage, the previously harmonious atmosphere dissipating in an instant. As soon as Zhong Jincheng boarded, he shot an angry glare at her. I have to spend the entire day in the palace, and my strategies of the warring states is still unfinished. Can't children sit this one out? Why must you drag me along? Su Wan replied languidly, learning must be gradual and balanced. Spending all day cooped up in the study reading is detrimental to your eyes and neck. I certainly do not wish for you to develop a hunchback at such a young age. That would make it difficult to explain to your grandmother. Humph, you too fear grandmother's wrath. If she knew how you've been bullying me these past 2 months, she would surely flay your skin. Su Wan scoffed, dream on, little rascal. Did the old lady not know what transpired in the residence? She had no desire to shatter the little demon king's fantasies, his boundless optimism was simply amusing. Zhong Jincheng turned away, refusing to speak to her, but being the chatterbox he was, he could not hold his tongue for long and began to address Zhong Wenxiu. Once we enter the palace, stick with me and do not wander off. With me guiding you, you will be safe. Someone here is also entering the palace for the first time. Making a mistake in the royal palace is a grave matter. I'm curious to see how she handles it. Zhong Wenxiu nodded, I will follow your lead. Su Wan observed with detached amusement, unfazed by his veiled mockery. Although she was a new lady of the Ho residence, she lacked allies in the capital, had no powerful relatives, and no husband. While the Ho family was wealthy, the nobility looked down upon the merchant-born matron, paying her little heed. Even if they did, it was with disdain. As long as she did not attract attention or cause trouble, most noble women would ignore her, treating her as if she were invisible. However, before they even reached the East Palace, they were stopped. A small boy, around 8 or 9 years of age, stood before them, glaring at Zhong Jincheng with indignation, shouting, Zhong Jincheng, I never expected you to be such a person. Jia Yao? Upon recognizing him, Zhong Jincheng was flooded with unpleasant memories and retorted, are you sick? Why are you blocking my way, looking for trouble? Jia Yao sneered, I never imagined that the future young lord of the illustrious Yuanyang Ho residence would be so miserly, wanting to take back what he has given away. Is your family truly so poor that you cannot make ends meet? Only then did Zhong Jincheng understand, it was about the steed. The Shuemat. His anger flared as he retorted defiantly, the item is mine. I can give it to whomever I choose and take it back whenever I wish. The contract is in my hands. Do you think you can snatch it from me, poor, who's truly impoverished here? If you have money, why not buy your own? How shameless can you be to keep asking me for things? Zhong Jincheng made a face at him, brimming with provocation. Chapter 33. Jin Chung challenges the Duchess of Jin State. Jia Yao was berated mercilessly, yet he still furiously demanded, you have taken my belongings, and that is one thing, but what is the meaning of giving them to those lowly wretches in the slums? Do you think that I, the young master, am inferior to those scoundrels? Zhong Jincheng, even insults have their limits. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng was momentarily bewildered. The slums? Was he referring to Jingjia? When did he ever give his priced steed to Jingjia? Could it be that Su Wan sold his horse, exchanging it for silver to serve as his future monthly allowance? The little demon king recalled Su Wan's calculating demeanor, and it seemed entirely plausible that she would do such a thing. However, if it was given away, what right did Jia Yao have to scold him? Who are you calling a lowly wretch? He has a name, and that name is Jingjia. Furthermore, it is my property, and I can give it to whomever I wish. Do I need your consent? You are not my father. The two young rascals quarreled at the entrance, drawing the attention of many passers-by. A woman dressed in luxurious attire recognized the identities of the two children as she walked by. Her maid giggled softly, one is from a Marquis' household, and the other from a duke's. How could they possibly argue on equal footing? How dare that little brat from the Zhai family speak so boldly? The woman replied, that is a misguided statement. Although the Zhai family is a duke's household, they are currently in favor. Look at the Marquis' household, a widow and her orphan. What kind of storm could they possibly stir? This woman appeared to hold a high status, which emboldened her to openly ridicule both families, her gaze dripping with disdain. Su Wan instinctively furrowed her brow upon hearing the term orphan and widow. Although Zhong Zhao had been missing for 8 years, he had never been declared dead. To utter such words in her presence was undoubtedly inappropriate. Just as she contemplated retorting, the irate young boy was the first to shout, who are you calling an orphan and widow? My father is still alive. Who gave you the right to curse him? Ha! Look at you, child, why are you so agitated? I merely spoke in jest. The woman laughed nonchalantly, clearly dismissing the matter as insignificant, and she stepped forward to pull him along. Come now, let's not keep the crown prince and crown princess waiting. Zhong Jincheng forcefully shook off her hand, indignantly stating, Don't touch me, you wicked woman. Taken aback by his push, the Duchess of Jin State retorted angrily, What did you say? The maid beside her reprimanded, How dare you speak to the Duchess of Jin State in such a manner? Apologize at once. The little demon king, accustomed to his own way, was unimpressed by the title of Duchess. Maintaining a cold demeanor, he continued to challenge her, I called you a wicked woman. What of it? The Duchess of Jin State refrained from arguing with the child instead. She directed her ire at Su Wan, You must be the wife of Zhongzhao, your child is so poorly raised, do you not feel the need to discipline him as a mother? Zhong Jincheng's expression darkened further. The Duchess had indeed chosen her target wisely. Su Wan was his adversary, and she would surely side with the Duchess against him. Su Wan replied with a smile, Indeed, it is quite challenging to raise this child. Zhong Jincheng exclaimed. He knew it. He knew this woman would never stand by him, yet, before the little demon king could unleash his fury, he witnessed Su Wan's tone shift as she boldly stated, However, you are indeed at fault in this matter. Surely, with your vast benevolence, you would not stoop to quarrel with a child. Might I trouble you to apologize to him? The Duchess of Jin State's previously smiling face froze in disbelief. What did you say? Had she misheard? Su Wan was actually requesting that she apologize to a child. She was the Duchess of Jin State. Did Su Wan not realize whom she was addressing? Zhong Jincheng was equally perplexed. Why had Su Wan suddenly chosen to assist him? He glanced at Zhong Wenxiu, who was making an effort to diminish his presence but remained steadfast in his belief in Su Wan. The little demon king's heart, typically as hard as steel, softened slightly. This woman was not entirely detestable. Su Wan, unyielding yet composed, continued, The Yuanyang Marquis has served the court loyally for generations. My husband's brother perished heroically on the battlefield, and my husband himself is currently unaccounted for in the midst of war. The martial generals all mourn this loss, and even the present emperor often speaks of them. Should his majesty learn that his loyal subjects have been cursed, he would surely be filled with righteous indignation. Would you not agree? Implied within her words was the notion that to insult her husband was to insult all martial generals of the realm. Should anger arise, it would not only be Zhongzhao's son who felt the wrath but also the emperor and the multitude of common folk. The accusation was grave. Refusing to apologize would be difficult to navigate. Yet, how could the Duchess of Jin State ever apologize to a family she looked down upon? Anger and frustration swirled within her, and she turned to leave. Su Wan stepped forward but was blocked by the maid, who coldly stated, Madam Zhong, please conduct yourself with dignity. Is the Duchess of Jin State preparing to flee? Impudent! How dare you insult me? The Duchess was incensed by the insinuation of fleeing and strode towards Su Wan, delivering a sharp slap. The force behind the blow was fierce. Had it landed, it would have marred her face. Those nearby held their breath for Su Wan, but unexpectedly, she caught the slap with steady hands, gripping the Duchess's wrist and smiling. It would not be appropriate to resort to violence at the Crown Princess's birthday banquet, would it? Though she lacked martial prowess, she had often stood up for her younger siblings in the welfare home when they were bullied, making her no stranger to brawling. The Duchess of Jin State, infuriated, saw her maidservants rally to her side, while the Zhai family's attendants were no meek opponents, so the two factions appeared poised to clash. Just then, a voice announced, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Both parties shrank back in fear, hastily ceasing hostilities and offering greetings. We greet His Royal Highness. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness. Everyone bowed their heads in reverence until the gentle voice of the man resonated, There is no need for such formality. What has caused this commotion at the entrance? Su Wan raised her gaze and beheld a man clad in a silvery moon-colored robe that fit him elegantly. As he spoke, his brows and eyes radiated warmth. His appearance, save for a slightly pale complexion, was as enchanting as a celestial being descended to earth. This was none other than the Crown Prince, rumored to be benevolent and compassionate, Xu Hang. My apologies, Your Highness. We were just about to enter when Madame Zhong insisted on barring our passage, though I am unsure of what she wishes to convey. The Duchess of Jin State hastily sought to lay blame. Su Wan, recognizing the Crown Prince's presence, felt it inappropriate to engage him in the trivial quarrels of noble women. After all, there were distinctions between men and women. It would be more fitting to report to the Crown Princess in the Eastern Palace. She quietly said, It is a misunderstanding, Duchess of Jin State, please. However, Zhong Jincheng, witnessing her sudden retreat, immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. What misunderstanding? She has yet to apologize for cursing my father. Su Wan, oh no, she had nearly forgotten that this little ancestor was present. This boy truly seemed fearless. Hadn't he just advised Wenxiu to avoid trouble before entering the palace? The Crown Prince turned his attention towards them, inquiring, Who is this child? Su Wan quickly lowered her head in response. This child is Zhong Jincheng, the legitimate grandson of the Yuanyang Marquis. His words may lack discretion. I hope Your Highness can forgive him. He pondered this name for a moment before softly uttering, Zhong Jincheng, so it is you. Upon seeing the Crown Prince's expression, Su Wan felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that he recognized Jincheng? Chapter 34. The Crown Prince stands up for Jincheng. She turned her gaze towards Zhong Jincheng, who appeared utterly bewildered, as though he were unfamiliar with her. The Duchess of Jin promptly interjected, Your Highness, this is Zhong Jincheng, the son of Zhongzhao, who happens to be 8 years old this year. She emphasized Zhongzhao's name, fearful that the Crown Prince might not recognize the child, unaware that he was merely the son of someone he despised. It was common knowledge that although Zhong Zhao and the crown prince had grown up together in close companionship, they had a severe falling out 8 years prior, resulting in a complete estrangement. From that point on, their conversations ceased, and whenever anyone dared to mention Zhong Zhao's name in the presence of the crown prince, it would invariably draw a frown, revealing the depths of their animosity. Su Wan was also aware of this matter. Before entering the palace, she had inquired with Cui Ji about the family's social standing in court, wanting to avoid any missteps in the Eastern Palace. Cui Ji informed her that the Marquis seldom engaged with others, and the only individual they might have offended was the crown prince. However, given the crown prince's good nature, it was unlikely he would trouble a mere woman. After meeting the crown prince in person, Su Wan became even more convinced of this. Upon confirming Zhong Jincheng's identity, the crown prince's eyes fixated on him, surveying him from head to toe, before he suddenly remarked, "You have grown quite a bit." Zhong Jincheng met his gaze with confusion evident in his bright, dark eyes. "Do you know me?" The crown prince chuckled softly. "I held you when you were just born." Su Wan, sharp-eyed, detected a hint of bitterness in his smile. Could there be some hidden connection between the crown prince and Jincheng? She could not help but wonder. The world knew this child was Zhong Zhao's legitimate eldest son, yet his mother remained a mystery. The Marquis had resolutely registered Jincheng as the legitimate heir. Could his mother possibly have ties to the crown prince? "Oh, then I don't remember you," Zhong Jincheng replied candidly. "That's all right," the crown prince said, ruffling his hair. "Tell me, what is going on here?" The Duchess of Jin, witnessing this exchange, became anxious. "Your Highness, how could you?" But before she could finish her sentence, the crown prince's gaze silenced her. The Duchess was bewildered. How did the situation take such an unexpected turn? Hadn't the crown prince severed ties with Zhong Zhao? How was he now engaging with Zhong Zhao's son? Ignoring the Duchess's discontent, the crown prince attentively listened as Zhong Jincheng recounted the events leading up to this moment. His gaze then shifted to the instigator, Jia Yao. The mirth in his eyes vanished, yet his tone remained calm and gentle. "As human beings, there should be no distinction between noble and humble. If you deem those people as lowly, then you must hold them in contempt. Guards, inform the Duke of Weiyuan that I intend to send Jia Yao to the slums, so he may experience firsthand the life of those he disparages. No one is to assist him in secret." Jia Yao, trembling with fear, cried out, "No, please, I don't want to go to the slums, Your Highness. I was wrong. I beg for your mercy. Spare me, Your Highness, please." "Take him away." The guards promptly executed the order, dragging Jia Yao away amidst his escalating wails. The commotion had attracted the attention of guests arriving at the Eastern Palace, and soon, officials and their families gathered. Even the crown princess emerged to inquire, "Your Highness, what has transpired?" It was a rather unfortunate scene, as the crown princess's birthday celebration was marred, with guests clustered at the entrance, creating an unsightly spectacle. Eunuchs and palace maids passing by could not resist glancing over, fearing it might disturb the other noble ladies in the palace. The crown princess, possessing a gentle disposition, approached to mediate. "Your Highness, there are many ears here. Perhaps it would be best to let them in and discuss matters privately?" Su Wan sensed that the situation was escalating. All eyes were on them, and prior to this visit, the Marquis had no enemies. This trip to the Eastern Palace was likely to create many. However, the crown prince, though his words were mild, took actions that were anything but gentle. He replied softly, "It is not a significant matter. It was merely that the Duchess of Jin said something inappropriate, and the child, not understanding social niceties, desires an apology." The crown princess looked at the Duchess of Jin in astonishment, stating bluntly, "Then the Duchess should simply apologize. Why engage in a contest of wills with a child?" The Duchess of Jin found herself at a loss for words. How had the situation turned so entirely against her? As the esteemed Duchess, how could she lower herself to apologize to a mere child? And what of Su Wan, who had dared to confront her? If she were to apologize, it would mean conceding defeat, and the entire Jin family would be shamed. After a brief wait with no apology forthcoming from the Duchess, the crown prince remained resolute, while the crown princess grew increasingly perplexed, seemingly grasping why he insisted on not entering the Eastern Palace. At such moments, the gentle couple's dynamic shifted, and it was the crown princess who took on the stern demeanor, her voice cold as she declared, "Duchess of Jin, do you intend to keep His Highness and me here until nightfall?" Startled by her sudden change in tone, the Duchess quickly exclaimed, "I do not dare. I shall apologize right away. I apologize for cursing young Master Zone. I hope the Duchess and young Master Zone can forgive my thoughtlessness." Zhong Jincheng huffed and turned his face away. The Duchess's face turned pale with anger. That insufferable little brat. Once she left the Eastern Palace, she would ensure he faced repercussions. Noticing the fury in her eyes, Su Wan hastily interjected, "Duchess of Jin, you are being too gracious. You are magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge against a child." The Duchess gritted her teeth, forcing a smile, of course not. To the crown princess, sensing the tension, quickly sought to diffuse the situation. "All right, since the matter has been resolved, let us all proceed inside. The palace has prepared fruits and pastries, eagerly awaiting your enjoyment." "Thank you, Your Highness. I hear there are tribute grapes. We must savor them." "There are plenty. The Emperor has generously bestowed many upon the various palaces, so please indulge." Leading the crowd inside, the crown princess ensured the Duchess followed suit. Just as Su Wan intended to call out to Jin Chang, when Shou accompanied her. To her surprise, the crown prince stood beside Zhong Jin Chang, affectionately ruffling his hair, saying, "Come, Jin Chang, sit with me." Su Wan thought, what is going on here? What secret connection do they share? How is it that they are already so close after just meeting? Zhong Jin Chang, having just received the crown prince's support against Jia Yao and feeling grateful for his assistance in dealing with the Duchess, readily agreed, "All right." The two walked away, chatting and laughing, leaving Su Wan and Zhong Wenxiu exchanging bewildered glances. Zhang Wenxiu timidly remarked, the crown prince seems to take quite a liking to my younger brother, surely nothing will come of it? Su Wan scoffed, he won't be the one in trouble. It will be us. Why is that? Chapter 35 Zhong Jincheng was not wrong. The reason for this became immediately clear to them upon entering, with the crown prince advocating for them. The room full of elegantly adorned noble women fixated their scrutinizing gazes upon Su Wan and her companion, making one feel as though they were sitting on pins and needles. Upon learning that Zhong Jincheng was in the company of the crown prince, the smile on the crown princess's face faltered noticeably. She had entered the eastern palace without bearing any offspring, and although the truth lay in the crown prince's frail health, which had rendered them unable to conceive after 5 years of marriage, the blame often fell unjustly upon women, with whispers suggesting her inability to bear children. Yet, the crown prince, out of devotion to her, refused to take a concubine. At present, the crown prince displayed an evident fondness for children, which only intensified the complex gazes directed toward the crown princess. It was not hard to surmise that whispers of mockery regarding her childlessness were circulating behind closed doors. Madame Zone, come sit beside me, the crown princess beckoned with a warm smile, alleviating Su Wan's discomfort for a moment only to transition it into a new kind of unease. Su Wan lamented inwardly, whether intentional or not, the little tyrant was creating trouble for her. After all, this was the esteemed crown princess, a figure she could hardly afford to offend. Observing the amusement on the faces of those around, she braced herself for inevitable difficulties at the hands of the crown princess. Desperate, Su Wan took a deep breath, stepped forward to pay her respects, and was invited to sit beside the crown princess, who began to question her gently. The two women, both charming in their own right, engaged in a surprisingly congenial exchange. The crown princess, despite her elevated status, bore no ill will toward Su Wan. After all, she had newly entered the Marquis and, regardless of any connection between the crown prince and Zhong Jincheng, this novice bride could scarcely be expected to know the intricate details of their relationship. I have observed that His Highness seems quite fond of your Jincheng. If you find the time, do visit the Eastern Palace more often. Do not confine him to the house solely for his studies. It is not healthy for a child of his age to be stifled, the crown princess remarked. Su Wan responded with a smile, I am grateful for your highness's kindness. Jincheng has a mischievous temperament, and I fear he may disturb his highness and your majesty. I shall endeavor to cultivate him further before introducing him to the palace. The crown princess covered her mouth, laughing, very well, it shall be as you wish. I must say, you exhibit remarkable diligence as a stepmother, surpassing many biological mothers in your attentiveness. Su Wan thought to herself, of course, a biological mother's care relies solely on maternal love, while her own dedication stemmed from a substantial monetary incentive, 100 million. A staggering sum. Even Confucius himself would have to compel Zhong Jincheng to study for 8 hours a day. It is all due to my mother-in-law's entrustment, I cannot let her down, Su Wan replied. The crown princess remarked, your mother-in-law certainly has a discerning eye, look how well you have taught Jincheng. I have just learned that he boldly admonished that scion of the Zhai family at the door, leaving him speechless, demonstrating both quick wit and commendable character. I have heard whispers about the so-called 4 great scions. The children on that list are merely a decade old, causing mischief that rivals even adults, yet your Jincheng is truly a relief. Su Wan was at a loss for words. For the first time in her life, she felt utterly speechless. The crown princess's well-meaning compliments about Jincheng seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Jincheng seems to also be on that list, she uttered timidly, unable to hide the truth, for if this were to reach the ears of the crown princess, she would surely offend. Ah? The crown princess's smile froze on her face. Is there an issue with that list? Might the other 3 children also be wronged? Su Wan cleared her throat and replied honestly, one of them you have also met. Who? Zhai Yao. The crown princess was momentarily speechless, her worldview abruptly shifted. The crown princess's birthday celebration was not particularly grand, neither the emperor nor the empress attended, but many noble women were present. Su Wan sat at the banquet, indulging in the feast, when she was suddenly nudged by Cui Ji, who whispered in her ear, Madam, look over at the Duchess of Jin. Following her cue, Su Wan's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, her half-sister, Su Lianer, seated beside the Duchess of Jin, engaged in lively conversation. What a peculiar sight, however, the Duchess of Jin was of similar age to her matriarch, and Su Lianer's overtures toward her could suggest an interest in marrying into the Jin family. She turned to Cui Ji and inquired, does the Jin family have any unmarried sons? Cui Ji nodded, the eldest son, just turned 20, has already achieved the rank of a 4th-grade official. He is both virtuous and capable, and many noble ladies aspire to marry into the Jin family. Su Wan mused, he does seem to be a promising young man. Given my father's position as Minister of Justice, we would be considered a worthy match for the Jin family. My stepmother has made an astute choice. This prospect appeared far superior to the list she had been presented with at her own marriage. Cui Ji, unable to discern whether Su Wan was pleased or displeased, leaned closer and whispered a shocking revelation, this eldest son has a mistress outside, who was once the top courtesan of the Yihong courtyard. Su Wan gasped in astonishment. In the rigidly hierarchical society of the Great Chu, a man with an extramarital affair before marriage was already a significant scandal, having a mistress from a brothel only compounded the disgrace. The wives and courtesans referred to one another as sisters, which was a profound humiliation for noble women and their families. Cui Ji whispered, it was an accidental encounter while Cui Lu was out on errands. The old matriarch forbade us from discussing it, hardly anyone in the capital knows. Su Wan swallowed hard, contemplating the intricacies of the situation. On the surface, he appeared to be a desirable young man, but he might also be a considerable pitfall. The Su family had wronged her. It seemed that karma was now catching up with them. Upon realizing this, her perception of Su Lianer's affected demeanor turned to pity. Very well, let her engage in her domestic battles with the Duchess of Jin. After the banquet concluded, Zhong Jincheng, clutching the inkstone gifted by the crown prince, beamed with delight as he ambled along. Su Wan, pressing her forehead in exasperation, reflected on how no one realized that, despite the appearance of having ascended to the heights of the Eastern Palace, her plans had been disrupted by the crown prince's sudden intervention. Although Jia Yao was indeed mischievous, he excelled academically, and Su Wan had originally intended to deepen the conflict between the two boys to motivate the little tyrant to study harder. Who could have foreseen that the boy would be dispatched to a slum instead? Oh, the headache. That night, Su Wan tossed and turned, contemplating various methods to cultivate the little tyrant into a top scholar after he resumed his studies, yet she remained stymied on how to ensure he would study diligently. It felt like an insurmountable chasm. The following morning, Bai Lishi, observing her dispirited demeanor, chuckled and inquired, with Jincheng's recent academic progress, why does it seem you are more troubled, madam? Su Wan gazed at this esteemed teacher, marveling at his ability to raise a child like Zhong Zhao, yet lamented that the little tyrant was a recalcitrant student. No amount of pressure could force him to learn. To be candid, my lord, Jincheng's current diligence stems from a promise we made. In a few days, he will fulfill this promise, and I worry he may abandon his studies thereafter. Ah, I see, that explains his sudden enthusiasm for learning, Bai Lishi mused. However, I have noticed he has a particular fondness for writing. Though his penmanship still requires refinement, with continued practice, I believe he will inevitably find his way onto the right path. Su Wan's heart leapt at this revelation, as if a spark of inspiration had flickered in her mind. Chapter 36, The Little Demon King participates in the monthly examination. By Lishi continued, Zhong Zhao was quite fond of reading during his childhood, spending more time in the study than in the training grounds. However, the Zhong family has been a lineage of warriors for generations, and the old Marquis insisted he spend more time in the martial arena, which only made him resentful, prompting him to avoid the training grounds for quite some time. It was only when the old Marquis ceased his interference that he began to earnestly pursue martial arts. Su Wan, hearing for the first time about her husband's childhood, couldn't help but chuckle. He certainly had quite the temper as a child. Bai Lishi reminisced fondly. Indeed, children often exhibit strong wills and rebellious tendencies. It is best to guide them gently. Bai Lishi's remarks left Su Wan alone in contemplation on how to gently coax that little stubborn mule die. In the cool pavilion of March, a gentle breeze caressed their skin, bringing a sense of comfort, while the distant sound of children reciting their lessons could be heard, one earnest and steady, the other carefree and frivolous. Su Wan's fingers drummed rhythmically against the stone table. Again and again, she turned to Cui Ji and inquired, are there places in the capital where students can compete in recitation? Recitation? Cui Ji pondered for a moment. Each academy has this component in their monthly examinations, but it is typically a competition among the students of the same institution. There is also the Tongzi examination, which encompasses similar assessments but with greater depth. It is a system established by the court to select prodigies, and only those under the age of 12 may participate. If a student excels in the Tongzi examination, they may bypass the standard age restrictions for the imperial examinations, thus avoiding the need to take the preliminary exams for the Tongxing and Xiuzai. Su Wan's heart stirred at these words. This Tongzi examination could very well resolve Zhong Jincheng's age predicament. If all went smoothly, he could secure a fortune in just 3 years, rather than waiting 6. Yet, considering the progress of the little demon king, perhaps she ought not to be overly optimistic. Su Wan asked, can Jincheng and Wenxiu participate in the academy's monthly examination? I am willing to provide the tuition for their enrollment, and they can withdraw afterward. Cui Ji replied with a smile, of course, the academy would be delighted to accept payment without the obligation to teach the children. However, the classes are organized by age, so the 2 young masters, one aged 8 and the other 10, would be placed in separate classes, with varying levels of difficulty for the examinations. Su Wan's eyes brightened suddenly. So, if Jincheng can catch up to Wenxiu's learning pace, he could achieve better results than Wenxiu? Precisely. Su Wan promptly decided, enroll them both. Although one child was an advocate of comprehension and the other a staunch memorizer, both possessed a solid grasp of knowledge. Thus, Su Wan specifically requested Cui Ji to find a mid-tier academy for them, one with a moderate level of competition, yet not so formidable as to be deemed genius level, which would be most suitable for building their sense of accomplishment. The day of the examination was but the penultimate day of Zhong Jincheng's studies. Reluctantly, he was dragged onto the carriage, grumbling all the while, what kind of test is this? I detest such things. You called me out at this moment just to hinder my progress in memorization, how malicious. Once the examination is over, I shall grant you your monthly stipend, Su Wan assured him. The little demon king's incessant complaints came to an abrupt halt upon hearing this, his dark, sparkling eyes gazing at her with suspicion. Are you truly so benevolent? Shouldn't she be devising ways to prolong his study time? Su Wan raised an eyebrow. Of course, I have always been of such a benevolent nature. Zhong Jincheng rolled his eyes. The carriage continued on its path until it halted before the gates of a scholarly institution. Qingba Academy. Zhong Jincheng was the first to leap from the carriage, not waiting for Su Wan or Zhong Wenxiu, as he eagerly entered the academy, curiously surveying this new environment. It was the morning of enrollment, and the streets were bustling with students of all ages. Upon noticing the arrival of Zhong Jincheng and his companions, accompanied by numerous servants and maids, onlookers quickly deduced the identity of the young master coming to enroll. Those must be the new arrivals. They appear to be headed for the Tong Academy, but why are they coming to register at this hour, especially on examination day? These two look like they come from wealth. As long as the tuition is substantial enough, they need not worry about the examination day, as the principal will personally attend to them. Indeed, look. The principal is truly coming out, they must have some background. Ha, I have little regard for such parasites who rely on their family's fortunes. Were it not for their fortunate birth, they wouldn't even be able to enter the academy's gates. Who can blame them for their good fortune? Even with empty heads, they have plenty of papers to scribble upon, unlike us, who fear even smudging our exam sheets. Ha ha, cease your chatter, the short fellow is staring over here. Look at his indignant expression, how arrogant to rely on his father and still be offended. Zhong Jincheng, already displeased at having to participate in the monthly examination, was infuriated upon overhearing their disparaging remarks. With a dark scowl, he strode forward, confronting two boys of similar height, demanding, "Which of you is speaking of relying on your father?" One of them retorted directly, "We're talking about you, kid. This is the monthly examination, do you dare to enter and take the test? Don't come crying out that you can't answer." Zhong Jincheng scoffed, "I am indeed here for the monthly examination, a mere sheet of paper, who wouldn't be able to answer? It would be a breeze to outperform you. Ha, what is your name, dressed so flamboyantly, you only know how to boast, I shall see what you can achieve." Zhong Jincheng, the little demon king declared fiercely, "And you too? Don't let me finish my exam and find you hiding away. I am Wu Shusen. I am Zhang Ji." The most arrogant of the trio, after stating his name, added, "Kid, you can't even compete with us, let alone our academy's exam prodigy, Qing Yi." Zhong Jincheng replied, "Fine, I shall remember you. We'll see who ends up nameless on the list." Zhang Ji mocked, "Just don't come crying and withdraw from the academy." Zhong Jincheng raised his middle finger in response. "Zhang Ji, this rascal, does he not possess even a shred of the dignity expected of a scholar?" Behind him, Zhang Wenqiu followed his younger brother into the examination hall, while Su Wan remained engaged in conversation with the principal. The principal had initially intended to intervene upon noticing the commotion but was stopped by Su Wan, who gracefully reassured him, "Sir, although those two students may not be particularly wise, their academic performance is quite solid, consistently achieving a grade of B. I fear my young master may find the competition daunting." Upon hearing the grade of B, Su Wan felt a surge of confidence. She smiled, "No worries, my little one also performs admirably." The principal's countenance brightened at her words, and he praised, "Children of the Marquis' household are indeed exceptional. It seems I have been overly concerned, your methods of nurturing are commendable, madam. By the way, what level of proficiency does this Qing Yi possess?" Su Wan inquired. Chapter 37, Please secure the first position. The dean, with a notable sense of pride, straightened his back as he spoke of this individual. "Qing Yi is a most distinguished scholar within our academy. Although he is still quite young, he has mastered all his studies, consistently achieving top marks and rarely answering incorrectly. His examination papers are nothing short of exquisite. This is akin to a perfect score displayed prominently. Any error, however minor, could lead to defeat." Su Wan pondered this and found merit in it. Having such a peer to look up to not only allows the little demon king to feel a sense of accomplishment by surpassing the two others but also serves as a reminder of his own shortcomings, thereby maintaining his motivation to continue learning. She smiled warmly and said, "Then let us hope that Qing Yi fully demonstrates his abilities and secures his position at the top." The dean raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by her comment, yet he kindly escorted her to a resting area. The monthly examination at Qingba Academy comprises 2 sessions, during which students are provided with provisions and are only released upon completion of their exams. By mid-afternoon, Zhang Wenqiu was the first to exit the examination room. He is a child of exceptional talent who studies diligently, which is why he managed to catch up with his peers within just 6 months. Consequently, his speed in completing the exam far exceeds that of the average student, and his accuracy is impressively high. Su Wan did not hesitate to commend him, saying, "Wenqiu, you performed splendidly, you are the first in the entire academy to finish the paper." Zhang Wenqiu felt a bit bashful from the praise and rubbed the back of his head, replying, "This is my first time tackling a proper examination paper. I wasn't sure how long it should normally take. I only heard the supervising teacher say that once we finish, we could leave." The dean cast an admiring glance in his direction, unable to restrain himself from applauding, "Bravo, bravo. Truly, you are a child of the Yuanyang Marquis. Today, I have witnessed something remarkable. With such speed in answering, you have created a half-hour gap between you and your peers in our academy." Su Wan interjected, "Wenqiu is now also a member of the academy." The dean laughed heartily, "Indeed, indeed." Zhang Wenqiu took a seat and waited for half an hour more, as students gradually emerged from the examination room, yet there was no sign of Zhong Jincheng. He felt a twinge of concern, but with the dean nearby, he dared not inquire hastily. Su Wan, perceiving his unease, spoke up, "Jincheng is still mastering his handwriting. This is his first time facing such a substantial volume of questions, so he requires a bit more time." Upon reflection, Zhang Wenqiu concurred. When he had just begun learning to write, his speed had been even slower than his younger brother's. It was only through daily practice, memorization, and gradual accumulation that he had improved. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured but still could not sit still. The little demon king had yet to emerge, while Zhang Ji and Wu Shusen, from the same examination room, were the first to appear. They whistled in Zhang Wenqiu's direction, their demeanor rather cheeky. The dean's forehead twitched in irritation, and he stood up to intervene, fearing these two children might offend the Marquis. However, Su Wan poured him a cup of tea and gently said, "Dean, perhaps you should take a moment to enjoy this tea. Let the children handle their own matters." The dean was taken aback. He was surprised that Su Wan not only refrained from asking him to take charge of her children but also suggested he mind his own business. Such confidence in her children. Seeing the dean remain passive, the two boys grew even more audacious, taunting Zhong Wenxiu. The questions in this month's exam are exceedingly difficult. Your boastful little brother is likely struggling inside. I reckon he will soon be in tears. Be prepared to comfort the young master. Huh? Zhong Wenxiu, a naturally shy individual who feared interactions with strangers and detested offending anyone, felt anger well up within him at their insults towards his brother. Summoning unexpected courage, he retorted, the exam is not a contest of speed, but rather a measure of one's grasp of knowledge. I have complete confidence in my brother. I am certain he will perform better than either of you. The two boys were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating this seemingly timid youth would dare to respond. Zhang Ji sneered, if it takes so long to complete a paper, isn't that a sign of incompetence? Some people are just stubborn, they won't give up until they are thoroughly beaten, yet their knowledge is likely less than their tears. Zhong Wenxiu stammered, you suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, how dare you bully my brother in my absence? Everyone turned to see the little demon king returning. The two boys, seeing him, lost interest in further argument and scoffed as they walked away. The little demon king shook his fist at their retreating figures, declaring, when the results are announced, I will make you both pay. Su Wan was left speechless. With such spirit, she believed the little demon king could tackle 10 more exam papers. However, after venting his frustrations, Zhong Jincheng scampered over to Zhong Wenxiu with a dejected expression, complaining, this wretched exam seems never-ending. I've done several pages, and there are still many more to go. My hand is sore. Zhong Wenxiu quickly inquired, is it a muscle ache or a joint ache? He remembered feeling similarly when he first practiced writing, as though his arms belonged to someone else. Zhong Jincheng contemplated for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his face before he replied, both. Zhong Wenxiu promptly began to massage his brother's arms, explaining, I will apply pressure on your acupoints. This is something the house physician taught me, and it should help alleviate the soreness. All right. As they engaged, the servant observed the little master appearing utterly exhausted, a stark contrast to the spoiled brat he had been merely 2 months prior. Yet, witnessing the young master relishing the massage made him feel that something was amiss. Su Wan recognized the discrepancy, the little demon king's arms were nowhere near sore, he simply craved the attention of others, his acting skills in dire need of improvement. She shot him a disapproving glance, let's go home, have the house physician tend to you, your brother has just completed a full day of exams, don't you feel guilty making him massage you? Mind your own business, the little demon king huffed, climbing onto the carriage with an air of entitlement. After 2 months of nearly isolated study, Zhong Jincheng had developed a close bond with his only peer, his brother Zhong Wenxiu. Of course, Su Wan viewed him as nothing more than a lazy opportunist, often coaxing Zhong Wenxiu into waiting on him. Yet, the little demon king's charming visage made it difficult for many to resist his whims, leaving Su Wan with goosebumps. Could you please keep your distance from Wenxiu? He is not a mere support pillar for you. Zhong Jincheng leaned against Zhong Wenxiu, appearing utterly limp, and lazily remarked, I have no strength. If you possess any ability, carry me. Su Wan was taken aback by his audacity. I might just toss you out of this carriage. As the carriage swayed, the little demon king's eyelids fluttered and soon fell asleep, the interior growing tranquil as a needle could drop. Su Wan noticed that her threats had gone unanswered, soon hearing the steady rhythm of his breathing. He can even sleep through this. You are too indulgent with him, Su Wan remarked to Zhong Wenxiu, if this continues, he will become increasingly demanding. Zhong Wenxiu appeared somewhat puzzled, seemingly not grasping her point, and replied with a simple smile, my brother is indeed very tired. He has worked hard over these past 2 months. Su Wan sighed, realizing she had overstepped. The one being bullied had willingly submitted to it. Chapter 38. The theatrical lady Zhai Zhong Wenxiu remarked, the results of the monthly examination will only be released the day after tomorrow. Should we allow my younger brother to rest tomorrow? He has received his monthly allowance, I fear he may not return to the study, simply awaiting the examination results. Su Wan inquired further, how did you fare? Was it smooth sailing? Zhong Wenxiu replied, it went reasonably well, I should not perform too poorly. Su Wan nodded, for a first-time examinee, any score is merely a starting point. Given that you began your studies later than them, it is only natural to experience some disparity. Otherwise, they would be reduced to tears from the pressure. Zhong Wenxiu chuckled at her words, responding, understood, thank you, madam. Su Wan always felt this form of address was somewhat distant, lacking the warmth of family. However, recalling that Zhong Zhao was the eldest, she realized that Zhong Wenxiu should refer to her as his elder aunt. This title made her feel aged by several years, best to let it be. That very night upon returning home, Zhong Jincheng began to indulge in food once again. After a day of intense mental exertion, even Zhong Wenxiu's appetite had notably increased. However, the child's hearty appetite brought a sense of joy to the adults. Chuiji instructed the kitchen to prepare additional easily digestible dishes to prevent them from overeating and suffering from indigestion at night. Early the next morning, the little rascal had intended to sleep until noon, but after 2 months of early rising, his biological clock had adjusted, and he found himself awake at dawn. He thumped the edge of the bed and muttered, this annoying bodily response. Shunzi entered with water to attend to him, beaming with delight, young master, madam has already given us this month's allowance, and Bu Yan has returned. Zhong Jincheng peeked outside and indeed spotted Bu Yan's figure. He excitedly leapt from the bed, neglecting to put on his shoes, and hurried to Bu Yan, exclaiming, this household is unbearable without you. Bu Yan responded, young master, your theatrics are excessive. After enduring the trials of academia, Zhong Jincheng hastily donned his attire, clutching the 50 taels of silver he had received, and called upon Bu Yan and Shunzi to accompany him to the slums to witness the awakening of spring and to observe Zhao Yao's hardships. Suwon had not anticipated this boyish exuberance, sneaking out to play so early in the morning with such boundless energy. How could he still demand Zone when she owed to cater to him? This little rascal. As she pondered this, Suwon recalled another matter. Truiji, how proficient is that Bu Yen in martial arts? Truiji replied, Bu Yen previously trained the young Marquis in martial arts, possessing exceptional skills, quite unparalleled in the capital. Trained the young Marquis? Suwon knew that Zone Zhao was a martial champion, thus his training partner was undoubtedly reliable. However, were the three of them to go, what of the coachman? Bu Yen can drive. Truly a jack of all trades, no wonder the little rascal clamored daily for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Suwon decided, let Chuelu follow them discreetly. The slums were fraught with complexity. Should malicious intent arise towards the little rascal, Bu Yen alone may not suffice to handle the situation. Moreover, Jia Yao was also present. The last time, the steward of the Zhai family had been abducting children in the slums. Although she did not fully grasp the intricacies of the matter, her heart was laden with unease. Understood, I shall make the arrangements at once. Just as Suwon finished speaking, someone entered to announce, Madam, Lady Zhai from the Weiyuanbo's residence requests an audience. Whom? She seeks to see me? Suwon mused, likely concerning Jia Yao. She stood to greet her before Lady Zhai entered. Her tearful voice could be heard. Madam Zone, I implore you, save my son. Upon seeing Lady Zhai, clad in plain garments and appearing haggard, Suwon felt a pang of unease. How could she have deteriorated so much in just one night? It is said that a mother's worry for her child leads to a weary appearance, yet observing Lady Zhai's condition, something felt amiss. Behind her, Truiji tugged at her hem, whispering, her face is caked with whitening powder. Suwon, the absence of lip color, coupled with excessive powder, rendered her appearance exceedingly haggard. No wonder it felt peculiar. Clearly, Lady Zhai had come thoroughly prepared. With a concerned expression, Suwon urged, Lady Zhai, please have a seat. What has caused you to become like this? Lady Zhai refused to sit, even attempting to kneel, but Suwon prevented her from doing so. She wept, it is all my son Yao's fault for his thoughtless words that provoked the crown prince's wrath, yet he is but 9 years old, raised in luxury, how could he endure the hardships of the slums? Madam Zone, I beseech you to intercede with the crown prince on our behalf. Let my Yao return, let any punishment fall upon me instead. Suwon found herself in a dilemma. Lady Zhai, such words are unfounded. The decree was issued by the crown prince, my husband is not present in the residence, and as a mere woman, how could I approach the crown prince to plead? Perhaps you might consider requesting Lord Zhai to attempt it. Upon hearing this, Lady Zhai's expression changed abruptly. A flicker of impatience flashed in her eyes, which Suwon keenly observed. Indeed, it was all an act, yet, in the next moment, Lady Zhai resumed her pleading, my husband is unwilling to seek assistance. I am truly at my wit's end and thought to implore you for help. After the banquet, it became known that the crown prince favors your Jingcheng, that if you could persuade him to speak on our behalf, surely the crown prince would be willing to release Yao. Suwon sighed, Lady, it is not that I do not wish to assist, but rather that I am powerless to do so. I am merely a newly married stepmother, my words carry little weight compared to that of a biological mother. You are well aware of Jingcheng's reputation in the capital. It would be a miracle if he did not create trouble for me, let alone heed my requests. Her words were disingenuous. Though Zone Jingcheng and she were not on the best of terms, if she were to employ her wits, she could indeed find ways to compel the little rascal to comply. However, why should she? Zhai Yao had received his due punishment from the crown prince. Moreover, the current Lady Zhai exhibited clear signs of theatrics. She might well turn hostile at any moment. Why should she expend her effort to salvage the impression of such a mother and son duo in the eyes of the little rascal? Lady Zhai, sensing her words had fallen flat, displayed her growing displeasure. She retracted her feigned sorrow, stepping back and coldly remarked, it appears that Madame Zong is unwilling to assist? Suwon silently lamented. As expected, the mask had slipped. Not even a single cup of tea's time had passed before her demeanor had shifted. Suwon, maintaining her composure, responded, it is indeed a case of having the will but lacking the means. Lady Zhai retorted frostily, my husband is the only son of the princess of Pingyang. Offending the Zhai family is not as simple as offending an ordinary noble family. Chapter 39 Offending others is counted as a fault of the scoundrel father. Suwon narrowed her eyes and replied, Madam, you jest. How could I dare to offend you? The Princess Pingyang is the most favored by the late emperor. If she were to intercede on my behalf at the Eastern Palace, I am certain that His Highness the Crown Prince would not refuse her. So you used the Princess Pingyang to pressure me, yet you dare not confront the Crown Prince? How impressive, indeed. Madame Zhai, infuriated, pointed at her. Suwon smiled innocently, presenting a visage of harmlessness. Madame Zhai retorted scornfully, your blatant disregard for the situation leads me to believe you are relying on your family's influence. Though your father holds the position of Minister of Justice, he hails from humble origins. Should he encounter any misfortune in his duties, one cannot guarantee he wouldn't hastily retire to his hometown. Upon hearing this, Suwon's eyes lit up. Such a fortunate turn of events. If she offends someone and it is attributed to her scoundrel father, how splendid. Ideally, it would compel that fool to retire sooner. Delighted internally, Suwon maintained her facade of defiance. My father is an upright official. One of integrity has no fear of shadows. If Madame seeks to intimidate, let it be known that not only I, but my father, would never yield. Very well, let me see just how virtuous your father truly is. Madame Zhai, incensed, swept out of the room. As soon as her figure vanished completely, Suwon finally relaxed her stance, shaking her shoulders and bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Truiji, nearly in tears from laughter, hurriedly offered her a handkerchief. Madam, your laughter is so exaggerated. If Madame Zai hears it, she might just die of rage. You have no idea, it is genuinely amusing. I doubt my father even realizes how virtuous he is, Suan replied, wiping away tears of mirth. Cui Ji, caught between laughter and concern, said, if any issues were to arise, it would tarnish your reputation as well. Though Su Shangshu's 2 sons were rather unimpressive, they were still family, and the disgrace of one would reflect upon all. Suan waved her hand dismissively. Do not fret, my scoundrel father, though foolish, is exceedingly cautious in his duties, otherwise, how could he ascend from a mere second-place scholar to the esteemed minister of the 6 ministries? If Madame Zai were to investigate my father due to me, it would only trouble him for a few days, nothing substantial would surface. Cui Ji sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Gazing at Madame Zai's retreating form, Suan recalled the little tyrant in the slums. After a moment of contemplation, she felt a pang of unease. Prepare the carriage, we shall await Gingchang. Huh, await? Indeed, await. Suan sat in the carriage, stationed outside the slums, deliberately distancing herself from the little tyrant's philanthropic endeavors. Concerned that the Zhai family might act unfavorably towards him, she summoned many to stand by. Should Cui Lu relay any troubling news from within, she could promptly intervene. Meanwhile, the scene with the little tyrant was lively. Bu Yan first drove him to the market to purchase clothing and shoes, then procured some provisions, finally loading half a cart of goods for the slums. Since Bu Yan's return, Shun Zi had been more joyful than Zong Jingcheng. He was the protector of the young master, the driver of the carriage, the buyer of goods, and the one carrying everything. It felt as if he too were a master. How delightful! Young master, we have arrived. The leisurely Shun Zi assisted the little tyrant down from the carriage, employing his silver tongue to enthusiastically recount the changes in Jingcheng's household over the past month. The roof has been newly repaired, the door is brand new, and the previously musty bedding has been replaced. Moreover, Jingcheng's injuries have healed swiftly. Zong Jingcheng stood outside the door, and Shun Zi called out loudly, Jingcheng, my young master has come to see you. Upon hearing this, Jingcheng dashed out of the house, his excitement compelling him to kneel, only to be swiftly stopped by Bu Yan. Zong Jingcheng chuckled as he patted his shoulder, saying, you appear stronger after a month. Jingcheng, overcome with joy, replied hoarsely, it is all thanks to the life-saving silver sent by young master. My sister and I could survive here. From now on, Jingcheng's life belongs to you. For the first time, Zong Jingcheng was thanked as a savior, an unparalleled sense of accomplishment swelling within him, and he laughed heartily while conversing with Jingcheng. Bu Yan observed in astonishment. In just 2 short months, young master had become so jovial. Shun Zi nudged his shoulder, whispering, you wouldn't understand, it is entirely due to Madame's exemplary parenting. Bu Yan, bewildered, stared at him as though he were a curious creature, responding, are you not afraid of being reprimanded by the young master for such remarks? To him, young master and Madame seemed like fire and water. Shun Zi replied, I am merely speaking quietly, only our young master is so slow-witted that he hasn't noticed his own transformation. Were old Marquis to see him, he might even think young master had undergone a soul exchange. Bu Yan, upon careful reflection, that was indeed a possibility. How frightening! Zong Jingcheng and Jingcheng chatted merrily for quite some time before finally broaching the subject of Zhai Yao. Jingcheng said, recently, I have indeed heard of a noble young master who has been punished and resides in the neighboring alley, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance to prevent him from leaving. I can hear his cries even from my home. He is still crying? Zong Jingcheng was taken aback. Was this truly the same Zhai Yao who once behaved so recklessly? Recalling Zhai Yao's derogatory words towards Jingcheng, Zong Jingcheng thought that merely crying for a day was far too lenient. A month of weeping would be more fitting. With this in mind, he felt compelled to visit Zhai Yao. He wondered if that lad had come to recognize his mistakes and whether he would dare insult him again in person. Jingcheng replied, his cries are quite tragic and loud, especially at night. My sister has been frightened and unable to sleep. Zong Jingcheng shook his head, saying, that is truly unfortunate. I shall go and ask him to keep his cries down at night. Jingcheng, it was rather considerate, yet something felt amiss. With Jingcheng as his guide, Zong Jingcheng easily found himself at Zhai Yao's doorstep. Though it was called a home, it was merely a dilapidated hut, with drafts swirling through the room and a filthy, muddy ditch at the entrance. Before Zong Jingcheng could step inside, a bun was hurled out of the window, accompanied by Zhai Yao's furious voice, get out, Zhai Yao, would rather starve than eat such pig food. Jingcheng, seeing the perfectly fine bun on the ground, immediately felt pity and picked it up, suddenly remembering Zong Jingcheng's presence and hesitating about whether to discard it or this food. Throwing it away would be wasteful. At least eating this would stave off hunger for a day. The stark contrast between Zhai Yao and Jingcheng was so glaring that the little tyrant was incensed without needing any further explanation. Zhai Yao was clearly not suffering enough from hunger. His Highness the Crown Prince's punishment was just. Zhai Yao ought to endure this trial to temper his character. Zong Jingcheng, having witnessed the spectacle, intended to leave, but then an elderly figure emerged from the hut, trembling and wearied, with a face etched in sorrow. Who is this? Does Zhai Yao not live here alone? Chapter 40. Suan saves Jingcheng. Jingzhe remarked, after they brought Zhai Yao here, he was taken to Grandpa Zhao's house. They must have been concerned that he would go without food, so they sent some provisions for Grandpa Zhao to take care of him. However, Zhai Yao refuses to eat anything here and often resorts to both hitting and scolding Grandpa Zhao. He dares to hit someone? Even the most rebellious little demon king understood the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Zhai Yao actually laid hands on an elder. Before Jingzhe could nod in affirmation, a stool was suddenly hurled from within, striking Grandpa Zhao's hunched back. The old man, caught off guard, fell directly to the ground. Grandpa Zhao! Jingzhe exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to assist him. Zhong Jinchang followed suit, each taking an arm to help the elder up. The little demon king was utterly incensed. He rolled up his sleeves and charged into the room, seizing Zhai Yao and landing a punch while muttering, "You cowardly scoundrel who bullies the elderly, I shall beat you to death." "Zhong Jinchang? How dare you come here?" Zhai Yao, recognizing his opponent, disregarded the pain in his face and charged forward with bloodshot eyes. "I'll take you on." The two children grappled, trading blows back and forth. Both were notorious rascals in the capital, and brawling was a common occurrence, each possessing remarkable skills. However, Zhai Yao had gone a day without food, and his stamina faltered. Ultimately, he was pinned to the ground by Zhong Jinchang, who continued to rain down punches, declaring, "I'll teach you a lesson for laying a hand on me. Do you have any idea who I am? I am the strongest fighter in the entire capital. Today, I shall make you search for your teeth." Behind them, Bu Yan and Shunzi could only watch in silence. Fighting is one thing, but why boast so much? "Who crowned you as the strongest fighter in the capital? Help." Grandpa Zhao, being timid, had initially taken in Zhai Yao out of a desire for the food they provided. However, seeing the child being beaten so mercilessly made him anxious to intervene. Yet, he was stopped by Jingjia. "Grandpa Zhao, do not interfere." Zhai Yao was sent here for offending Jin Chang, and now he has pushed you again, making him even more in the wrong. Let Jin Chang teach him a proper lesson. Grandpa Zhao stood in a daze, tears welling in his eyes as he nodded. Alright. Zhai Yao, isolated and without support, found the guards at the door only preventing him from escaping, while Bu Yan and Shunzi chose not to intervene. Thus, the little demon king beat Zhai Yao with great satisfaction. However, before long, a group of people suddenly surged in from outside, shouting, "Let go of my young master." Shunzi turned around, surprised to see Steward Zhai. Instinctively, Bu Yan, who had been standing with arms crossed, entered a defensive stance, positioning himself in front of his young master, prepared for a confrontation. Upon seeing his young master bloodied and battered, Steward Zhai shouted, "Stop! Everyone, stop! Zhong Jinchang, dare you lay another hand on my young master?" In response, Zhong Jinchang threw another punch, defiantly retorting, "I've already struck, what are you going to do about it?" The little demon king's face bore the marks of the scuffle, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, his dimples showing charmingly, though his actions were those of a little devil. Nevertheless, Shunzi understood that this was truly the nature of his young master, the capital's most notorious scoundrel, fearless in the face of authority. Steward Zhai bellowed, "Attack, rescue the young master." As he spoke, a dozen burly men surged forward. Shunzi wisely stepped back, and Bu Yan picked up the broken stool from the ground, charging it toward the Zhai family as men. Bang! Bu Yan entered the fray like a battle-hardened warrior, wielding the stool with ferocity, striking down with such force that he seemed invincible. The disheveled slums echoed with cries of despair. Steward Zhai had anticipated a dozen men to subdue Bu Yan, yet it turned out that the Zhai family's men were the ones fleeing in all directions from his single-handed onslaught. It's Bu Yan. He is the esteemed companion of the former young Marquis, the one who could take on 100 foes. Is that really him, the champion of martial arts, capable of facing 100 at once? We stand no chance against him. Someone recognized Bu Yan's identity, causing the would-be attackers to retreat, fear etched upon their faces. Seeing this, Steward Zhai grew frantic, shouting, "Charge, everyone, charge! If you can't handle it, call for reinforcements, go outside and summon help." The crown prince had decreed that no one was allowed to assist Zhai Yao in secret, but Zhai Madam, concerned for her son, had instructed the household escorts to remain outside the slums, ready to intervene should anyone dare harm him. Thus, when the call for reinforcements was made, a dark tide of figures arrived. Zhong Jinchang? A rough count suggested there were nearly 100 men. Were they truly expecting Bu Yan to take on them all? Shunzi swallowed hard, retreating to shield his young master. "Young master, step back a bit, while Bu Yan may be able to handle them, there are simply too many. If they divert their attention towards you, I will stand in front of you with my life." This was perhaps the most loyal declaration from a servant untrained in combat. Zhong Jinchang shoved him aside, shouting, "You can't fight either, get away, I am capable of protecting myself." Shunzi's eyes brimmed with tears. His young master truly was kind-hearted. He might be the first servant in history to be protected by his master. Determined to stand firm, Shunzi resolved that he would die here today, loyal to Zhong Jinchang until the end. Yet before he could act, his young master charged into the fray, his demeanor not that of a victim but rather of someone seeking the thrill of battle. However, the adversaries were all seasoned fighters, adults whose size and strength overshadowed Zhong Jinchang's. The valiant little demon king was swiftly lifted by the neck. Shunzi's eyes widened in horror. "Young master! Help! Who will save his young master?" The Zhai family's henchmen hoisted Zhong Jinchang and hurled him towards the wall. If the impact landed true, it would surely lead to a grievous injury. Stop! In that critical moment, a faint azure figure suddenly soared from the heavens, landing upon the dilapidated rooftops and heading straight for Zhong Jinchang, delivering a swift kick that knocked the Zhai family servant to the ground. Zhong Jinchang, airborne for a brief moment, was saved as he landed safely. Upon closer inspection, he realized with astonishment, "Cui Lu, what are you doing here?" The newcomer was none other than Cui Lu, the premier female martial artist of the Yuanyang Marquis and the personal maid assigned to Su Wan by the matriarch. Shunzi recognized her and exclaimed, "It's Madam, surely, she sent her, we are saved." With Bu Yan leading the charge, and Cui Lu guarding the young master, even if they could not overcome the Zhai family, they would at least ensure Zhong Jinchang remained unharmed. Cui Lu, generally stoic, allowed a rare smile to surface as she reassured, "Young master, do not fear, Madam has also arrived." "Ah?" Zhong Jinchang quickly turned at her words. Indeed, at the narrow alley's entrance stood a figure clad in red, tall, composed, and strategizing. Soon after, a multitude of servants rushed in behind her, all from the Marquis, come to assist them. Chapter 41. Suwon stood resolutely by his side once again. She approached with measured strides, observing as the people of the Ho residence encircled the Zhai family. The previously unfavorable situation was instantaneously reversed. Who dares to lay a finger on Jin Chang without our Ho family's consent? The woman's words rang out with authority, echoing the same righteous indignation she had previously directed towards him, but this time, her blade was aimed at outsiders. This was the second time Suwon had taken his side. Zhong Jin Chang's heart raced with a cacophony of emotions, warmth flooding through him, yet the proud little fellow was reluctant to acknowledge it, turning his face away in deliberate avoidance. Upon seeing that the person in charge had arrived, Butler Jai immediately called for a halt, and the assailants on both sides ceased their actions. Madam Zhong, your son Jin Chang has audaciously come to assault our young master. We must settle this score. Zhong Jin Chang scoffed at the notion of explaining himself, retorting vehemently, you dare to seek recompense from us? I consider it a light punishment for beating that scoundrel Jia Yao. If you hadn't intervened, I would have continued. You. Butlers, I see that, Madam Zhong. What is your stance on this? Our master and mistress remain unaware of this matter, otherwise, it would never come to a peaceful resolution. Shunzi interjected on behalf of his young master, Madam, it was Jia Yao who knocked over this elder, and Jin Chang could not stand idly by. Suwon followed their gaze, seeing Grandpa Zhao supported by Jing Zhe, his face contorted in pain. In an instant, she understood, addressing Butler Zhai with precise words, though Jin Chang's actions may lack prudence, it is your Zhai young master who bears the initial fault. Moreover, they are merely children of 8 or 9 years. It is entirely normal for children to engage in playful skirmishes, yet, you, Butler Zhai, have escalated this matter, surrounding our Ho family's legitimate grandson with a throng of 100. What ulterior motives do you harbor? Zhong Jin Chang stood by, momentarily stunned. How had her words turned the blame entirely onto the Zhai family? No, she was right, it was indeed the Zhai family's fault. The little tyrant, who had resigned himself to potential punishment, suddenly felt emboldened, as if he had acquired a formidable ally, leaving Shunzi in a state of disbelief. This madam, how did she seem like a new support for young Master Chang? Despite consistently opposing young Master Chang in all matters, she maintained a united front when addressing outsiders. Butler Zhai, seasoned and shrewd, was not so easily intimidated by Suwon's rhetoric. He replied coldly, it appears that Madam Zhong is feigning ignorance. Very well, we shall return home to report to our master and mistress, and let them arbitrate this matter before the crown prince. Feel free to do so, Suwon replied with a smile, but I must caution you to consider carefully what was the reason for Jia Yao's punishment by His Highness? And what prompted Jin Chang to strike Jia Yao in the first place? Should you fail to report accurately, you may find yourselves on the receiving end of a similar reprimand. Suwon's words were sincere. Based on her understanding of the crown prince, it was quite likely that Jia Yao would face further consequences. That is no concern of Madame Zhong's, our Zhai family will handle it. Butler Zhai declared, beckoning to his subordinates, take the young master back to the estate to see the physician. Stop, 2 guards sent by the Eastern Palace suddenly interjected, the Crown Prince has decreed that no one is to take Jia Yao away. Butler Zhai, nearly choking on his rage, exclaimed, you are responsible for watching over my young master. Why did you not intervene when Zhong Jin Chang assaulted him? The guards replied indifferently, His Highness did not issue such an order. You. Butler Zhai was left speechless, nearly spitting blood in his fury. Even Suwon could not help but rub her temples. The guards from the Eastern Palace truly had their own personalities. Under normal circumstances, they would have at least attempted to relay a message to the Eastern Palace. Instead, these 2 brothers had done nothing. One could hardly help but suspect they were slacking off. However, this question was soon resolved as Suwon took Zhong Jin Chang back to the residence to tend to his wounds. Just as she finished applying the medicine, news from Cui Lu arrived. Madam, the master and mistress of the Zhai family have indeed gone to the Eastern Palace to lodge a complaint. Really? What happened next? Suwon inquired with curiosity. The little tyrant leaned in, eager to know the outcome. Cui Lu paused for a moment before continuing. They were refused an audience by the crown princess. Suwon was the first to burst into laughter. The little tyrant, along with Zhong Wenxiu and others, joined in her amusement, while even Shunzi and Cui Ji stifled their giggles nearby. Suwon chuckled, the crown princess truly possesses a unique character. She may appear gentle, yet she consistently plays the role of the one who offends others, truly a paragon of a virtuous wife. Cui Lu added, the crown princess's exact words were that the crown prince's health is delicate and that the Zhai family should refrain from troubling him with such trifles. The Zhai couple was unable to even meet the crown princess, let alone the crown prince. Suwon nodded, that is for the best, it would prevent Jia Yao from facing severe punishment. The Zhai couple might truly become desperate. Suddenly, Zhong Jin Chang interjected, but Jia Yao truly deserves a beating. Zhong Wenxiu, seldom in agreement, nodded in rare accord. Suwon smiled at the little tyrant, delivering a pointed remark, you truly live up to your reputation as one of the 4 young rascals of the capital. Zhong Jin Chang. The friendship boat capsized in less than half a day. The following day, as they headed to Qingba Academy to check their results, the little tyrant sat in the carriage, glaring at everyone in a fit of rage. Rarely did he maintain such an upright posture, making every effort to shoot daggers at the woman beside him with his eyes. Suwon, ever playful, taunted, young man, I hope that after you see your results, you still possess the energy to glare at me. Zhong Jin Chang snorted, this young master has complete confidence in his abilities. I will surely make you and those 2 lose so badly that you won't be able to lift your heads. Such bravado, Suwon commented objectively. Zhong Wenxiu silently gave a thumbs up in admiration. Only Madame Zhong dared to speak such words within the Ho residence. Anyone else, including himself, would likely find themselves pursued and beaten by their younger brother Zhong Jinchang, fuming with indignation, retorted, "How annoying you are. What business do you have coming along to see the results?" Suwon feigned surprise. "Of course, I wish to witness your bluster deflate in person." Zhong Wenxiu could no longer contain himself, covering his eyes with one hand in an effort to diminish his presence. Zhong Jinchang ground his teeth in frustration, biting out, "Then I truly thank you for your attention." "You're welcome, it is my duty as a mother," Suwon replied, radiating warmth with a hint of coldness, infuriating him further. Zhong Jinchang huffed, shifting closer to Zhong Wenxiu, as if trying to distance himself from Suwon by 8 feet. Having finished teasing the little tyrant, Suwon turned her attention to Zhong Wenxiu, saying, "Consider this a practice exam. Although you study diligently every day, the time is simply too short. Therefore, it is entirely normal if you don't perform as well as others. Do not let it bruise your pride. You can always try again next time." Chapter 42. The Little Demon King causes a ruckus at the academy. She had a premonition that if Zhong Wenxiu and Zhong Jinchang were to take the same exam, they would undoubtedly perform admirably. However, the examination he faced was of a more formidable nature. Having only studied for a little over half a year, it was entirely reasonable for him to be compared to others who had studied for several years and not emerge victorious. Yet, Wenxiu was different. This introspective and meticulous child was prone to becoming ensnared in his own high standards, leading to a fracturing of his mindset. Indeed, Zhong Wenxiu was quite anxious, eager to see his results yet fearful of underperforming. Hearing Suwon's comforting words warmed his heart. At times, he could truly see the shadow of his mother in her. Madame treated him with great kindness. Zhong Wenxiu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, madam. Wenxiu has taken your words to heart." Suwon smiled at him. The little demon king, who had been listening nearby, grew increasingly irked. He glared at the two who treated him as if he were invisible and sarcastically remarked to Suwon, "So you can speak kind words after all." It was just that those words were not directed at him. Suwon replied lazily, "Kind words must be appropriately bestowed. Some individuals are inspired and motivated by them, while others become blindly overconfident and arrogant. Isn't that right, young Master Jinchang?" Zhong Jinchang's face flushed with indignation, his lips pursed higher than a teapot spout. Unable to withstand the humiliation any longer, he shouted outside, "Stop the carriage, I want to get off. Who would want to sit with her?" The coachman halted the carriage, and Zhong Jinchang leaped down. Zhong Wenxiu attempted to pull him back but found himself unable, casting a troubled glance at Suwon, who remained unperturbed, saying, "We're almost at the academy, let him walk. This young lad is not foolish. He knows he can only dare to turn against us now that we are but a few steps away. He is certainly material for an official." Ah. Zhong Wenxiu was bewildered, unsure where she gleaned such insight. Suwon explained, "He understands the times. To be an official, one must be adept at navigating social situations." Zhong Wenxiu remained silent, unable to comprehend but profoundly impressed. Every month after the examinations, Qingba Academy would emulate the imperial examination system, publishing the students' rankings, limited to the top 120. Consequently, during the academy's monthly assessments, students would greet one another with inquiries such as, "Have you made the list?" The rankings were displayed from left to right, with the leftmost position being the highest. Having listened to Suwon's guidance in the carriage, Zhong Jinchang curiously pulled Zhong Wenxiu to search for his ranking. Zhong Wenxiu lacked confidence and began to scan from the bottom of the list. After a brief search, he found his ranking 106th, classified as B. Student scores were categorized into 4 tiers A, B, C, and D, with subsequent rankings determined by accuracy. To be among the top 120 students, one had to at least achieve a B. Upon seeing this result, Zhong Wenxiu felt neither joy nor sorrow. He simply offered a smile to his younger brother, saying, "I made the list, that is quite good." Zhong Jinchang, however, was far from satisfied and questioned, "How could I only be 106th? This ranking suggested that there were 105 students in the same grade superior to Zhong Wenxiu. Was that not excessive?" Although Zhong Wenxiu did not possess his brother's cleverness or charm, he was undeniably diligent, rising before dawn to study and burning the midnight oil. How could such a hard-working individual achieve only this score? Zhong Wenxiu chuckled, "It's normal. After all, I am 2 years older than you and have more to learn. Come, let us find your ranking. You must have performed even better than I." When it came to the little demon king's scores, he was brimming with confidence, and without needing Zhong Wenxiu's guidance, he marched proudly towards the top of the list. Surely, he, the young master Zhong, would claim the first position. First place, A. Qin Yi. Again him, this fellow is extraordinary. He has never fallen below second place since enrollment. Before Zhong Jinchang even reached the list, he heard this and his expression soured immediately. How can the first not be me? Zhong Wenxiu remained silent, thinking to himself, this level of confidence is something I will never possess. Zhong Jinchang stood on tiptoe to peer closer, discovering that not only was the first not him, but the second was a student named Zhang Ji. How could it be him? Zhong Jinchang was taken aback. Zhong Wenxiu was equally astonished. Did Madame not say that Zhang Ji always scored a B? How has he suddenly risen to an A and secured second place? The situation was so peculiar that even he sensed something amiss. Zhong Wenxiu scanned the list rapidly until he reached the bottom and found 2 entries bearing his brother's name. 119th, B. Zhong Jinchang, 120th, B. Wu Shusen. How could this be? Zhong Wenxiu gazed at the ranking in disbelief. Although his brother relied heavily on rote memorization and lacked comprehension of the true essence and thoughts conveyed in the texts, he had memorized the translations. Given the nature of the examinations at this age, they would not delve so deeply. His brother should have been an undeniable standout. How could he have obtained merely a B? Furthermore, Zhang Ji, was he not on par with Wu Shusen? How had he suddenly ascended to second place? Zhong Jincheng, upon seeing Zhong Wenxiu at the bottom of the list, shouted in anger, "What are you doing there? How could I possibly be at the bottom?" He dashed over, but before he could focus on the list, Zhong Wenxiu seized his sleeve and firmly declared, "This list must be false." Zhong Jincheng was momentarily taken aback, believing his brother was dissatisfied with his own score, and immediately echoed, "I think it seems false too. How could you possibly only score a B?" Zhong Wenxiu shook his head in denial. "No, it may be normal for me to score a B, but for you to score a B is absolutely abnormal." Zhong Jincheng's eyes widened, and he swiftly turned to the list, where he instantly spotted his name alongside Wu Shusen, ranked 119th and 120th respectively. Zhong Jincheng. How could he have only scored a B? This was utterly impossible. Zhong Wenxiu pulled him away, saying, "Let us find Madam. We must ask her to investigate. There must be an error." Initially bewildered by his brother's insistence, Zhong Jincheng soon regained his composure and angrily shook off his hand, exclaiming, "What are we searching for? The issue is evident. This wretched academy dares to place me at the bottom of the rankings. It's an utter insult. How infuriating, to display it for so many to gawk at. It's a double humiliation. I shall smash them." As he spoke, the little demon king turned around, forcefully pushing past those gathered to view the results, kicking over a nearby desk, and tearing down the large red list with fervor. The long red paper was swiftly shredded into tatters, leaving onlookers astonished as Zhong Jincheng scattered the remnants across the ground, ultimately stamping on them in frustration. The students who had gathered to check the results had never witnessed such a spectacle. What audacity was this? Once they regained their senses, they began to shout, "Who are you? Why did you tear down the list? Exactly, who is this ruffian, thinking he can act out in Qingba Academy?" Chapter 43. The proud Zhong Wenxiu encountered an unprecedentedly unjust situation. While he could endure it with gritted teeth, his younger brother was entirely different. How could such a proud scion of the family suffer such indignity? However, he did not anticipate that, unlike himself who mustered the courage to seek assistance from his wife, the little demon king would take matters into his own hands and create a scene. Having navigated the capital for many years, Zhong Jincheng commanded such respect that no young ruffian dared to call themselves his superior. His reckless and audacious nature left him unafraid of offending anyone, as he brandished a stool and began to wreak havoc. Zhang Ji, witnessing the chaos, clapped his hands and stepped forward, mocking, "Oh, isn't this the braggart from the other day? Can't handle failing to surpass me, so you've resorted to tearing up the list, can you?" Next to him, Wu Shusen chimed in, though he ranked just below Zhong Jincheng. At least his brother had triumphed. With his chin held high, he joined in the derision. "I see you can't take the heat, otherwise, why would you be making such a fuss in the academy?" Zhong Jincheng retorted furiously, "Who are you calling incapable of passing? With your dismal results, how could you possibly have secured second place? It must be cheating, and you coming in last. What do you have to say for yourself?" Zhang Ji snapped back, "What nonsense are you spouting? I answered every question on that exam." Wu Shusen added, "So what if I came in last? You, coming in second to last, have the audacity to mock me?" Zhong Jincheng scoffed, "What a load of rubbish. Those exam questions were ridiculously easy. If it weren't for your cheating, how could I possibly be ranked so low?" Zhang Ji laughed in disbelief, "You little brat, do you even know what cheating is? Cheating involves falsifying one's own answers. It has nothing to do with your pathetic performance. Is there someone out there controlling you to fail?" The two continued their relentless bickering, escalating from personal grievances to allegations of examination integrity. The onlooking students finally grasped the situation and hurriedly sought someone to intervene. Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenxiu were the first to rush over to review the results, while Suwan made her way directly to the dean's office, eager to examine the two boys' exam papers to determine their educational direction based on their mistakes. However, before she could locate the papers, a group of students stumbled in, breathless, exclaiming, Dean, trouble is brewing. One student didn't perform well and has torn up the list. He's still smashing tables." Unsure if her sensitivity was leading her astray, upon hearing about such a brazen student, Suwan immediately thought of the little demon king. "What?" The dean slammed his hand on the table, neglecting to assist Suwan further, and followed the students outside, inquiring as he walked, "Quickly, tell me what happened." Suwan kept pace with him. Upon arrival, she indeed found the little demon king embroiled in a heated argument. Had it not been for Zhong Wenxiu restraining him, that mischievous lad would have lunged at someone. Upon spotting Zhong Jincheng, the dean recognized the troublemaker. Indeed, it was the infamous rascal of the capital that he had anticipated that allowing Zhong Jincheng into the academy would lead to such a day, yet there was no choice. The whole residence had offered too much. No one could refuse. With tears in his eyes, the dean separated the three disputants and addressed Zhong Jincheng, "Young Master Zhong, is there perhaps a misunderstanding?" Zhong Jincheng snorted, crossing his arms defiantly, clearly more audacious than ever. Zhang Ji howled, "Dean, he can't take losing. He came in last and has torn up the list, ruining it for the rest of us." Wu Shusen stepped forward, adding, "Yes, Dean, we merely attempted to intervene, and he started yelling at us. How could such a brazen student be allowed to remain in our academy?" Zhong Wenxiu, noticing their biased claims, quickly interjected to clarify for his younger brother, "No, madam, I suspect their results have been falsified," prompting my brother's impulsive act of tearing the list. "Falsified results?" Suwon, without needing Zhang Wenxiu's assistance, began to piece together the situation. The little demon king must have received an exceedingly poor ranking, which was incongruent with his actual capabilities. While others might be unaware of Zhang Jincheng's true level, she and Zhang Wenxiu were privy to it. With this thought, she turned to the dean. "Dean, why don't we first examine the two boys' papers? I would like to see how Jincheng performed." The dean nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed to review the papers together." The group followed him, first locating Zhang Wenxiu's exam paper. Upon receiving it, Suwon heard the dean remark, "Wenxiu's answers were quite satisfactory, he likely missed some material in his studies." Suwon nodded. Indeed, the dean possesses keen insight. The dean then retrieved Zhang Jincheng's paper, stating, "Jincheng's responses were also commendable. Although his translation skills require improvement, his handwriting is exceptionally beautiful." At this, both Suwon and Zhang Wenxiu turned to look at him in astonishment. Was it possible that the little demon king had good handwriting? Such praise was something only Zhang Jincheng himself could shamelessly accept. Right, Zhang Wenxiu exchanged a knowing glance with Suwon, signaling that the paper indeed bore discrepancies. Given the short duration Zhang Jincheng had spent learning to write, no matter how talented he was, his handwriting had never improved significantly. The dean's unexpected compliment regarding his writing was most unusual. Suwon took the paper and, upon inspection, confirmed it was a foreign handwriting. The little demon king's paper had been swapped. At that moment, Zhang Wenxiu leaned closer to Suwon, whispering, "Madam, Zhang Ji's second-place result seems suspicious." Suwon quickly grasped the implication and addressed the dean. "Could we trouble you to retrieve Zhang Ji's paper for examination as well?" What do you want to see my paper for?" Zhang Ji stammered, suddenly nervous. The dean looked at him, perplexed. Suwon smiled and replied, "Because I suspect you have stolen Jincheng's results." The dean's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? He had been so cautious around the whole residence. How could someone in the academy be undermining him from behind? Zhang Ji shouted, "On what grounds do you want to see my paper? That's mine, and I won't allow anyone to look at it." Suwon probed, "Are you feeling guilty?" His face flushed crimson, and he yelled, "Who feels guilty? I'm merely protecting my privacy." Suwon responded, "The pens for the monthly exam are the academy's, the ink is the academy's, and even the paper belongs to the academy. The dean has the right to review the results of any student. Then only the dean can look." "That is acceptable." Suwon smiled as she turned to Zhang Wenxiu. "Wenxiu, please take Jincheng over there and have him write a few characters for the dean to compare the handwriting." She refrained from directly instructing Jincheng to write, knowing his rebellious nature would likely lead him to refuse. However, with Zhang Wenxiu mediating, Zhang Jincheng reluctantly complied and scribbled a few lines from the strategies of the warring states. Zhang Wenxiu brought the handwriting back to Suwon, who handed it to the dean for comparison with the second-to-last ranked paper. The dean's expression twitched upon seeing it. The handwriting was atrocious. Each character was nearly double the normal size, crammed onto the page, and in stark contrast to the elegant small characters on the exam paper, the difference was nothing short of devastating. Chapter 44. Hitting a brick wall. Zhang Ji cast a glance and defended. He might have intentionally written poorly, or perhaps he switched hands. "My brother writes with his right hand," Zhang Wenxiu interjected. "Who knows if he is left-handed?" Although Zhang Ji's arguments were somewhat far-fetched, they did possess a semblance of logic, causing the dean to waver slightly. Suwon suggested, "Then may I request the dean to compare the handwriting of Jincheng and the second-place paper?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jincheng expressed his dissatisfaction. "Why not compare with the first place? How could I possibly be second?" Suwon shot him a glance and replied, "Because the first place is exceptionally strong, stronger than you." Zhang Jincheng, indignant, retorted, "Nonsense, I demand a comparison with the first place." "You can forget about that," Zhang Jincheng exclaimed. Zhang Wenxiu observed, even amid such tension, his younger brother maintained a commendable composure, engaging in a light-hearted exchange with the lady. The dean retrieved Zhang Ji's examination paper, and upon opening it, he felt as if his very soul had been marred by the atrocious handwriting. Every sentence in this paper was written in a haphazard manner, almost threatening to spill off the page. In his years of managing the academy, he had never encountered such bizarrely poor handwriting, yet, simultaneously, this atrocious handwriting bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhang Jincheng's previous writing. The dean swiftly grasped the situation and, in a fit of anger, commanded, "Summon the teacher responsible for grading the papers." Zhang Ji instantly became anxious, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Zhang Jincheng craned his neck, eager to discern the outcome, certain that the second-place paper could not possibly belong to him. That woman looked down upon him. Had it been his own doing, he would have certainly checked the first-place paper first. Suwon, recognizing that the truth was about to unravel, awaited the dean's conclusion. During the tense moment, the dean granted Zhang Ji another opportunity to write a phrase on the spot for comparison. Trembling, Zhang Ji deliberately crafted his characters poorly. The dean, with a darkened expression, stated, "If you refuse to cooperate, I have plenty of means to verify this. I still have the archived examination papers from last year. We can compare them with your handwriting, it will merely take some time." Zhang Ji's defenses crumbled, plunging him into a state of panic. The ensuing moments felt like awaiting a verdict. The handwriting comparison revealed that the paper that had replaced Zhang Jincheng's score indeed belonged to Zhang Ji. The grading teacher, faced with irrefutable evidence, stammered his apologies. "Dean, I am truly sorry. It was my greed for money. Zhang Ji secretly slipped me 2 taels of silver yesterday, and I thought since this exam paper wouldn't be seen by the students." The dean, infuriated, delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, "What do you mean by thought? For the sake of 2 taels of silver, you dare to undermine Zhong Jinchang. Do you even know who he is? The century-old reputation of our Qingba Academy is at stake because of you. Zhong Jinchang was ready to explode with rage. 2 taels of silver? 2 taels of silver bought my score? He looked incredulously at Zhong Wenshou, his large eyes filled with a mix of anger and humiliation. 2 taels of silver was merely the cost of a dish of goose, yet it had swallowed his achievements whole. The injury was minor, but the insult was profound. Seeing this young rascal on the verge of a meltdown, Suwan urged Zhong Wenshou to restrain him to prevent any chaos from erupting. Zhong Wenshou was at his wit's end. His brother was too vigorous, and he could barely hold on. Meanwhile, the dean was delivering his sentence. The teacher who exchanged the students' papers has compromised the fairness of the monthly examination. Effective immediately, Qingba Academy shall no longer employ this individual. Zhang Ji, for bribing the teacher to commit fraud and misappropriating another's score, effective immediately, you are expelled from Qingba Academy. The teacher pleaded frantically, Dean. Please spare me, this is my first offense, I will change. Zhang Ji hastily chimed in, Dean, this is my first mistake, I am still young and didn't understand the gravity of my actions, you must give me another chance. The dean, seething with rage, retorted, get out of my academy. The 2 instigators were swiftly dragged away, while a certain Wu Shusen, who had not participated in the cheating, escaped punishment, yet was utterly bewildered in the presence of Zhang Ji. The dean spoke sternly, you two, gather your things and leave. Wu Shusen was left dumbfounded, no, Dean, I did not participate, I did not switch his paper, I did nothing wrong. The dean replied, you aided and abetted Zhang Ji, knowing of his wrongdoing. With such character, we cannot afford to have you in Qingba Academy's century of integrity, take him away. Wu Shusen was dragged off, screaming in protest. On the other side, the dean commanded the teacher to draft a new monthly examination ranking. This time, Zhong Jinchang watched as his name ascended the list. He had risen to the top position, number 1. Still unsatisfied, Zhong Jinchang demanded, I want to check the first place paper. The dean inquired, do you hold a grudge against the first place? I do not know him. Zhong Jinchang asserted confidently, but he cannot have performed better than me. The dean sighed, though you are impressive, do not be overly confident. After contemplating his words, he gently advised, Qin Yi has placed first every time. His scores cannot be fabricated. That matters not, I insist on checking his paper. The dean exhaled, eventually retrieving Qin Yi's paper. He pondered for a moment before passing it to Suwan. Suwan accepted it and examined it. The stark contrast between the small devil's atrocious handwriting and Qin Yi's elegant script was astonishing. The latter's writing was so immaculate it resembled printed text, and the paper was devoid of any errors. Upon reviewing his dictation and translation, it was evident that his responses were exemplary, truly remarkable. Logically, the small devil could achieve decent scores through rote memorization, yet Qingba Academy's questions were not merely regurgitations from textbooks. The final major question required a synthesis of ideas from several books, demanding comprehension and critical thought, making it difficult to achieve perfection solely through memorization. Thus, Qin Yi's superior performance was entirely justified. Suwan handed the paper to the small devil, who took it and scrutinized it, his brow furrowing immediately. Though he generally exuded confidence, he was not devoid of aesthetic sensibility and could discern the disparity between his work and that of the other. However, is this truly handwritten? It cannot possibly be genuine. The handwriting of the respondent bore such resemblance to the printed questions that it seemed implausible for it to have been penned by a real person. Zhong Wenshou glanced over and concurred, indeed, it did not appear to be the work of a human, yet if it were not a counterfeit, then Qin Yi was a formidable individual. Suwan chuckled, Dean, it seems my child is rather unconvinced, could we invite this student named Qin Yi for a discussion? Jinchang wishes to witness the prowess of the first place. In truth, she had taken the initiative to investigate Qin Yi over the past few days. The child's father was a 5th-rank official and had been the top scorer in the imperial examination 6 years prior. Qin Yi had been nurtured in an environment of scholarly pursuit, diligently studying alongside his father from a young age, thus outshining his peers. This time, the small devil had truly hit a brick wall. Chapter 45 of The Little Demon King encounters a strong rival. Zhong Jinchang, with a defiant tone, corrected, it's expose his deceit, who wants to witness his flair when it's all a facade? Suwan chuckled derisively and shot him a glance. Zhong Jinchang, unwilling to back down, clenched his fist. The dean, unfazed, chuckled and instructed someone to summon Qin Yi, a prized gem of their academy, the foremost seed destined for the top tier, certainly a worthy contender. The little demon king awaited in the courtyard, unable to remain seated, fidgeting restlessly. He stood up to pace, kicked the stone bench, causing Suwan to feel the urge to shut her eyes. Supporting her forehead, she remarked, your energy is truly exuberant, it would be more fitting to expend it at the Martial Arts Academy. Old lord and the old matron too, going to the Martial Academy doesn't guarantee a future as a general. With your haphazard approach, you'd be scorned even in the military. Zhong Jinchang could not endure provocation. He sprang up on the spot, retorting, who wants to attend the Martial Academy, rolling around in the mud every day, drenched in sweat, it's filthy. I have no desire to practice martial arts. Suwan feigned agreement, indeed, you shun toil, avoid dirt, refuse persistence, and dismiss the mundane, so, dear young master, it seems you wish to do nothing at all. Zhong Jinchang intended to affirm her statement but felt that any response to her sardonic remarks would seem like conceding defeat. He huffed and continued to strut toward the entrance. Why haven't they arrived yet? The little demon king's patience was waning. Meanwhile, Zhong Wenshou examined Qin Yi's exam paper, scrutinizing it from beginning to end. This youth, 2 years his junior, possessed remarkably neat handwriting, his translations flawless, mirroring those compiled by the matron for her brother. As he flipped to the latter part of the paper, Zhang Wenxiu noted Qin Ye's profound comprehension of the material, supplemented with various references to bolster his arguments. Zhang Wenxiu had only memorized the material the previous month, and it was evident that Qin Ye surpassed him by a considerable margin. In stark contrast to Zhong Jincheng's impatience, Zhang Wenxiu felt a chill creeping down his spine, the first time he truly grasped the vast gulf between his knowledge and that of others. After a considerable time, the dean finally returned, accompanied by a cold-faced youth, devoid of adornments, clad in a simple deep blue robe, cinched with a plain belt, neat and unpretentious. Qin Ye lifted his gaze, his eyes icy at the dean, smiling, said, "Madam Zhong has been waiting." Qin Ye was attending class and only emerged after the teacher finished. "Behold, this is Qin Ye," and he answered the exam himself. Zhong Jincheng scrutinized him, noting that they were of similar height, yet their dispositions were entirely opposite. This one was so frigid he could freeze those nearby. His gaze bore no annoyance, only impatience. Zhong Jincheng understood immediately and responded in an even more impatient tone, "Then go ahead and write. I wish to see if this is indeed your handwriting." The little demon king's tone was harsh, laced with accusation and skepticism, provoking ire in anyone who overheard. The dean, apprehensive that Qin Ye might suddenly retort, knew this young man, despite his academic prowess, possessed a peculiar temperament, utterly unlike his affable father. Surprisingly, without a word of inquiry, Qin Ye approached the table, picked up a pen, and began to write swiftly. Even Zhang Wenxiu, diligent and hardworking, felt a twinge of inadequacy watching his speed. In mere moments, he had penned 2 lines. Qin Ye rose and addressed the dean, "May I leave now? The assignments from the teacher remain incomplete." The dean's lips twitched. The assignments were meant for the rest day, yet this boy, having not completed his lessons for the day, was hastily trying to finish. He picked up the paper, recognized the familiar handwriting, and, satisfied, said, "Very well, you may return." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng quickly interjected, "Why the rush to leave? We haven't examined it yet." He took the paper from the dean, confirming that the writing was indeed identical to that on the exam paper, so neat it appeared printed. Zhong Jincheng, witnessing this firsthand, still found it hard to believe that he flipped the paper back and forth, not discovering any signs of cheating. Instead, he noted that control over the pen pressure was exquisite, leaving the back of the paper completely free of any ink stains. Flawless, with no discernible loopholes. Turning to Qin Ye, he muttered absent-mindedly, "How could you possibly have stolen my first place?" Qin Ye's cold eyelids lifted, looking at him with unwavering certainty, "Because the first place is mine. No one can take it away." The young boy exhibited little aggression, yet the resolute confidence in his eyes pierced the fragile heart of the little demon king. Zhong Jincheng's voice involuntarily rose several decibels. "What did you say?" Qin Ye did not repeat himself. He was not one to squander time on futile disputes, thus he turned to leave again. Zhong Jincheng stepped in front of him, threatening, "Say it again." Qin Ye attempted to sidestep him, but no matter how he maneuvered, the little demon king clung to him obstinately. Qin Ye's gaze turned even colder. He replied in a chilling tone, "It wouldn't matter if I said it 100 times, you cannot surpass me." With that, he shoved the little demon king aside and strode toward the exit. Zhong Jincheng stumbled, nearly tumbling to the ground. He had likely never encountered anyone so arrogant, someone who regarded him with such disdain. Qin Ye didn't even bother to inquire about his name. Zhong Jincheng was on the verge of exploding. An insult, utterly insulting. He seethed with anger, bouncing around and shaking Zhong Wenxiu as he exclaimed, "This brat is insufferably arrogant, he doesn't regard me at all. What does he mean by unassailable first place? Who told him it was his? First place is mine, mine. Who gave him such confidence?" Su Wan had previously posed this question to the little demon king, only to receive the answer that his confidence was blind and unfounded. However, Qin Ye was different. His confidence stemmed from his undeniable strength. A child who had never lacked for money or affection, consistently ranking first in every examination, his confidence was unparalleled. Su Wan observed the little demon king's outburst in silence, offering no comfort. Rather, Zhong Wenxiu kept advising him, "You simply need to study longer. Your starting line is just behind his. That if you were to study for the same duration, you would surely surpass him effortlessly." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng's eyes lit up. "Exactly. I've only studied for 2 months and can achieve second place. With just 1 more month, he wouldn't stand a chance." Su Wan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, yet, Zhong Jincheng was once again pierced by her laughter, his fragile heart flaring with rage as he bellowed, "What are you laughing at?" Chapter 46. Jin Chang is stimulated. Su Wan chuckled, "It seems your confidence is easily restored. I hope your abilities catch up to your self-assurance soon." After patting his shoulder, she added, "Keep it up, child." Zhong Jincheng stood there, fists clenched. To him, her encouragement felt akin to an insult. He recalled Qin Ye's arrogance just before he left, and it ignited a fire within his chest, causing his entire being to feel aflame. Is he merely the top student? I shall reclaim that position. Driven by competitive fervor, Zhong Jincheng disregarded Zhong Wenxiu's shouts behind him and dashed towards the academy's exit as Zhong Wenxiu pursued him, questioning, "Brother, where are you going?" Zhong Jincheng, with his head down, sprinted faster. It was as if a sudden surge of power coursed through him, rendering his body more agile and robust than ever before. In the expansive academy, the only sounds that resonated were his footsteps and the words carried by the wind, "Going home to study." The little demon's efforts exceeded Su Wan's expectations. She had anticipated that he would continue to memorize mechanically, relying on his seemingly supernatural ability to remember. However, upon arriving home, he instructed Shunzi to gather all the books mentioned by Qin Ye during the examination. Historical records, geography chronicles, As Shunzi recited the titles he had memorized, he grew increasingly alarmed. Young master, did Qin Yi really answer these? These books are beyond the level even Master Xiu has reached at his age. Zhong Jinchang gritted his teeth and declared, indeed, he did. Shunzi was well educated, having been specifically sent by his grandmother to assist him, yet even he found Qin Yi formidable, which only fueled the little demon's frustration further. That detestable boy, I shall soon bring him down. Zhong Jinchang seized the books from Shunzi's hands, losing patience with the slow recitation. His own reading speed was notably faster, however, since he had started studying late, his literacy skills were limited, and he frequently encountered unfamiliar characters, often requiring Shunzi to help him with pronunciations. When Suwan visited him 3 days later, she could hear the sound of his despair before even entering the room. What is this character pronounced as? She couldn't help but smile. At last, this boy was experiencing the hardships of superficial learning without a solid foundation and always seeking shortcuts. He would find subsequent studies increasingly challenging. As she entered the room, she addressed the flustered Shunzi, what books does Jinchang need to read next? Please organize them and annotate the pronunciations so he can recognize the characters when he studies on his own. Annotated pronunciations? Shunzi inquired. Suwan affirmed, many characters share the same pronunciation. Jinchang knows some simple characters. For the more complex ones, just annotate them with their homophones. Having learned pinyin before recognizing characters, Suwan decided to use direct phonetics as a temporary substitute, not wanting to reveal any oddity. Shunzi, quick-witted, grasped her idea immediately. Madam is truly remarkable, I shall prepare this forthwith. Zhong Jinchang stood dazed, taking several seconds to comprehend the meaning of the annotations, his gaze toward Suwan growing more peculiar. How did this woman come up with such an idea? Could she genuinely be intelligent? Noticing his skeptical expression, Suwan could easily surmise his thoughts, yet unlike Zhong Jinchang, she was not easily inflated with pride and chose to bypass the topic. With the assistance of the annotations, Zhong Jinchang found his studies considerably easier. When Bai Lishi came to teach, he was astonished by the little demon's remarkable transformation and felt compelled to commend Suwan. A complete transformation, indeed, he repeatedly praised her. Observing the earnest little demon diligently writing in the study, Suwan asked Bai Lishi, what do you think, master, how long until Jinchang catches up to Qin Yi's pace? Her inquiry was astute, not questioning whether he could catch up, but rather when he might do so, reflecting her confidence in Zhong Jinchang's learning capability. Bai Lishi glanced at her, smiling as he responded, it all depends on how long this determination can sustain him. Suwan laughed, indeed, master possesses foresight, he is driven solely by this resolve and will not relent until he surpasses Qin Yi. However, Bai Lishi shook his head, cautioning, not so fast. Suwan queried, puzzled. He pointed at Zhong Jinchang, stating, a child accustomed to lethargy cannot rely on sheer determination for long, his inertia will gradually prevail, and then madam shall have cause for concern once more. Suwan, his reasoning was sound, but the truth was indeed hard to bear. No wonder people are reluctant to heed wise counsel. In the following days, Zhong Jinchang continued to study diligently at this time of his own volition, refusing to leave even when called. As for the promise of 50 taels of silver monthly as a reward from Suwan, he completely forgot about it. This time, his efforts persisted for a full month. The time for the monthly examination arrived once again. The two brothers from the Zhong family, under the tutelage of a top-tier teacher like Bai Lishi, had no need to attend Qingbo Academy. Suwan had been consistently paying their tuition fees to maintain their enrollment, allowing them to participate in various examinations and continuously evaluate their learning progress. Having dedicated a month to his studies, Zhong Jinchang not only memorized and comprehended hundreds of books but also frequently consulted Bai Lishi on how to cite references and integrate ideas from multiple texts. Bai Lishi's sense of accomplishment soared, as he arrived at for lessons without the previous frown, even eager to come early. Zhong Wenxiu was also inspired by his brother's tenacity, rising an hour earlier than usual to study, making remarkable progress. Today, the number of students at Qingbo Academy was greater than ever. As Zhong Jinchang and Zhong Wenxiu approached, they noticed the crowd made walking feel congested. Uncertain of what had transpired at the academy, they felt somewhat bewildered. Upon inquiring with other students, they learned, did you not receive the notice? This month's examination is a joint examination of the 4 academies, with the 3 most prestigious academies in the capital participating. Zhong Jinchang was never one to shy away from challenges. So what? We'll simply outperform them. Seeing his confidence, the other student grimaced, but our academy has consistently ranked last in the joint examinations, never surpassing second to last. Zhong Jinchang, was Suwan's chosen academy so inferior? Did she look down upon him? As he felt anger rising, Zhong Wenxiu quickly asked, is the joint examination a tradition? Since we have never succeeded, why continue to compete with them instead of selecting 1 or 2 weaker academies? Because our principal delights in challenging difficulties. Zhong Wenxiu, The students at Qingbo Academy have faced setbacks since enrollment and have long since given up struggling. However, this year may be different. I heard there's a particularly exceptional student named Qin Yi. The principal has already boasted about relying on him to lead us to victory. Chapter 47, The Lost Jade Pendant. Is it that 8-year-old Qin Yi? I've heard that he recently approached the dean, expressing his desire to transfer classes after this exam to pursue deeper knowledge. Indeed impressive. I reckon he will be preparing for the child scholar examination within a couple of years. With him around, surely one of us will make it onto the list this year. Zhong Jinchang listened as they spoke, each remark revolving around Qin Yi, who had become a veritable savior in the eyes of the students at Qingba Academy. This filled Zhong Jinchang with intense envy. He raised his fist and declared, "Just wait and see how I will defeat the Qin brat." "You?" The others looked at him with disbelief. "Never seen him. Don't know him. Just boasting, aren't you? Let us see if you can even make it onto the list first, let alone defeat Qin Yi." "You think you're Qin Yi or something?" Zhong Jinchang exclaimed, "I'll show you all." Zhong Wenxiu was alarmed, fearing his younger brother might get into a scuffle before the exam. He grabbed the little tyrant and explained, "Don't underestimate him, my brother is quite formidable. He ranked second in the last monthly exam, just behind Qin Yi." Zhong Jinchang was quite irked by this ranking, yet acknowledging it demonstrated a fraction of his abilities, he grudgingly accepted it with a huff. The others paused briefly before responding, "So what, there are over 1,000 students participating in the 4 Academy joint examination, yet only 120 will make the list. In previous years, the other 3 academies have claimed all the spots, leaving Qingba Academy empty-handed. This year, perhaps Qin Yi might stand a chance, but you, forget it." Zhong Jinchang, fuming, turned to Zhong Wenxiu and said, "Don't hold me back, today, I will let them see just how powerful the top student of the 4 academies truly is." Zhong Wenxiu thought to himself, "My brother's boasting is growing bolder, or perhaps he is just becoming increasingly confident. Ha, another lunatic. Let us disperse. There is no point in arguing with a fool." Zhong Jinchang shouted at their retreating figures, "You scoundrels who look down on others, keep your eyes peeled. This year, I, Zhong Jinchang, shall secure the first place." The bustling academy was filled with noise, and no one paid heed to his words. A few passers-by even chuckled as Zhong Jinchang felt dejected. Zhong Wenxiu, observing his brother's dismay, could not help but stifle a laugh, though he managed to restrain himself. He spoke gently, "It's all right, brother. I believe in you, you will surely perform excellently in this upcoming exam. At the very least, it should be better than last time." After all, his brother had been studying with remarkable enthusiasm this month, and with his intelligence, his learning progress had soared. Zhong Jinchang huffed, "Let us go, enter the examination hall, and show them what we're made of." All right. The joint examination for the 4 academies simulated the child scholar examination. The test papers contained fewer questions than those in Qingba Academy's monthly exam, yet the difficulty had significantly increased, assessing not merely rote memorization and translation, but also comprehension and application. It could be likened to a miniature imperial examination. Fortunately, Zhong Jinchang had practiced precisely this type of content throughout the month, and he found the questions relatively easy to tackle. After completing the exam, he brimmed with confidence. In stark contrast, the other students exited the examination hall with glum expressions. "It's over, I doubt any of us will make the list this year. The questions were too difficult. The other 3 academies always perform so well, it's utterly baffling. If this continues, I might reconsider participating in the child scholar examination to spare my pride. Sigh, I guess it's back to burning the midnight oil at home." While others emerged from the exam despondent, Zhong Jinchang felt an exhilarating sense of accomplishment, reveling in the notion that while others faltered, he triumphed. As for the so-called genius, Qin Yi, he could step aside. Master Zhong was certain of claiming the first place this time. Outside Qingba Academy, a carriage from the awaited as the 2 brothers prepared to board, Zhong Wenxiu suddenly exclaimed, "My jade pendant is missing." "What? Where did you lose it?" Zhong Jinchang turned to Shunzi and instructed, "Quickly, go gather people to help him search." "Yes." Shunzi, along with servants and maidens, set off to search. Zhong Wenxiu was in a state of panic, retracing his steps back to the academy, his eyes scanning the ground in fear of someone accidentally stepping on it. Zhong Jinchang typically did not care much for such trinkets, considering he could easily trade his own pendant worth thousands for a simple meal. However, witnessing his brother's distress compelled him to join the search. "What kind of pendant is it? Is it very valuable? There are too many outsiders at the academy today, we probably won't find it. Why not ask Su Wan to buy you another one?" After all, that woman was notably stingy with him but generous to others, especially Zhong Wenxiu. He had seen Su Wan provide various items for Zhong Wenxiu's quarters on multiple occasions. Zhong Wenxiu grew increasingly anxious, his eyes reddening as he trembled. "It's a pendant my father gifted to my mother. It was this very pendant that my grandmother used to discover our existence. My mother entrusted it to me. It's my fault for not keeping it safe." Zhong Wenxiu was overwhelmed with regret. How could he have worn such an important pendant? If he could retrieve it, he would treasure it properly and never allow it to be lost again, but regret was of no use. Recovering a lost item was akin to climbing the heavens. Gathering his courage, Zhong Wenxiu shouted, "Has anyone seen my jade pendant? It is of great significance to me. If someone has found it, could you kindly return it? I will offer a reward of 1 tael of silver." According to the laws of the Great Chu Kingdom, when a lost item is returned, the owner must provide a reward amounting to 1/4 of the item's value. 1 tael of silver was 1/4 of the pendant's worth, and many people passed through the academy, and upon hearing his words, they were momentarily intrigued. However, after scanning the area for any suspicious jade pendant and finding none, they quickly lost interest. 1 tael of silver was a considerable sum for children of their age, yet the tuition fees at Qingba Academy were steep, and those who could afford to study here were not lacking in wealth, thus indifferent to such a sum. No one came to assist Zhong Wenxiu in his search. Despite his constant calls, no one offered help, or the efforts of Shunzi and the others were limited, and the search would take considerable time. Zhong Wenxiu crumpled to the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Mother, I'm sorry, it's my fault, all my fault. Seeing his brother in such distress, Zhong Jincheng felt pained as well. He turned to Shunzi and commanded, you all go help him call out, and say the reward is 500 taels. Shunzi exclaimed. Young master, that pendant is only worth 4 taels of silver. Are you certain you wish to offer 500 taels to help young master Xiao retrieve it? That was the price of a fine steed, Zhong Jincheng retorted impatiently. Of course, can't you see he is about to cry? Shunzi hesitated, but you only have 50 taels of pocket money right now. This was the allowance he had just received this month. Zhong Jincheng fell silent for a few seconds, then looked at Zhong Wenxiu and said, charge it to his account, ask Su Wan for it. Shunzi, speechless, thought, I hope madam truly accepts your ludicrous calculation. Chapter 48. A bounty of 500 taels for Zhong Jincheng. With the generous reward of 500 taels from Zhong Jincheng, the students in the academy erupted into a frenzy. Those who had been eager to return home abandoned their plans, even summoning their servants to join the search within the academy. Qingba Academy was thrown into chaos. Not only were the students in a state of excitement, but even the instructors were swept up in the commotion, as everyone in the academy began to lend a hand in the search. Hurry, hurry. Let us check the examination hall where Zhong Wenxiu spent the most time. Surely it must have been left there. Alright, we'll head there immediately. But, young master, it's too crowded at that examination hall. We won't be able to squeeze in. Even if we can't squeeze in, we must try. That has 500 taels of silver. Right, we should also search the latrines. He must have visited them today. And along the route to the examination hall. We must search the road outside the academy that leads to his home. And around his family's carriage. Can we not check inside his family's carriage? After finishing his exam, Qin Yi was summoned by the dean for a conversation regarding his performance in the recent joint examination of the 4 academies. He was not fond of any interruptions to his studies, including from the dean himself, so he merely muttered a non-committal response and deftly shifted the topic to the matter of changing classes, only feeling that this visit had not been in vain once the dean acquiesced. However, as soon as he exited the dean's office, he was nearly engulfed by the frenzied students, and Qin Yi's already frosty demeanor grew even more unsightly. What is happening here? He inquired. Behind him, a servant, while pushing aside those blocking their path, explained, young master, it's the precious jade pendant belonging to young master Zhong Wenxiu of the Ho residence that has gone missing. His brother, Zhong Jincheng, has offered a reward of 500 taels for assistance in its recovery. Qin Yi, such absurdity was almost unbearable. He continued forward with a stern expression, clearly harboring a worse impression of these 2 names. Once again, he found himself delayed from reading at least 3 pages of his book. Zhong Jincheng, preoccupied with the search for his pendant, had yet to encounter Qin Yi. Had they met, he would undoubtedly have delivered a few caustic remarks. As for Qin Yi, he had yet to connect the name Zhong Jincheng with the individual himself. I found it, I found it. The 500 taels are mine now. Ha, they're mine. What the hell, what are you doing? Don't snatch my pendant, this is outright robbery. Hearing the commotion, Zhong Wenxiu hurried over, but the crowd was so thick that he could not make his way through. The individual who had retrieved the pendant held it aloft, causing it to dance precariously in the air. At risk of being knocked from his grasp and shattered, Zhong Wenxiu urgently called out, be careful. Be careful. Zhong Jincheng strode forward and commanded, Bayan, retrieve the pendant. Bayan, skilled in martial arts and possessing remarkable agility, leapt into the air, executing a somersault to rescue the pendant from midair. Upon seeing his prowess, those intent on seizing the pendant immediately ceased their efforts. The grand spectacle of the pendant's recovery finally came to an end, and the disappointed crowd began to disperse. The child who had found the pendant, both elated and startled, approached and exclaimed, it was I who found it, your people just snatched it from my hands. The boy was thrilled at the prospect of receiving 500 taels but was anxious about the possibility of them reneging on their promise, leaving him tense and on edge. Bayan handed the pendant to Zhong Jincheng, who took a cursory look at it. Finding it quite ordinary, he passed it to Zhong Wenxiu, who, treating it like a cherished treasure, first cleaned it before scrutinizing it closely. Tears welled up in Zhong Wenxiu's eyes as he exclaimed, it's mine, it's my pendant. The boy let out a sigh of relief and cautiously inquired, so, about the reward. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenxiu's body stiffened. The reason his pendant had been found was due to his brother's proclamation of a 500 tael reward, which had spurred everyone's eagerness to assist in the search. However, 500 taels was a sum he did not possess. He had barely saved over 100 taels thus far. Zhong Jincheng clapped Zhong Wenxiu on the shoulder and reassured him, don't worry, our family is affluent. We'll take him home, and Su Wan will reimburse him. Zhong Wenxiu, would the lady truly reimburse them? That was a staggering 500 taels. She had always been strict about controlling his brother's expenditures and had never made significant purchases herself. This 500 taels would indeed be a considerable expenditure for her. Upon hearing that she was to repay the amount, Su Wan was nearly driven to laughter by her indignation. Yet, with outsiders present, she could not afford to lose her temper, instead instructing Steward Lu to take the child who had found the pendant to the front hall for some rest. In the side hall, Su Wan scolded Zhong Jincheng, well, young Master Zhong, you're quite the extravagant one. To search for a pendant worth nearly 4 taels of silver, you offer 500 taels to enlist the entire academy in your quest. One might think you were a noble in disguise. Zhong Jincheng retorted, nobles have no money, only the wealthiest do. Su Wan, goodness, how astutely this little rascal has grasped the crux of the matter. She shouted, even if the wealthiest are your grandmother's relatives, they are not from our Zong family. Zong Jincheng boldly replied, grandmother is an only daughter, the money is still ours. As the legitimate grandson of the Zong family, this money is meant for my use. Suwan held her head in despair, lamenting this prodigal child's words. How had she taught him for 3 months and yet he remained unchanged? She began to deeply reflect. Zong Wenxiu timidly interjected, I apologize, madam, this matter originated from me, and I will bear the 500 taels. After realizing he did not possess such funds, he quickly added, I can have it deducted from my future monthly allowance. His monthly allowance was 20 taels. To repay 400 taels would take him more than a year and a half. Suwan replied, in truth, you aren't at fault, a 1 tael reward is legally mandated, but it simply failed to entice the onlookers. However, it certainly shouldn't escalate to 500 taels. Zong Jincheng, do you truly think our family's money comes from the wind? Zong Jincheng stuffed his ears with his hands, blocking out her tirade, and with eyes shut, declared, regardless, you must pay. People are waiting outside, surely you wouldn't allow our whole residence to lose its credibility. You've created this mess, why should I clean it up? Who told you to be my mother? Zong Jincheng shouted in exasperation. After the outburst, both were momentarily stunned, even Zong Wenxiu appeared bewildered. This was seemingly the first time he had ever heard his brother utter such a term. It was Zong Jincheng who first regained his composure, attempting to clarify, no, I mean, who told you to be my nominal? Regardless, you must manage it. That term, once he regained his calm, he could no longer bring himself to utter. The little rascal's rare awkwardness carried a hint of dependence, even a touch of pleading softness. Suwan's heart was unexpectedly struck. This child, with that innocent and harmless face, was quite the tormentor. Chapter 49. The Crown Prince's favorite Suwan closed her eyes and returned to her seat. She repeatedly chanted the calming incantation, mentally reminding herself, do not be swayed by the little demon king, this matter must not be initiated, or else he would devise ways to undermine the rules she had established every single day. Yet he called me mother, goodness, maternal affection is overwhelming. Restrain yourself. A loving mother often spoils her child. Without rules, chaos ensues. Suwan took a series of deep breaths, striving to maintain her composure. Before long, her heartless stepmother reappeared. I do not care. Zong Jincheng exclaimed. This woman, this detestable woman, she is utterly heartless. Suwan cleared her throat and continued, however, since the finder of the treasure is waiting outside, it would indeed be inappropriate to renege on our agreement. Yet, I find myself unable to convince the account department. Shuiji remained silent. The lady was about to set a trap for the young master again. What does she mean by unable to convince? The Marquis is entirely under her control. A mere expenditure of 500 taels of silver, even without justification, would not be scrutinized by the accounts department. The little demon king, oblivious to the loopholes in her words, followed her lead. How about this? Given that you are my son's mother, I can advance this sum for you, and it will be deducted from your monthly allowance thereafter. Your monthly allowance is substantial. It will be offset in 10 months. The little demon king instinctively retorted, who is your son? Suwan responded with a nonchalant oh, echoing his own words, in name only. Zong Jincheng fell silent. He pouted and glared at her, then resumed contemplating her earlier suggestion, which indeed seemed feasible. After all, 10 months is far quicker than the nearly 2 years he would have to wait for Zong Wenxiu. At that moment, Zong Wenxiu chimed in, I have 100 taels here and can return it to the lady right away. This child intended to assist the little demon king, though well-meaning, he was unwittingly complicating matters. Suwan coldly rejected, that will not do. Why not? Zong Jincheng protested indignantly. With Zong Wenxiu's 100 taels, he could settle the debt 2 months earlier. Suwan replied leisurely, you caused this trouble, why should Wenxiu share the burden of your responsibility? But I was trying to help him find the jade pendant. Well, to be precise, you were indeed searching for Wenxiu's jade pendant. Suwan suddenly agreed with the little demon king's assertion. Just as Zong Jincheng was about to continue his futile argument, he swallowed his words, yet, given his understanding of Suwan, how could she be so easily swayed? Surely, there was a hidden agenda. Indeed, with a skeptical gaze, the little demon king heard Suwan declare, the finder's reward for the jade pendant is 1 tael, thus, this expense rightfully falls upon you. Zong Wenxiu, it was indeed his obligation. However, 1 tael of silver, wouldn't that drive his brother to despair? Following his gaze, he noticed Zong Jincheng's face flush with anger. He knew full well that matters were never this simple. The little demon king seethed with fury, exclaiming, what difference does it make between 499 taels and 500 taels? Suwan corrected him, how can there be no difference? Have you forgotten how you personally inquired about the price of grain on the street? 5 won per pound, 1 tael of silver can buy. Upon hearing her calculate such expenses, the little demon king instinctively covered his ears, unwilling to endure another word of her nagging, pay back, must I really pay it back? Suwan smiled contentedly, very well. It shows you have a sense of responsibility. The little demon king shot her a glare. Shuiji shook her head helplessly and returned to Suwan's quarters to retrieve the 500 taels of silver meant to assist the young master. Steward Lu handed the sum over, bidding farewell to the delighted finder. Meanwhile, in the private courtyard, Zong Jincheng was counting on his fingers, having saved 50 taels, and with Zong Wenxiu contributing 1 tael, I am still short 449 taels, which means I'll still owe for 9 more months. Suddenly, he let out a howl towards the heavens, why must I study for so long? The birds in the courtyard were startled by his outburst, flapping about chaotically before ultimately colliding with the cage, falling unconscious. The little cat, long employed by Zhong Jincheng to scare the birds, now lay languidly under the eaves, occasionally mewing. Bai Lixia was absolutely correct, fleeting enthusiasm cannot be sustained for long. Zhong Jincheng, driven by the desire to surpass Qin Yi, had diligently studied for a month. After confidently completing the monthly exam, he felt assured of victory, only to revert to his previous indolence. How can it take 7 days for the results of the 4 academy joint examination to be released? What inefficiency! Do the other 3 academies truly believe they can perform better than Xingba Academy? Zhong Jincheng, unaware of the hierarchies among the academies, thought that if the timing of the exam results was any indication, the other 3 academies were lacking. With this thought, his confidence grew. He would claim the top spot in the 4 academy joint examination. Young master, it is time for us to go to the study. Shunzi arrived early to rouse Zhong Jincheng. Typically, at this hour, the young master would have already risen to engage in his studies. However, the little demon king, devoid of ambition, reverted to his former disinclination for learning. Oh, do not disturb me. Let me sleep a while longer. I have not had a good night's rest in a month. Shunzi, on the verge of tears, reminded him, but we must study in the study. Have you forgotten about the remaining 449 tales? The little demon king rolled over, covering his head with the quilt. Clearly, he was adopting an attitude of I shall ignore everything and sleep away. Shunzi felt helpless. Fortunately, Suwan did not send anyone to urge him, so he had no choice but to play the good servant who would not provoke his master's ire. As noon approached, news suddenly spread that the 18th princess had arrived. Shunzi, upon hearing this, was struck dumb. The princess's visit to the Marquis must signal a significant event. He hurriedly roused the slumbering young master. Zhong Jincheng rubbed his eyes and muttered, "What 18th princess? I do not know her. Besides, she did not specifically request to see me. Perhaps she has come to seek trouble with Suwan." Shunzi replied, "The 18th princess is 14 years old this year and is the emperor's most cherished daughter, as well as the crown prince's favorite sister. She is quite spoiled. If she truly intends to confront the lady, our Marquis will undoubtedly face dire consequences." Though Zhong Jincheng was a scoundrel, the mention of trouble at home instantly jolted him awake. Although he did not have a favorable opinion of Suwan, she nonetheless represented the Marquis. If she offended the princess in the absence of the matriarch, the consequences would be disastrous. "What business does the 18th princess have at our residence?" Zhong Jincheng inquired, hastily dressing while pulling on his shoes in a flurry. Shunzi pondered for a moment and said, "The 18th princess's brother is the crown prince, who holds you in high regard. It should not be. No, that is not right. The 18th princess's mother is Lady Jai's sister, and Lady Jai is the 18th princess's own aunt. She has come for the matter of Jia Yao." Zhong Jincheng realized. Jia Yao had been punished by the crown prince and sent to the slums, where he had already spent a month. Lady Jai, having no success in appealing to the crown prince or Princess Pingyang, had now turned to the willful 18th princess. Clearly, she was determined to enlist the princess's aid in causing a stir. "Let us hurry. If she truly raises a ruckus, we must seek the crown prince." But the crown prince is unwell, and all those who have sought an audience with him regarding Jia Yao have been turned away by the crown princess. "That makes no difference. The crown prince favors me and has no affection for the Jai family." Shunzi, although your unwavering confidence is often blind, there is a semblance of reason in your words. Chapter 50 of the disobedient stepson. As Zhong Jincheng hurriedly donned his outer robe while running towards the front hall, he was met with the sight of a charming young lady laughing heartily with Suwan. Zhong Jincheng thought to himself, he felt as though his concern for her rendered him a mere jester. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Shunzi and exclaimed, "Did you not say that the 18th princess was most likely here to pick a fight with Jia Yao? What are they laughing about?" Shunzi stammered, unable to articulate a response. Indeed, it is the 18th princess. However, how could it have come to this? The world had turned into something they dared not imagine. Initially, the 18th princess, Jiaron, had indeed come for Jia Yao, having been informed by Madame Jai of his unfortunate plight, the crown prince's favoritism, and the arrogance of the Marquis' household. Jiaron arrived, haughty and demanding Suwan to plead with the crown prince for Jia Yao's release. However, she encountered Suwan, who was adept at reading hearts, and immediately discerned that the 18th princess was merely a pawn. Consequently, she recounted the entirety of Jia Yao's situation, leading Jiaron to rise in applause, exclaiming how well the crown prince had punished him. Having spent her years in the palace, the 18th princess was accustomed to encountering either sycophants or those who feared her reputation, while others openly opposed her. She had never met anyone like Suwan, who, unfazed by her authoritative demeanor, conversed with gentle candor, captivating her completely, as if she had found a kindred spirit. From there, their conversation flowed seamlessly from the Jai family to the crown prince, and from the Marquis' residence to the palace, growing increasingly intimate until they felt like sisters. "Ha! Is this your disobedient stepson?" The 18th princess remarked candidly, glancing at the boy by the door. "He appears rather inept. He doesn't even know how to wear his shoes, and his attire is disheveled." Zhong Jincheng sighed. He loathed such women who spoke ill of others without restraint. The 18th princess continued, "Oh, he even dares to glare at me. Truly, a little devil. Does the crown prince have a fondness for such children? No wonder he dotes on me the most." Suwan could only think, how did the mockery of others devolve into self-deprecation? Is this a trait of those who cannot conceal their thoughts? Initially, Zhong Jincheng had reservations about her, but upon hearing this, he felt slightly less irked. At least she maintained some self-awareness. The little devil had come in a rush, but seeing that there was no immediate concern, he paused to tidy himself up while eavesdropping on their conversation. The 18th princess remarked, "However, I cannot come here without purpose." My aunt visits my palace daily, lamenting that Xiao Yao has been frequently afflicted with fever and is yet to recover from his cold. I worry that something dire may happen to him in the slums. Su Wan replied, I understand. Shortly, I shall personally seek an audience with His Highness in the East Palace to request an end to Xiao Yao's punishment. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng immediately opposed. The crown prince has punished him by leaving him in the slums. Why should he be allowed to return? Have you forgotten how he kicked Grandpa Zhao? Su Wan had not forgotten, however, she asserted. Xiao Yao has erred, but his crimes do not warrant death. The crown princess' intention was to discipline the child, not to extinguish the life of a 9-year-old. He likely did not realize the hardships of survival in such a place. Should Xiao Yao truly perish, it would undoubtedly create trouble for the crown prince as well. Is it truly that grave? Zhong Jincheng frowned. Before the awakening of insects, I was injured far worse than he, yet I did not reach the brink of life and death like Xiao Yao. Jingzhe and Xiao Yao have grown up in different environments. His adaptability far surpasses that of Xiao Yao. Moreover, the crown prince has imposed strict controls over the slums, meaning the medicinal herbs available to Xiao Yao are inferior to those we provided for Jingzhe. If this continues, his life may be in jeopardy. Su Wan questioned him, if Xiao Yao were to die, would you consider it a trivial matter? At the age of 8 or 9, children already grasp the concept of death. A living person could vanish forever from this world, leaving their loved ones in profound anguish. Zhong Jincheng pondered, and it struck him that if he were to die, it would indeed be severe. Yet, he could not bring himself to admit it, so he countered, then shall we simply release him? We have no assurance that he has changed. If he remains the same, I certainly do not wish for him to continue causing harm. Su Wan responded, that will depend on how the crown prince chooses to handle him subsequently. We shall do our part, and the rest is left to fate. Zhong Jincheng acquiesced, very well, you may go, but I shall not accompany you. I did not intend to rely on you. Su Wan shot him a glance of exasperation. Zhong Jincheng made a face at her and scurried away. The 18th princess, intrigued by their banter, inquired, is this how you usually instruct him? It seems rather exhausting, having to impart so many profound principles. Su Wan chuckled, children have a limited understanding. Explaining things thoroughly helps them grasp the concepts. The 18th princess, slightly embarrassed, admitted, in truth, I know you are doing this for my sake. Regardless, I shall remember this favor, and should you ever require assistance, feel free to summon me. I am far easier to approach than the crown prince's East Palace. Ah, Su Wan laughed heartily alongside her. Since the princess has ventured out of the palace, allow me to show you around the Marquis' residence. Very well, let me see the study where your 2 children study. I have heard it is quite expansive. It was built by my mother-in-law for my husband. He has loved reading since childhood. Then Zhong Jincheng must be quite unlike him. Perhaps he resembles the old Marquis. I heard my father-in-law was never fond of reading. Ha ha ha, you've circled back perfectly. After bidding farewell to the 18th princess, Su Wan tidied her attire and proceeded to the East Palace to seek an audience with the crown princess. Given the crown prince's ill health, she was cautious not to disturb him unnecessarily. As a woman, it was more fitting to request an audience with the crown princess. Indeed, upon hearing of her arrival, the crown princess summoned her immediately. I am Su, here to pay my respects to the crown princess. May your grace be ever prosperous. Please, no need for formalities, the crown princess replied with a radiant smile. Someone, offer Lady Zhong a seat. Thank you, your highness. Once seated, Su Wan recounted the 18th princess's visit to advocate for Xiao Yao, concluding with her own request for the crown prince to release him. The crown princess gazed at her intently and remarked, you are quite astute, knowing to seek an audience with me. Previously, no matter who sought the crown prince's favor on behalf of Xiao Yao, they were all rebuffed. Su Wan looked up, somewhat astonished. It was not as the world had claimed, it was the crown prince himself who had turned them away. Chapter 51 The young rake who loves to scale walls. Su Wan silently lamented, this crown princess truly possesses remarkable tolerance, enduring a barrage of slander on behalf of the crown prince, and seemingly relishing it. The crown princess descended gracefully, her voice soft as she remarked, His Highness the crown prince is rather unfamiliar with the plight of the impoverished, and he did not foresee that Xiao Yao would struggle to survive there. I shall discuss the matter with him later. I trust that with his compassionate heart, he will agree to bring that child from the Zhai family back. Su Wan promptly rose and expressed her gratitude. I am deeply grateful to your highness. The crown princess stepped closer, amiably taking her hand, and gently said, I have heard that you have been collaborating with Bai Lishi to rapidly improve Jin Chang's academic performance. It must have been quite taxing. Su Wan thought to herself, indeed, it has been arduous. Managing a little rascal like the young demon king is far more exhausting than overseeing 10 diligent students. However, she modestly replied, it is merely my duty. You always say that, yet the actual effort you exert does not go unnoticed by others. The crown princess then shifted the conversation, suddenly inquiring, by the way, when is Jin Chang's birthday? Su Wan answered truthfully, it is on June 16th. Oh, that means he was conceived at the end of August, the crown princess murmured. Su Wan calculated and confirmed, indeed, that is the time frame. The crown princess then asked, do you know who Jin Chang's biological mother is? Su Wan's heart sank. Even without full understanding, she grasped the implication. The crown prince's evident fondness for Jin Chang, coupled with his casual mention of having held the newborn, could easily lead to misunderstandings, and it appeared the crown princess was beginning to entertain such thoughts. Having went into the Eastern Palace 5 years ago, the crown princess could not recall any maidservants in the crown prince's residence from 3 years prior, but who could say if there had been someone else? After mulling over this for some time, the crown princess could not recall any noble lady in the capital who had mysteriously vanished for a year 8 years ago to give birth, prompting her to inquire with Su Wan. A mother would never wish to be separated from her child, but if she had visited Jin Cheng secretly, Su Wan, as the lady of the house, would certainly have noticed. Su Wan lowered her head and replied, I am entirely ignorant of Jin Cheng's biological mother. I only know that after my husband brought him back to the Marquis' residence 8 years ago, he had my father-in-law include him in the family lineage as the legitimate grandson. For further specifics, you would need to ask my father-in-law. When it came to the crown prince, Su Wan dared not entertain such thoughts, knowing he was a child of the Marquis' family allowed her to manage him without pressure. Had he been a royal child, even with 1,000 of her bravado, she would not have dared to discipline such a mischievous child. The crown princess remained silent for a few seconds, ultimately refraining from pressing further. Su Wan stood for a long while without hearing her speak, and finally took her leave, saying, Your Highness, I have matters to attend to at home and shall not trouble you any longer. The crown princess smiled and replied, You may go. At the end of the month, the crown prince will host a hunt at Shouyang Mountain. You may bring Jin Cheng along to enjoy the festivities. Certainly, thank you, Your Highness. After expressing her gratitude, Su Wan departed the Eastern Palace, only to encounter the Duchess of Jin upon exiting, the very noblewoman she had offended at the recent banquet. Had it not been for the intervention of the crown prince and crown princess, the Duchess would never have apologized. Upon seeing Su Wan, the Duchess glared with disdain, mocking, Here again to curry favor with the crown princess, are we? Su Wan halted, observing the Duchess's intended direction, and retorted, Isn't that what the Duchess is doing? The Duchess, stung by the remark, glowered, her temper flaring, yet was restrained by an accompanying maidservant. Eventually, she scoffed, a daughter of little favor, married into a merchant's Marquis 8, failing to gain anything from either side. I wonder what gives you the audacity to challenge me. Su Wan smiled and replied, I wouldn't dare. As long as the Duchess does not create difficulties for us, we have no intention of offending the Duke's household. The Duchess snorted derisively, smooth-tongued, You and your Navi's sister are worlds apart. Navi's sister. Su Wan recalled that Su Lianer was set to marry into the Duke's household next month. However, how could the term Navi possibly apply to Su Lianer? The Duchess had clearly underestimated her. With this prior knowledge in mind, Su Wan now regarded the Duchess with a sense of pity, hoping this volatile mother-in-law could withstand Su Lianer's gentle yet sharp demeanor in the future. Upon returning to the Marquis' residence, Su Wan inquired, Is Jin Cheng in the study? Though she knew it was unlikely, she couldn't help but entertain the possibility. What if he simply refused to sleep, unwilling to stroll or play with the cats, and instead yearned to soar through the ocean of knowledge? Cui Lu, with a solemn expression, replied in a businesslike manner, The young master has gone out to play. Su Wan sighed, So he adamantly refuses to study, what a troublesome little rascal. Su Wan then asked, Where has he gone to play? Has he gone to find Jingzhe again? Recently, Jin Cheng had frequently ventured to the slums, causing quite a stir, yet his presence ensured that no one dared to bully Jingzhe's family. Cui Lu's expression grew even more stony as she replied, He has gone to the residence of the Minister of War, to He Zhang's house. He Zhang, that name sounds familiar. Su Wan had some recollection but could not place it. It seemed he was a friend of the young Demon King, yet all of the young Demon King's former friends were of the sort, one of the 4 young rakes, Cui Ji reminded her. Su Wan, taken aback, thought, well, her previously anxious heart finally sank exhausted. Su Wan reclined on the imperial concubine chair, closing her eyes as she said, Come, tell me how this He Zhang is a rascal. Having witnessed the antics of the young Demon King and Jia Yao, she held little fondness for the group known as the 4 young rakes. Any one of them would be a source of endless headaches. Fortunately, they were all raised by 4 influential noble families. Had they been consolidated into a single household, it would have truly been a case of calling out to the heavens without reply. Cui Lu approached with a booklet, handing it to Cui Ji to read aloud. He Zhang, age 9, third son of the Minister of War, legitimate, once broke his arm after climbing over the wall of the minister's residence, broke his arm again after scaling the wall of the academy, broke his arm for the 3rd time after attempting to leap over the martial training grounds wall, and for the 4th time. Stop, the Su Wan exclaimed, her eyes wide open. Are you sure you haven't mistaken? This for a medical record of broken arms? He is a legitimate son of the minister's residence, not a performer in a circus. How could someone of such noble status be breaking his arms on a daily basis? Cui Lu explained with precision, once an arm is broken, it becomes fragile, making it prone to re-injury with any subsequent impact. This is normal. Su Wan, exasperated, thought, what a ridiculous notion. She pressed her forehead, unable to suppress her sympathy for He Zhang's parents. Raising a child who seemingly sought to self-destruct, they would surely develop heart problems from the stress. Taking a deep breath, Su Wan inquired, but why does he climb walls every day? Does he have a compulsion for it? Chapter 52 Has the Marquis' residence caught someone in the act? Cui Ji turned the page and continued, Oh, it is written here that young Master He Zhang has a fervent passion for reading. However, the He family has been dominated by military officials for generations, and all the legitimate and illegitimate sons are trained in martial arts, thus compelling young Master He Zhang to abandon literature in favor of martial pursuits. Su Wan furrowed her brow and remarked, What nonsense is this? Is the minister he a stubborn man? If his son has no inclination for martial arts, then he should be allowed to study literature. Does it really look good for the entire family to be filled with warriors? Besides, who knows, perhaps He Zhang could return as a dual-degree laureate like Zhong Zhao? Cui Ji flipped down 2 more pages before uncovering the reason. It is because minister he has been rebuked by the civil officials in the past and harbors a profound disdain for them. He even declared that anyone in the household who dares to sneak off to the academy would have their legs broken. Then, were legs actually broken? Su Wan's immediate reaction was this. The mischievous young master He Zhang had already broken his arms multiple times. Could his legs possibly remain unscathed? Cui Shi turned another page and said, it was intended to be so, but He Zhang's mother intervened, preventing the punishment, so he remained unharmed. Su Wan, minister, he should be the one seeking medical attention. The negligence in educating He Zhang is truly a fault of his father. Then Jin Chang. Su Wan suddenly sprang from her comfortable concubine chair, panic-stricken. He must be heading to the minister's residence to help He Zhang climb over the wall. Cui Ji. Che Lu. If He Zhang, who was attempting to escape, nearly had his legs broken, what would happen to young Master Chang if he assisted him in that endeavor? Though both families wield considerable power, such a spectacle could prove embarrassing, and minister he sounds rather fearsome, one could never be too sure. Hurry, prepare the horses, we must go to the Minister of War's residence immediately. If we delay, his legs may not be saved. Su Wan hurriedly rose, utterly terrified. This was the first time Cui Ji witnessed Su Wan in such a fluster. Previously, each time she had confronted young Master Chang, she had maintained her composure and poise, strategizing with aplomb. Little did anyone know how close Su Wan was to losing her mind. She had never raised a hand to discipline the little devil, and if anything were to happen at the minister's residence, would the old Marquis and matriarch not return to devour her? Su Wan and her companions rushed to the Minister of War's residence. The carriage sped swiftly along, kicking up a cloud of dust. The onlookers speculated amongst themselves, beginning to form benevolent conjectures. What great matter is unfolding at the Marquis' residence? They seem as though they are fleeing for their lives. I suspect they are going to catch someone in the act, otherwise, why would they bring all the maids, nannies, and servants along? Surely someone must be holding someone down, someone covering a mouth, and someone ready to kick. Catching someone in the act, whose infidelity are they pursuing? The young Marquis of the distant Marquis' residence has yet to return. The young Marquis' son is merely 8 years old. No matter how precocious, such a scandal seems unlikely. Could it be? Could it be the old Marquis? Far away at another estate, the old Marquis sneezed violently. The matriarch brought him a cloak and said, "My lord, do take care, the mountain resort can be chilly even in early summer." The old Marquis rubbed his nose confidently, replying, "I am not cold. It must be that Jin Chang misses me." The matriarch, "Let us hope that the little ancestor at home truly remembers you." On the way, Su Wan instructed Cui Lu to scout ahead, particularly to see if the little devil was crouching in some corner, contemplating an escape. Only after Cui Lu dashed away, disappearing in an instant, did she recall that beside the little devil was the formidable Wu Yan accompanying him. Wu Yan, as long as he is still present, there should not be any major trouble. Even if the minister's residence intended to apprehend the little devil, Wu Yan could hold them off for quite some time. With that thought, Su Wan steadied her nerves, at least appearing calm on the surface. Once they dismounted from the carriage, they requested an audience with the Minister of War's wife, and while being led by a servant into the courtyard, Cui Lu's keen eyes spotted a familiar figure. She quickly seized Su Wan's arm and pointed toward a corner. Su Wan focused her gaze, nearly losing her composure. Beneath the nearly 10-foot-high wall, a precarious tower of stools swayed in the wind, ready to topple at any moment, while her little devil was helping another child climb atop the precarious stack. The safety of the two was so compromised that not only would they not manage to scale the wall, but they were also at risk of tumbling from the stools. How many times had He Zhang broken his arms? His situation was indeed dire. Cui Lu, hurry and bring them down. Su Wan disregarded the fact that they were in someone else's home. The immediate priority was to pull the little devil back, lest her family find themselves in a predicament. Yes. Cui Lu complied and dashed over. "Ah, who are you? Let go of me. Put me down. Do you dare ruin my plans? Do you want your legs broken?" Su Wan's head throbbed at He Zhang's shouts. Truly, they were father and son, even their threats were identical. "Wu Yan, bring Jin Chang back," Su Wan commanded. She scrutinized the figures of Shun Zi and Wu Yan standing behind the little devil, one terrified, the other expressionless, presumably instructed by the little devil not to interfere. Wu Yan was obedient. When the little devil was present, he followed him, and when Su Wan was present, he listened to her. This hierarchy was established by the matriarch before her departure. "Wu Yan, are you rebelling? I am your master, why do you listen to her? Let go of me, I can walk by myself." Zong Jin Chang incessantly chattered, frantically protesting, but was utterly helpless as Wu Yan carried him like a chick. How infuriating. Why are your arms so strong? Unable to break free from Wu Yan's grip, the little devil erupted in impotent fury. The servant leading Su Wan into the courtyard, witnessing the chaos, exclaimed, "Young Master Zhang is attempting to escape again. Quickly, go inform the lady." Su Wan observed the pandemonium around her and, wishing not to meddle in others' affairs, said, "Please inform your madam that Jin Chang has an essay to write at home and will come to visit your young master another day." Upon hearing this, Zong Jin Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have already finished my exams. There is no essay to write." You MMPH. Shunzi MMPH. Shunzi, under Su Wan's signaling gaze, promptly covered the young master's mouth. Just as they were about to drag him away, He Zhang clung desperately to Zong Jin Chang, crying and shouting, "Don't go, Jin Chang. You are my best friend, they are all against me, you must help me, I was so close to succeeding." Zong Jin Chang, with his mouth covered, could only utter muffled sounds, the two of them resembling a pair of star-crossed lovers being torn apart by their elders, engaged in an exaggerated display of parting. Put. Su Wan, for reasons unknown, couldn't help but laugh. Oh dear, this was the downside of having a low threshold for humor. These two little rascals appeared utterly amusing. Suwon half covered her smiling face, half amused and half urgent, saying, quickly, pull them away. If we delay any longer, minister, he will come out and break their legs. Chapter 53. The young prodigy with a love for books. Little did Suwon realize that her manner of speaking made her seem more like a conspirator. Cui Ji's lips twitched as she, alongside Shunzi, pulled their young master away, separating the hands of this pair of spoiled youths. Jin Shang, He Zhang, Suwon, there was no time to dwell on the matter further, lest she succumb to the temptation of composing a melancholic melody. The two children wailed in despair, yet they were no match for Suwon's ruthless determination. The malevolent stepmother dutifully dragged Zong Jin Shang away, and just before reaching the door, they heard the furious voice of a middle-aged man from within. Where is that little beast? Suwon. He Shanshu had truly arrived, his voice seething with a violent rage that suggested he was the type of father capable of domestic abuse. Zong Jinchang forcefully broke free from Shun Zi's grasp and turned to run back. Suwon called out urgently, Jinchang, come back, this is someone else's family matter. Do you wish to have your legs broken? As he ran, Zong Jinchang shouted back, that is my brother. If I don't return, he will surely be beaten to death. Suwon rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking to herself that he was putting on quite the show. Although He Shanshu harbored a deep disdain for the literati, he would never go so far as to kill his own flesh and blood. However, just as she recalled the time when he had someone apprehend the unruly, the little demon king had already vanished from sight. Suwon sighed and hurried after him. Slap, will you change? Will you change? Do you dare sneak out again to read? He Shanshu glared fiercely at the servant administering punishment. The long and wide board came down upon the 9-year-old child with unrestrained force, drawing blood with the first strike. He Zhang lay prone on the bench, drenched in sweat, the pain forcing his hands to grip the seat tightly as he gritted his teeth. Yet, with unwavering defiance, he shouted, I will not change. I would rather die than give up reading. I refuse to learn martial arts. Just as Zong Jinchang arrived, he heard those words. Before him stood his brother, who dreamed daily of scaling walls, and yet He Zhang's indomitable spirit in the face of suffering left him in awe. Even on the brink of death from pain, even with such an unreasonable father, he bravely and resolutely declared his passion. But how peculiar, this strange feeling. The little demon king was baffled. He pondered his own interests, tending to birds, teasing cats, and engaging in cricket fights. He found enjoyment in them all, but to say he would risk breaking his arms by scaling walls daily, or be beaten to a pulp by his father, that passion would lose its allure. Viewing the situation from different perspectives, the little demon king saw the youth's stubborn pursuit of dreams, while Suwon perceived merely two obstinate individuals. Each was obstinate in their own right, refusing to heed the other. He Shanshu, still in his prime and skilled in martial arts, found it effortless to punish He Zhang. Relying on brute force to subdue the other was hardly a sustainable solution. He Zhang was one of the notorious four young scions, and if not properly guided, he would surely grow into a figure capable of violently rebelling against his father. Indeed, when she glanced over, she did not miss the flicker of hatred in He Zhang's eyes. It was a genuine hatred, transforming pain and deprivation into animosity. Yet the father, oblivious to the suffering he inflicted, continued to bark orders, strike, hit him hard, beat him until he submits. This unfilial child is less obedient than a dog. He Zhang closed his eyes, fists clenched. No longer did he utter a sound. A child's natural instinct is to cry out when hurt. If he could not even manage a cry, it indicated profound despair and a resolute acceptance of his fate. Suwon quickly interjected, Master Shanshu, please pause. Young Master He Zhang seems to have lost consciousness from the pain. In her desperation, she conjured an excuse, only to find that the boy who had been clenching his fists now opened his eyes in confusion, sweat trickling down his chin. Suwon, I am trying to save you, child, can you not cooperate? Upon hearing this, He Shanshu turned to look, but he saw no sign of He Zhang. Fainting. Enraged, he barked at Suwon, who are you? My lord, this is the wife of the young Marquis of Yuanyan, a servant reminded him. He Shanshu held a favorable view of the Yuanyan Marquis, which had a long-standing lineage of military officials. Naturally, he wished for He Zhang to associate more with the children of such martial families. Consequently, his demeanor softened. So you are the esteemed Lady Zong of the Yuanyan Marquis. Bring forth seats for the lady and the young master. Suwon, at such a critical moment, he intended for them to sit and witness He Zhang's punishment? To her surprise, He Shanshu continued, my wayward son has been obstinate and disrespectful, lacking discipline. It is fitting that you both observe, so he may learn the meaning of disgrace. Suwon, what a cruel father you are, deliberately rubbing your child's face in humiliation. In comparison, she felt her own approach to Zong Jinchang's upbringing was exceedingly gentle. She urged, Master Shanshu, why impose such harsh expectations on a child? If he loves reading, let him read. My husband was a dual champion in both literature and martial arts, and it did not hinder his martial training. The little demon king chimed in, yes, my father was exceptionally studious. Zong Zhao? He Shanshu recalled the spirited young man from his memories, who was once the talk of the capital, adored by countless young women and praised by the elders of every family. He Shanshu also admired Zong Zhao's martial prowess, but when it came to his scholarly pursuits, he scoffed. Had Zong Zhao not entered the imperial examinations and joined the Hanlin Academy, he would not have been subjected to the incessant lectures of those old geezers on loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness. However, in the presence of Lady Zong and her son, He Shanshu refrained from voicing his disdain for Zong Zhao's studies, choosing to withhold his criticisms. If Suwon were to discover his inner thoughts, she would surely be furious enough to stand up for countless scholars. My lord. Zhanger, good heavens, how could you be beaten so badly? Who had the audacity to strike you? Lady He finally arrived, rushing over to lift He Zhang off the bench. Bring the physician. Quickly summon the household doctor. When the physician arrived and attempted to examine He Zhang's injuries, the stubborn child pushed him away vehemently. Lady, he insisted, yes, the injuries are on your body. Let us go inside to examine them. As the crowd escorted He Zhang indoors for treatment, Lady He, initially eager to follow, was halted by a maid who informed her of the earlier events. Only then did Lady He pause, allowing the maid to enter and tend to He Zhang while she returned to persuade He Shangshu in the front courtyard. Lady Zong, thank you for intervening earlier. Otherwise, Zhenger would have endured even more punishment. As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. Despite being in her 30s, her face bore signs of fatigue, suggesting she had fretted over her youngest son for quite some time. Suwon felt sympathy for her and sighed. It was the least I could do, even without having been a mother myself. I understand that a mother's heart is most tender towards her child. Young Master He Zhang's dynamic with his father is indeed problematic. It would be wise for you to contemplate a resolution sooner rather than later. Chapter 54 of the Aspirations of Jin Chang. Madam He's expression shifted, and she stepped forward to grasp her hand, speaking with an overly enthusiastic tone. Sister, I have an unusual request. Suwon instinctively withdrew her hand and took a step back. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment when the old matriarch entrusted the little demon king to her care. Cautiously, she smiled and replied, Please, madam, go on. Madam He was momentarily taken aback by her retreat, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her eyes. She continued, as you can see, my husband has a great fondness for the Yuanyang Marquis and wishes for Zhenger to practice martial arts alongside your child. I thought that if the two children played together, perhaps they might develop an interest in martial arts. I wonder if it would be possible for him to keep Jin Chang company. Suwon responded, somewhat at a loss for words. To be candid, madam, Jin Chang does not actually practice martial arts. How can that be, madam? He was taken aback. Your family has traditionally been martial generals, and the old Marquis has been exceptionally accomplished. Could it be that Jin Chang prefers the pursuit of knowledge over martial arts? Suwon was tempted to retort that the boy was hardly inclined towards learning. He was far more enamored with play. Instead, she said, it is the old Marquis who forbids it. My second uncle died in battle, and my husband has been missing for many years. The elder is quite advanced in age and cannot bear the burden of losing another grandchild. So madam, he fell silent, contemplating the weight of her words. The old Marquis would think this way. It is understandable. If my husband were to comprehend this, there would be no need for the discord between him and Zhenger. We already have too many children practicing martial arts. We can hardly afford to lose Zhenger. As madam he spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Suwon wished to console her but found herself at a loss for where to begin. Unexpectedly, madam he seized her arm and declared, Sister, I believe it would be better for Zhenger to play with Jin Chang at your home. It would save him from the trouble of constantly climbing walls to escape. Suwon protested, but Jin Chang still needs to study at home. Not if He Zhang were to join him, your husband would surely go mad. Jin Chang is studying. Madam he was somewhat acquainted with Zong Jin Chang. Wasn't he that lad, the ringleader of the four young rascals, who spent his days idling about? Just moments ago, the maid had mentioned that it was Zong Jin Chang who assisted her son in scaling walls. What sort of timid child would sit obediently at home studying? Suwon nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Jin Chang has recently developed an interest in his studies, diligently reading at home every day and attending monthly examinations at the academy to catch up with his more accomplished peers. Inside the room, the family physician was preparing to tend to He Zhang's wounds. Zong Jin Chang had not lingered long before emerging, only to overhear the woman extolling his supposed love for reading. He loved reading. What nonsense! Unable to tolerate Suwon's slander of his reputation, Zong Jin Chang stormed forward, indignantly declaring, I will not study again. I will not read a single page. What need have I to chase after my peers? They are all beneath me. Suwon's lips twitched in amusement. The results from the four academies' joint examination have yet to be released. You may not even make the list, you overconfident little scamp. Impossible. I shall undoubtedly be the top scorer this time, without question. Surely not you. You cannot even surpass the Qin Yi. Nonsense. I will definitely surpass Qin Yi this time. Ah, but the prospect is bleak. I advise you to begin burning the midnight oil now, lest you find yourself unprepared when the results are announced, wasting precious days that could have been spent catching up. Not a chance. I refuse to study. I have no need to study further. Zong Jin Chang and Suwon engaged in a heated debate, their conversation swirling around the topic of studying. Madam he found herself unable to interject and could not force her son into the Marquis, thus conceding for the moment. Zong Jin Chang's actions were in perfect alignment with his words. He declared he would not study and had no intention of doing so, merely eager to await the results of his inevitable triumph. However, that night, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was preoccupied with either He Zhang's fervent yearning for knowledge or Suwon's resolute assertion that he could never surpass Qin Yi. How could the little demon king, a paragon of confidence, accept such a definitive assumption? Yet, Suwon's words seemed to resonate with a troubling truth. She rarely misjudged such matters, but what nonsense, surely she was mistaken. How could he, the distinguished young Master Zong, ever lose to anyone, especially that impolite, cold-hearted, and utterly unfeeling Qin Yi? Impossible, he would never concede defeat. The little demon king pulled the covers over his head, attempting to shroud his restless mind in darkness in hopes of finding solace, yet, to his dismay, he felt alarmingly awake that night. Zong Jin Chang threw off the covers, noticing that dawn was fast approaching, the sky already tinged with a grey hue. Lying in bed proved futile. He called out to rise, and the ever-obedient Buyen entered, as it was his turn to keep watch. Why is the young master up so early? Zong Jin Chang replied, I cannot sleep. I wish to take a stroll. At this hour, there was likely little of interest outside. Were it Shun Zi here, he would surely have lectured him to wait until dawn to venture out, but Buyen was dutiful and taciturn, asking no questions as he escorted the little demon king outside. The morning air was remarkably crisp, and Zong Jin Chang's dark, luminous eyes blinked in the stillness of the Marquis, which was enveloped in darkness save for a single illuminated room. What is that? Bu Yan replied, that his master shows room. He must have already risen to study. Zong Jincheng paused, muttering, bookworm, all he does is read. He had little concern for whether Zong Wenxiu was diligently applying himself, instead comfortably striding out of the Marquis towards the bustling main street. Morning vendors pushed their carts, busily setting up their stalls, while the aroma of steaming buns wafted from the breakfast shop, mingling with the faint scent of raw dough, a testament to the food in the midst of cooking. As preparations for business continued, there were no shouts of salesmanship or enthusiastic greetings. The vendors were solely focused on their livelihoods, oblivious to the fact that a young master had ventured out to play at such an early hour. For the first time, Zong Jincheng beheld the early morning street, everything appearing novel and intriguing, yet he felt an unshakable sense of being stirred within. They all have their own aspirations. Indeed, it seems so fascinating to have a goal, to work towards it. Bu Yan responded, striving to be an engaging companion. Curiously, the little demon king mused aloud, what is my goal? He looked up at Bu Yan, his eyes filled with confusion. Bu Yan was at a loss for how to respond. He lacked Madame He's eloquence and was far from Shunzi's knack for offering comforting advice. However, he noticed something behind the young master. Zong Jincheng turned to see a plaque bearing the name of a residence, Qin Manor, Chapter 55, perched on the wall of the Qin residence. When it comes to the individuals that Zong Jincheng despises the most, if Su Wan were to declare that the first place belonged to her, then the second would undoubtedly be claimed by someone bearing the surname Qin. The little demon king never anticipated that he would encounter this name so early in the day, shattering his previously serene and healing mood in an instant. Humph. Zong Jincheng turned on his heel and began to walk in the opposite direction. However, the location of the Qin residence was exceedingly awkward. He could either retrace his steps or inevitably pass by the walls of the Qin household. The little demon king's irritation grew with each step, eventually prompting him to halt and inquire, this isn't the Qin residence, is it? Bu Yan replied, it seems to be his home. Qin Ye's father held the rank of a 5th-grade official, and his residence was situated in this vicinity. Zong Jincheng huffed again and quickened his pace. Bu Yan hurried to keep up. Unexpectedly, the young master in front abruptly slammed to a stop, and had it not been for Bu Yan's formidable martial arts skills, he would have been sent flying. Zong Jincheng turned to him and remarked, that lazy Qin Yi hasn't even risen to study at this hour. The Qin residence was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any flickering candlelight. After contemplating for a moment, Bu Yan said, young master, today is a day of rest. And so what? The little demon king retorted nonchalantly. Zong Wenxiu has already risen to study, yet Qin Yi is still lazing about. Humph, he thinks he can compete with me for first place. Soon enough, he'll be trampled down, trampled down, trampled down. As he spoke, Zong Jincheng ground his foot on the ground, seemingly intent on squashing a few innocent ants. Bu Yan, he found this childish behavior utterly incomprehensible. In the end, Bu Yan, with a lack of subtlety, pointed out, young master, I see a direction in the Qin residence that is illuminated. Where? Zong Jincheng craned his neck, unable to see a thing. Bu Yan thought to himself that given the young master's height, it was entirely reasonable for him to be unable to discern anything. Without a second thought, he lifted the little demon king and placed him upon his shoulders. Zong Jincheng's view instantly expanded. Peering inside, he discovered a room aglow with light. Let us walk a bit further. The little demon king clung to the wall, peering within, but his vision remained somewhat obscured. Thus, he stepped onto Bu Yan's shoulders and launched himself onto the wall, resembling a small gecko clinging to the enclosure. Perhaps the commotion was too great, for the illuminated room below suddenly flung open its window, revealing a pair of extremely cold eyes. It was Qin Yi. Zong Jincheng stared at him for several seconds, finally regaining his senses to shout, it really is him. Uncertain if he recognized Zong Jincheng, Qin Yi, upon noticing the disturbance outside, promptly slammed the window shut with a resounding thud, the noise echoing even beyond the wall. Zong Jincheng vaguely recalled that before closing the window, Qin Yi held a book in his hands, having flipped to a particular page, fully engrossed rather than merely pretending to study. He stood there momentarily, his brow furrowed. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over him, recalling the tranquility of this restful morning, where Zong Wenxiu was diligently studying, while Qin Yi was also engaged in his studies. Why was Qin Yi still striving for progress when he had already secured first place? The little demon king tilted his head in contemplation, ultimately concluding, he must feel threatened that I will surpass him, which is why he is desperately trying to catch up. Bu Yan, he suddenly recalled Shunzi's famous saying. Never take the young master's words too seriously, never ponder them too deeply, otherwise, even he, who typically maintained a stoic expression, would find it exceedingly difficult to conceal his emotions. Though he spoke thus, on the return journey, Zong Jincheng continued to chatter incessantly, questioning, but how does he know I will surpass him? Did he perceive my potential to exceed him during our last encounter, or has he secretly come to the Ho residence to investigate my efforts in studying this month? Bu Yan grew increasingly perplexed, unsure how to respond. He felt these possibilities were rather unlikely, but he also didn't know how to address the young masteress' inquiries, silently praying they could return home soon, where Shunzi would be available to take over the conversation. Zong Jincheng continued his musings aloud, regardless, he is evidently keeping an eye on me. It's only natural, who wouldn't he feel a sense of urgency when confronted with such a formidable rival as myself? Bu Yan, why had they not yet arrived home? Why did the journey back to the Ho residence feel interminably long? Zong Jincheng was oblivious to Bu Yan's inner turmoil, continuing to meander along, though his strides quickened with each passing moment, buoyed by his exuberant mood. Bu Yan's silence was deafening. Upon awakening, Su Wan was informed by Cui Lu of the little demon king's escapades. As she wiped her face, she inquired, what mischief has he been up to in the dead of night? The young master simply strolled about the streets and happened to pass by the Qin residence. I hear he even perched on their wall for a while to observe. Ha! Suwan paused, her hand holding the cloth mid-motion. The Qin residence? Qinya's home. What on earth was he doing perched on their wall? Chuiji, suppressing her laughter, replied, according to Shunzi, the young master believes Qinyi is secretly studying, determined to catch up to young master Chang. Suwan's lips twitched, exasperated yet amused by the little demon king's inexplicable confidence. She continued to apply the cloth to her face lazily. Qinyi is a child with both talent and diligence. How could he possibly exert himself just to surpass that lazybones Zhong Jincheng? If you ask me, he probably doesn't even recognize who Zhong Jincheng is, such a self-absorbed little brat. Chuiji chuckled, Madam, should we send an invitation to the Qin residence, inviting young Master Qin to our estate for a day of study with the young master? Suwan raised an eyebrow, amused. Are you hoping for Qinyi to decline the invitation, thereby making Jincheng realize that he is utterly unknown to him? Chuiji responded, we ought to temper the young master's arrogance. Otherwise, he will never be willing to study. Suwan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Let it be, Qinyi is quite diligent in his studies, and it's best not to disturb him. After all, the results will be evident in just a few days. Chuiji was taken aback. The notice to Qinyi had only been sent recently, and Madame seemed overly cautious about intruding upon him. She tentatively remarked, Madame appears to have a fondness for this young Master Qin? Suwan replied candidly, indeed, who wouldn't he admire a diligent child? Having clawed her way out of a small mountain village, she understood the challenges of examinations and the value of time for those who worked hard. Having endured the rain herself, she wished not for others to suffer due to her. Chuiji concurred, that is true, Madame also holds great admiration for young Master Xiao. Suwan smiled, in truth, I have a fondness for Jincheng as well. Ah? Chuiji was taken aback. This was quite unexpected, especially given Zhong Jincheng's demeanor. Suwan laughed heartily, haha, but I must suppress my affection for him, otherwise, should this little rascal sense it, he would undoubtedly become insufferably proud. Indeed, Chuiji praised, Madame possesses great insight. When Suwan went to the dining hall for a meal, she encountered only Zhong Wenxiu and not Zhong Jincheng. She chuckled, has this little rascal finally succumbed to sleep? Butler Lu remarked, the young master is quite spirited today. He couldn't find sleep at all. The physician of the estate, fearing for his health, administered 2 acupuncture sessions to him. Suwan was taken aback. 2 acupuncture sessions can induce swift slumber? Chapter 56. Hiring a tutor with generous compensation indeed, Suwan remarked, giving a thumbs up, excellent medical skills. Zhong Jincheng had slept soundly until dusk. Rising from his bed, he stretched lazily and, with closed eyes, called out, Shunzi, I'm hungry. Coming right away, young master. The meals will be served shortly. Shunzi replied yawning. Zhong Jincheng inquired, what time is it now? It is just past the hour of high, and the lights in the madam's courtyard have been extinguished. Oh, she certainly retires early, Zhong Jincheng noted as he was attended to by the silent servant while washing up and having his meal. Grabbing a couple of buns, he devoured them before suddenly recalling another matter. Has Zhong Wenxiu retired for the night? Shunzi answered, not yet, young Master Xiao usually does not sleep until after the hour of Z. Ah? Zhong Jincheng frowned, staying up so late and rising so early, doesn't he find it taxing? Is he still reading? Shunzi replied, indeed, ever since returning to the Marquis residence, young Master Xiao has maintained this routine. Having studied alongside young Master Xiao for 3 months, Zhong Jincheng only now pondered about his sleeping habits, revealing his lack of concern for others' lives. Unlike Shunzi, who relished gossip, being privy to every secret and significant affair within the Marquis residence, Zhong Jincheng recalled the scene he had witnessed that morning outside the Qin residence. Was Qinyi, at this very moment, also burning the midnight oil as Zhong Wenxiu was? The mere thought unsettled him, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. If Suwan were aware, she would undoubtedly articulate, congratulations, lad, you've been ensnared. As the third bun began to lose its allure, Zhong Jincheng downed a bowl of chicken soup in haste, then seized a handful of peeled lychees and dashed outside. The candlelight in Zhong Wenxiu's room was nearly extinguished when a servant came to replace it, restoring brightness to the dim room. The little demon king stood outside his window, munching on lychees, refusing to enter. The window was shut, and from outside, he could only glimpse the flickering candlelight and the motions of Zhong Wenxiu as he read and wrote. As he watched, the little demon king spat out lychee pits, which soon littered the ground, but with someone always cleaning the courtyard, Shunzi paid it no mind. Zhong Jincheng curiously asked, Shunzi, how long do you think it will take him to catch up to Qinya's progress? Shunzi was taken aback by the question, finding it difficult to answer. Noticing Shunzi's hesitation, Zhong Jincheng immediately adopted a stern expression, just tell me the truth. Shunzi wished to speak honestly, yet the truth was far from pleasing. I fear, young master, that Master Xiao may never catch up to young Master Qin's pace. What did you say? Zhong Jincheng was incensed, kicking Shunzi's leg. How can you bolster another while diminishing your own? Whose servant are you, anyway? Shunzi clutched his leg in pain, then, noticing the little demon king's threatening glare, he lowered his voice to a whimper. You were the one who asked me to be truthful. Zhong Jincheng considered kicking him again but paused as Shunzi instinctively hugged his leg and instead asked, how could he possibly lag behind? Zhong Wenxiu was 2 years older than Qinyi. Shunzi sighed, the pursuit of knowledge is not dictated by age, some achieve success in their teens, while others remain students well into their 80s. Oh. So even with Zhong Wenxiu's diligence, he cannot surpass Qinyi? Shunzi reminded him, young Master Qin is also quite industrious.
Zhong Jincheng was filled with confusion. Zhong Wenqiu studies to secure a multitude of paths for his future.
What drives Qin Yi? Is he not the legitimate son of the household? His father is still young, and holding a fifth-rank official position isn't too shabby. Shunzi pondered for a moment, perhaps he wishes to inherit his father's legacy. When Qin Yi was 2, his father was just crowned as the top scholar, so he likely witnessed his father's dedication to his studies from a young age. Inheriting one's father's legacy, Zhong Jincheng mused, my father achieved dual top scholar status at merely 15, far surpassing Qin Yi as father.
Shunzi nodded in agreement.
Zhong Jincheng gazed skyward, it seems I am the only one capable of contending for the title of top scholar alongside Qin Yi.
Shunzi was perplexed. Zhong Jincheng continued, this household cannot possibly function without me. Shunzi was baffled.
Zhong Jincheng turned to leave, let us strive for the birth of the next top scholar.
Shunzi was left bewildered, are you quite alright, are you in a dreamlike state?
In shock, Shunzi hurried to catch up, but as he took a couple of steps, he seemingly stepped on something slippery, causing him to slide uncontrollably, landing squarely on the ground. Lychee pits, Shunzi lamented, as he awaited the next day's cleaning.
The world kisses me with pain, yet I respond with song. Shunzi began to sing a mournful tune in the physician's quarters. Zhong Jincheng did not return directly to his room but instead made his way to the grand study, where he had not set foot in 2 days. However, having spent 3 months immersed in books, he was still well aware of the titles and their placements. Thus, he casually picked up a book and began to read, while Shunzi assisted him in grinding ink. The little demon king focused intently on his writing, oblivious to Shunzi's visit to the physician regarding his fall. The following morning, Suwon stood at the threshold of the study, surveying the disarray of books scattered throughout the room and the ink stains on the floor, a testament to the reader's impatience.
How could one become so agitated while studying? Noticing the chaos, Shireen remarked, the young master was studying until the hour of Z and fell asleep on the small couch in the study. Suwon stepped forward to pick up the books strewn across the floor, glancing through their contents. They were dense and difficult texts, devoid of the phonetic annotation she had requested in advance. Given the little demon king's literacy level, he likely encountered numerous unfamiliar characters. No wonder he grew increasingly frustrated. She turned to Tsueji, go summon someone to annotate all the books in this room with phonetic markings, and also gather the translated versions, ensure that both the original texts and their translations are numbered for easy reference by Jincheng.
All of them?
These are the young Marquis' books, Tsueji weakly reminded her. The young Marquis has never permitted anyone to handle his belongings carelessly. Suwon dismissed the concern, it's merely annotations. If he objects, we can always purchase new books for him later. Primarily, the grand study housed a diverse and comprehensive collection, and replicating the entire setup for the little demon king would prove quite challenging in the short run.
Tsueji hesitated, that seems reasonable.
After all, the madam was currently the highest authority in the Marquis residence, and her word was law. Suwon then directed, additionally, please invite 2 of this year's successful candidates to the residence to assist Jincheng with his studies.
Successful candidates?
Tsueji questioned, those individuals are qualified for official positions, and even the finest Hanlin Academy can hardly secure a few of them.
You wish for 2, and they must be from this year?
Suwon smiled, ordinary folks would naturally struggle to secure them, but we have our means.
By throwing money at the problem. Chapter 57.
Teasing the master. The monetary prowess of the Yuanyang Marquis residence is no mere illusion, merely stating their name attracts 3 or 5 scholars eager to apply, yet, as if in collusion, each one is more obstinate than the last.
I am a newly minted scholar, having just passed last year's provincial examination. Numerous wealthy young gentlemen wish to take me as their teacher, yet I have declined them all.
Who among us is not a scholar from this year's examination? However, I am the sole successful candidate from my county, and even our county magistrate has personally requested my assistance as a secretary. I serve as a master at the finest academy in the capital, where most of the successful candidates hail from our institution.
When it comes to educating children, only a professional teacher will suffice.
Spare me, we are all from this year's examination. You have only been teaching for a little over a year. What relevance do past scholars have to you?
How can it not concern me?
Surely, among the next cohort of successful candidates, many will be my former students. Boastful words. Who is being boastful? The affairs of scholars cannot be dismissed as mere bragging.
Suwon sat above, observing their heated debate.
She rapped the table and interjected, esteemed scholars, could we perhaps get to the crux of the matter? Are you willing to come to our Marquis' residence to educate the children? That depends on the sincerity of your Marquis' residence.
I am quite content at the Hanlin Academy.
Indeed, if we were to take up official positions, we would be quite esteemed. Were it not for your steward's earnest invitation, we would have no desire to come.
Private tutors rarely receive any recognition. When a student succeeds, it is their own glory.
2 others remained in a state of ambivalence, yet they, too, were keen to see how the Marquis' residence would respond. Shueiji furrowed her brow and murmured, Madam, why are these individuals like this? Wasn't it said that scholars possess great integrity and regard wealth as mere refuse? Suwon chuckled softly and replied, humans consume grains and possess 7 emotions and 6 desires. They, too, have families and children, and they need to make a living. As fellow laborers, their sentiments were understandable. As long as the remuneration is satisfactory, all terms are negotiable, she stated with gravity. Esteemed scholars, we are prepared to offer 100 taels of silver per month for a private tutor, for a term of 3 years, to be formalized by contract. 100 taels for 3 years? That seems rather low. 100 taels per month, are you deaf? 100 taels a month? 100 taels a month? The scholars were left astounded, calculating with their fingers. 100 taels a month, totaling 1,200 taels a year, 3,600 taels over 3 years. Good heavens, if they could earn such a sum, it would last a lifetime. One skeptical scholar turned to his companion and inquired, What is the monthly salary at the Hanlon Academy? Is it common for tutors to earn so much nowadays? 8 taels, but at other academies, 4 or 5 taels is considered high. The scholars were flabbergasted. In unison, they exclaimed, I will take this position. I have experience as a successful candidate and will ensure the young master excels before reaching adulthood. Me, I have taught at the Hanlon Academy. With my guidance, my students would find it difficult not to succeed. You have only 1 year of teaching experience, that is still better than your idle existence at home. The 5 began quarreling once more, each vying for the position. Suwon sighed inwardly, reflecting on the undeniable advantage of wealth. 100 taels is equivalent to 100,000 modern currency. Had such an offer been presented to her during her working days, she would have undoubtedly fought tooth and nail for it. I will only be hiring 2 tutors. Please, esteemed scholars, prepare a resume detailing your academic and examination experiences for our consideration, Suwon instructed. Cui-ji, please escort them to the side hall to write. Yes. By the way, Suwon added with a smile, our Yuanyang Marquis residence maintains a good relationship with the Ministry of Rights. Should any resumes contain falsehoods, do not say we did not warn you in advance. The scholars exchanged furtive glances, some hastily burying their heads in their tasks, while others cast approving glances at Suwon. This is for the best, otherwise, they might fabricate tales in pursuit of the lucrative salary. However, once the individuals departed, Cui-ji grew anxious and whispered, Madam, we lack connections within the Ministry of Rights. Not only did they lack connections, but the Marquis' residence had been detached from worldly affairs for quite some time, with little interaction with other families. Even if they wished to ask someone for assistance, they would struggle to find a suitable person. Suwon mused, is it possible that if we were familiar with the Ministry of Rights, they could truly assist us in verifying the examination records of all the scholars? Cui-ji, no. Could they? Was the madam attempting to deceive them? Suwon considered that perhaps it was feasible. Aside from the question of whether it constituted a breach of confidentiality, the scholars hailed from various regions, and the workload for verifying their records would be considerable. She smiled and said, a resume reveals not only an individual's experiences but also their writing style, logical reasoning, and even their approach to scholarship. These elements cannot be easily fabricated. Can you discern such things, madam? Cui-ji inquired. Suwon shook her head and replied honestly, I may not grasp it all myself. I shall need to enlist Bai Li to assist me in reviewing them. Then I shall have them complete their writing and return to await further instructions. If we decide to hire them, we will send someone to deliver their contracts, allowing them to enter the residence and sign the agreements. I believe that is a sound plan. Cui-ji smiled and said, I shall arrange this immediately. As Suwon saw her off to the side hall, she rose to head to the study, intending to inform Bai Li Shi of the developments. In the study, the 2 children were seated neatly, engaged in their studies. Bai Li Shi's demeanor appeared markedly improved, passionately recounting historical anecdotes, occasionally stroking his beard, and displaying an evident sense of satisfaction. Zongwen diligently took notes, while Zong Jinchang, that mischievous little rascal, seemed full of energy, holding a brush in one hand and doodling on paper, appearing oblivious to the lesson, though his eyes remained fixed. Multitasking, yet he was not neglecting his studies. Suwon sighed, finding such clever children both enviable and exasperating. Inside, Bai Li Shi concluded, alright, today's lesson ends here, please transcribe yesterday's content from memory. I will collect your work once completed. With that, he stifled a yawn, propping his face with one hand, and closed his eyes, seeking a moment's rest. Suwon thought to herself that Bai Li Shi had indeed been overworked lately. The little demon, after diligently studying, always had an endless stream of questions. His boundless energy was not the issue. It was evident that Bai Li Shi had noticeably aged. This was one of the reasons she wished to hire 2 more private tutors. Just as she pondered how to coordinate the 2 new tutors to assist Bai Li Shi in educating Zong Jinchang, she noticed the little imp, who should have been diligently transcribing, stealthily approaching the podium, brush in hand, eyes fixated on Bai Li Shi's graying beard. Suwon. Good heavens, the ink on that brush is still red. Chapter 58, Saving My Brother. Next time, what on earth is that little rascal up to? Is he truly intending to smear that red ink upon Bai Li Shi's beard? Zong Jinchang. Suwon exclaimed, halting him. Regardless of where he intended to draw, it should never be on Bai Li Shi, for he is not only his teacher but also the mentor of his father. Startled by the sudden shout, Bai Li Shi opened his eyes to see Zong Jinchang standing before him, clutching a red pen, hastily concealing it behind his back upon noticing he was awake. Bai Li Shi, puffing out his cheeks, inquired, Jinchang, what do you need that pen for? Realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Zong Jinchang managed an innocent smile. Oh, I must have been mistaken. I merely came to ask you how to complete this sentence. The little imp glared fiercely at Suwon outside the window, resentfully aware that she had thwarted his mischievous intentions. Suwon, taken aback, could hardly believe the audacity of the little brat to glare at her, utterly unrepentant. Cui Lu fetched the handboard. At the sound of her words, not only did the little rascal jump in fright, but even Zongwen Xiu and Bai Li Shi were taken aback. Zhang Wenxiu had known Su Wan for quite some time and had never witnessed her in such a furious state. What could have transpired? He had been engrossed in his writing and had missed the earlier commotion, leaving him puzzled about the purpose of the pen in his brother's hand. Having taught for many years, Bai Li Shi had encountered numerous storms, and though no one dared to treat him with such disrespect, he had heard tales of children who enjoyed doodling on their teacher's face. From what he knew of Zhong Jinchang, it was entirely within the realm of possibility that he would engage in such mischief, and it was evident that he had been caught red-handed in his attempt to prank his teacher. Cui Lu, being a woman of swift action, retrieved the handboard in an instant. The little rascal's face turned pale at the sight of it. What was that? A handboard? Surely, it couldn't be meant to strike his hands, could it? Zhong Jinchang quickly tossed the pen aside, retreating with a nervous laugh. It's all a misunderstanding. Please don't slander me. I merely came to inquire about a question. The little rogue, ever clever, maintained a facade of innocence despite his racing heart, exhibiting the very skill of deceiving his elders that he had mastered. Bai Li Shi, seemingly taken in, quickly interjected, Madam, let it go. It is quite normal for children to be a bit mischievous. There was no substantial wrongdoing here. Su Wan retorted, had I not shouted just now, Zhong Jinchang's red ink would have surely adorned your beard. Bai Li Shi gasped. He envisioned his long beard suddenly tainted red, transforming him into a comical figure akin to Zhong Kuei himself. He fell silent. Extend your hand, Su Wan commanded, seeing that his act of feigned innocence was futile. Zhong Jinchang's demeanor shifted as he threatened, if you dare strike me, my grandmother will surely return in a fit of rage, rescinding your key to the estate and expelling you from the Marquis' residence. Su Wan retorted with a cold smile, let us see if that holds true. Cui Lu, administer 3 strikes. The little rascal wailed, Shun Zi, come to my rescue. Yet outside, Shun Zi was being held back by Cui Shi, unable to enter. Brother Wenxiu, save me. Brother, my dear brother, please help. The little rogue had resorted to calling for Zhong Wenxiu, desperately attempting to invoke the only familial bond currently present in the residence. Overwhelmed by the plea, Zhong Wenxiu stood up, ready to assist. Brother, I'm coming to save you. Just as the rescue was about to unfold, the wicked stepmother stood in the way of the would-be savior. Contemplating Su Wan's kindness, Zhong Wenxiu hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother, I shall save you next time. Bai Li Shi, the bond of brotherhood had lasted but a few fleeting moments. Zhong Jinchang, feeling utterly forsaken, found both of his hands captured by Cui Lu, who approached him wielding the handboard. The little rogue was filled with dread. Please don't strike with your right hand. Use your left. We bear no deep-seated grudge against each other. When I grow up, I shall be the steward of the Marquis' residence, and you should not fear incurring my wrath. Ah! Smack, the first strike landed. This was the little rogue's first taste of punishment, and the pain radiated from his palm throughout his body. You truly struck me. How could you be so forceful? Could you not ease up a bit? I was wrong. I shall never again dare to tease my teacher. The books say that acknowledging one's mistakes and amending them is the hallmark of a good child. One must be granted the chance to reform. Smack, the second strike followed. Tears streamed down the little rogue's face, and under the duress of pain, he could no longer feign contrition, erupting into a furious outburst. Su Wan. I shall not rest until we are adversaries. When I inherit the Marquis, I will surely banish you to the outskirts, where you shall see no one, enjoy no outings, and be left to endure the bites of mosquitoes, only to hear the croaking of frogs, and merely see Smack, the third strike fell. With the punishment concluded, Cui Lu released his hands, allowing the little rogue to gaze at his reddened palm, collapsing to the ground in tears. Outside, Shun Zi rushed in to support him, only to find the little rascal still howling, his defiance in his expression while tears cascaded down his cheeks. Su Wan picked up the writing that the little rogue had completed, and to her surprise, not a single error marred the page. Aside from the usual untidiness, it was flawless. She approached, squatting down before him, and said, Young man, if you wish to expel me from the Marquis, then you would best grow strong quickly. Otherwise, in your current feeble state, should you dare to disrespect your teacher again, it shall not merely be 3 strikes. With reddened eyes, the little rogue glared defiantly at her. You wait and see. Su Wan ruffled his hair, teasingly replying, Let us hope I shan't have to wait until you are old and grey. The little rogue shrugged off her hand, crying out, Shun Zi, carry me back. I do not wish to see this wicked woman. Very well, Shun Zi complied, ready to act. Su Wan shot him an incredulous glance. What do you mean carry? It was your hand that was struck, not your legs. You can walk back yourself. Mind your own business. The little rogue extended his reddened hand, draping his arm over Shun Zi's shoulder, and allowed himself to be carried back, glaring at Su Wan with increasing intensity. Zhang Wenxiu stood frozen, unsure of what to do. He glanced between his brother and Su Wan, feeling uneasy. I have finished my writing. I shall fetch the physician to examine my brother's hand. Madam, farewell, teacher. Once they departed, only Su Wan and Bai Li Shi remained. Bai Li Shi chuckled softly, seemingly lost in thought, and sighed, Madam, it seems you have truly offended Jinchang this time. Su Wan smiled, I have always been at odds with him. It is just that I had not resorted to physical means before. However, his stubborn nature necessitated a lesson. Without discipline, he would never learn. Bai Li Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are fortunate that the old Marquis and the old Madam are understanding. Otherwise, your role as a mother would be far from pleasant. A stepmother is not akin to a biological mother. Any hint of reprimand could be construed as child abuse, yet, if one were to turn a blind eye, they would be accused of being neglectful, for one cannot escape the truth that they are not one's own flesh and blood. Chapter 59 The little demon king deceives Suwon smiled and replied, I am profoundly grateful for the trust bestowed upon me by my esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, and I am equally indebted to the master for his generous impartation of knowledge. Ha ha. You are too kind, chuckled Bai Li Shi, stroking his beard with delight. Does the lady have any other matters to discuss today? Suwon shared her intentions of selecting a private tutor with him. Bai Li Shi raised an eyebrow and inquired, do you wish for them to continue tutoring Jin Chang even on my rest days, in addition to my teachings? Suwon nodded, that young lad is brimming with energy. Studying after class does not tax him. Initially, I merely had someone provide him with a translated version and annotations for difficult characters, yet it still proved inadequate. It is essential that someone accompanies him at all times. After pondering for a moment, Bai Li Shi found her reasoning commendable and replied, that notion is indeed sound. It will not only motivate him in his studies but also assist him in resolving difficulties as they arise. I deem it feasible. Please present me with the resumes of those candidates. I shall review them at once. Suwon expressed her gratitude. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed sir. Cui Ji had already instructed someone to bring the resumes over. Suwon handed them to Bai Li Shi, eagerly awaiting his evaluation. After a swift glance, Bai Li Shi noted that all 5 candidates were this year's successful candidates. Realizing it was no mere coincidence, the latest graduates from the imperial examination retained fresh knowledge and examination techniques, making them more effective than those from 3 years prior. Bai Li Shi once again admired Suwon's foresight, casting her a look of approval. Suwon inquired, what is your opinion, sir? Bai Li Shi replied, the first resume is fraudulent. He is not the top scholar from Wenyang County. The actual top scholar from that county is the child of an old friend of mine. The second candidate is rather advanced in age, at 67, I fear he may struggle to keep pace with your expectations for Jin Chang. Suwon chuckled softly, that is indeed the case. The ages of successful candidates in the imperial examination vary. This particular individual is notably elderly. The remaining 3 candidates are quite promising, especially this one from the Hanlin Academy. I believe he warrants special consideration, Bai Li Shi remarked. The academy employs many commendable teaching methods. Jin Chang should not be overly isolated in his studies at home, and it is vital for him to engage with others regarding examinations and to comprehend the prevailing circumstances outside. Suwon nodded, continuing to examine the resumes of the other 2 candidates, finding it difficult to discern a clear advantage among them. They are all quite good. It is truly a challenge to choose. Bai Li Shi nodded in agreement but could not offer a definitive suggestion for selection, thus resolved to let Suwon decide who to eliminate. After a moment of contemplation, Suwon decisively stated, then I shall take them all. Wealthy individuals often forego choices. Bai Li Shi was left speechless. At times, he felt that the entire Yuanyang Marquis household had an impressive penchant for spending. Suwon instructed Cui Ji to draft the employment contracts and notify the 3 private tutors to come to the residence to sign the agreements, with an upcoming date for their engagement. Meanwhile, in another courtyard, the sounds of wailing echoed. Ouch, it hurts, please be gentler on my hand, it has swollen like a carrot, woe is me. Zong Jin Chang sat at the edge of the bed, extending his hand for the physician to apply medicine, while Shun Zi held onto his arm to prevent him from moving and exacerbating the pain. The tearful little demon king appeared exceedingly pitiful, his dark eyes shimmering with an intensity that tugged at the heartstrings, leaving one to wonder how Suwon could bear to discipline him so harshly. The physician reassured, young Master Chang, the injury is not too severe, there is merely some redness and swelling, along with a few blood spots. With a few days of medication, it shall heal. For the next few days, refrain from using your hands, rest adequately, and maintain a light diet. Also, avoid staying up late. The physician rambled on with a plethora of prohibitions, and the little demon king, initially suffering only from a sore hand, now felt an ache in his head as well. He exclaimed, I only have a sore hand, why must I also watch my diet and rest? You are more controlling than Suwon. The physician was left speechless, as these were merely standard medical instructions. However, with the little demon king in a fit of rage, he dared not retort, and it was only with Zong Wenxiu's gesture that the physician hurriedly gathered his medicine box and departed. The little demon king's hands were wrapped in white bandages, watching as they transformed from a red carrot to a white radish, resembling 2 large mallets. He let out a wail and fell back onto the bed, kicking his legs and shouting, Suwon, Suwon, Suwon. I loathe her. In his emotional outburst, he struck his hand against the bed's edge. Brother! Zong Wenxiu rushed over to assist him, checking for any signs of bleeding on his hand. Upon hearing this, Zong Jincheng felt even more aggrieved, wailing, Do not call me brother, I once considered you to be my true brother, yet you conspire with Suwon against me. Not only did you fail to shield me from her punishments, but you also did not even attempt to intervene. Shunzi stood by, his lips twitching in disbelief. The young master truly had an unrealistic expectation, wanting not only intervention but also defense. Zong Wenxiu paused for a moment, lowering his head and apologizing, I am sorry, I cannot go against the lady's wishes, I shall surely assist you next time. The little demon king huffed, there will be no next time. The next time will be when I strike Suwon's hand. Shunzi remained silent, utterly at a loss for words at this level of defiance. Striking the lady's hand, was he truly that audacious? One could only hope he would not end up being punished by her in return. Bu Yan entered from outside, announcing, Young master, the medicine has been prepared. Ah, must I still drink the medicine? The little demon king slumped as if struck by frost, instantly losing all vigor. Zhang Wenxiu, understanding his sentiment, took the medicine bowl and comforted, using both external and internal remedies will expedite your recovery. Shunzi, please fetch some candied fruits. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Reluctantly, the little demon king opened his mouth, awaiting his brother to feed him. The bitter dose was spooned toward his lips, yet with the candied fruits, it became bearable as Zhang Wenxiu was exceptionally patient, testing the temperature of the medicine before offering it and even wiping his mouth after he drank, selecting only the largest pieces of candied fruit for him. Though this was not the first time the little demon king had been fed medicine, it had been long since he experienced such warmth and comfort, reminiscent of the times when his grandparents were present in the household, their attention solely on him. Having not seen his grandparents for several months, Zhong Jincheng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Zhang Wenxiu quickly inquired, "What is it, Jincheng? Is the medicine too bitter? Shall I fetch you more candied fruits?" "Brother," Zhong Jincheng called softly, his voice low and pitiful. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenxiu paused. This was the second time his brother had called him brother, and he felt a swell of recognition and familial affection within him. The little demon king furrowed his brow and continued to murmur, "You have wronged me this time, but I forgive you. However, do not assist Suwan in bullying me again. Suwan expects you to repay her kindness by studying with me, with no other demands." Zhang Wenxiu considered this and realized that the individuals who saved their mother included his brother as well. He should not aid the lady in oppressing his sibling. "Very well," he replied, "from now on, I shall stand by you." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng's eyes lit up, his voice growing louder. "Is that true? You are not deceiving me?" Zhang Wenxiu affirmed earnestly, "Indeed, I shall do my utmost to protect you." Behind them, Shunzi could only shake his head in resignation. It was clear that the little demon king had ensnared another ally. Time to carry him away. Chapter 60. A clash between mother and son. Zhong Jincheng beamed with satisfaction, his smile radiant indeed, his charm was unparalleled, and his spirits soared even higher as sweetly. He called out, "Brother, I wish to have some candied dates and 7 spice cakes." "I shall have someone fetch them for you. They will return shortly," came the reply. "Brother, I also wish to bask in the sunlight outside. Carry me there, would you?" "Of course, I shall carry you." Shunzi, observing the exchange, felt an overwhelming urge to echo Madame's exclamation, "Don't you have legs of your own?" Yet, the endearing little tyrant, with his sweet coaxing, was utterly irresistible to anyone except Suwan. Otherwise, the venerable Lord and Lady Ho, who had successfully raised 2 exceptional sons, would not have fallen victim to this little rascal, watching helplessly as he transformed into a mischievous imp. Outside, the 2 brothers enjoyed the sun, one comfortably squinting his eyes in the warmth, while the other busied himself serving tea. Zhong Jincheng reclined in his chair, thoroughly content, and orchestrated. "Bayan, please ask Butler Lu to bring a reclining chair for my brother." "Certainly." The little tyrant added, "Make sure to inform Butler Lu that the chair shall remain here. My brother will often come to keep me company in the sun." "Understood." Previously, Suwan had ordered the removal of all valuable items from the little tyrant's courtyard, leaving only 1 chair. However, claiming it was for Zhong Wenxiu, Butler Lu would certainly not refuse. Zhong Wenxiu beamed with joy, his eyes nearly crinkling into slits as he gently said, "Brother, since you cannot write for the next few days, I shall bring you the books you need to read, and Shunzi can read them to you." "Very well," Zhong Jincheng replied with a squinting smile. In the days that followed, the little tyrant did not study in his courtyard, rather, he preferred to have Bayan carry him to read alongside Zhong Wenxiu in the grand study. His affectionate calls of brother were enough to make Suwan's skin crawl. She turned to Cuiji and inquired, "Did he address the lady in the same manner before?" Cuiji chuckled. Indeed, the lady could never resist him. Whenever the young master spoke, she would grant his every request. Suwan's expression morphed into one of confusion. She glanced at the overly affectionate little tyrant and sensed something amiss. "There's something suspicious about this. Keep a close eye on Wenxiu to prevent Jincheng from harboring any mischievous intentions toward him." "Ah, you mean Master Chang might be using Master Xiu for some ulterior motive?" Cuiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Their Master Chang was undoubtedly clever and astute, but he was merely 8 years old. Surely, he could not. Could he? As Suwan huffed, "I don't know what he intends to do, but it certainly isn't anything good. Keep watch over him and report any developments to me." "Yes, indeed." Cuiji glanced back at Zhong Jincheng one last time before departing. He appeared innocent enough, just like he did before the lady, though his persistence seemed a tad excessive. Wait, the duration of this behavior is indeed prolonged. Every time Master Chang sweet-talked the lady, it was always for a specific purpose. He either requested something or sought to obtain something. Once he succeeded, his clinginess would dissipate. Yet, he had been excessively affectionate with Master Xiu for several days now. Clearly, something was amiss. That afternoon, Zhang Wenxiu was enjoying the sun in Zhong Jincheng's courtyard while Zhong Jincheng awaited Shunzi's return indoors. Shunzi entered, stating, "Young master, the lychees have been washed." He cast a glance at Zhong Wenxiu outside, attempting to convey a silent warning, but Zhong Wenxiu remained oblivious to him, basking in the sunlight. Fearing Shunzi might spoil his plans, Zhong Jincheng hurriedly instructed, "You and Bayan go to the kitchen and bring me back a scallion pancake. I want both of you to prepare it together." "Understood." Shunzi was taken aback. He had never set foot in the kitchen with Bayan. The young master was clearly trying to send them away, and Master Xiu was likely to suffer because of it. Feeling sympathetic, Shunzi quietly cautioned, "Young master, this may not be wise. If Madame finds out, it could spell trouble for Master Xiu." Zhong Jincheng shot him a glare, saying, "If Suwan discovers this, I shall take full responsibility and clarify that it was not his doing. The worst that will happen is I may receive a beating, but I will not involve him." Shunzi pleaded, but why go through this? In the end, you will only be punished. Zhong Jincheng huffed, mind your own business. Even if I suffer a loss today, I shall make Su Wan pay dearly. Both of you, hurry along, don't linger and obstruct my plans. Zhong Jincheng nudged him with his elbow. Shunzi, reluctant to leave, gazed at his young master as still healing hand, pondering what condition he might return in after this escapade. Brother, come in and enjoy the lychees. They are chilled. Zhong Jincheng called out. 2 plates of chilled lychees adorned the table upon entering. Zhong Wenxiu heard his brother exclaim, I want to eat from the larger plate. Both plates were quite similar, but Zhong Jincheng's gaze was fixed on the top of the larger plate, which bore a particularly large lychee. Zhong Wenxiu picked it up and said, let me peel this one for you. With the lychee peeled and offered to his mouth, the little tyrant savored it with delight. Zhong Wenxiu remarked, it is still early summer. If we finish both plates of chilled lychees, it may upset our stomachs. Zhong Jincheng replied, Shunzi must have mixed them up, that portion was intended for Su Wan. I have no desire to share it with her, so I refuse to return it. Zhong Wenxiu nodded, but said nothing. The little tyrant, however, grew anxious. Why was he merely acknowledging this? Why not advise me against being so possessive of the lychees? Speak up. Yet, no matter how turbulent his thoughts, Zhong Wenxiu remained focused on assisting his brother, reluctant to speak and risk upsetting him. After all, there were still plenty of chilled lychees in the house, and the kitchen could prepare more. However, as Zhong Wenxiu remained silent, Zhong Jincheng could not contain himself. These chilled lychees were the spoiled ones he had instructed Shunzi to prepare days earlier. The icy treatment would mask their unpleasant flavor, and by the time Su Wan realized, she would surely consume enough to suffer from indigestion. That wicked woman, daring to strike this young masteress hand thrice, she shall await my retribution. Feigning contrition, Zhong Jincheng declared, upon reflection, perhaps I should let it go, deliver them to her. Although she struck me, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Zhong Wenxiu's eyes lit up at this, and he replied warmly, brother, you have matured. Zhong Jincheng maintained a facade of innocence. Yet inwardly, he scoffed to maturity. Even if I erred, she had no right to strike my hand over such trivial matters, blowing things out of proportion. She simply seizes every opportunity to chastise me. With a bright smile, Zhong Jincheng said, then you should take the lychees to her, they will spoil if left out too long. What do you wish me to deliver? I can come to collect it myself, Su Wan announced, entering with narrowed eyes, fixated on the 2 plates of lychees. Chapter 61, caught in the act, Shuiji covered her face, nearly unable to bear the sight before her. Young Master Chang had gone too far this time. Not only did he scheme to use spoiled lychees to harm the lady, but he also intended to have young Master Xiu deliver them. This was clearly a prelude to disaster. Zhong Wenxiu, unaware of the situation, stood up to defend his younger brother, saying, Madam, it was my brother who erred and he holds no grudge against you. He even asked me to deliver the lychees he mistakenly took. Zhong Jincheng, anxious, fidgeted with his hands, which felt as though they were in a vice, causing him considerable pain. He let out a hiss and instinctively rose from the table, warily regarding her. Su Wan observed the lychees and remarked, the lychees this year look splendid. I see there is a rather sizable one here. Let us pick it out for Jincheng to try. Zhong Jincheng turned pale. Who would want to eat that spoiled lychee, especially the largest one? Zhong Wenxiu replied, all right, I will select this one and peel it for my brother. Su Wan cheerfully suggested, no need to wait. Peel it now, and I will watch him eat. Zhong Jincheng thought, what? This woman, did she somehow find out? The atmosphere became tense, the air thick with anticipation, so quiet that even a pin dropping would be audible. Zhong Jincheng watched helplessly as his brother peeled the largest, spoiled lychee and brought it to his lips. The little demon king resolutely refused to open his mouth. Su Wan, smiling, inquired, why won't you eat? Is it that you find Wenxiu's feeding unsatisfactory? Would you prefer that I feed you? Zhong Jincheng shot a glance and flung the spoiled lychee away with a huff, retorting, I don't want to eat that lychee. I don't like big ones. I guess that's so wrong? Of course not, Wenxiu, peel him a smaller one, Su Wan instructed with a grin, adding, oh, and make sure to only peel the ones from this plate meant for me. Upon hearing this, it became clear not only to the little demon king but also to Zhong Wenxiu that something was amiss. He looked at his brother and the lady in astonishment, asking, what is wrong with this plate of lychees? To him, both plates appeared identical, with no discernible difference in taste or smell. Su Wan replied, her smile unwavering, ask your good brother. Realizing his ruse had been exposed, Zhong Jincheng did not wish for Zhong Wenxiu to take the blame, and thus, with fierce honesty, he declared, yes, that plate contains the spoiled lychees I prepared for you. They are not edible. Zhong Wenxiu stared at him in shock, questioning, spoiled lychees, do you wish for the lady to suffer an upset stomach? Su Wan interjected, while it's one thing for you to harbor dissatisfaction towards me, why must you involve Wenxiu in your schemes? Do you even comprehend the life he leads in this household? If something were to happen to me, do you realize the rumors he would face? Zhong Jincheng, irate, retorted, why are you being so fierce? This was my doing. I know you wouldn't eat the lychees I sent, which is why I deceived him into delivering them. I take responsibility for my actions. Punish me as you see fit, but do not trouble him. You deceived me? Zhong Wenxiu gazed at him, the 10-year-old boy slightly taller, yet his eyes reflected a hint of hurt, struggling to come to terms with having been manipulated by his brother. Zhong Wenxiu lowered his head, eyes reddening as he apologized to Su Wan. I'm sorry, madam, I nearly caused you harm. Please punish me as you see fit, whether by hitting my palms or with a rod. I bear no grievance. Su Wan gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, your only fault was your excessive honesty. It is not your blame now. Return to your duties and steer clear of this rascal, lest he deceive you again. Understood. Zhong Wenxiu, choked with emotion, averted his gaze from Zhong Jincheng and departed. I didn't mean for you to take the blame. Zhong Jincheng attempted to chase after him, but was halted by Cui Ji. The madam still had an account to settle with young Master Chang. Zhong Jincheng, with a fierce tone, protested, "Why should you keep him away from me? He is my brother, not yours." Su Wan retorted, "Enough, you, who exploit others, have the audacity to call him brother? It fills me with shame just to hear it. You. Zhong Jincheng, I recognize your intelligence, and I am aware of the mischief that brews within you. I also understand that you have been spoiled without anyone enlightening you. Today, I shall make it abundantly clear you have harmed Wenxiu." "What have I done?" Zhong Jincheng queried, bewildered and aggrieved. "I did not make him take the blame. How many times must I say it before you, yet you exploited him," Su Wan countered. "He regards you as family, while you treat him as a mere tool to further your own ends, deceiving him into doing what you loathe, all to achieve your own objectives." I did not." Su Wan commanded that the spoiled lychees be discarded and continued, "People differ. What you deem a trivial prank may be a grave matter to others, violating their conscience and morals. You have studied the teachings of sages for months, surely you comprehend this?" Zhong Jincheng remained perplexed. Or rather, he believed books were one thing and people another. He had grown accustomed to acting recklessly without regard for others' feelings, believing that as long as he felt good, nothing else mattered. Su Wan's admonishments resonated only partially with him, eliciting both displeasure and discomfort. The wayward boy fixed her with an indignant glare. "Have you said enough? If you wish to strike, just do it. What else with all this prattling?" Su Wan chuckled. "Strike? You seem rather unafraid of punishment now?" The little demon king huffed, "Because my will is resolute, and my spirit unyielding. You may conquer my body, but you cannot vanquish my thoughts. I shall keep track of all these accounts. Wait and see, I will reclaim it all in the future." Su Wan gazed at the boy, whose expression suggested he was prepared to face any consequence without fear. Although she had intended to administer a beating today, she reconsidered. Once a child becomes accustomed to punishment, it loses its deterrent effect. One cannot rely solely on force to educate him. Thus, she smiled again, playfully patting the little demon king's cheek as if she were a malevolent queen. "My dear, today I shall spare you, but you must learn to bear the consequences of your actions." The little demon king shrugged off her hand, rolling his eyes. "Stop pretending to be the good person. You can't wash your hands clean in my eyes." Su Wan huffed. "Cui Ji, let us depart." Oh, very well." Cui Ji was bewildered. Wasn't he had said that even without punishment, young Master Chang must learn to take responsibility? How would he do that? With the madam gone, who would he learn from? However, Cui Ji's confusion was soon resolved, as a servant came to report young Master Xiu had voluntarily gone to kneel in the ancestral hall. Zhong Jincheng, still somewhat dazed by Su Wan's easy departure, watched as they left, only to have Shunzi and Bayan return, carrying a batch of charred scallion pancakes. "Young master, the pancakes are ready." Zhong Jincheng cast a glance at the blackened mass and exclaimed in frustration, "Who are you two trying to poison?" Bayan remained silent, while Shunzi lamented, "Young master, neither of us has ever set foot in the kitchen." "At least they are cooked, right? Enough, no more excuses." Zhong Jincheng rose and declared, "Zhong Wenxiu is upset, I must seek him out." Shunzi looked at the single plate of lychees that remained, quickly adding, "Did he discover it before we could deliver it?" Chapter 62. Brothers kneeling together in the ancestral hall. It was Su Wan who came to expose it. Zhong Jincheng found it utterly perplexing how Su Wan could know so swiftly and so clearly. Shunzi, in a state of panic, hurriedly began to inspect the surroundings. "Did they hit you? How come there are no marks? Could it be that they struck you in a place unseen? Perhaps you were pricked with a needle. I've heard that this method is both malicious and undetectable." "Go away, don't obstruct my path," Zhong Jincheng replied dismissively, resolutely heading towards Zhong Wenxiu's kneeling in the ancestral hall. However, he was met with disappointment upon learning that Zhong Wenxiu was kneeling in the ancestral hall. He was filled with rage and dashed over, shouting, "Su Wan, you are unjustly blaming an innocent person." His cries echoed throughout the whole residence, causing the maids and servants in the courtyard to turn their heads, some even covering their mouths in suppressed laughter, likely believing that the young master had once again been reprimanded by the lady of the house. Indeed, the whole residence was abuzz with activity. Inside the ancestral hall, Zhong Wenxiu knelt, turning his head to hear the angry shouts at the door. Upon seeing his brother's furious expression, his emotions became quite complex. Yet, he still explained to the lady, "Madam did not punish me, I chose to come here myself. If one commits a wrongdoing, one must bear the consequences." Zhong Jincheng was taken aback. "What wrongdoing did you commit?" "That rotten lychee was my scheme to ensnare Su Wan, and you didn't even deliver it, so why are you shouldering all the blame?" Zhong Wenxiu shook his head, speaking earnestly. "That was only because the lady is astute and noticed the anomaly in time, preventing further actions. Had she not arrived promptly, I would have already brought that plate of lychees over, potentially causing her illness. In the grand scheme of things, even though you are the mastermind, I am still an accomplice, a perpetrator." "What perpetrator?" Zhong Jincheng's head spun. Wasn't that term specifically reserved for those who commit murder? Zhong Wenxiu's analogy was utterly incomprehensible to a pampered young master. Zhong Wenxiu did not continue to explain but remained kneeling, his posture straight and unwavering. Zhong Jincheng frowned and asked, "How long do you intend to kneel?" "1 day and 1 night. Zhong Jincheng was immediately astonished. "What about sleeping? Can one really sleep while kneeling?" With unwavering focus, Zhong Wenxiu replied, "If I am to atone for my sins, how can I think solely of my own comfort? I shall not sleep. Zong Jinchang was exasperated. I have never seen someone so willingly subject themselves to self-torment. The little devil turned on his heel and left. If Zong Wenxiu wished to kneel, then let him be. He would not join him, not even for a night without sleep. He would not kneel for an entire day. Fuming, he stormed out of the ancestral hall, appearing even angrier than when he arrived. Shunzi rushed forward to inquire, "How did it go, young master? Is Master Xiu unwilling to come out with you?" Zong Jinchang retorted with annoyance, "Come out, that pedantic bookworm, his incessant studying has rendered him foolish. Even the awakening of insects is more astute." Shunzi was left speechless. "Then, what shall we do?" "I don't know, why should I care?" The little devil remained furious. Shunzi gently urged, "But Master Xiu is punishing himself because of you. Are you truly going to walk away?" Zong Jinchang snapped back, "And what do you suggest? Should I kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire day and night like that bookworm? I'd have to be insane to do that." Shunzi could only remain silent. "Indeed, this behavior was perfectly in line with your heartless persona." Zong Jinchang turned and strode out of the courtyard, but with each step, his pace slowed, eventually coming to a halt. Shunzi, trailing behind, nearly collided with him and quickly changed direction, only to lose his balance and tumble to the ground with a thud. Shunzi's pained wail went unheard. Zong Jinchang turned and dashed back. He ran faster and faster, his strides growing larger, furious yet sweaty as he burst into the ancestral hall, dropping to his knees on the mat with a loud thud. Thud, the sound startled Shunzi so much that he momentarily forgot his own pain. He stood at the door, stunned, watching the fleeting shadow of the little devil, now kneeling inside, his heart racing like a stampede of horses. Wasn't it said that only a fool would kneel? He truly must have been kicked by a donkey. Zong Wenxiu was equally taken aback and turned to him. Why have you come?" Zong Jinchang, still fuming, knelt with his arms crossed, adopting an air of superiority. "If you, as an accomplice and perpetrator, are kneeling, mustn't I, the mastermind, also save face?" Zong Wenxiu remained silent. Well, he had a point, but kneel until nightfall, then go back to sleep. The ancestral hall is too cold at night. Zong Jinchang huffed, "If you leave, then I shall leave." Zong Wenxiu could not possibly leave. He said, "Then have Shunzi bring you a blanket." Zong Jinchang gasped in indignation. That pedantic bookworm, could he not simply follow my lead and accompany me out tonight? Angry and annoyed, Zong Jinchang huffed again and turned his face away. However, Zong Wenxiu did not continue the conversation. The ancestral hall was filled with ancestral tablets, the quiet so profound that one could hear the birds singing outside and the occasional gasps of the passing maids. Having knelt for merely half an hour, Zong Jinchang could no longer endure the tedium and began to fidget, running his fingers through his hair. He had memorized the names of over 100 ancestors of the Zong family, and there was nothing of interest in the ancestral hall. It was dreadfully boring. "Hey, are you bored?" Zong Jinchang asked. Upon hearing this form of address, Zong Wenxiu felt a pang of sadness and asked, "Have you been calling me brother these past few days solely to persuade me to deliver lychees today?" Zong Jinchang blinked, having never contemplated this question. When he used to pester his grandmother for favors, he always called her the best grandmother in the world, but such flattery could not be used daily, as it would become overly sentimental. Calling Zong Wenxiu brother was indeed largely for the sake of the lychee. After all, he could only consider him a cousin, not someone he would address so affectionately. However, seeing Zong Wenxiu's expression made him feel as if he were even more wounded than when Su Wan had exposed their scheme. What was he hurt about? Was it because he did not call him brother? Before the little devil could sort out his thoughts, Zong Wenxiu ceased to inquire further, seemingly having already resigned himself to the answer. Yet, he also chose not to engage with the little devil any longer. As Zong Jinchang began to feel discomfort. What was happening? Was he upset with him? But he had come to kneel in the ancestral hall with him, so why was he still angry? Was there no justice in the world? Zong Jinchang tilted his head, pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, until his body instinctively reacted first. In the stillness of the ancestral hall, he tentatively called out, "Brother?" Chapter 63. The ancestral hall and the weight of heritage. Zong Wenxiu paused momentarily, turning to gaze at him, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "Brother," Zong Jinchang called out once more. The little demon king was never one to skimp on titles. Effortlessly charming others was his inherent talent. Even if his mind had yet to catch up, his mouth and body would act on impulse. However, Zong Wenxiu did not seem particularly pleased. He continued to ignore the little demon king, not even acknowledging him, merely observing with a scrutinizing stare. Zong Jinchang, perplexed by his brother's fixation, shuffled closer, clutching the cushion beneath his knees, and inquired, "Brother, are you still angry with me?" Zong Wenxiu's expression was intricate as he asked, "What do you wish for me to assist you with?" "What?" Zong Jinchang was taken aback by the question. Zong Wenxiu reiterated, "I said, you call me brother, what do you wish for me to help you with?" Zong Jinchang fell silent, as if struck by an unspoken slap to the face. He was someone who valued his pride above all else. Indignant, he shifted his cushion back to its original place. The irate little demon king's cheeks puffed up with indignation. After kneeling for half an hour, his exhausted form now stood rigid with anger. Seemingly unable to contain himself, he cast a glare at Zong Wenxiu, only to find him still unresponsive, prompting him to turn away. His chest heaving with frustration, the little demon king thought to himself, "If I speak to him again, I shall be a fool." Yet, in less than a quarter of an hour, he pushed the cushion closer again, deliberately nudging Zong Wenxiu, not once but twice in an attempt to gain his attention. Zong Wenxiu, exasperated, finally snapped, "What on earth do you want?" Zhong Jincheng's heart leapt with delight. Ha, he was the one who spoke first, that absolves him of being a fool. His dark eyes blinked brightly as he retrieved his premeditated thoughts, raising his hand to declare, firstly, let me clarify that I did not intend to harm you. Fearing Zhong Wenxiu might doubt his sincerity, he added, truly, I was merely overwhelmed with pain after Suwan struck my hand a few days ago, which clouded my judgment. I did not anticipate that you would be so bothered. I did not expect you to be so upset. Had I known, I would have personally delivered my apologies. Zhong Wenxiu remained silent, his expression betraying a sense of frustration as he pondered the burden of having such a brother. He queried, do you genuinely believe that retaliating against our mother is without fault? I have my faults, Zhong Jincheng begrudgingly admitted, but she hit me too, she is also at fault. Deep down, he understood that being struck was justified. However, having never faced such punishment before, he found it hard to accept, unable to reconcile his pride with the reality of his situation. After a few moments of silence, Zhong Wenxiu asked, did you continue to torment our tutor afterward? Zhong Jincheng lifted his white radish, shaking it defiantly, would I dare? Is it a matter of daring or desire? Zhong Wenxiu pressed. Zhong Jincheng furrowed his brow, why are you so determined to pry, is there any distinction between daring and desiring? Zhong Wenxiu responded, to dare is to fear punishment, to desire is to respect one's teacher. They are indeed different. Our tutor, at his age, should be enjoying his twilight years, yet he willingly comes to instruct us without asking for a dime. He dedicates himself tirelessly, only to receive your torment in return. Do you believe you are justified in your actions? Zhong Jincheng felt his face flush with shame. At that moment, all he could think about was how charming their tutor's beard was, and his curiosity about the vibrant inks had led him to want to explore. He had not considered the emotional toll it might take on their tutor, and now, hearing Zhong Wenxiu's words, he felt like a scoundrel, his head drooped like a dejected little lion, his lips sulking in displeasure. Zhong Wenxiu inquired further, do you still believe that the 3 strikes you received were excessive? Zhong Jincheng muttered under his breath, not enough. Seeing his brother's defiance, Zhong Wenxiu couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Zhong Jincheng's soft hair and admonishing, in the future, do not entertain thoughts of harming our mother. She acts solely for your benefit. Understood, Zhong Jincheng replied, then lifted his head in confusion, is that all you wish to say? What else is there? Zhong Jincheng pondered, recalling how Zhong Wenxiu had just cautioned him against tormenting their tutor in Suwan. What about his own actions? Will you not admonish me to stop deceiving you in the future? Zhong Wenxiu laughed, asking, would you still dare to deceive me? Zhong Jincheng hastily shook his head, you are my brother. I would never deceive you. Zhong Wenxiu smiled. Seeing him smile, Zhong Jincheng couldn't help but join in. The warm rays of the setting sun poured into the ancestral hall, illuminating the reconciled brothers, radiating a gentle warmth. Ultimately, it was the little demon king who first broke the silence. Brother, kneeling like this is dreadfully dull, why don't we recite some verses instead? Zhong Wenxiu was taken aback. Was this truly a suggestion from his brother? He could still think of reciting verses at a time like this. Perceiving the astonished look on his brother's face, Zhong Jincheng protested, am I not allowed to consider reciting verses? While that defeated Su Yi is bound to lose to me, achieving the title of the top scholar is no easy feat. I must strive to memorize more. Zhong Wenxiu sighed, confirming that his self-assured brother was indeed unchanged. After a moment's thought, he suggested, let us begin with the Meng Qiu. You should have learned this already, so we shall review it together. All right. Wang Ron's brevity, Pei Kai's clarity. Kong Ming, the sleeping dragon, Lu Wang, not a bear. Yangjin of Guanshi, Ding Quan of Yidong. Outside the ancestral hall, Suwan observed the 2 brothers reciting verses with a hand to her forehead, struggling to suppress a smile. Cui Ji, equally bemused, remarked, young Master Xiu truly loves to study. Even while kneeling in the ancestral hall, he does not forget his studies, and he has brought young Master Cheng along to recite as well. What a commendable influence. Suwan's mind was filled with questions, and she turned to ask, do you think it was Wenxiu who initiated this? Not, is it not? Cui Ji replied, young Master Cheng does not strike me as someone who would take the initiative to study. Suwan chuckled, the ancestors of the Zhong family were all warriors, most disdainful of these literary pursuits. To have the younger generation kneel before them yet recite verses in their presence, do you truly think this audacious act was instigated by Wenxiu? Cui Ji fell silent, unable to ponder further lest she feel the ancestors' collective despair. The ancestors' dismay lingered from afternoon until nightfall. By the time the hour of the rat arrived, Suwan, still awake, heard from Cui Ji that the 2 children remained in the ancestral hall, which only heightened her concern. I shall go take a look. Upon reaching the entrance, she found no sound of recitation within. Assuming the children had succumbed to sleep, she quickened her pace, worried about their health given the coldness of the hall and the significant temperature drop at night. Upon entering, she found Zhong Wenxiu still kneeling upright, silently mouthing the words, as if silently reciting to stay awake, his demeanor as proper as a model student. In stark contrast, the little rascal lay sprawled on the cushion, utterly oblivious, encroaching upon Zhong Wenxiu's space, leaving him with hardly any room to spare. Suwan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, utterly at a loss with this little rascal. Chapter 64 Who bestowed your confidence? She turned to Cui Ji and said, please ask Bu Yan to carry Jin Cheng back to sleep. Of course, Bu Yan responded to Zhong Wenxiu, upon hearing her voice, glanced over and softly greeted her, madam. Suwan smiled back at him. Bu Yan lifted Zhong Jin Cheng into his arms, allowing the boy's arms to rest on his shoulders, his head nestled in the crook of his neck. The little rascal, still drowsy, opened his eyes just enough to perceive a vague silhouette of a woman before succumbing once more to sleep. Clinging to Bu Yan after the little scamp departed, Suwan remained unmoved. Zhang Wenxiu was somewhat surprised. He had assumed the lady had come to fetch her brother. After all, she was his rightful mother. Su-wan approached him, playfully pulling him up while saying, "Come now, rise up. With your stubborn disposition, the ancestors would think I am a cruel aunt, persecuting a mere child having knelt for too long." Zhang Wenxiu stood up abruptly, slightly unsteady. Su-wan supported him, guiding him to sit on a cushion until the numbness in his legs faded. She then took a seat on the cushion beside Zhong Jinchang, aligning herself with Zhang Wenxiu's line of sight. Though there was an age and height disparity between the adults and the child, being at the same eye level fostered a sense of closeness. At that moment, Zhang Wenxiu had never felt so much like the lady was a dear friend, both physically and emotionally comfortable. Su-wan remarked, "All these troubles stem from Jinchang's antics. I know you are troubled, but do not dwell on it too heavily, otherwise, with this little rascal, you will find yourself endlessly kneeling in the ancestral hall." Zhang Wenxiu grinned foolishly. "Fear not, madam. Jinchang has just promised me he will no longer tease the teacher, nor will he cause you any trouble, and certainly, he will not deceive me again." Su-wan chuckled. "That is indeed the best outcome. However, based on my understanding of that troublemaker, there are more than just these 3 incidents he could cause." Zhang Wenxiu fell silent. The glimmer of hope he had just seen was swiftly extinguished. Su-wan, noticing his dazed expression, playfully reminded him, "But let us not be overly pessimistic. At least these 3 matters are quite significant, and once they are resolved, the rest will become easier." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenxiu finally exhaled in relief, smiling as he said, "Indeed, my brother is very clever. He grasps many things with just a hint. He merely feigns toughness while being soft-hearted. He may say harsh words, but his actions are always good, otherwise, he would not be here with me kneeling in the ancestral hall." Su-wan laughed. "Precisely, intelligence can lead to both triumph and folly. Such children evoke a blend of love and exasperation. Guiding them can be quite taxing. In truth, she had encountered children like Zhong Jinchang before, those whose intellect and emotional intelligence far surpassed their peers, often outshining many adults. However, intelligent children are not as easily guided as ordinary ones. Their boundless curiosity, lively thoughts, and penchant for mischief often clash with the conventional methods adults employ to educate them, leading to an ever-growing lack of control." Su-wan recalled the last time she had seen that boy, in a police station's visitation room, at the age of 16, involved in a home invasion. He had innocently smiled at her and said, "Don't you think this is fun?" Closing her eyes, she resolved not to dwell on those memories. Encountering another excessively intelligent child, she was determined not to witness him veering down a misguided path. Zhang Wenxiu spoke up at the right moment. "Madam, I too wish to help my brother walk the righteous path." Su-wan replied, "You are already assisting him. Today's events are entirely your merit, because you are here, because I understand your character, and because I know you will influence him positively. I chose not to punish him. Walking the righteous path does not solely require force. The influence of one's companions is equally vital. This is what your sages refer to as those who are near vermilion turn red. Isn't it?" Zhang Wenxiu was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. "Indeed." Su-wan patted his shoulder, helping him to his feet. "Let us return and rest. Tomorrow, you both must go to the academy to check the results of the 4 academies' joint examination. Do not oversleep in the morning." Recalling this matter, Zhang Wenxiu's previously relaxed demeanor began to wane with concern. "It seems my brother is quite confident he can surpass Qingyi." Su-wan snorted. "Is that not an understatement? Did he not boast about being first in the 4 academies?" Zhang Wenxiu chuckled. "There will surely be opportunities in the future. Then tomorrow, we shall see if he will shed tears." Su-wan said somewhat nostalgically. In truth, Jinchang looks rather adorable when he cries, with his round little face and pear blossom-like tears. What a pity he does not often weep. It's truly a shame. Zhang Wenxiu was left speechless. His lady had a peculiar taste, enjoying the sight of his brother in tears. The following morning, as soon as the little rascal opened his eyes, he demanded that someone unwrap his bandaged hand. After several days of care, what had not been a severe injury was nearly healed. However, the young master was rather delicate. He would wail each time the medicine was applied, insisting that the physician wrap it thicker, fearing any accidental bump would cause pain. "Master, it's still a little tender. Shall we wrap it more lightly?" asked Shunzi. Zhong Jinchang pushed him away with his arm, refusing. No, that looks too unsightly. How can I let others see the genius of the 4 academies with a hand wrapped like a dumpling?" Shunzi could only sigh. They had yet to see the results, and he was already proclaiming himself as the top of the 4 academies. Just who bestowed such confidence upon him? The results of the 4 academies' joint examination were posted at each respective academy, so Su-wan took the 2 boys to Qingba Academy early in the morning. How could she miss something as significant as the results? If the little rascal performed poorly, he might cause trouble for the academy, and she would need to intervene. Qingba Academy was bustling that morning. Even before entering, they could hear the students inside exclaiming, "We made the list." In the 8-year-old class, 2 students have made it onto the 4 academies' joint examination list, ranking among the top 120 in the entire capital. The top of the 4 academies' joint examination is actually from our Qingba Academy. How incredible, God, is our academy finally shedding its long-standing reputation as the 4th-rate institution. Quick, set off firecrackers, hang up the banners. As Su-wan helped the 2 brothers out of the carriage, she overheard the jubilant voices and pieced together the key points. Raising an eyebrow, 8 years old, 2 students on the list, and one of them is the top scorer of the 4 academies. Zhong Jinchang, brimming with confidence, declared, "It must be me." Although Qingyi had likely made the list as well, it was surely by sheer luck. As for Zhong Jinchang, he was intelligent, diligent, and gifted. Only he possessed the ability to outshine the students of the 3 prestigious academies in the capital. Chapter 65. Jincheng learns to speak. Zhong Wenxiu pressed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. He hesitated about whether to give his younger brother a warning in advance, fearing the disappointment if expectations fell through. However, upon turning to glance at his wife, he noticed Su-wan, unable to contain her laughter, biting her lip. Once again, his wife was enjoying the spectacle of his brother. Zhong Jingcheng remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully making his way towards the academy. On his path, he encountered several familiar students who warmly congratulated him. Congratulations, Jingcheng, you are one of our academy's two hopes. Indeed. Who would have thought you were so remarkable, achieving such excellent results against three formidable academies? I've heard you've only been studying for a few months. How did you learn so swiftly? Teach us your ways someday. Having been showered with compliments throughout his life, Zhong Jingcheng had mostly received praise for his generosity, cleverness, and fortunate lineage, yet it was the first time so many had commended him for his academic prowess. Look, they were all coming to congratulate him. There was no jealousy, no envy, and certainly no disdain. Zhong Jingcheng felt immensely proud, believing himself to be formidable and not to be underestimated. He cleared his throat, straightened his back, and declared with a measured tone, "Oh, it's a trivial matter. I merely took the exam casually. I have yet to even showcase half of my capabilities. While the gap between us may still be considerable, with diligent study, it is not impossible for you to catch up a little." The students exchanged glances, their lips twitching, and ceased to engage with him. The conversation had abruptly fizzled out. Zhong Jingcheng, observing the sudden shift in demeanor from those who had just praised him, turned to Zhong Wenxiu in confusion. Why did they all leave so suddenly? Zhong Wenxiu, both amused and exasperated, replied, "It is rather peculiar that they aren't upset after you spoke to them in such a manner." "Did I say something wrong?" Zhong Jingcheng retorted, as if it were self-evident. "They simply aren't as clever as I am. Otherwise, who could achieve such remarkable results after only 3 months of study?" Zhong Wenxiu sighed. "While you do have a point, there is more to communication than mere facts. Jingcheng," he continued, "when they compliment you, don't you feel elated?" Zhong Jingcheng nodded. Zhong Wenxiu pressed on, "But when you tell them to study hard while implying they might only catch up a little, anyone would feel disheartened upon hearing that." Zhong Jingcheng frowned, "But I was merely stating the truth." The elder brother, weary from the effort, patiently instructed, "The truth can sometimes be unpalatable." "Then should I lie in the future? Tell them that after 3 months of study, they can be as capable as I am?" Zhong Wenxiu was at a loss for words. Su Wan approached, interjecting, "You could simply hold back your blunt truths, offer your thanks, and wish them well in their future endeavors. No one expects you to respond to every compliment. Why are you suddenly acting so compliant, Master Zhong?" Zhong Jingcheng glared at her defiantly. She regarded the little tyrant and continued, "Speaking is an art. A poorly chosen word could cost you a valuable friendship, even if you never intended to offend." Zhong Jingcheng turned his head away, dismissing her advice as that of a bad woman, convinced that her words must be erroneous and that he would surely suffer for heeding them. Yet, when another student approached to congratulate him, the little tyrant instinctively replied, "Thank you, and I wish you good fortune in your next examination." After uttering those words, Zhong Jingcheng hastily covered his mouth. How infuriating! How did he learn so quickly? Was this not tantamount to conceding defeat to Su Wan? However, Su Wan did not mock him, and the flustered little tyrant dared not turn back. The student, quite taken aback, continued to praise him. "Thank you for your kind words. I never expected you to be so approachable, without a hint of arrogance." Unlike the students who had stormed away in anger moments earlier, these students now found themselves more fond of the little tyrant, a stark contrast indeed. Zhong Jingcheng couldn't help but grin, adding, "Do come visit me and play with me sometime. I'll teach you how to study." "Absolutely, thank you, Jingcheng, we shall definitely come." Once these students departed, Zhong Jingcheng turned to Zhong Wenxiu, boasting, "See, they said I'm not arrogant. They like me." Zhong Wenxiu chuckled, "You are indeed exceptional, polite, and well-mannered. Everyone will naturally take a liking to you." Zhong Jingcheng, with a hint of pride, huffed, "Of course, I am nothing like Qin Yi. That fellow constantly exhibits an air of superiority and is undoubtedly friendless." Zhong Wenxiu simply shook his head and smiled, choosing not to comment. In truth, he believed that someone like Qin Yi, wholly devoted to his studies, likely preferred solitude, considering friendships a distraction from his academic pursuits. The two strode purposefully towards the ranking board, which had grown even longer than before, with each student's results now accompanied by their respective academy names. Upon glancing at the board, they were met with a uniform display of the grades, all belonging to the Hanlin Academy. In this joint examination of the 4 academies, all those who made the list achieved top marks, Zhong Wenxiu observed. The Hanlin Academy truly deserves its reputation as the foremost institution in the capital, nearly monopolizing the entire list. Zhong Jingcheng, surveying the multitude of Hanlin Academy names, scoffed, "So what if they all made the list? They will merely serve as my stepping stones, to be trampled underfoot." Zhong Wenxiu chuckled lightly, shaking his head in disbelief. Zhong Jingcheng tugged at Zhong Wenxiu, eager to reach the top of the rankings. Since this was the first place in the joint examination, it was only fitting that he stood triumphantly above all other students, yet, the throngs of students surrounding the board were overwhelming, as news had spread that a student from the Qingba Academy had claimed first place. Children of all ages flocked to witness the spectacle, as if celebrating a monumental victory. Zhong Jingcheng, being young and small, found himself unable to squeeze through. Even when he jumped, he could barely catch a glimpse. He called out, "Bayan, lift me up so I can see." Bayan hoisted him up, and Zhong Jingcheng's height increased dramatically, allowing him to peer ahead. The results of the 4 Academy joint examination are as follows. First place, A. Qingba Academy, Qin Yi. The academy erupted in a cacophony of cheers and shouts, the students' jubilant exclamations ringing out, interspersed with praises for Qin Yi, igniting an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Meanwhile, Zhong Jingcheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could this happen? Wasn't he supposed to be the top of the 4 academy joint examination? Just moments ago, so many had come to congratulate him. How did it end up being Qin Yi? How did it come to be Qin Yi? Why wasn't he at the clever, diligent, and talented Zhong Jingcheng? No, this cannot be right. He must have performed well too. Otherwise, why would they celebrate him? Zhong Jingcheng steeled himself and continued scanning the rankings, only to find row upon row of neatly arranged Hanlin Academy names, igniting an urge to fight. He had initially believed these individuals to be his stepping stones, yet he could not find his own name. The stepping stones had transformed into a weight pressing down upon him, nearly bending his spine under the burden. Bayan, shift left a bit. Let us search the next column. Move left again. Let us look at the next column. Let us keep searching. Chapter 66. The Hanlin Academy's north courtyard was overwhelmingly grand. Rows upon rows of the Hanlin Academy stretched endlessly, so much so that even someone illiterate would find it absurd. Could they not change a few characters? As they progressed further back, the names of Yanqing Academy and Suabian Academy began to appear, finally shattering the solitary dominance of the Hanlin Academy, save for Qin Yi. Meanwhile, Zhong Jingcheng finally located his ranking. 120th place, Jia, Qingba Academy, Zhong Jingcheng. The list contained a mere 120 names, and he was the very last, bearing the name of Qingba Academy, solitary at the bottom. The last place in the joint examination of the 4 academies. The young devil was utterly astonished, gradually becoming agitated, filled with anger, jealousy, and indignation, ready to erupt. Bu Yan. Put me down. Zhong Jingcheng turned on his heel, muttering to himself, what a pathetic academy, I shall never return. Yet, people continued to congratulate him for what? What good is it to be on the list? What is there to celebrate about being in last place? Zhong Wenxiu had been beside him all along. Although he could not see the characters on the list, he could tell from his brother's demeanor that he had found his name and was clearly devastated. He hurriedly chased after him, noticing that Cui Lu was whispering to Su Wan, presumably reporting the results to her. Madam, my brother is leaving. Zhong Wenxiu said anxiously. Su Wan nodded, as expected, let us return as well. Aren't you worried, madam? My brother said he never wants to come to the academy again. Su Wan shrugged nonchalantly, he says such things often, it's no different from the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Zhong Wenxiu, there was some truth to her words. However, despite her reasoning, Zhong Wenxiu still felt uneasy and rushed to comfort his brother. Jincheng, wait for me. Upon hearing his voice, Zhong Jingcheng halted, turning to look at him with a pitiful expression, his lips pursed like a teapot. Brother, I performed too poorly. The young devil's eyelashes fluttered, the corners of his eyes tinged with red. He had likely never faced such a setback before, working diligently on something, confident he had done well, only to find the outcome so disappointing. Yet, he was still very proud. A man does not shed tears lightly, and crying would mean admitting defeat. He would not cry. He, Zhong Jingcheng, would never be defeated to the point of tears. Zhong Wenxiu felt a pang of sympathy. He ruffled his brother's soft hair, offering words of comfort. You did not perform poorly. Otherwise, why would so many congratulate you? Look, I have studied far longer than you, and yet I did not even make the list. Then aren't you upset? The young devil asked, bewildered. Zhong Wenxiu chuckled softly. Of course I am upset. Not only upset but also disappointed. However, I know that despite my efforts, I cannot match their years of study with just a few months. If it were that easy to catch up, then what would be the point of their years of learning? Zhong Jingcheng pondered along those lines. It seemed reasonable that if he had studied for 5 or 6 years only to be surpassed by someone who had studied for a few months, he would probably never want to touch a book again. The young devil soon felt consoled, yet he remained discontent, lamenting that Hanlin Academy is so annoying. I nearly exhausted myself searching the list, filled with their students, each one overshadowing me. Zhong Wenxiu mused, I know. After all, the Hanlin Academy is the most prestigious in the capital. As long as one performs well in the entrance examination, tuition is waived, with meals and lodging included. Thus, impoverished students from the capital and even other provinces flock to it, strengthening the academy's prowess. Zhong Jingcheng huffed, just you wait. I shall trample them underfoot in the next joint examination and crush them all. Zhong Wenxiu laughed, indeed, at the rate you're learning, you'll surely crush them next time. Ha ha, Su Wan, seeing the boy laughing again, knew that her little helper, Wenxiu, had successfully comforted the young devil. She then stepped forward, seizing the moment to say, children, since you are so curious about the Hanlin Academy, do you not wish to see their usual study environment? The 2 brothers of the Zhong family, one having never seen the world, and the other having seen only distorted versions of it, believed that Qingba Academy was the only type of academy. Little did they know, Su Wan had chosen this academy for them at this stage, one that neither intimidated nor discouraged them. However, the true first institution in the capital, with the most intense learning atmosphere, remained the north courtyard of the Hanlin Academy. Zhong Jingcheng had heard Su Wan speak of this academy at the very beginning, so now it was his turn to impress Zhong Wenxiu with his exceptional memory. The Hanlin Academy is divided into the south and north courtyards. The south courtyard is accessible through wealth, while the north courtyard requires examination. Every top scholar from our great Chu kingdom emerges from the north courtyard of Hanlin Academy, which is why it is said that entering Hanlin is akin to stepping onto the path of officialdom. However, I must correct one point, my father is not from there. He was taught by Master Bailey. Zhong Wenxiu felt his blood surge with excitement until the last sentence stirred him even more. He declared, then we shall strive to become the next top scholar not from the north courtyard of Hanlin. Zhong Jincheng proudly high-fived him. Great minds think alike. As they dismounted the carriage, the three made their way directly to the north courtyard. The south courtyard appeared similar to Qinghua Academy at first glance, but upon entering the inner courtyard, the students of the north courtyard were evidently different. The number of north courtyard students was minimal, and the space was small, yet each of them walked with remarkable speed. Some even jogged, books in hand, reciting verses aloud, while others furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Unlike the students of the south courtyard, who were filled with curiosity, the north courtyard students seemed absorbed in their own worlds, entirely indifferent to the presence of any strange newcomers. Zhong Wenxiu glanced at his brother, momentarily dazed, and remarked, "Brother, I feel as though I am seeing countless qin." Zhong Jincheng nodded in agreement. "I take back my previous words." The young devil gritted his teeth. "I suddenly feel that Qin is not as devoid of humanity as I thought. He's just a bit arrogant, a tad stubborn, somewhat impolite, and not particularly likable, but he is still a normal person. At least he walks steadily and focuses, not bizarrely reciting verses while running." Chapter 67. Qinya's examination for the child scholar program. Zhong Wenxiu remarked. It became increasingly evident how profound his younger brother's resentment towards Qinyi was, as not a single commendatory word graced his lengthy discourse. In stark contrast, the individuals from the north courtyard exuded an air of intimidation, embodying a spirit of relentless dedication to their studies. Su Wan stepped forward with a smile, guiding the conversation. "Why don't you observe these individuals further? What distinctions can you discern?" Zhong Jincheng scoffed, exclaiming with pride, "The difference lies in their ages. The Hanlin North Courtyard even admits children. One can only imagine the difficulty of the entrance examination. Thankfully, I did not fall for your scheme to take the exam there. Otherwise, he could only imagine the crushing defeat he would have faced." Zhong Wenxiu pondered for a moment before stating, "Their attire is remarkably simple, devoid of any opulent embellishments. This leads to two conclusions. First, they may be wholly devoted to their studies, with no inclination to expend energy on their appearance. Second, they may hail from impoverished backgrounds, with the north courtyard only providing for their sustenance and lodging, neglecting their attire." Poverty? Zhong Jincheng followed his gaze with curiosity. The little fellow could not discern the quality of the materials nor distinguish between linen, cotton, or silk. He merely noticed the numerous wrinkles in their garments, an occurrence unheard of in his own attire. Su Wan responded affirmatively. "Indeed, they are from impoverished families, struggling at the very bottom for generations. Their pursuit of education is not solely for the sake of future success. Rather, studying at the north courtyard represents their singular opportunity for a turnaround in life. This is a fight to the death, a battle where they must exert every ounce of strength. Failure leaves no room for redemption." Zhong Wenxiu understood and nodded. "No wonder they appear so resolute. They are entirely different from the students at Qinghua Academy, where the children of the affluent abound, devoid of the sense of desperation that permeates here. The atmosphere of the north courtyard is such that even a student from Qinghua Academy, if thrown into this environment, would inevitably be assimilated." Su Wan added with a smile, "This phenomenon is referred to as involution. Witnessing others exert themselves so fervently can lead to feelings of discomfort and compel one to join in the struggle, resulting in the scene you observe now." Involution? Zhong Jincheng experienced a moment of enlightenment, suddenly comprehending why he had felt so uneasy atop the wall at Qinya's residence that day. This insufferable boy had covertly entangled him in competition. It was no wonder he struggled to surpass Qinyi. Su Wan called to the two of them, "Let us depart. Continuing to observe serves no purpose, as they likely will not spare us even a glance." Zhong Jincheng gave a thumbs up, then inverted his finger to gesture a dismissive "They're a not worthy sign," boasting, "Just wait. Watch me defeat them one by one." Zhong Wenxiu chuckled lightly, preparing to follow suit, only to turn and spot an unexpectedly young boy. "Qinyi? Qinyi?" Zhong Jincheng exclaimed, twisting his head in a frantic search. Where? I can't see him." Zhong Wenxiu patted his shoulder, directing him towards the right, and indeed, Qinyi was engaged in conversation with a boy of about 10 years old. Although Qinyi was shorter than the other boy, the latter was nodding attentively, as if Qinyi was imparting some important advice. Once their conversation concluded, the boy walked toward the north courtyard, with Qinyi following suit. Zhong Jincheng immediately shoved Zhong Wenxiu aside, positioning himself defiantly before Qinyi, ready to instigate a confrontation. Qinyi raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, "It's you again." Zhong Jincheng puffed out his chest, declaring proudly, "Indeed, I am one of the two individuals from Qinghua Academy to secure a place in the four courtyards joint examination." Upon hearing this, Qinyi finally cast a slight glance in his direction. "What rank did you achieve?" Though the little tyrant was struck at the heart, his proud demeanor faltering slightly. The 120th position was indeed a bitter pill to swallow, a full list of ranks away from Qinyi, and speaking it aloud would be utterly humiliating. Qinyi, not missing the shift in his expression, let out a cold laugh, signifying his disdain. This arrogant and haughty demeanor infuriated Zhong Jincheng. He was accustomed to being the one who looked down upon others, not the other way around. He retorted angrily, "What is with your arrogance? I have only been studying for 3 months and have already made it onto the list. Defeating you was merely a matter of months. You should brace yourself to become my defeated opponent." "Suit yourself. I am transferring classes," Qinyi replied dismissively, turning to leave, eager not to waste another moment. "Transferring classes? Which class?" Zhong Jincheng faltered for a moment, calling out to Qinya's retreating figure, "But I'm not in the same class as you. I am studying at home." Qinya's silhouette grew increasingly distant, showing no signs of pausing. It appeared he possessed no competitive spirit whatsoever, or rather, he simply did not regard Zhong Jincheng as a threat to his top position. The little tyrant continued to vent his frustrations behind him, but alas, the one who had riled him up had long vanished. He turned to Zhong Wenxiu, asking, "Brother, what does transferring classes mean? Is he coming to study at Hanlin North Courtyard?" Zhong Wenxiu shook his head, clarifying, "No, transferring schools refers to changing institutions. Transferring classes indicates that he no longer wishes to remain in the 8-year-old class. Qingba Academy organizes classes by age. The content of study differs for each age group, as do the examination scopes and the corresponding rankings." Zhong Jincheng exclaimed, "So if Qingyi transfers classes, I will never have the chance to be on the same ranking list as him again, and I will lose the opportunity to defeat him?" Zhong Wenxiu nodded, candidly stating, "Correct. After reviewing his examination paper last time, I surmised that even if he directly advanced to our 10-year-old class, securing first place would pose no challenge for him. Qingyi's knowledge is truly profound." Zhong Jincheng frowned, "Then I want to take the same ranking list as you." Su Wan interjected with a sigh, "Dream on. Qingyi is heading to the Child Scholar program." Zhong Wenxiu was taken aback, "Madam knows?" Su Wan replied with a smile, "Of course, I have thoroughly investigated our young Master Zhong's rival." Zhong Jincheng perked up, curiosity piqued. "What is the Child Scholar program?" The Child Scholar Program, as the name suggests, is a system established by the court to select prodigies, and only those under the age of 12 are eligible to participate. Should one excel in the Child Scholar Program, they may bypass the age restrictions for the imperial examination and need not take the preliminary examinations for Child Scholars or Shiozai. The Child Scholar class at Qingba Academy was specifically established for this purpose. The students are no longer grouped by age but rather unified as those under 12. If a student exceeds this age and fails to qualify for the Child Scholar Program, they will be returned to their original class. Zhong Jincheng's brow furrowed tightly, nearly capable of crushing a mosquito, as he gritted his teeth. This little brat, to think he is already preparing to take the imperial examination at such a young age. Su Wan chuckled, "Indeed, this child is quite self-assured. I also want to take the Child Scholar Program exam," Zhong Jincheng resolutely declared, refusing to concede, determined to compete fiercely. "You?" Su Wan patted his shoulder, amused. "First, strive to break into the top 10. Consider the 119 other students ahead of you, and you can't even surpass this group of 8-year-olds. How do you expect to compete with the children of the Child Scholar class?" Zhong Jincheng protested vehemently, "I refuse to wait for another 4 courtyards joint examination. That would be at least 2 months away, and with that time, I can easily defeat Qingyi." Su Wan laughed. "According to the latest news I received, Hanlin North Courtyard is set to hold another separate joint examination with Qingba Academy next month. You still have this final opportunity." Chapter 68, The Elite Class is established an independent joint examination? Zhong Jincheng exchanged glances with Zhong Wenxiu. It was not a joint examination among the 4 academies, but rather between 2. Yet again, they sought to compete, and had even found the most formidable opponent. The head of Qingba Academy seemed to grow bolder with each setback. Zhong Wenxiu sighed. Who would have thought that the Hanlin North Academy is so fond of examinations, insisting on holding joint tests with the academy every month? Just as Zhong Jincheng was about to nod in agreement, Su Wan unexpectedly interjected, denying it. "No, it is because of Qingyi." "Ah? Is it Qingyi who requested to take the exam again with Hanlin Academy?" Zhong Wenxiu asked in astonishment as Zhong Jincheng immediately retorted, "How could that be possible? What is Qingyi compared to Hanlin North Academy? They wouldn't just bring the entire academy to compete with him because of his desire to take the exam. Even if it were for someone, it would have to be for Zhong Jincheng himself. What was Qingyi to him? Humph, that arrogant little brat." To Zhong Jincheng's surprise, Su Wan continued, "It is because Hanlin North Academy, always striving for first place, cannot accept that Qingyi has outshone all their talents, hence they proposed an independent joint examination to redeem their pride next month." Zhong Wenxiu, to think that it was Hanlin Academy that took the initiative to challenge them, they actually wanted to compete with Qingyi once more? Zhong Jincheng. The exhilaration of infuriating the foremost academic institution in the capital was truly delightful. Why was he not the one to instigate this? If he were to secure first place in this upcoming joint examination, it would mean that the entire Hanlin North Academy would be raving mad over his name. Yes, first place in the joint examination, he, Zhong Jincheng, was determined to bask in the glory of outshining all the prodigies. Let us return home. I must prepare for next month's examination and show them how I will defeat the talents of Hanlin North Academy. The little demon king, filled with ambition, dragged Zhong Wenxiu back to their residence. Su Wan, witnessing her objective being exceeded, relaxed her brow. This trip had indeed gone smoothly. Cui Ji, standing nearby, praised, "Madam is truly remarkable. No wonder you have always had us keep an eye on Qingyi." Upon hearing he would come to Hanlin to visit his brother, you immediately brought the 2 young masters over. Su Wan smiled. "That little rascal Jincheng is far too arrogant. Only someone as strong and proud as Qingyi can subdue his arrogance." Cui Ji remarked, "With the model of the Northern Academy scholars fighting desperately, I feel that in the coming month, the 2 young masters will study even harder, burning the midnight oil every night." Su Wan shook her head. "There is no need for that. I've always thought Wenxiu studies too long. At their age, they require ample sleep for proper growth. We cannot end up with 2 little shorties. Then, how can we improve academically in the shortest amount of time?" Su Wan replied mysteriously, "That's where our 300 taels monthly tutors come into play." "Oh?" At the Duke's residence, the plaque reading Thick Virtue and Abundant Knowledge was taken down, and a brand new sign reading Duke's Elite Class was prominently displayed. The servants and maids gathered to witness the excitement, even Zong Jinchang and Zong Wenxiu peeked over. What does this mean? The little demon king inquired. Suwan, with the three tutors making their grand entrance, beamed as she introduced Duke's elite class, focused teaching tailored to individual needs, providing high-quality 3-on-1 tutoring, designed to help you overtake and surpass all the talents in the capital.
Zong Jinchang, ah? Zong Wenxiu, ah?
The three tutors, young men in their 20s and 30s, were brimming with energy. After several days of training under Suwan, they were not only in awe of her teaching methods but also filled with hope for the future. With such a dedicated mistress and two intelligent, diligent students, they felt their prospects were bright and exhilarating.
Greetings, young masters, I am Cheng Jidong.
Over the past few days, I have familiarized myself with your study progress. Here is the upcoming reading list, meticulously curated to ensure your learning progresses from simple to complex, eliminating any wasted effort. Greetings, young masters, I am Pan Hongji. In the past few days, I have compiled all the errors from your past exam papers, summarizing and distilling your weaknesses to ensure you grasp all the key points without having to complete every mistake. Greetings, young masters, I am Zhaoyin. Here is a compilation of past examination papers for your age group, highlighting key and secondary points, allowing you to prioritize the most crucial content and save more time for new material. Bailey she sat at the head of the table, initially relaxed, intending to observe how the three tutors would assist him in teaching. However, upon hearing their unique yet practical approach, he gradually straightened his posture. Finally, after they concluded, he asked in astonishment, "Is the teaching method at Hanlin North Academy truly this impressive now?" He had merely suggested that Suwan retain a Hanlin teacher, never anticipating such a profound impact. The Hanlin Academy tutor, Zhaoyin, clasped his hands and said, "Sir, you are mistaken, all of this is taught by Madam. Hanlin Academy has yet to adopt such exquisite and comprehensive teaching methods." The other two tutors nodded in agreement. Although they were capable scholars, Suwan's methods enabled them to impart their knowledge effectively to the two children, truly a testament to her skill, which justified her high monthly payment. Bailey she was even more astonished, casting an approving glance at Suwan before addressing the two children. "You are indeed fortunate to have such a devoted mother and aunt."
Zong Wenxiu wholeheartedly agreed, promptly exclaiming, "Thank you, madam. I will study diligently and not disappoint the teachings of all the tutors."
Zong Jinchang remained in a daze. The three tutors seemed exceedingly impressive, and their methods were equally remarkable. Even Master Bailey praised them. Yet, they claimed that all these brilliant ideas originated from Suwan. This woman, this troublesome woman, perhaps she wasn't so bad after all. In fact, she seemed a bit formidable. How did she achieve such prowess? Could it be that her knowledge and examination skills were also exceptional, or perhaps she had secretly excelled in her studies, disguised herself as an ordinary person, and returned incognito? Chapter 69. Can I still compete? The confusion on the small demon king's face was so simple that it elicited laughter. Although Suwan was not the top scorer, she emerged from a poverty-stricken mountainous region in a major examination province, where educational resources were scarce and competition fierce. One could hardly rise without risking everything. Behind her stood a group of orphan siblings from the welfare home, each dependent on her, and she too had her own battle to fight.
"Jinchang, do you think they will be of help to your studies?" Suwan asked with a smile.
Zong Jinchang was certain they would be, yet the proud little demon king would never admit it, much less express gratitude. That would be too humiliating. He stubbornly declared, "This time, I will definitely rank first."
Regardless of his determination, Suwan would not feel embarrassed.
After all, she was his nominal mother, and their fortunes were intertwined. Suwan chuckled, "Very well, I look forward to your joint examination results next month, but don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Wenxiu only needs to make it onto the top 10 list, and Jinchang, making it into the top 50 would be commendable."
Zong Wenxiu obediently nodded, understood.
The little demon king made a face at her and retorted, "Stop underestimating me. I will surely return with the first place." Suwan raised an eyebrow in skepticism, clearly unconvinced. The little demon king, irritated, shook his fist in a display of bravado. Suwan rolled her eyes at him. The little demon king exclaimed, "Hey!" Zong Wenxiu could hardly contain his laughter. The sibling rivalry between him and the lady had resumed, an amusingly childish exchange. The several tutors began their focused tutoring sessions, accompanying the boys from dawn till dusk, ensuring that any questions the brothers had were promptly addressed. Bai Lishi was responsible for the daily lessons, accelerating the teaching pace according to the children's learning speed. The examination content for the elementary level was not overly complex, primarily revolving around memorization and comprehension, which made it easy for a child like Zong Jinchang, who had an exceptional memory. Although Wenxiu's aptitude was not on par with Jinchang's, he was still significantly more capable than the average child and was diligently striving to catch up. As 2 weeks passed, Bai Lishi marveled, "I feel as though I've nearly completed 2 months' worth of lessons. How can these two children be progressing so quickly? Zhang Zhao wasn't this dedicated in his time." Suwan thought to herself that Zhong Zhao was balancing both martial and scholarly pursuits, with the old Marquis keeping a watchful eye on him, which prevented him from focusing solely on his studies. But the two children had dedicated tutors, allowing them to concentrate solely on assimilating the knowledge fed to them, significantly conserving their energy. With that in mind, she arranged for some ginseng to be sent to Bai Lishi for nourishment and appointed an assistant to help him with lesson preparations and post-class summaries. Another day of enlightenment dawned for Bai Lishi. Over the past fortnight, the two children had immersed themselves in their studies, becoming increasingly engrossed. Were it not for Suwan's strict rule of an 8-to-8 schedule, ensuring they went to bed on time, the exuberant little demon king would have studied alongside Wenxiu until 6 in the morning and midnight. In contrast to other students at different academies who enjoyed a 5-day study followed by 2 days of rest, these two were unwilling to take even a single day off. One was eager to catch up to the ranks, while the other aimed to outshine all the talented individuals in the capital, reading so intently that their eyes turned red. Such fervor would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Ultimately, Suwon could no longer bear it, declaring, "You shall have 1 day off, and you are forbidden from studying." Zhang Wenxiu obediently set his book down, adhering to his lady's wishes. The little demon king, with reddened eyes, slammed his palms on the table, insisting, "Don't stop me, I can still push on."
Suwon could only stare in disbelief. Had he truly lost his mind?
If there were a recording device, she would have loved to capture this moment and share it with the old lady, as well as with the little demon king from 3.5 months prior. The little demon king boisterously proclaimed, "I, Zhong Jinchang, must secure first place in the joint examination, trampling down those stepping stones from Hanlin North Academy." Suwon buried her face in her hands. She began to question whether the motivation she had instilled in the little demon king was perhaps too intense, as he resembled a perpetual motion machine, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. While such rapid academic improvement was indeed remarkable, Suwon, being a conscientious worker, understood the importance of balance between work and rest for sustainable growth. She had Chuiji bring forth an invitation, which she presented to Zhong Jinchang and Zhong Wenxiu. "Tomorrow, the Crown Prince will host a hunt at Shouyang Mountain, inviting the children from our household to attend." The mere mention of the Crown Prince transformed Zhong Jinchang's expression. He swiftly seized the invitation and noticed his name at the very top, causing his grin to stretch from ear to ear.
"The Crown Prince truly favors me."
He then passed the invitation to his brother, Zhang Wenxiu, who upon seeing his name was equally elated, surprised that the Crown Prince even recognized him. "However, brother, you're quite impressive now, you can even read the invitation." Zhong Jinchang realized this was true. In the past, he would either have Shunzi read it to him or he would stumble over several characters. Yet now, he had read the invitation with remarkable fluency. Is this the change that comes with knowledge? The little demon king became even more exhilarated, though he feigned composure, saying, "Brother, I feel incredibly powerful now."
Zhong Wenxiu responded, "Indeed, quite powerful."
Suwon was left in a state of amused exasperation. The child's confidence was as boundless as a perpetual motion machine, ever present and unwavering. At the Shouyang Mountain hunting grounds, the children from military families had all received their invitations, arriving in splendid attire, ready for the event, with 2 children who had abandoned martial pursuits in favor of scholarly ones mingling among them. Bai Lishi was busy inspecting the arrows in the boys' quivers, occasionally imparting archery techniques. Although they were amateur archers, their recent academic endeavors had shifted their mindset. They now aspired for perfection in all their pursuits, listening intently to every word.
"Gentlemen, you will be together during the hunt.
It matters not if you hit your target or not. We do not practice martial arts, nor do we compete in this." The little demon king, feeling restless, spun the bow in his hands and remarked, "There is really no need to compete. What is the fun in archery? It's just busy work, and you often miss the target, brother. Once I secure first place, I will take you to play Kuju."
Zhong Wenxiu smiled and nodded, "All right."
He had only seen Kuju in books, so the prospect of learning from Jinchang excited him significantly.
"Hey now, brother has been mentioned. Jinchang, when did you get a brother?"
Suwon was seated nearby, engaging in conversation with Madame He from the Ministry of War. Hearing that He Zhang had come to join them, Madame He had seized the opportunity to exchange parenting experiences. While Suwon conversed, she kept a watchful eye on the 2 brothers until a young lad approached Jinchang, prompting her to inquire of Madame He, "Whose child is that?" Madame He glanced over and replied, "Oh, that is the 9-year-old son of the right assistant censor from the censorate, Wei Xinglu."
Suwon silently noted. The last of the 4 scions of the capital's elite, Zhong Jinchang, Jia Yao, He Zhang, Wei Xinglu. She had now encountered them all. Chapter 70. Jinchang protects her brother. Seeing the worry etched on her face, Madame He quickly reassured her, "Do not fret. Jinchang shares a good rapport with them. During the hunting expedition, he will have companions and nothing untoward will occur." Suwon maintained a poised smile, yet inwardly she mused, "It is precisely because Jinchang is on such amicable terms with them that I feel concerned." Her understanding of Wei Xinglu was limited, and she feared that this young rascal might revert the little demon she had just begun to tame back to square one. Meanwhile, Zhong Jinchang, blissfully unaware, chimed in, "His name is Zhong Wenxiu, my second uncle's son, thus my cousin. He returned home just before the new year." Wei Xinglu responded with an elongated "Oh, so he is your country cousin. Hearing you call him brother so affectionately, I thought your father had conjured up another legitimate sibling from somewhere." At this, Zhong Wenxiu appeared somewhat wounded, lowering his head and stepping back. Zhong Jinchang, taken aback, immediately became incensed, shouting at Wei Xinglu, "Are your ears not functioning? I just told you he is my cousin. Why do you insist on belittling him? Do you not realize others might feel distressed by your words? Have you no sense of propriety?" Behind him, Bu Yan was equally astonished. He vaguely recalled that when young Master Shou had just returned home, Wei Xinglu had remarked to young Master Chang about gaining a country cousin, and at that time, young Master Chang had not only refrained from retorting but had also joined in the mockery. Unexpectedly, after a few months, young Master Chang had undergone such a profound transformation. Wei Xinglu had never encountered such a version of Zhong Jinchang, and was somewhat baffled. "What has come over you, Jinchang? I merely made a passing comment. Is it necessary for you to retaliate so fiercely? He is but a lowborn, distant cousin. Do you really treasure him so dearly? It would only invite laughter from the rest of us brothers. You dare speak further? I shall not let this go."
Zhong Jincheng searched frantically for a brick, ultimately seizing his bow to confront him. Terrified, Wei Xinglu fled in all directions, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind, Jincheng? After just a few months apart, how have you turned into this? We agreed to stick together through thick and thin." Zhong Jincheng, bow in hand, pursued him, declaring, "Who agreed to stick together? I am now focused on my studies, aspiring to become the most formidable genius in the entire capital." "Ah, what are you studying? Have you gone mad? Zhong Jincheng has been possessed by a spirit." "You are the one who is mad. Stop running." Wei Xinglu, chased around, leapt in panic, while onlookers erupted in laughter, finding it a delightful novelty to see the four young rascals at odds, as they had previously been inseparable in their mischief, causing much exasperation. Suwon finally felt her anxiety ease. It seemed the child was teachable, demonstrating some measure of success. "Madam," he marveled, "in just 3.5 months, Jincheng has undergone a transformation as if reborn. The abilities of Madame Zhong are indeed admirable. Were you a boy, my husband would surely invite you to the Ministry of War for guidance." Suwon chuckled, "You flatter me, madam." Your husband is quite impressive in his own right. After all, it was not every day one witnessed a father nearly turning his children into eternal enemies. Sighed madam, he could not bear to mention it. Every mention brought forth sorrowful memories. Every family has its own share of troubles. The crown prince has arrived, and so has the crown princess. Everyone quickly rose to pay their respects. After bidding farewell to the crown prince heading to the hunting grounds, they sat with the crown princess to admire the flowers and enjoy the fruits, patiently awaiting the return of the children from the hunt. On the other side, Zhong Jincheng continued to pursue Wei Xinglu, but it was ultimately Zhong Wenxiu who stepped in to pull him away, allowing the little demon to relent. Before departing, he did not forget to issue a warning: "Should you dare speak ill of my brother again, I shall follow you home and give you a good beating." Wei Xinglu, patting his chest, assured those around him, "This rascal, has he taken leave of his senses?" The servants nearby dared not breathe a word, yet inwardly applauded, recognizing that the once inseparable quartet was fracturing, and their young master would surely be easier to manage henceforth. Returning from a brief excursion, Zhong Jincheng, although panting, quickly regained his vibrant energy. He surveyed the area, bow in hand, and asked, "I hope nothing is damaged?" Bu Yan was disinclined to respond. "Whatever the case, regardless of damage, you wouldn't hit anything anyway," Zhong Wenxiu offered. "Shall we swap? You can use mine." Zhong Jincheng waved his hands. No need, I see it is intact. Let us proceed to the hunt." "Very well. Brother, what prey do you fancy? I shall catch it for you." "Me, anything will do. Then I shall procure a fox skin for you to make a scarf." "Excellent." Zhong Jincheng cherished riding horses. Once he mastered the skill, he no longer required anyone to hold the reins. Zhong Wenxiu, still learning to ride, had Bu Yan lead his horse beside him while he pursued a small fox with his bow. Whoosh, a miss. Whoosh, another miss. Zhong Jincheng fixated on the fleeing red fox, nudging his horse forward, commanding, "Onward, let us chase it." After a lengthy pursuit, the red fox hid behind a tree, revealing only its bushy tail. Zhong Jincheng dismounted, creeping forward stealthily, wary of startling it. He contemplated pouncing directly but feared the fox might bite him in a panic. Instead, he carefully extracted an arrow from his quiver, placing it on the bowstring, waiting for the right moment to strike. The little demon thought to himself, "Humph, at this close range, I shall surely catch you this time." In the next instant, he swiftly darted around the tree, releasing the arrow with remarkable speed, striking the small fox perfectly. The crimson-furred creature kicked its legs and ascended to the heavens. The little demon, satisfied, lifted the small fox, only to turn around and find emptiness. "Wait, where is my horse?" In the vast hunting grounds, with trees flourishing all around, even though the little demon had an impeccable memory of his route, without his horse, relying solely on his 2 legs would not suffice to return before nightfall. Fuming, he carried the small fox back, mulling over the fact that he was bound to encounter others along the way. Surely, it would not be difficult to hitch a ride. Before long, he indeed heard familiar voices. Raising his head, he was elated to see acquaintances and exclaimed, "Crown Prince." However, he quickly realized that the situation before him was not quite right. The crown prince was pointing the tip of his sword at a young general's chest, while the general held an arrow pointed back at the crown prince, though due to its short length, it was still a fraction away from the prince's neck. Zhong Jincheng gasped, Do you intend to harm the crown prince?" This was the hunting ground, surrounded by guards and numerous members of the Eastern Palace. Should this man dare to kill the crown prince, his own life would be forfeit. Moreover, judging by his attire, he appeared to be a high-ranking official. How had things escalated to this point? The young man was in a precarious position. A mere push from the crown prince could end his life, yet he displayed no fear, his demeanor cold and disdainful. Gazing at the frail, pallid face before him, the young man noted the prince's emaciated arm, the calluses from years of martial training softened by the medicinal tonics, and the slight tremor in his hand as he clutched the sword. "A swordsman must never possess an unsteady hand," the young man sneered. "Crown Prince, does your sword still possess the ability to kill?" Chapter 71. The little demon king's schemes multiply. The prince's sword trembled slightly in his hand, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his pale forehead. The shaking of the blade grew heavier, to the point where his arm struggled to lift it. His lips turned a shade of blue, and his complexion became increasingly ashen, yet he still mustered the strength to admonish, "General Luo, do you wish to take advantage of this moment to end my life?" Before him stood the young man, the foremost military official of the realm, General Luo Jingfeng. His elder brother, Luo Jingyun, was the king of South Town, commanding a formidable army. With their combined military power, even the emperor regarded them with a measure of wariness, and would certainly not consider a frail prince a threat. Luo Jingfeng scoffed, "How dare I merely wish to observe whether His Highness, once renowned as the foremost master of the capital alongside Zhongzhao, still possesses the courage to wield a sword after languishing on a sickbed for 8 years, whether he can still take a life." After surveying the prince with contempt, he mocked, "It seems you cannot. Your hand is trembling." The prince shot him a glare, warning, "Your actions are tantamount to treason, and should I choose to slay you today, I would be justified." "Then do give it a try." "I eagerly await the spectacle of your folly," Luo Jingfeng retorted, utterly unconvinced of the prince's capability to strike. "Otherwise, would all those medicines not have been administered in vain?" "You!" The prince felt a surge of anger, his pale face flushed with rage, and he could not suppress several coughs. The tip of the sword quivered, nearly slipping from his grip. At that moment, a small arm reached out, pushing the prince's hand forward, and with a soft thud, the sword pierced Luo Jingfeng's chest. Both men turned to see Zhong Jinchang maintaining his pushing stance, innocently asking, "Have I assisted His Highness?" Luo Jingfeng spat a mouthful of blood. The wound was not deep, it was his anger that caused him distress. This child, how dare he strike at him? Even the prince, momentarily dazed, regained his composure, withdrawing the sword and allowing Luo Jingfeng to clutch the arrow feather as he fell to his knees, blood dripping from his chest. Zhong Jinchang, having not fully grasped their conversation, perceived only that General Luo was bullying the prince. The prince was such a good person, surely he could do no wrong, thus, irrespective of who it was, he would strike back. After all, he was the prince's favored child. Ha, ha. Luo Jingfeng wiped the blood from his chest, staring intently at the prince as he remarked, "Your Highness remains as fortunate as ever. With a princess consort to protect you in the Eastern Palace, and even here in the hunting grounds, a child stands guard for you. Truly, you are blessed." Zhong Jinchang boldly positioned himself before the prince, defiantly declaring, "The people from the Eastern Palace will arrive shortly. Should you dare to harm His Highness, your head will surely roll." Luo Jingfeng laughed derisively, "Naive child, ask your prince beside you if he would dare utter such words. Even if the emperor were to arrive in person, would he dare lay a finger on me?" Zhong Jinchang's head was buzzing. Wasn't the emperor the highest authority, followed by the prince? Why did this man seem more confident than the emperor himself? His worldview was being upended. As Zhong Jinchang was about to speak, the prince restrained him with a shake of his head, tacitly acquiescing to Luo Jingfeng's words. Luo Jingfeng picked up the bow and arrows from the ground and departed, shortly followed by the arrival of the Eastern Palace's attendants. The prince instructed Zhong Jinchang, "Consider today's events a little secret between us. Do not disclose it to anyone. Go home, have a good night's sleep, and forget all about it, understood?" Zhong Jinchang nodded, yet, he mused, forgetting might be a challenge, for his memory was too sharp. Nevertheless, after this incident, his bond with the prince deepened. The little demon king skipped along, clutching a red-haired fox, while admiring a beautifully crafted jade pendant, utterly enchanted. "Jinchang, what is this?" Su Wan inquired. The jade pendant was evidently of considerable value, certainly worth more than the several thousand taels of the previous trinket owned by the little demon king. Zhong Jinchang proudly proclaimed, "This was given to me by His Highness." After a moment's pause, he added, "The prince said that with this pendant, no one would dare harm me." He emphasized the phrase "no one" with particular weight. Su Wan was left speechless. What on earth? This is no different from a golden ticket to immunity. She began to suspect that if she ever reprimanded the little demon king again, the prince might send people to raid her Marquis. Su Wan was seething with frustration, finding this to be the greatest obstacle in her efforts to discipline the little demon king. Just as her exasperation reached its peak, a maidservant from the princess consort approached and whispered several words to her. The little demon king observed Su Wan's face change like the weather in June. He promptly shoved the red-haired fox into his brother's arms and took off at once. Zhong Wenxiu inquired, "What happened to my brother?" Su Wan gritted her teeth. "He got caught lying and ran off in fear of being punished." The princess consort had informed her that the jade pendant was merely for protecting Jinchang outwardly and would not interfere with her methods of educating him. That little rascal, he had the audacity to engage her in wordplay. It seemed that his newfound knowledge not only filled his previously empty mind but also bestowed him with more cunning tricks. Su Wan squeezed the handkerchief in her grasp as if it were the little demon king, furiously twisting and wringing it. Zhong Jinchang did not flee far before Zhong Wenxiu followed him, and the two brothers encountered Wei Xinglu, who was recounting Zhong Jinchang's misdeeds to He Zhang. The little demon king erupted, "Wei Xinglu, are you trying to sow discord between me and He Zhang?" The four young rascals had grown up together, as close as brothers, never having let their bonds fray. Wei Xinglu, caught in his mischief, feigned bravado. "It was your fault to begin with. You returned the sweat-blood horses that were gifted to us, and you turned against your half-brother. I was willing to overlook that. But after playing with Jia Yao for so long, you still made him suffer for a month in the slums, and he remains bedridden to this day. I heard the prince has punished him to copy the Analects 100 times. The Analects, mind you, over 10,000 characters, he won't be finished until next year." Wei Xinglu grew more incensed as he spoke, feeling as though one good brother had stabbed another in the back, which left him quite uncomfortable. Zhong Jinchang shouted, "Jia Yao insulted others as commoners and even assaulted an innocent elder who cared for him. Do you think he bears no responsibility?" Wei Xinglu replied, "But he has always been like this. The one who has changed is you, isn't it?" Zhong Jinchang was so enraged he could hardly articulate. He even began to appreciate Su Wan's patience. Whenever she heard his past mischief, she not only refrained from anger but also laughed, all the while teasing him. If it were him, Zhong Jincheng, in charge of disciplining Jia Yao or Wei Xinglu, he would surely wield a heavy iron pot and bring them to tears. Chapter 72 Jin Cheng's boastful exposition. In the end, it was Zhong Wenxiu who explained for him, my brother has changed because he has recently read a great deal and has come to understand matters clearly, which has led him to make the right choices. He has indeed made progress compared to before, and this transformation is commendable, otherwise, His Highness the Crown Prince would not be so enraged as to take the initiative to punish Jia Yao. Zhong Jincheng huffed, feeling quite pleased, and chimed in, did you all understand? My brother speaks with immense reason. His brother was indeed his most reliable spokesperson. Wei Xinglu stared for a moment, then continued to chatter with He Zhang, I told you he was possessed, but you wouldn't believe me. Now he listens to everything that scoundrel brother of his says, it's utterly shameful for us brothers. Zhong Jincheng. Damn it, why was he wasting time here with Wei Xinglu? This rascal could continue to be one of the 4 young rakes and squander away until he turned 99 for all he cared. Zhong Jincheng tugged at Zhong Wenxiu and said, brother, let us go. Don't bother with them, their brains are far too dull. Zhong Wenxiu pondered for a moment and agreed, reforming a rake would take far too long, and it would be better to focus his efforts on improving his brother. However, when He Zhang heard they were leaving, he hurriedly exclaimed, Jincheng, don't go, I believe in you, you're still my best brother. Wei Xinglu, upon hearing this, was flabbergasted and rushed after them, what? Am I not your best brother, He Zhang? You must clarify who among us has the closest bond. Zhong Jincheng turned his head and looked at He Zhang's sparkling eyes, asking, do you think I am right? He Zhang nodded vigorously, as long as you continue to help me scale walls, even if you were to set Jia Yao's house ablaze, I would still consider you correct. Zhong Jincheng, who understands? He truly wanted to curse, why on earth would I burn down Jia Yao's house? He gritted his teeth and asked, so in your mind, there is no right or wrong, only those who help you scale walls are worthy of reverence, is that it? He Zhang nodded earnestly, my biological father is indeed not much to speak of. Zhong Jincheng rolled his eyes heavenward. He declared, let us go, brother, quickly, we must not linger with these 2 fools, otherwise, my hard-earned knowledge will be tainted by their foolishness. He Zhang, initially displeased at being called a fool, suddenly caught on to the mention of knowledge and eagerly asked, a head filled with knowledge? Jincheng, have you been reading recently? What books are you reading? Have you ever read the 1,000-character classic? Once the topic of reading arose, the little demon king's desire to boast was ignited, and he immediately halted in his tracks. He lifted his chin proudly and proclaimed, such a basic introductory text, of course, I have read it, not only have I read it, but I can also recite it from memory. Really? He Zhang exclaimed in delight, could you recite it for me? I barely heard a bit before my father confiscated the book. How could that be difficult? Zhong Jincheng opened his mouth and began to recite, subsequently offering a thoughtful rendition of the translation. He Zhang's eyes sparkled with envy and admiration. What about the 3-character classic? You can recite that too, right? This is even simpler than the 1,000-character classic. Wei Xinglu watched as the 2 began reciting, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Wait a moment, is there some mistake? We are the 4 young rakes, not the 4 great scholars. Zhong Jincheng continued, I can also recite the strategies of the warring states. He Zhang, so impressive. Wei Xinglu transitioned from standing and rolling his eyes to sitting on the ground and rolling his eyes, finally chewing on a blade of grass while listening to Zhong Jincheng recite from the strategies of the warring states to the geography records. He Zhang was beside him, clapping enthusiastically, showering Zhong Jincheng with praise until he was utterly beside himself with joy, and thus commenced another round of recitations. Wei Xinglu spat out the grass in exasperation, unable to contain himself any longer, grumbling, if it weren't for being possessed, how could Zhong Jincheng have transformed from a rake into a scholar in just 3 months? The servant beside him twitched at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself, young master, you simply cannot stand to see others work harder than you. Wei Xinglu stood up solemnly, declaring, no, I cannot allow my brother's body to be occupied by a ghost like this. Go, spend lavishly to hire an exorcist, I must rescue my brother. What of being a rake? A rake is still his brother, and this ghost who can recite is far too frightening. The servant suppressed a laugh and replied, yes, sir. Ultimately, this poetic recitation gathering concluded only with the arrival of He Zhang's father. Had it not been for the timely warning from the servant, He Zhang would have nearly been caught eavesdropping on the recitations to in the hunting grounds. People were bustling about, returning with their bountiful catches, singing praises for the crown prince's generosity. The 2 brothers from the Zhong family were being coaxed by Su Wan to relax, completely devoid of any competitive spirit in the hunt, and certainly did not feel disheartened by the successes of others. Especially Zhong Jincheng, who had shown off all afternoon in front of He Zhang and Wei Xinglu, his pride swelling to an uncontrollable degree. On the way back, he was like a lovesick maiden, occasionally sighing to Zhong Wenxiu, alas, brother, how could I be so remarkable? Suan, here I am, a grown individual, and you seem utterly unconcerned. Meanwhile, Zhong Wenxiu was lavishly praising him, you are indeed the most intelligent child I have ever encountered, even Qin Yi, so capable, cannot boast of having perfect recall, yet you can. This indicates you are naturally gifted for learning, and you will undoubtedly become a great scholar in the future. Upon hearing that he was more exceptional than Qin Yi, Zhong Jincheng beamed with pride, laughing heartily, great scholar, I shall become a great scholar. No one shall surpass my knowledge. This time He Zhang admired him, next it would be his brother, followed by Qin Yi, the private tutors, Master Bailey, and finally, His Highness the Crown Prince. The more Zong Jinchang contemplated, the more splendid his visions became, almost wanting to immerse himself in a beautiful dream, while his little feet began to kick about excitedly. "Hey!" Suwan called out impatiently. Upon hearing her voice, Zong Jinchang immediately put on a stern face and retorted, "What, I refuse to call you hey, how rude of you." Suwan shot him a cold glare, "You stepped on my foot." Zong Jinchang looked down and indeed found his foot resting on Suwan's embroidered shoe, hastily retracting it. He feigned nonchalance, "The carriage is too small, it's just too cramped, you understand? Wait a moment, why must you insist on squeezing into the same carriage as us? Can't you find another one to ride?" Suwan smiled and replied, "You know carriages are rather expensive, right? Zong Jinchang, the Marquis' residence is not short of money, why must you be so frugal?" Suwan responded, "Then you can get down and run back to the manor. I can fit in with Winxiu." Zong Jinchang. One day, he would make Suwan admire him to the fullest, no longer dismissing him with such casual remarks. Chapter 73, the soft-hearted brother. The distance to the Marquis' residence was considerable, and the astute little demon king, of course, would not alight from the carriage. He merely feigned pride, letting out a huff and turning his head toward the window. Suwan, addressing the dejected Zong Wenxiu, remarked, "Do not take today's events too much to heart. The essence of the hunt lies in participation, our purpose is merely to enjoy a respite and feel the breeze. By the way, if the noise bothers you, perhaps next time you could accompany Jin Chang to the Kuju field. It would be much quieter there." Zong Wenxiu, with warmth in his heart, sincerely replied, "Thank you, madam, for your consolation. I am not disheartened, my brother even hunted a fox for me." Zong Jinchang let out a dismissive sound towards Suwan, saying, "That's just borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha." He had initially suggested the Kuju game, yet this woman spoke as if he had taken Zong Wenxiu there solely for her sake. Suwan cast him a glance, "Your command of idioms has improved remarkably." Zong Jinchang boasted proudly, "Of course, I am destined to be top of the joint examination." "Oh," Suwan replied, rolling her eyes and choosing not to engage further. The little demon king awaited praise from Suwan, or at least a word of comfort akin to what she had offered Zong Wenxiu regarding his single fox catch, but none came. Why did she only offer consolation to Zong Wenxiu? What about him? Was he not a grown individual too? It was quite disheartening that he had not secured first place in the hunt. As Suwan's gaze shifted from anticipation to indignation, and then to exasperation, the latter chose to close her eyes in feigned slumber, ignoring him altogether. Zong Jincheng thought, how infuriating. Another mark of resentment was etched in his memory against Suwan. Finally, upon reaching their home, the little demon king dismounted first, letting out a loud huff. Suwan thought, such childish attempts to attract attention. Zong Wenxiu hesitated, saying, "Madam, my brother likely seeks your comfort and praise as well." Suwan smiled, "I am aware. The thoughts of children are easily discerned, especially that of the little demon king, whose desires are so simple they could be comprehended with a mere touch of the foot. Then why do you not like my brother?" From Zong Wenxiu's perspective, it appeared that the madam was quite devoted to his brother, no, extraordinarily so. Suwan gently ruffled his hair, saying, "That mischievous rascal possesses a certain charm that quickly endears him to others, compelling them to cater to his whims and protect him." Zong Wenxiu nodded in agreement, feeling an overwhelming affection for his brother, wishing to do anything for him. Suwan continued, "However, once you yield to him, he will inevitably push the boundaries, testing others' limits step by step. It is human nature, though he exhibits it more overtly." Zong Wenxiu expressed doubt, "Surely not?" Suwan patted him, "Just wait and see. Let us head home." That evening, after dinner, the two brothers unwittingly retreated to their study. With their 3 private tutors resting that day, they engaged in self-study. The little demon king, with a pen stained in vibrant ink clamped in his mouth, would write for a while before nibbling on it. Naturally lively and restless, he not only chewed on the pen tip but also maintained a chaotic sitting posture. He could never adhere to the correct posture for more than a mere quarter hour before twisting and turning, at times slumping half his body on the desk to write, and other times requesting cushions to be placed on his chair. At one moment, he insisted on placing the desk behind Zong Wenxiu, leaning against his back to write, yet even then, he could not remain still, occasionally bumping against him or leaning away only to suddenly lean back with force. Zong Wenxiu, unable to tolerate it any longer, paused his writing and turned to Zong Jinchang, saying, "Jinchang, please refrain from swaying while you write." The little demon king, lost in his writing, was oblivious to the turmoil he was causing. He turned his head in surprise, only to find his brother's brow furrowed in discontent. "What's wrong, brother?" Zong Wenxiu was taken aback, he had not anticipated grasping the essence of Madame's words so swiftly. From the outset, agreeing to study back-to-back with his brother had been a misstep. Once he yielded to the little demon king, his unreasonable demands only multiplied, each one more erroneous than the last. Initially, he dismissed them as minor irritations, thinking he could endure them, but as those small grievances escalated, they became unbearable. As Zong Wenxiu inhaled deeply, adopting a patient tone. "To educate, one must maintain proper posture, whether standing or sitting. Your disheveled sitting position not only affects the legibility of your writing but is also detrimental to your spine's development." The little demon king straightened his back and glanced at his spine, but could not see it. He nonchalantly replied, "That shouldn't be a concern, the physician of the manor frequently checks on my health." Zong Wenxiu sighed, "Very well." He decided to unleash his trump card, "You are disturbing my writing." His brother had just defended him in front of Wei Xing, so he should care about his feelings, right? To his surprise, the little demon king paused for a few seconds, then appeared genuinely hurt. His dark eyes shimmered like a pitiful puppy, and he lamented, "I'm sorry, brother. I couldn't help it. Zhang Wenxiu found his words of admonition caught in his throat. Help, who could scold such an adorable brother? How had the madam managed to cultivate such a heart of iron? The little demon king continued to speak, his tone softening like a purring kitten. I just wanted to lean against you while writing. It's different from leaning against Shunzi, it makes me feel safe and relaxed. Zhang Wenxiu felt another pang in his heart. His brother relied on him, he trusted him more than Shunzi, whom he had cared for over the years. How could he have been so harsh with his brother? Zhang Wenxiu was already reflecting on his own shortcomings. It must be his fault. How could there be anything wrong with a brother who was so dependent? He was still just a child. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wenxiu reassured himself and said, It's all right, continue with your writing. The little demon king rejoiced, Brother, you are truly wonderful. Shunzi muttered under his breath, I knew Master Shou wouldn't be able to withstand it. From the moment he agreed to treat the little demon king well, it was inevitable that he would be manipulated by him, whether intentionally or not. There was no competition at all. In the time that followed, Zhang Wenxiu endured ceaseless interruptions, but each time he thought to speak up, the image of his brother's disappointed expression held him back. Thus, he swallowed his words. I in this round of the soft-hearted brother, a failed lesson in discipline. By the next day's class, it was Suwan who discovered their distorted sitting postures and forbade them sternly. What do you think you're doing, sitting with your back to the teacher? Silence, move back. If you dare to rearrange the desks again, I shall have them welded to the ground, rendering you immobile. Zhang Wenxiu mused, it seems the madam's iron-fisted approach is necessary. Only she can truly manage my brother. The little demon king, dissatisfied, bellowed, This is exploitation, this is tyranny, I protest. Even with Suwan covering her ears, his voice resounded loudly. Chapter 74 Rescuing a good brother. She shot him a disapproving glance and said, Young master, it seems you possess knowledge without the wisdom to wield it. Can the term tyranny truly be applied to me? If it falls into the ears of the discerning, can you bear the consequences? The young demon king's face flushed with anger, resembling a furious frog, his eyes glaring at her while his chest heaved with indignation. He endured, he persisted. Once he aced his examinations, he would promptly banish Suwan to another estate, never wishing to lay eyes on her again. Noticing the rare silence from the young demon king, Suwan observed that his gaze held more depth than before. This lad was likely plotting his revenge for after he succeeded in his exams. She chuckled to herself, anticipating that once she secured her fortune of 100 million, she would hastily retreat to another estate, residing in a grand villa and spending lavishly, all while avoiding the daily annoyance of this troublesome child. When Bai Li Shi arrived to impart his lessons, Suwan finally vacated the grand study. As she stepped outside, she inquired of Cui Ji, Have you uncovered anything? What transpired at the hunting grounds yesterday? The crown prince had generously bestowed such a precious gift upon Jin Chang, and even the crown princess had not kept it a secret. She had even come to caution Suwan. What were the intentions of this couple? Cui Ji shook her head. There was no information to be found. The crown prince was not accompanied by anyone at that time. It appeared to be just him and young Master Chang. Bu Yan was also absent, and young Master Chang has remained tight-lipped. Suwan frowned. Given this boy's penchant for ostentation, he should not have kept silent. Cui Ji offered consolation. Regardless, young Master Chang enjoys the protection of his highness, which is akin to having a formidable ally. Surely, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Suwan shook her head. She firmly believed that no good fortune would descend from the heavens without reason, and with the young demon king's charm, it should not have affected an adult like the crown prince. To gift a jade pendant is no ordinary affection, Suwan remarked. The crown prince claims it is a protective talisman for Jin Chang. I can't help but wonder if Jin Chang has offended someone. Ever since marrying into the Marquis, her focus had been solely on educating the young demon king, neglecting her negligent father and stepmother. The only instance of offending someone was when she visited the Eastern Palace and crossed paths with the Duchess of Jin. And there was also Madame Jai. However, offending these two women was solely due to the young demon king's actions. If offending such individuals had not prompted the crown prince to present a jade pendant, could it be that a more formidable figure was involved? Cui Ji dismissed her concerns. Madam, you may be overthinking this. Our young master is merely a bit mischievous, and he has improved significantly of late. It is unlikely he has incurred the wrath of any powerful individuals. Suwan remained unconvinced. She pressed, Do the 4 servants in Jin Chang's household possess any martial skills? Cui Ji pondered, It seems they do not. They are merely companions for the young master. Suwan responded, Very well, they need not return. Cui Ji laughed. The young master has been so engrossed in his studies that he has forgotten about them, and he has not mentioned wanting anyone else. Suwan, lacking the spirit to engage in her jest, asked again, Are there any other guards in the Marquis, like Bu Yan and Shui Lu, who are skilled in martial arts? Cui Ji replied, There are none in the estate at present, but if the madam requires, I believe the old Marquis may have some available. The far-flung Marquis had been home to generations of martial generals, so finding capable guards should not pose a challenge. Upon receiving Suwan's request, the old Marquis promptly sent a contingent of individuals that very night. Among them was a particularly noteworthy individual. Madam, I am Shadow, a former dark guard of the young Marquis. Shadow's appearance and demeanor were unremarkable, blending seamlessly into a crowd, which made him ideally suited for covert operations. Suwan met with him privately and issued her command, From now on, you shall protect Jin Chang in secret. Should anyone seek to endanger his life, you must ensure his safety at all costs. Shadow responded, Yes, I will spare no effort to safeguard young Master Chang. Proceed, Suwan instructed, There is no need to report back to me henceforth. Jin Chang is prone to trouble, but unless it is a matter of life and death, if he were to break an arm, do not reveal your presence. If anyone were to notice, they would likely take precautions, and at that time, one dark guard would not suffice. Shadow affirmed, understood, I shall take my leave. After finalizing her instructions with the dark guard, Suwon turned her attention to the remaining contingent of 10, contemplating how to arrange their deployment. She summoned Shui Ji and directed, select one to accompany me to the literary study, the others may remain on standby within the estate. Yes. Shui Ji, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind the orders, refrained from questioning further and soon forgot the matter. The young demon king's presence was overwhelmingly pronounced. He wailed incessantly in the study about the burdensome volume of material to memorize, the discomfort of the hard chair, and the interminable wait for the joint examination, which was hindering his pursuit of first place. The Marquis was abuzz with noise daily. Despite having only 2 children, it felt as though a legion was being raised, all thanks to one child's antics. Even in her afternoon nap, Suwon dreamt of the young demon king's howls, regardless of her pleas for him to cry out, shed tears, haven't you had enough water? The dream's version of the young demon king remained unmoved. When she finally awoke, she could still hear the cacophony of wails emanating from the grand study. Suwon sat up, rolling her eyes dramatically. This unbearable little rascal. She got out of bed, donned her shoes, and marched straight towards the grand study, muttering, it's bad enough that he is disturbing his own rest. He shouldn't be disrupting others as well, this little scoundrel. I shall surely silence him today. With determination, Suwon hurried forward, only to find herself thwarted. Zhong Wenxiu was quietly writing, and the young demon king's seat was conspicuously empty. Moreover, even the attendants, Shunzi and Bu Yan, were absent, which did not seem indicative of a mere trip to relieve oneself. Where is Jin Chang? Suwon inquired. Zhong Wenxiu lifted his head. A report just came in stating that Wei Xinglu came to find his brother, and he has gone out. Wei Xinglu? Suwon frowned. One of the notorious 4 young rascals. What good could this boy's arrival herald? She swiftly turned on her heel and rushed towards the entrance. Come on, Shui Ji, let us see what they are up to. I shan't have them causing any more trouble. At the entrance of the Marquis, Wei Xinglu and Zhong Jin Chang had successfully reunited. At this moment, the young demon king was feeling particularly vexed by his studies. The sudden arrival of a friend brought him great joy. Xinglu, come in, it's been ages since you visited the Marquis. Zhong Jin Chang was not one to hold grudges against his good brother. He had forgotten their previous quarrel. Mere days later, seeing his warm reception, Wei Xinglu was moved to tears. Indeed, Jin Chang was his true brother, a companion who would not argue with him or burden himself with relentless studying. Wei Xinglu, longing for the carefree days of the past, had come to rescue his good brother, intending to restore Zhong Jin Chang to his former self. With a twinkle in his eye, he earnestly concocted, Jin Chang, I've thought of a splendid method for climbing over walls to escape, but I have no place to test it. Could we try it out in your Marquis? Chapter 75. Jin Chang is sprayed with talismans. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jin Chang replied, of course, I can help. He was quite eager to assist He Zhang in overcoming his predicament. Wei Xinglu's eyes sparkled as he pointed to the wall beside the door, saying, let us use that wall, it seems to be of the same height as He Zhang's home. Alright, what else do we need? I can ask Bu Yan to fetch it, Zhong Jin Chang said. Wei Xinglu hurriedly exclaimed, a ladder. Zhong Jin Chang stared at Wei Xinglu with a look of disbelief, questioning, is this your brilliant idea to help He Zhang scale the wall? If he could find a ladder at home, would we have resorted to stacking stools last time? Wei Xinglu cleared his throat, suddenly aware that his suggestion was rather far-fetched. He quickly improvised, I meant a human ladder, real people as a ladder. Wei Xinglu enthusiastically elaborated, the wall is about 10 feet high, if you have 2 people as a human ladder underneath, you can easily get over it. If you don't believe me, let Bu Yan and Shunzi give it a try. Zhong Jin Chang glanced at the two, their heights were indeed sufficient. Shunzi frantically waved his hands, protesting, no way, young master. I am as weak as a kitten, if you stand on my shoulders, I won't be able to hold you up. Zhong Jin Chang considered the scenario and realized it was entirely plausible. Wei Xinglu continued to concoct his mischievous schemes, it's perfectly feasible, you can first stand on Bu Yan's shoulders, let Jin Chang climb up, and then Bu Yan can stand up again. It'll be flawlessly executed. Shunzi remained silent. Regardless, it seemed they were destined to scale that wall today. Young master, I think, Shunzi began to advise, but Zhong Jin Chang instinctively cut him off, unwilling to hear his nagging. Stop thinking. He Zhang is my good brother, I must help him, let us get started. Alright. Wei Xinglu clapped his thighs and shouted, ready, set, go. Zhong Jin Chang, bewildered, began to climb. He found Wei Xinglu's behavior today rather odd. Why was he shouting slogans for climbing a wall? Before he could ponder further, Bu Yan stood up beneath him, and Shunzi hoisted the little demon king even higher. The two adults formed a human ladder, successfully elevating the little demon king above the wall's height. As Zhong Jin Chang clung to the corner of the wall, he was about to speak when suddenly, a head popped out from the opposite side, and a mouth sprayed a mouthful of talisman water directly at his cute little head. Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, reveal the demons and monsters. Shunzi below could not see what was happening. He only felt something wet falling from above and called out in confusion, what is going on, young master, is it raining? The little demon king had instinctively shut his eyes but was still drenched in talisman water, even his hair was wet. Clenching his fists, he roared, Wei Xinglu, I'll tear you apart. The volume of his roar startled the nearby birds into flight. Wei Xinglu, still below, arrogantly shouted, "You bookworm ghost, hurry up and get out of my brother's body." He was certain that his brother, Zong Jinchang, the foremost of the 4 young rascals in the capital, could not possibly be that little brat who could recite everything backwards. "You!" Zong Jinchang shouted, "Bu Yan! Put me down, I'm going to tear apart this little bastard." Bu Yan complied immediately, lowering the little demon king. Wei Xinglu, in a panic, darted about, screaming, "Help, help! How can this ghost be so powerful? It won't go away." Zong Jinchang lunged at him, pinning him to the ground, gripping his neck and shaking him. "Who is the ghost? You re the ghost, you bastard, how dare you spray me with dirty water, I'm going to make sure you regret it today." "Cough cough it out, master, help me," Wei Xinglu gasped, his eyes rolling back. Just then, 2 exorcists jumped over the wall, one wielding a fly whisk and the other a star chart, both pointing at Zong Jinchang, shouting, "You demon, reveal your true form at once." Zong Jinchang's face flushed with rage, turning bright red, purple, and black. Even Shunzi beside him felt he might explode from anger. Then, the little demon king issued a furious command, "Bu Yan, capture these 2 charlatans." "Yes." Bu Yan swiftly subdued the 2 with a single move and handed them over to the guards at the gate of the Marquis residence. Haha, Suwan arrived just in time to witness the entire scene, unable to contain her laughter, nearly rolling on the ground. The little demon king, his hair in disarray and seething with rage, turned away from Suwan, who had come to witness his embarrassment, and continued to choke. "Wei Xinglu, bastard! How dare you mock me, just because the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sickly cat?" Wei Xinglu was already rolling his eyes. Suwan ordered Shui Lu to rescue him, while the other maidens quickly brought water and cloth to help the little demon king clean up. Zong Jinchang stood still, his chest heaving with anger, his gaze fixed on Wei Xinglu, fearful that Suwan might secretly let him escape. Wei Xinglu coughed for a while before recovering, weakly pointing at Zong Jinchang and cursing, "You little ghost with great powers, I warn you, get out of my brother's body right now. Otherwise, even if I'm choked to death, I won't let you off." Zong Jinchang, seething with rage, wanted to charge at him again, but Suwan held him back and, with a smile, advised, "Isn't your brother just being good to you? He is worried about you being possessed by a ghost and is willing to risk everything to save you." Zong Jinchang fumed, "Who is really possessed by a ghost here? How infuriating. Why did everyone have to oppose him? It was already bad enough that Suwan was here, now even his brother was trying to provoke him, turning him into a laughingstock. The little demon king felt he had lost all face today. Wei Xinglu, still clutching his waist and coughing, blushed as he continued to accuse, "If you're not a ghost, how could you suddenly recite so many books after not seeing you for 3 months? I've been forced to study by my father for 5 or 6 years, and I still can't recite as many characters as you did that day." Zong Jinchang retorted angrily, "That's because I possess extraordinary talent. I have a photographic memory, do you understand? As long as I read something once, I can remember it, I can recite it backwards." "Rubbish!" Wei Xinglu immediately countered, "Don't I know my brother's character? He doesn't have that kind of ability." Zong Jinchang, at once, began searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Wei Xinglu inquired. "I'm looking for a stick to beat you with." Zong Jinchang snapped. "How dare this scoundrel consider him an uneducated little rascal, who does he look down upon?" Wei Xinglu remained silent. Seeing Zong Jinchang on the verge of exploding, he realized that the temper was indeed inherited from his brother, but, "Are you really Jinchang?" he tentatively asked. Zong Jinchang finally found a stick, brandishing it as he charged forward, "I am your father. Ah, help, Lady Zong, save me, save me, save me, save me." Chapter 76 of Photographic Memory. The 2 children chased each other around the courtyard, their laughter resonating with a delightful chaos, reminiscent of the joyful times spent in the welfare home. Suwan watched them for a while before smilingly interjecting, "Young Master Wei, what Jinchang says is indeed true, he possesses an excellent memory, which is why he progresses so swiftly. If you do not believe it, you could have him recite a new book for you right here." I agree. Wei Xinglu, cornered by the pursuit, had no choice but to acquiesce. Zong Jinchang huffed proudly, his head held high. As Wei Xinglu was led into the grand study, he spotted the plaque at the entrance and read aloud, "The priority class of the Marquis residence." What a peculiar plaque. Shunzi was beside him, explaining the concept of a priority class. After listening, Wei Xinglu was momentarily astonished, then shuddered slightly, remarking, "This priority class is rather intimidating, how unfortunate for those who study here." Shunzi's lips twitched, silently thinking that even if he wished to enter, he could not. In all of the capital, no, in all of Dechu, there existed none other like it. Upon entering, Wei Xinglu could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Jinchang, your study is immense. The number of books inside resembles a grand library." This description was indeed accurate. The grand study had been constructed by the old Marquis in the style of a library for Zhong Zhao. Aside from the first floor, which served as a classroom and housed thousands of commonly used books, the second floor was filled with countless rare texts and treasured calligraphy, rivaling that of an ordinary academy's library. However, the Zhong brothers typically studied on the first floor, as the books there were sufficient for their needs, seldom venturing to the second floor. Zhong Wenxiu, engrossed in his studies, looked up in confusion at the sudden arrival of visitors, glancing between his mother and brother, only to see the little tyrant lift his chin and declare, "You may choose any book here. I will recite it for you." Zhang Wenxiu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Was his brother competing in a recitation challenge? He set down his brush, curious to see how this would unfold. While his brother might not excel in various competitions, when it came to recitation, victory was assured. Wei Xinglu began to earnestly select a book. Although he was a bit of a scoundrel, he had been raised under strict discipline, thus had read quite a few books. He had studied the texts that Jin Chang had recited with He Zhang, which made him aware of the daunting nature of recitation. Yet, what if the little demon was indeed Jin Chang? Wei Xinglu dared not ponder further and hastily continued searching the shelves, finally settling on a less common medical text on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases.
Let us go with this one.
I won't require anything more. If you can recite 10 pages within half an hour, I shall concede that you have not been possessed by a ghost. Zhong Jin Chang rolled his eyes at him, took the book, and began to read at an astonishing speed. Wei Xinglu continued to make snide remarks. Well, you should at least skim through it first. There are likely many difficult characters you may not recognize. Zhong Jin Chang ignored him, keeping his head down as he read, not even bothering to sit down. Wei Xinglu, feeling somewhat resigned, took a seat and observed the grand study, offering kindly advice. Why don't you sit down to recite? I will wait for you for half an hour. Still, Zhong Jin Chang paid him no mind. Feeling thwarted, Wei Xinglu leaned closer to Zhang Wenxiu and inquired, Is Jin Chang studying with you lately? Zhang Wenxiu nodded. Understanding dawned on Wei Xinglu as he remarked, No wonder he is so protective of you. The bond forged through studying together must be quite deep, considering you are both in the same predicament. Zhang Wenxiu smiled but said nothing. Wei Xinglu continued, But don't you find it strange that he might be possessed by a ghost? After all, how could he manage to memorize so many texts in just 3 months? He cannot possibly be a reincarnated deity. Zhang Wenxiu frowned. Possessed by a ghost? He glanced at his brother, then at Su Wan, who had been silently accompanying them, as if beginning to grasp the reason for Wei Xinglu's visit. Zhang Wenxiu explained earnestly, You are mistaken, Jin Chang is still Jin Chang, he simply knows how to apply himself. He enjoys reading now. Wei Xinglu scoffed, Come now, who in this world could genuinely enjoy such a tedious endeavor as reading, especially Jin Chang? He would rather indulge in kicking a ball, racing horses, or battling crickets than confine himself to reading at home. Zhang Wenxiu replied, Yet here he is, reading at home. Wei Xinglu fell silent, conceding, All right, continue your argument, but when Jin Chang fails to recite, you will be as eager as I to exorcise the ghost. Even now, Wei Xinglu believed that the 2 so-called masters hired by his family servant were lacking in skill. If the Marquis residents had spent generously, they surely could have secured more formidable ones. His mind was consumed with visions of revelry and indulgence alongside his wayward brother upon his return. Wake up, I've finished reciting. Zhong Jin Chang shattered his daydream. Ha! Wei Xinglu snapped back to reality. Has half an hour already passed? So soon? Zhong Jin Chang pointed to the teacup beside him. The tea I poured for you is still scalding. Wei Xinglu picked it up and took a sip, only to leap up in shock. Ouch. Do you serve tea at such a scalding temperature in the Marquis residence? It's only for you, fool. Zhong Jin Chang tossed the book at him. Pay attention, I shall begin reciting now. The sun disease, whether it has manifested as fever or not, must be accompanied by chills, body aches, and vomiting. If the pulse is tight in both yin and yang, it is termed cold damage. Wei Xinglu flipped through the book, listening in disbelief as Zhong Jin Chang recited on cold damage at an astonishing pace, his heart racing as if he were drumming. How could he have memorized the text so quickly? Surely, at this rate, he ought to have merely read it once. Photographic memory, do you understand what that means? Zhong Jin Chang's voice echoed in his ears. Reflecting upon the flawless recitation before him, Wei Xinglu felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Could it be true? He truly possessed a photographic memory. Fuming with indignation, Wei Xinglu grappled with the disconcerting realization that his little brother had surpassed him in mere months. As he listened to Zhong Jin Chang recite, he noticed that all the difficult characters in the text had been annotated with phonetic equivalents. This meant that even if Zhong Jin Chang did not recognize a character, he could still read it aloud and memorize it. Wei Xinglu was even more horrified. As he flipped through the book, he discovered that the entirety of the 5,000-character text on cold damage was annotated in this manner, all handwritten. Good heavens, what an immense undertaking in educational assistance. He suddenly recalled Shunzi's introduction to the plaque's significance upon entering the study. Could it be that this was indeed an academy? It bore no resemblance whatsoever to any school he had ever encountered. Meanwhile, Zhong Jin Chang had completed reciting 10 pages, gazing at him with pride and confidence. So, what do you think? Are you convinced? Such a rapid recitation speed was unparalleled, not even the overly proud Qin Yi could compare. Only Zhong Jin Chang could achieve this. Chapter 77 of The Mightiest in the Capital. Wei Xinglu swallowed hard and remarked, You are simply inhuman. If those diligent sons of bureaucrats were to witness such talent, they would surely be consumed by envy and jealousy. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jin Chang's expression darkened, mistakenly believing that he was being accused of being possessed by a ghost, which incited his anger, prompting him to search for a stick. Wei Xinglu hastily leaped onto a stool, clasped his hands in a gesture of surrender, and exclaimed, Stop, my brother, I was wrong, I should never have misunderstood you. You are incredible, the absolute best in the entire capital. Only then did Zhong Jin Chang cease his searching, crossing his arms and haughtily huffing in response. After Wei Xinglu apologized, he began to engage him in warm conversation, as he was naturally gregarious and emotionally astute, quickly managing to soothe the little demon's anger. In the end, the little demon even patted his shoulder and said, Good brother, if you ever find something difficult to learn, come to me for help. Wei Xinglu's lips twitched, but he forced a smile and nodded in agreement. This little rascal had grown strong, yet his nature remained unchanged. He was still Zhong Jincheng at heart. Well, I shall take my leave now and visit you another day. I'll have Shunzi escort you. All right. As he was about to step outside, Wei Xinglu suddenly halted, turning back to glance at the plaque above the entrance of the grand study, the 5 bold characters still strikingly peculiar and unique. After a moment, he murmured, so strange a following the farce, the little demon once again immersed himself in his studies, rolling up his sleeves alongside Zhong Wenshou. Before long, another half-month had passed, and the day of the joint examination for the 2 academies arrived. The little demon, rising early, stood on his bed and shouted, defeat Qin Yi. Shunzi truly, his boundless energy was inexhaustible. However, the perceptive servant maintained a smile, casting steadfast glances of encouragement to avoid inciting the little ancestor's displeasure. Yet, the oblivious one was different. He self-righteously reminded, young master, the exam paper Qin Yi is taking today is different from yours, you cannot defeat him. Shunzi. Not you, Yu Yan, why are you suddenly so talkative now? If this house were to catch fire, who would extinguish it? Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng's expression indeed soured. He glared at Yu Yan and then at Shunzi. A bewildered Shunzi exclaimed. What does this have to do with me? I am not the steward of this house, Zhong Jincheng huffed, stating resolutely, I will eventually defeat Qin Yi, whether it be next month or the month after, it will certainly be this year. Shunzi quickly chimed in, young Master Chang, the mightiest in the capital. You can do it. After which, he kicked Yu Yan, signaling him to echo the sentiment. Yu Yan, however, not only failed to grasp the hint but also shot him a disgruntled glare. Shunzi, the child is hopeless. Zhong Jincheng paid no mind, lost in his own thoughts, contemplating the Hanlin Academy's northern courtyard students he aimed to vanquish today, a fierce desire for battle igniting within him, soaring to new heights. Let us go. Let us crush the Hanlin Academy's northern courtyard. Absolutely. Shunzi encouraged him while assisting him with his morning routine, a constant smile adorning his face. The atmosphere today was palpably different. The little demon brimmed with ambition and exuberance, infectious to those around him. Even Zhong Wenshou felt invigorated, rallying the two with, Jincheng, we will certainly perform excellently today. Zhong Jincheng fist bumped him, confidently replying, of course. As the carriage set off, the two continued to recite their lessons in unison, as if preparing for a crucial entrance examination. Suwan chose not to disturb them, reasoning that last-minute preparations were beneficial and unnecessary to interrupt. Upon disembarking, the trio made their way toward the academy, and because the two children were well prepared and had prior exam experience, Suwan refrained from further admonitions, ready to see them off. However, just a few steps into their journey, they overheard a man accompanying his child to the exam, incessantly chiding, Linyu, look at Zhong Jincheng, after just a few months of study, he has become the second in your class. Now look at you, slacking off and playing around. If you fail to make the list this time, you may as well cease being my son. Upon hearing his name spoken with such prideful praise, Zhong Jincheng's mouth curved into a delighted smile, nudging Zhong Wenshou to listen in as well. To his surprise, Zhong Wenshou shook his head, signaling him to observe the child. The boy named Lin Yu appeared to be of similar age to the little demon, presumably a classmate, and was being sent for the exam while receiving a verbal lashing from his father. Yet, he did not cry, his face bore an expression of defiance and indignation. Zhong Jincheng initially assumed Lin Yu harbored feelings of resentment toward him and was about to interject, but suddenly, the young boy halted in his tracks and erupted. He shouted at his father, what gives you the right to claim that I do not work hard? Do you know what time I rise to study in the morning? Have you ever seen me reading late into the night? You only know how to go out drinking and return home in a stupor. Have you ever cared for me? Have you ever looked at my papers? You only notice that my rank has slipped, yet have you acknowledged how much stronger I have become? This furious retort astonished Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenshou, as well as the passing students. Even Suwan paused in her tracks to observe. Who is this, so brave as to confront their father? Such insubordination. He might just be in for a beating. I doubt he will be able to take the exam today. I fear he may not be able to continue studying at all. But don't you think what he said makes a lot of sense? It does seem to have merit. The students engaged in fervent discussion, initially spectators, but gradually they began to deliberate the issues of parental education, ultimately converging on the belief that the child was indeed correct. Lin Yu's father, seemingly unaccustomed to being defied by his child, felt humiliated under the gaze of so many onlookers and raised his hand, intent on striking him. Yet, Lin Yu stood his ground, unwavering and resolute, articulating with piercing clarity, Zhong Jincheng's second-place achievement is due to his wealth, influence, and a good mother. What have you provided me? How many times have I told you that I am falling behind? I sought a private tutor for assistance, yet you dismissed me, labeling me as incompetent, claiming it is my foolishness if I cannot learn at the academy. You only know how to deny and criticize me. Have you ever heard my pleas for help? How can a father like you so brazenly accuse me? Lin Yu's gaze was earnest yet perplexed, but he did not shed a tear. He felt wronged, yet he did not believe he was at fault. Well said, someone in the crowd shouted. I can relate. Support him, Lin Yu, you are absolutely right. The students were moved by his declaration, resonating deeply with their own experiences, and they began to rise in support of him. Chapter 78 Envying you for having Suwan. Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenshou stood resolutely before Lin Yu, forming an unyielding barrier to prevent Lin Fu's hand from landing a blow on him. Lin Fu trembled with rage, his voice quavering as he exclaimed, You rebellious students have truly defied all reason. This is an act of disrespect towards your elders, a grave violation of filial piety. Did the esteemed teachers of Qingba Academy not impart these lessons to you? What do you mean by disrespecting our elders? You are neither our father nor our relative. We are merely standing up against injustice. Exactly. Zhong Jincheng proclaimed loudly, the knowledge imparted to us by our teachers is vast, but it seems you have learned none of it. For instance, as the Book of Right states, what is righteousness, a father's kindness and a son's filial piety? Have you fulfilled the role of a kind father? Indeed, have you been a kind father? If you cannot embody this, what right do you have to command Lin Yu? The students' voices of dissent grew louder, and with the audacity of the little demon king, who feared nothing, he took the lead in supporting Lin Yu. Su-wan was taken aback to see the little demon king quoting texts to aid others. It was indeed impressive, a sign of his academic progress. She silently applauded him from afar. Lin Fu yearned to strike, but the combined presence of Zhong Jincheng and the multitude of students pushed him further away from Lin Yu. The commotion attracted the attention of the esteemed teachers at Qinghua Academy. Ultimately, it was the principal who intervened, declaring, examination time is upon us. Students, disperse and follow your teachers into the examination hall. Lin Yu's father, please accompany me. Lin Fu shouted, what examination? Lin Yu will not be taking it. With a son so disrespectful and unfilial, why should I continue to support his education? His words ignited the students' fury anew. Lin Yu was utterly unfazed, he knew his father all too well. The principal, typically of a gentle disposition, was incensed by this outburst and admonished, Teacher Zhang, do take the children inside for their examinations. Teacher Zhang hastily replied, yes, we shall proceed. Children, come with me, the principal will handle this matter. Zhong Jincheng grasped Lin Yu's arm and urged him forward, reassuringly saying, do not concern yourself with him, the principal will manage it well. Let us focus on our examinations. Lin Yu replied gratefully, thank you, Zhong Jincheng. The little demon king raised an eyebrow and chuckled, oh, you actually recognize me, I had forgotten you. Inwardly, he felt a swell of pride, certain that his recent exam success had brought him fame throughout Qinghua Academy. After all, he was one of the only 2 students to have made it onto the list for the joint examination of the 4 academies. At that moment, he felt grateful for Su-wan's choice of academy. With classmates of lesser abilities, he would be revered as a deity of examination, a delightful prospect. Lin Yu stated, that is because I ranked 3rd. What, so you were just shy of making the list? After all, the little demon king was merely a tail-end figure on the joint examination list. Lin Yu candidly replied, actually, during the last monthly exam, I was right behind you, you simply did not notice me, just as Qinyi did not notice you. Zhong Jincheng was taken aback, his smile faltering. He felt a sudden urge to retort to the scoundrel not only dared to confront his father but also had the gall to challenge others. How infuriating. But we all pay close attention to that person above us, eagerly hoping to surpass them, Lin Yu continued, thus, I know you well and understand you thoroughly. Zhong Jincheng recalled the earlier conversation and remarked, you do know me well, aware of my family's influence and the finest teachers. But as for a good mother, let us not even go there, that wretched woman constantly finds ways to torment me. Yet without her, you would not have become who you are today, Lin Yu countered. Zhong Jincheng immediately turned to Zhong Wenxiu, who nodded in agreement, affirming Lin Yu's words. Indeed, their mother was a good person as Zhong Jincheng remained reluctant to accept this notion, turning his head away with a huff. Lin Yu mused, if only I had a relative like your mother, perhaps then I could surpass you. Zhong Jincheng's displeasure grew with every word. Why was it that both he and Lin Yu admired Su-wan, who seemed to constantly be at odds with him? The little demon king, feeling downcast, chose to sulk and hastily made his way into the examination hall, leaving Lin Yu to comment to Zhong Wenxiu, he truly is oblivious to his own fortune. If he were to face a father like mine, he would have nowhere to cry for help. Zhong Wenxiu chuckled, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder, focus on your exam, I am confident you will achieve excellent results this time. Indeed, I no longer wish to be 3rd. The lengthy examination finally concluded as the sun set, with students rushing out of the examination hall, some displaying mixed emotions while others were overjoyed. Nevertheless, they were all young and brimming with vitality. Upon spotting Zhong Wenxiu, the little demon king bounded over, draping an arm around his shoulder, exclaiming, brother, I found this exam to be exceedingly simple, so familiar. Many of the questions were common ones we had practiced. Zhong Wenxiu, momentarily bent under the weight of his brother's exuberance, quickly straightened up and laughed, indeed, our mother is quite experienced. Teacher Zhao has guided us through numerous past papers, and the questions remain fundamentally the same. Zhong Jincheng boasted, I am certain I will be first in the joint examination this time. Zhong Wenxiu, witnessing his brother's confidence, felt hesitant to temper his enthusiasm, yet it was not entirely implausible. After all, Qinyi had moved to the child class, while his brother's prowess was bound to shine in the 8-year-old class, even against the renowned Hanlin Academy of the capital. By the way, has Lin Yu come out yet? Zhong Jincheng inquired, concerned that Lin Yu might be pursued by his father upon exiting. Zhong Wenxiu shook his head, I am uncertain, let us inquire with our mother, I believe she must be keeping an eye on the situation. Oh, that is possible however, you go ask. I have no desire to speak with her, the little demon king retorted awkwardly. Zhong Wenxiu chuckled, very well. Each time they had an examination, Su-wan would wait for them at the academy, usually accompanied by the principal or teachers who would discuss matters related to their studies. However, due to Lin Fu's ruckus this time, the principal and teachers had gone to reason with him. Regrettably, Lin Fu's reasoning was utterly incomprehensible. Su-wan remarked, Lin Fu stated either the child should abandon the examination and return home for punishment, or he would no longer support his education, leaving Qinghua Academy to handle the matter. Zhong Wenxiu exclaimed, what? And then what happened? How did the academy respond? Indeed, what will they do? The little demon king echoed, equally anxious. Suwon smiled mysteriously, teasing them. Can you guess? Zhang Wenxiu, speechless, and Zhang Jincheng, wide-eyed, thought, what a futile guess. Suwon laughed heartily, guiding them to ponder, do not be upset. You must learn to think critically. Consider, if you were the principal and teachers, how would you handle the situation with Lin as son? Chapter 79 The Little Demon King's jealousy. Although they would not be tested on personnel management in the short term, Suwon believed that it would be beneficial for them to practice in advance, as it would aid in the development of their minds. Thus, she dangled the prospect before the two exceedingly curious little ones, prompting them to contemplate various solutions. The little demon king was certainly not going to be the first to cooperate. It was the obedient and compliant Zhong Wenxiu who broke the impasse. I believe that, considering the academy's perspective, they would likely choose the first option, regardless of Lin Fu's shortcomings. He is still Lin Yu's father, and the dean and the scholars can only offer guidance, unable to interfere in the affairs of others' families. Zhong Jincheng, initially reluctant to engage in the guessing game, immediately countered upon hearing his illogical reasoning. But haven't you seen that Lin Yu has already fallen out with him? If he returns home, he would certainly face severe consequences. I think it's the latter. Lin Yu would prefer to stay with the dean rather than go home. Zhong Wenxiu replied, but Lin Yu needs money for his studies and living expenses. The dean has no familial ties to him, so why would he be willing to support him? Zhong Jincheng was rendered speechless by this question, but that does not mean he should be sent back to face violence. Zhong Wenxiu remarked, he certainly won't be killed, though he might be subjected to a harsh beating. There is no lasting enmity between father and son, perhaps in a few days, they will reconcile. Zhong Jincheng pouted, I still disagree with this decision, that father does not seem likely to change anytime soon, and Lin Yu will inevitably suffer. If I were the dean, I would take Lin Yu home. The matter of extra chopsticks is trivial, and is not lacking in funds. Zhong Wenxiu cautioned, not everyone lives as comfortably as you. Have you forgotten about the plight of the impoverished? The little demon king envisioned scenes from the slums and instantly found himself without a counterargument. After a moment's pause, he brightened his dark eyes and asked, then what if the dean and the scholars choose not to intervene? Shall we just take Lin Yu home ourselves? Zhong Wenxiu looked to Suwon, as her opinion mattered most. Suwon raised an eyebrow and smiled, so, the solution you two have come up with is to shoulder the burden yourselves? If in the future there are not just one Lin Yu, but thousands upon thousands, what will you do? Will you exhaust your own resources to save the masses from calamity? The little demon king, filled with youthful bravado, impulsively retorted, why not? Zhong Wenxiu gently tugged at him, struggling to remind him, brother, I understand your desire to help others comes from a good heart, but if it's thousands upon thousands of people, we simply do not possess that much wealth. The little demon king was incredulous. Impossible. My grandmother is wealthier than a nation. Zhong Wenxiu sighed, being wealthier than a nation is merely a figure of speech, it does not equate to the ability to sustain an entire populace. Ah? The little demon king was bewildered. Was it truly so? Zhong Wenxiu continued, we must think of more practical solutions, encouraging self-sufficiency rather than bearing the entire responsibility ourselves, otherwise, even if we were to collapse under the weight of our burdens, we would not be able to save countless others. Suwon nodded in agreement, praising, indeed, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Seeing his wife's commendation, Zhong Wenxiu shyly nodded. The little demon king's expression soured immediately. That wicked woman, always praising others, why the discrepancy in treatment? Seething, the little demon king exclaimed, what does fishing have to do with anything? I don't even understand what you're talking about. Suwon explained, it means that providing someone with ready-made fish is inferior to teaching them how to fish. The latter is a more enduring and effective approach. But Lin Yu is so young, how can he learn to fish? The little demon king remained confused. How much money can fishing actually bring in? Zhong Wenxiu pondered, fishing may not yield much income, and Lin Yu may not even know how to fish. However, I believe that given his excellent academic performance and diligent study, he must be adept at writing. In that case, he could transcribe books for money. Copying one book earns him 35 won, sufficient for his sustenance. 35. What? Hearing this monetary unit again, the little demon king still found it perplexing. Can he truly survive on such a meager sum? Where would he live? Zhong Wenxiu affirmed, he can indeed. Throughout history, impoverished students have earned a living by transcribing books. This is a common means of making money. Moreover, Tsinghua Academy provides dormitory accommodations for students, allowing him to live comfortably without returning home. Suddenly, the little demon king's perspective shifted. It dawned on him that even a child of his age could survive independently, provided they were sufficiently exceptional. Self-sufficiency, it truly was possible for children of his age to stand on their own. Suwon nodded, revealing the answer. Lin Yu does not wish to return home, and this is how the dean has addressed the situation. He has not provided Lin Yu with financial assistance but has instead facilitated connections with those who require transcribers, creating an opportunity for Lin Yu to earn money. Zhong Wenxiu smiled, pleased that his deduction was accurate. The dean, being an ordinary person himself, was already doing his utmost to assist others, otherwise, if he merely provided fish, he would likely struggle to sustain himself. The little demon king's mood darkened once more. Jealousy flickered in his eyes, envious of Zhong Wenxiu's superior reasoning, which made his own suggestion seem so far-fetched. Humph. The little demon king huffed dramatically and turned on his heel toward the carriage. Zhong Wenxiu, puzzled by his sudden shift in demeanor, was about to chase after him when Suwon remarked from behind, this lad's pride has been wounded. Rather than accepting defeat, he blames others for being too capable. Such a prideful spirit, if you try to placate him, it won't end well. Zhang Wenxiu reflected for a moment and replied, my brother simply lacks experience in these matters, which is why he does not understand. He is learning gradually, and I believe that with his cleverness, he will soon surpass me. His words were sincere, and after finishing, he hurried towards the carriage. Su Wan chuckled at this, turning to Cui Ji to remark, this child truly embodies a selfless altruism devoid of jealousy. Altruism? Cui Ji replied, somewhat confused but managing to keep the conversation going. Young Master Xiu would rather not excel himself than see young Master Cheng fail. Though they are merely cousins, their bond is stronger than that of many brothers. Su Wan smiled softly, reflecting, to be raised in such impoverished conditions yet turn out so well, Aunt Hong is indeed an exceptional mother. Cui Ji nodded in agreement, adding, ever since she learned that young Master Xiu was studying under Master Bailey alongside young Master Chang, she has advised him not to visit her unnecessarily, urging him to focus on his studies in the main study. This distance, along with her insistence that he must heed your guidance, suggests that she regards you as the matriarch of their household. Aunt Hong had once envisioned that after her demise, young Master Wenxiu would be taken to the old lady's quarters. Now, in her good health, she had found renewed hope in Su Wan. Like a wise concubine, she sought not to contest for power or status, but to ensure her children received the nurturing and guidance of a legitimate mother, hoping for a bright future. The parental love for their children is indeed a far-reaching plan. Su Wan understood this well, she replied, a few days ago, a house physician informed me that Aunt Hong's health is nearly restored, and he advised her to spend more time outdoors in the sunlight, without reservation. Yes, ma'am. Inside the carriage, the little demon king was still sulking. Jin Chang? Zhang Wenxiu called out. The little demon king turned his head away, huffing heavily once more. Zhang Wenxiu chuckled, can you guess what I just discussed with your sister-in-law? Chapter 80, a fatal counterattack from Su Wan. It was as if a fuse had been triggered. The cannon, already on the brink of igniting, erupted in a spectacular explosion. The little demon king howled, I guessed wrong again, I'm not guessing anymore. His younger brother, with a volatile temper and a fragile ego, often did not realize which words struck a nerve, leading to his outbursts. Initially, Zhang Wenxiu found it difficult to adapt to his brother's temperament, perceiving him as demanding and irritable. However, as familiarity grew, he discerned that his brother was merely tough on the outside but tender-hearted within. He was, indeed, the best brother in the world. Easily appeased, Zhang Wenxiu patiently approached, gently saying, I explained to the lady that you simply haven't been exposed to the lives of ordinary people, which is why you struggle to guess correctly. But you are remarkably intelligent, far more so than I, and once you comprehend these matters, you will undoubtedly surpass me. The little demon king's back remained turned, yet his ears perked up attentively. Zhang Wenxiu continued, the lady also mentioned that you are a promising candidate for an official position, that if you ever hold power in the future, you could save countless lives, which is far more significant than aiding a single Linyu. The little demon king immediately turned his head, astonished, and inquired, she really said that? Zhang Wenxiu nodded affirmatively, though the latter part was a subtle jab at his brother's lack of situational awareness. The little demon king huffed proudly, that wicked woman, praising me even behind my back, thinking she could keep it from me. Well, now I know. Zhang Wenxiu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling increasingly cornered. It was astonishing how quickly the little demon king could be soothed. When Su Wan entered the carriage, the two began to enthusiastically discuss the examination questions of the day. However, there was something peculiar. As soon as Su Wan boarded, she sensed the little demon king gazing at her with an air of pride and delight, as if she had stealthily bestowed upon him several hundred taels of silver. What else with that expression? She inquired warily. The little demon king beamed even more, teasingly replying, I won't tell you. Su Wan, is there something wrong with you? Beside them, Zhang Wenxiu increasingly felt guilty, striving to diminish his presence. The upcoming joint examination involved only 2 academies, with results to be released in 3 days. The little demon king, as usual, was convinced he performed exceptionally well and, in his exuberance, began to contemplate taking a break. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenxiu felt there were still areas he needed to master and continued to burn the midnight oil, seeking personal tutoring. Su Wan, on the other hand, had an unavoidable wedding banquet to attend. Her half-sister, Su Lianer, was marrying Chen Yunju, the legitimate heir of the Duke of Jin, with the Minister of Justice and the Duke's family joining forces for this highly anticipated event. It was a wedding of great significance, attracting a multitude of attendees, with whispers that even the 18th princess would be present. As the legitimate elder sister, she could not decline. Jin Chang and Wenxiu could opt out, but upon hearing it was his elder sister's wedding, the little demon king immediately rushed over, exclaiming, how could this grand banquet be without me? Su Wan, without a moment's pause, knew that he was up to no good. She shot him a glare and turned to ask Zhang Wenxiu if he would attend. Zhang Wenxiu simply stated he would continue his studies and would not go to. In the end, the mother and son sat in the carriage, each finding the other insufferable, their gazes locked in a fierce battle for what felt like 800 rounds. Su Wan reminded him, you have offended the Duke of Jin's lady. Today's wedding banquet is of great importance. If you cause trouble now and anger the Duke's household, even the old Marquis may not be able to save you. The little demon king, swinging his jade pendant, replied nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. I have the crown prince backing me, who would dare touch me? Su Wan. She had foreseen that this jade pendant would bring trouble. This little rascal was too adept at taking liberties. The little demon king grinned mischievously, leaning closer to inquire, so, are you scared? If you beg for mercy now and shout 100 times, I'm sorry, Zhong Jin Chang, I was wrong, I might consider letting you off the hook and not causing a scene at the banquet. Otherwise, if something truly goes awry, your responsibility as his stepmother would far exceed mine as a mere child, he. Oh, you fool! Suwon clenched her fists and smiled menacingly, threatening, do you believe that if you dare utter even a word out of line, I shall have Chui Lu stuff your mouth? Chui Lu? The little demon king's expression changed dramatically. Suwon huffed, I've already exchanged Chui Lu for Buyen today, but if you seek trouble, Chui Lu will certainly not be as lenient as Buyen. The little demon king. A grand strategy lost. Even before reaching their destination, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. This encounter had ended more swiftly than any before. The little demon king, ever the astute one, quickly declared, stop the carriage, I want to go home to study. Given there was no point in causing trouble, it was better to cut losses swiftly. Too late. Suwon felt relaxed now, we are nearly at the Duke of Jin's residence. If you wish to return, you must run back on your own, the carriage will remain here waiting for me. The little demon king was infuriated, once again losing his composure, shouting, can't you buy another carriage? Suwon, unfazed, replied, no, I prefer to be frugal and manage my household wisely. He was furious. The Duke of Jin's residence was already quite grand, and today, due to their heir's wedding, the decorations were even more vibrant than usual, bustling with activity. At the entrance, the steward received their gift list and ushered them inside. Before they could even step through the door, they heard a girl's voice call out from behind, Sister Su. Suwon turned around, surprised to see the 18th princess, Zhao Rong. Greetings, Your Highness. A chorus of bows followed. Please, no need for formalities. Rise quickly, Zhao Rong waved her hand casually, skipping over to Suwon and inadvertently shoving the little demon king aside. The little demon king? Does she have no manners at all? Can't she see a grown man standing here? Clearly, Zhao Rong hadn't noticed him. She linked arms with Suwon, exclaiming, Sister Su, I knew you would come today, it's been so long since we last met. I almost thought I would die from longing for you. Suwon chuckled, I heard the princess would attend, so I made a point to arrive early. I didn't expect to meet you right at the entrance. Zhao Rong, still holding onto her, continued as they walked, there are just so many people today. The old nurse said if I arrived late, I would be besieged by even more people wanting to greet and speak with me, which would be too noisy. You're so much better. I enjoy talking to you, and oh, your rather unpleasant stepson is here too? The little demon king's fists clenched in frustration, who is this rather unpleasant stepson she speaks of? The tone of the 18th princess was utterly infuriating, as if he were a mere outsider who had only recently entered the residence, rather than the legitimate grandson of the Marquis born and raised in the estate. Is there no justice in this world? Suwon interjected diplomatically, many of Jin Chang's friends are here today, he hasn't seen them in a while, so it's a good opportunity for some catching up. Zhao Rong replied, oh, splendid. It is fortunate he isn't here, as I have so many girl talks I want to share with you. The little demon king, he had made a decision, the 18th princess had successfully secured a spot in the top 3 of his grudge list. Chapter 81. A good child, go play. Perhaps sensing the intensity of Zong Jincheng's furious gaze, Zhao Rong, displaying an unexpected benevolence, decided to consider the tender and fragile heart of the young child. Thus, the 14-year-old princess feigned the demeanor of a mature elder, gently patting his shoulder and saying, good child, go play. Little demon king. Who is the child here? Are you only a few years older than me? What nonsense is this? Zong Jincheng angrily shrugged off Zhao Rong's arm, and just as he was about to retort, he remembered her status as a princess. With a heavy huff, he turned and ran away. Zhao Rong, taken aback, turned to Suwon and remarked, indeed, he is quite the handful. Just look at his rebellious demeanor, you must find it exhausting. Suwon chuckled, explaining, in fact, Jincheng has improved significantly in recent days. He didn't even confront you just now. Zhao Rong laughed heartily, saying, let him confront me, I assure you, I won't wield my status as a princess against him, he is merely an 8-year-old brat. What's the worst that could happen? We could have a little scuffle, and I'm quite capable in a fight. Suwon, but you are a princess, what do you mean by fighting? Zhao Rong linked her arm with Suwon's and continued, I've had a fondness for martial arts since childhood, even the crown prince's martial arts instructor praised my talent. Unfortunately, as a girl, I am not only barred from the battlefield but also lack the autonomy to choose my own marriage. Upon hearing her mention marriage, Suwon inquired, but your highness still has a year until you reach maturity. Is the palace already seeking a suitor for you? Zhao Rong shook her head, saying, not yet, but it won't be long. My father has been contemplating marriage alliances in recent years, and with so few eligible princesses left unmarried, if I delay, I might find myself betrothed off. While a princess marrying far away is indeed for the sake of political alliance, it entails the lifelong sorrow of never returning home or seeing one's family again. Suwon thoughtfully remarked, as I understand it, Princess Suwining experienced just that. She was hastily wed to a prince upon reaching maturity, and within 6 months, envoys arrived to propose a marriage alliance, forcing the emperor to find a suitable match for her younger sister. Zhao Rong nodded vigorously, exactly. That is why my mother agrees that I should secure a fiancé soon, so I can marry right after reaching maturity. Suwon comprehended, then asked, so, your highness, are you hoping to seize this opportunity to scout for a fiancé today? Zhao Rong, caught off guard by her insight, shyly pulled her into a secluded pavilion, then leaned in to whisper, actually, I already have someone in mind. Suwon turned to her in disbelief, so soon? She meant to say, how could it be so early? Although people in ancient times married young, at this age, it would be akin to a middle school romance in her era, one that would surely provoke parental disapproval. Thus, Suwon swallowed hard, repeatedly reminding herself. Stay calm, don't be impulsive, she is merely a year away from maturity, and even a betrothal could be arranged for a year. Childhood engagements happen even earlier. Zhao Rong blushed, confessing, it's Chen Yunyu's younger brother, Chen Shurgang.
You mean who? Su Wan gasped, Chen Shurgang?
Just a month prior, after learning that Su Lianer was to marry Chen Yunyu, Chui Lu had informed her about the family of the Duke of Jin. The eldest son, Chen Yunyu, had achieved a rank 4 official position at a young age, appearing to be the ideal gentleman sought after by the noble ladies of the capital. However, he secretly maintained a mistress in a brothel, cleverly concealing her until after the marriage. Su Wan had previously expressed her disdain for him, calling him a well-dressed scoundrel, only for Chui Lu to reveal that his younger brother, Chen Shurgang, was also a martial arts enthusiast who followed in his brother's footsteps, keeping not one but multiple mistresses. Zhao Rong, oblivious to the underlying issues, excitedly exclaimed, yes, Chen Shurgang, his martial skills are exceptional. Just the other day, when the swing's rope broke and I flew off, he was the one who saved me. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen hard. Su Wan took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Although she had only recently met the 18th princess, she felt an inexplicable anger akin to that of a father whose daughter had been deceived by a rogue. The young girl was at the tender age of first love. Should she reveal Chen Shurgang's true nature now, it would only incite the princess's resentment, and she would never believe her. Meanwhile, the infatuated Zhao Rong continued to clasp her hands over her heart, immersed in her thoughts. You have no idea how handsome he was, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. When I collided with him, his chest felt so firm, yet incredibly reassuring. My heart raced, and the matron said my face turned red. The books say that is the feeling of being smitten. Su Wan, that is merely the bridge effect, dear sister. It is not love. Despite Su Wan's internal turmoil, she maintained a calm exterior and patiently explained, in such circumstances, anyone would experience a racing heart and flushed cheeks, Your Highness. This is merely an illusion, do not mistake nervousness for romantic feelings. Ah, ha. Zhao Rong halted her daydreaming, looking at her in confusion. Su Wan endeavored to soften her tone. If you do not believe me, I could ask Chui Lu to help you experience it again. Ah! Zhao Rong exclaimed, having been brought down from her lofty thoughts by Chui Lu, still in shock. She gasped for breath and asked, is practicing martial arts really this exhilarating? Su Wan replied, a racing heart, flushed cheeks, and rapid breathing are all signs of what the books describe as being smitten. How can the princess discern whether it is true affection? I can tell, Chui Lu is a girl. The love-struck girl replied candidly. Su Wan covered her head, pained. As a princess, how could you allow a man to touch you? Not to mention, you were in the palace, where there should have been maidservants trained in martial arts to protect you. Why would you ever need Chen Shurgang to rescue you? Upon reflection, he was nothing more than an impudent scoundrel. Yet, Su Wan dared not voice her thoughts too openly, fearing that Zhao Rong might turn against her, which would only backfire. Even so, Zhao Rong seemed somewhat displeased, asking, do you harbor a bias against Chen Shurgang? Do you not want me to marry him? Su Wan smiled, not at all, I merely believe that since you are still young, you should be more cautious in selecting a fiancé to avoid being deceived. After all, marriage is a profoundly significant matter, and I hope that your highness can lead a joyous life every day. Zhao Rong chuckled again, linking arms with her as she said, I understand, Sister Su. Rest assured, I will ensure my mother carefully oversees the matter, so I won't be easily deceived. Su Wan nodded with concern, thinking to herself, may the oversight go smoothly. After finishing her conversation with Zhao Rong, Su Wan hurried towards the main hall, where the bride and groom were currently paying their respects to heaven and earth. The little demon king was also present, but due to the crowd and his short stature, he could see nothing. As a result, he was perched on Ian's shoulders, peering in with his head stretched out. Zhao Rong laughed, commenting, this little one certainly loves to watch the excitement, nothing can deter him. Speaking of which, on the day you marry into the Marquis' residence, he will surely find a good spot to watch. Chapter 82. Pressed down by Su Wan was reminded of embarrassing memories and gritted her teeth, saying, not only can he find the best vantage point, but he can also use firecrackers to blow my veil off. Ah! Zhao Rong exclaimed in shock, is this rascal truly so outrageous? Indeed, then won't he be beaten to a pulp afterward? Zhao Rong remarked. Su Wan replied, never mind, family shame should not be aired. Not only was there no beating, but no punishment either, revealing it would only add to her humiliation. The ceremony is complete. Lead her into the bridal chamber, announced the matchmaker cheerfully, prompting the crowd to disperse. Su Wan pulled Zhao Rong to the corridor to avoid being jostled by the departing guests. As the bride was escorted into the chamber, the groom emerged amidst a throng of admirers. Chen Yunyao, with a face like a crown jade and eyes like bright stars, did indeed appear to be a dashing young gentleman. Alas, he was a refined scoundrel. Su Wan merely glanced at him before turning back to converse with Zhao Rong. However, Chen Yunyao's gaze lingered for a fleeting moment, drawn to a lady adorned in exquisite purple attire. Her complexion was fair, her gaze tranquil, and her finely arched brows were so captivating that one could hardly look away. Come on, groom, the bride has already entered the chamber, someone urged Chen Yunyao, who then seemed to awaken from a dream and hurriedly retracted his gaze, chasing after the bride. On the way, he quietly inquired of his servant, who was the girl in purple under the eaves just now? The servant replied, that is your aunt. Su Wan remained blissfully unaware of the unusual tension, still attempting to engage Zhao Rong in conversation, only to be spotted by the sharp-eyed little rascal. He approached with a gleeful smirk to mock, some people, offend others without uttering a word. Truly, they possess none of this young masteress charm. As soon as Zhong Jincheng arrived, Zhao Rong immediately raised her fist, taking on the role of Su Wan's knight. What charm do you possess? daring to disrupt Su Jia's fail, who wouldn't he call you a little rascal? It's only because Su Jia has a good temper. Were it me, I would beat you 18 times in a day. Who is the little rascal? The little rascal was taken aback. Zhao retorted, I'm speaking of you, little rascal. How come, at such a young age, your hearing has failed you? The little rascal was flustered. How can a princess be so adept at cursing? Are you even a proper girl? Zhao huffed, by coincidence, I happen to hold the title of the palace's foremost young wastrel, spoiled by my father and elder brother, and surrounded by a multitude of maids and eunuchs. I have far more backing than you, the so-called prime wastrel of the capital. The little rascal was left speechless, and he countered, the crown prince clearly favors me most. He favors me most. I am his biological sister. He favors me most, he even gifted me a jade pendant. He gifted me a hairpin as well. Regardless, he favors me most. Favors me. Favors me. The two immature children quarreled, escalating from a dispute over who was the greater wastrel to who was favored by the crown prince, their faces flushed in the commotion. Su-won felt like covering her ears, they were far too loud, and she suspected they might have been born from the same womb. After the wedding banquet concluded, as the little rascal climbed into the carriage, he continued to mutter disparaging remarks about Zhao. It's not like she has anything special. If she weren't a princess, she would have been beaten long ago. Who indulges her? Su-won shot him a glance and retorted, if you weren't so fortunate, you would have been beaten to death countless times. The little rascal exclaimed. She never had a kind word to say. It seemed she was determined to oppose him, preferring to aid an outsider like the 18th princess rather than him. Zhong Jincheng was infuriated and shot back, well, that is still better than you. Neither father nor mother cares for you, and your sister and brother-in-law don't like you either. Su-won raised an eyebrow and inquired, what did you see just now? How do you know Chen Yunyao dislikes me? She had only glanced at him and was engrossed in conversation with Zhao, paying no heed to anything else. However, the little rascal was right at the door, still perched on Dian Yen's shoulder. He should have seen everything clearly. Zhong Jincheng crossed his arms and leaned lazily against the carriage, appearing nonchalant as he said, of course I know. He stole several glances at you and even asked who you were. I reckon he is planning to remember your name to take revenge later. Su-won frowned, what nonsense is that? Do you think everyone is as juvenile as you? Revenge lists are such childish things, only you would go through the trouble of making one. Don't even think about it. She and Qingyi are undoubtedly at the top of your little list. Zhong Jincheng replied dismissively, say what you will. Just be careful. I certainly won't help you, humph. Su-won rolled her eyes at him and replied, you arrogant little brat, don't overestimate yourself. Do I even need your help? Mind your own studies. You re the one who gets beaten by Qingyi every day. What did you say? Upon hearing that name, Zhong Jincheng exploded, shouting, who gets beaten by Qingyi every day? We're not even on the same level. Su-won scoffed, whether you are or not, you're still getting beaten. The gap between you and Qingyi is like heaven and earth, no amount of effort will ever allow you to catch up. I'll fight you. The little rascal went mad, lunging at her to start a brawl. Su-won was no pushover either, she easily pinned the 8-year-old down as if he were a plaything, pressing him to the floor of the carriage with her hands restraining him. She scolded, are you still trying to rebel? Do you really think I'm incapable of dealing with you? Zhong Jincheng was utterly bewildered, unable to retaliate. Throughout his life, he had never lost a fight, whether against Jia Yao or others. Even when facing an adult man, he shouldn't have been overpowered by a mere girl. How could this woman possess such strength? What on earth had she been raised on? Despite being pinned down, the little rascal could still speak. Let go, release me. Su-won replied, I was just lost in thought, and you came looking for trouble. If you keep stirring up trouble, I wouldn't even need Cui Lu to help me subdue you. Having just learned that Zhao was deceived by Qin Shiging, she was still contemplating how to persuade the princess to see through his true nature. Now she had also discovered that Chen Yunyao had been glancing at her a few more times. It was likely that Su Lianer had spoken ill of her to him, and she would inevitably face difficulties in the future. With this in mind, she realized that there was truly discord with the Duke of Jin's residence. There wasn't a single person in the household who was easy to deal with. Zhong Jincheng continued, alright, I won't bother you anymore, just let me go. Su-won released him, flexing her wrists while still casting a threatening glance his way. Zhong Jincheng's face was replete with defiance. What do you mean you won't bother me? This brat clearly has something up his sleeve. Su-won saw right through him but chose not to expose it. As they neared home, she noticed that the little rascal remained motionless, which was unusual. He had always been the first to leap from the carriage. Suppressing a smirk, she lifted the carriage curtain and stepped aside swiftly. At the next moment, the little rascal shot out of the carriage like a cannonball, shouting fiercely, I'm going to smash you. Chapter 83. The best brother in the world, an 8-year-old boy, weighs merely a few dozen pounds. The force of him leaping from the carriage would only be enough to cause someone to stumble, inflicting no serious harm. However, the little demon king always voiced his indignation with fervor, glaring at her with a look that could slay, and then hurling his small frame in her direction. Whether he could actually achieve anything was debatable, yet his bravado was undeniably grand. Alas, the heights of wisdom and cunning are often beyond the reach of the naive. Su-won anticipated the childish antics of the little demon king, swiftly sidestepping, only to turn around and witness the little projectile plummet to the ground like a frog leaping from the carriage. Thud, the dull sound of his body hitting the ground reverberated. Young Master Chang. The maids gasped in unison. Yet, after a prolonged moment, none rushed to assist him. Instead, a pair of embroidered shoes approached, and Suwon's teasing voice rang from above, "Let me see if our young master has lost his front teeth." Zhang Jincheng had collided headfirst with the ground, watching as a sizable bump began to swell on his forehead. In a fit of pain and frustration, he pounded his fist on the earth, crying out, "Damn it! Why was he always failing? Why had he never succeeded? Did Suwon possess eyes behind her back? How was it that she managed to evade him every single time?" Suwon, crouching down with a smile, patted his back and advised, "Little frog, go home and reflect, only then will you have a chance of success next time." Then, standing upright, she flashed a smile at Shunzi and declared, "Everyone, take heed, no one is permitted to assist him in his reflections." Understood. The servants bowed their heads, hastily coming over to lift the little demon king and escort him back to the courtyard, while others rushed to summon the physician. Upon hearing of his younger brother's fall from the study, Zhang Wenxiu quickly set down his brush and made his way to check on him. Long before reaching the courtyard, he was met with the incessant wails of the little rascal. "Be gentle, gentle. Why is the physician so rough? Did Suwon send you here to take revenge on me, you petty-minded people, holding grudges?" Shunzi thought to himself, who exactly is the petty one holding grudges here? "Jin Chang!" Zhang Wenxiu called as he entered. Upon seeing his elder brother, the little demon king broke down in tears, lamenting, "Brother, they are bullying me again." The physician, currently applying ice to him, was left bewildered. Who were they, who would dare bully him? Zhang Wenxiu looked at the bump on his forehead and the ice in the physician's hand, perplexed. "Isn't the physician helping you reduce the swelling?" With tears in his eyes, the physician nodded vigorously, grateful that Master Xiu understood the situation, for Master Chang was utterly unreasonable and exceedingly difficult to tend to. Zhang Wenxiu took the ice from the physician's hands and said, "I'll handle this, you may leave." "Very well." The physician fled as if he had found a lifeline. Zhang Jincheng stuck out his tongue at the physician's retreating figure and quickly put on a facade of a well-behaved child, smiling sweetly at Zhang Wenxiu. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Zhang Wenxiu remarked softly, "Aren't you supposed to be attending a wedding banquet today? How did you return with such a bump on your head?" "Isn't it Suwon? She hit me." Zhang Jincheng began to whine once more. "But that looks like a bump from a fall," Zhang Wenxiu replied, knowing well that injuries from a beating and those from a fall were distinctly different. He glanced at Shunzi, who then divulged the entire story. Zhang Wenxiu sighed, gently applying the ice to Jincheng's forehead. "You should give up. The lady is quite clever, and you cannot outsmart her." Zhang Jincheng stubbornly retorted, "Impossible. I am the smartest person in the world." "Zhang Wenxiu, but you are only 8 years old, still a child. How could you possibly outwit the lady?" Zhang Jincheng continued to ramble. "She just told me to go back and reflect. I can't fathom how she figured it out. She doesn't have eyes in the back of her head, mm? Zhang Wenxiu was puzzled as Zhang Jincheng's eyes darted, and he quickly inquired, "Brother, do you know what is going on?" Zhang Wenxiu was about to explain that it was quite evident if his brother merely observed others more closely, as he often focused solely on himself. Shunzi promptly interjected, "Master Xiu, the lady has instructed that no one is to assist young Master Chang in his reflections. He must figure it out himself." "Shunzi!" Zhang Jincheng shouted angrily, "Get out!" Shunzi, with a look of melancholy, replied, "Yes." Zhang Wenxiu, Zhang Jincheng, in a fit of childish pleading, asked, "Brother, dear brother, my best brother in the world, won't you just tell me what I did wrong? How is it that everyone knows, yet I am in the dark?" Zhang Wenxiu remained tight-lipped. This time, he absolutely could not succumb to weakness. He could not fall for his brother's ploys again. "Brother, please don't be silent. I'm at my wit's end. Brother, share your thoughts with me, it would help me immensely. I could become even smarter, and you would be so proud." Brother, Zhang Wenxiu steeled himself, determined to be a stern elder brother, even as his younger sibling please tugged at his heartstrings. He said helplessly, "Jincheng, if you keep squirming, I will stop applying the ice." Immediately, Zhang Jincheng became compliant. The physician was far less gentle than his brother, relentlessly applying the ice to his swollen bump, causing him to yelp in pain. He peered up, his big eyes pleading, and weakly asked one last time, "Brother, can't you tell me?" Zhang Wenxiu replied, "You must heed the lady's words, think for yourself, otherwise, wouldn't you be guilty of what you once said about a gentleman not accepting unsolicited advice?" Zhang Jincheng, he was completely stumped by his own words. The boomerang of his own remarks was far too formidable. The swelling would diminish slightly after the application of ice, but it would not subside quickly. By the early morning of the third day, before going to check the results, it had still not fully healed. Today, Suwon was not only accompanying the two children to see their results, but she also needed to return to the ministeress' residence around noon, as Su Lianer was bringing Chen Yunyun home. Thus, she had sent someone early on to urge the two children to hasten their pace. However, the more urgent the time became, the more challenges arose, for the little demon king had yet to rise from his slumber. Suwon frowned. How could he still be asleep? Doesn't he usually review his lessons with Wenxiu at this hour? Zhang Wenxiu, equally perplexed, quickly replied, "Madam, do not worry, I shall wake my brother." "Very well, make sure he is prompt and does not dawdle." Zhang Wenxiu hurried to the small courtyard. Upon entering, he found Shunzi anxiously pacing with clothes in hand, repeatedly reminding, "Young master, both Madam and Master Xiu are waiting for you, you must get up." Meanwhile, the little demon king lay cocooned under his blankets, utterly unresponsive. Zhang Wenxiu approached and asked, "What is the matter, Shunzi? Is it that Jincheng's bump hasn't healed, and he feels embarrassed to face anyone?" Chapter 84 of The Little Demon King comes to a realization. Shunzi, utterly perplexed, remarked, "The package hasn't vanished, but it's impossible. Young Master Chang never pays heed to such matters." The Little Demon King, often temperamental, sometimes left even his emotionally astute servant, who had attended to him for many years, baffled by the musings within his mind. Zhang Wenxiu nodded and said, "All right, I understand, you all may leave, I will have a word with Jin Chang." "Yes," Shunzi replied, handing him the clothing before silently exiting the room. Zhang Wenxiu, holding the garments, gently nudged the bundled-up little figure beneath the covers and chuckled, "Jin Chang, how old are you now? Still indulging in bed? Aren't you curious to see your new clothes? They were specially made by Madam, and they look splendid. I assure you, many will commend you once you don them." Typically full of pride, the Little Demon King surprisingly remained unresponsive, motionless as ever. Zhang Wenxiu, taken aback, continued, "The results will be announced today. Are you not intrigued by the outcome? Our Jin Chang must first trample the students of Hanlin Academy before confronting Qingyi in the Tonka class. You are on the brink of completing the first step." At this, the Little Demon King stirred, pulling back the covers to reveal a pair of glossy, dark eyes. Shyly, he confessed, "Brother, I feel a bit anxious." Zhang Wenxiu couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "You, anxious? I would have thought that with your disposition, you would have risen early, brimming with excitement to rush to the academy to see the rankings." The Little Demon King pouted, blinking his eyes, remaining silent as if consumed by insecurity. After a prolonged pause, he finally uttered, "Brother, I don't wish to share a carriage with Suwan today. If he were to perform poorly, that woman would undoubtedly ridicule him." The Little Demon King, proud as he was, wished to avoid further embarrassment. Zhang Wenxiu, ever considerate, suggested, "Shall I have Shunzi inquire?" "Machem." The Little Demon King nodded. After Zhang Wenxiu relayed the request, he awaited Shunzi's return, and upon learning that Suwan had consented, he said, "All right, rise now. We must go see the rankings. Jin Chang, I am certain you will excel today." The Little Demon King, hearing this, finally began to dress, albeit with a lackluster demeanor, resembling a wilted eggplant, sluggish and unenthusiastic. "Brother, what position do you think I will achieve today?" Zhang Wenxiu pondered momentarily before responding, "Last time, you ranked 120th, but a significant portion of that was from other academies. In fact, there are only 50 students from Hanlin North Academy who are 8 years old, and now that the examination has merged the two academies, I believe you will surely secure a spot within the top 20, as your progress has been remarkably swift, quicker than any of your peers." "Only the 20th place," the Little Demon King scoffed, "I can't even aim for first." How could he, in such a diminished state, declare his intent to defeat Qingyi, the top student of the 4 academies? Zhang Wenxiu handed him his shoes, offering consolation. "If first place were so easily attained, would not the students of Hanlin North Academy be leaping from rooftops in despair? You must allow them a chance to breathe, would you not?" The Little Demon King remained disinterested, slipping on his shoes and proceeding to wash up. As he prepared to leave, he clutched 2 hefty meat buns bestowed upon him by his brother, munching on them as he clambered into the new carriage. Zhang Wenxiu, seated within the carriage, tentatively broached, "Jin Chang, are you feeling disheartened due to the events of the other day, perhaps affected by Madam's words?" His younger brother bore dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not rested well. Zhang Jincheng pouted, displaying his discontent, "I simply cannot comprehend, I fail to understand why I always lose and can never attain first place. Brother, are you deceiving me? I am just an ordinary person, not a prodigious talent, am I?" Zhang Wenxiu felt his heart ache for his brother. The poor child was so pitiful that he nearly revealed the truth, yet he restrained himself. "Just wait until you see the results. No one possesses your remarkable learning ability and rapid progress. All the other students will be consumed by jealousy." "Really?" The Little Demon King still appeared defeated, skepticism etched on his face. Upon arriving at Qingba Academy, Suwan did not disembark nor engage in conversation with the two. Zhang Wenxiu, pulling the reluctant Little Demon King from the carriage to view the results, found that the little rascal was exceedingly resistant, his palms clammy with anxiety. As they neared the carriage door, the Little Demon King suddenly froze, a spark of realization illuminating his mind. Zhang Wenxiu, unable to move him, inquired, "What is it, Jin Chang?" Zhang Jincheng's eyes suddenly sparkled, his once dull gaze now vibrant with excitement as he exclaimed, "I understand now, I comprehend why she can anticipate my actions." "Ha?" Zhang Wenxiu had not anticipated he was still mulling over that matter. The Little Demon King joyfully leaped from the carriage, gesticulating animatedly, "It is because my actions are too predictable, any deviation from my usual behavior is bound to be noticed, just like how I am always the first to disembark the carriage and my unwavering confidence in performing well, these are patterns. Thus, you all can easily see through my schemes and predict my movements." Zhang Wenxiu, astonished, broke into laughter, praising, "Precisely, I always said Jin Chang was the cleverest, how swiftly you grasped it." The Little Demon King, puffed with pride, lifted his little tail, buoyantly lost in his own elation, confidently declaring, "I am not only intelligent. I can also deduce from one instance to another, by observing a person's habitual behavior. Once I detect any anomaly, I can recognize their changes and prepare accordingly. I shall keenly observe Suwan from now on and pinpoint her vulnerabilities to strike a blow." Zhang Wenxiu found it difficult to maintain his mirth. "Madam is assisting you in awakening your insights. How can you merely think of using that knowledge against her?" The gloom that had clouded Zhang Jincheng's mind over the past few days dissipated, leaving him in high spirits. He even found his brothers defending Suwan rather endearing, dismissively waving his hand, all right, I shall refrain from targeting her with this tactic, instead, I will observe others' irregularities." Let us go, brother. We must hasten to see the results. The rejuvenated little demon king tugged at Zhong Wenxiu, darting through the crowd with fervor. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Suan lifted the curtain, observing their retreating figures with a smile. This lad's mood shifts faster than a summer rain, changing in an instant. Cui Ji laughed. Madam, shall we require 2 carriages in the future? Suan replied airily, of course not. After delivering them back to the manor today, instruct Steward Lu to stow the carriage away. We shall continue to practice frugality. Yes. As the little demon king dashed through the throng, he incessantly analyzed his observations to Zhong Wenxiu. That person over there, I have seen him before. He always looks crestfallen after viewing the rankings, yet today he appears elated, indicating he must have performed exceptionally well. And that individual typically walks leisurely, but now he is moving with such speed. It surely signifies he has yet to see his results. Moreover, this one, who usually exhibits a timid demeanor, is now sprinting towards the Confucian Academy. He must be seeking recognition, undoubtedly having made the list. Chapter 85. The guilty younger brother Zhong Wenxiu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and praised, Jin Cheng, you learn so swiftly indeed. As long as you pay close attention to others, you will be able to discern their anomalies in a timely manner. This is what we call reading between the lines. Bouncing with delight, Zhong Jincheng chirped, of course, I am the smartest person in the world, I can understand everything. Zhong Wenxiu smiled with satisfaction, glad to see his younger brother's confidence restored after having faltered for a while. This demeanor was much more pleasant to behold. Within the halls of Qingba Academy, students had already begun to chatter excitedly. Ling Yu has made the list, coming in at 48th, he placed second this time. Qin Yi has left, with Zhong Jincheng ahead of him. He is actually in 3rd place. No worries, his father only cares about rankings, perhaps he will come to fetch him soon, while Ling Yu has been at the academy for a whole month. Zhong Wenxiu and Zhong Jincheng overheard the discussions and hurried over to take a look. Indeed, they found Lin Yu listed at the 48th position in Qingba Academy. Lin Yu. He had surpassed 4 students from the Hanlin North Academy and secured his place on the list. Lin Yu was progressing remarkably fast, Zhong Wenxiu remarked. Zhong Jincheng laughed, haha, not bad at all, although he is still a tad behind me, he is certainly better than many others. Zhong Wenxiu quickly covered his mouth, cautioning, mind your words. These are all people, or you might offend them all in no time. Zhong Jincheng was dragged along as they searched for his own ranking near the top, feeling a surge of resentment towards those who were so petty and unable to tolerate a mere truth. At that moment, his brother's voice rang out with excitement, Ninth, it's 9th, Jincheng, you have surpassed a full 42 students from the Hanlin North Academy in just 1 month, incredible. Initially, he had thought that if his brother could break into the top 20, it would be quite commendable, considering the fierce competition from the learning maniacs of the Hanlin North Academy. To his surprise, his brother had outdone them all. Other students also chimed in with congratulations. Jincheng is amazing, just last time he was at the bottom of the list, and now he is on the verge of the top spot. We are simply in awe. Indeed, to progress so many ranks in just a month, I hear he hasn't even attended the academy. Could it be that he underwent some sort of special training at home? He hails from the extraordinarily affluent Yuan Marquis household. I've heard they spend heavily to hire a teacher from the Hanlin North Academy to tutor him specifically. One-on-one lessons surely yield faster results than our own. Ah, how enviable. I wonder how much the teacher from Hanlin North Academy charges for a month. I too wish to persuade my father to hire one for me. Ha, we cannot afford that. I've heard it costs 100 taels of silver per month. 100 taels? Goodness. Indeed, wealth is truly mesmerizing. The little tyrant paid no heed to the gossip surrounding him. His gaze was fixed upon the names of the top 8, all from Hanlin North Academy. Although they still overshadowed him, the pressure felt less suffocating. He turned to his brother and asked, Brother, where is Qin Ye's ranking? Zhong Wenxiu replied, he moved to the children's class. He should be on that list. Do you wish to take a look? The little tyrant nodded vigorously, as if pecking like a chick. The two hurried to find the list for Qin Yi, but as the talk of the academy, the children's class list was crowded to the brim, both inside and out. Thus, Bu Yan made his entrance once more. Zhong Jincheng perched upon his shoulder, craning his neck to glimpse the list. Before looking, he thought to himself that since Qin Yi was competing alongside all students under 12, and with around 200 participants from both academies' children's classes, not to mention a horde of learning zealots from Hanlin North Academy, it would be improbable for Qin Yi to rank in the top 50, perhaps the top 30 at best. After all, he had been bested by Qin Yi before, so he could not be too mediocre. However, the moment he was lifted by Bu Yan, his eyes fell upon the glaring ranking displayed prominently. First, Qingba Academy, Qin Yi. Qin Yi, once again Qin Yi. The Hanlin North Academy must be weeping in despair. The revenge examination they organized for Qin Yi has ended in yet another dismal defeat. Is he planning to maintain the top spot on every list? Incredible. He is simply a genius, the undefeated examination deity. I truly cannot fathom why he remained in the 8-year-old class. Surely he should have advanced to the 10-year-olds. Competing against a bunch of 8-year-olds is hardly a challenge, it's akin to bullying chicks. The bullied chick himself clenched his fists defiantly. Damn Qin Yi, I will definitely defeat you. Zhong Jincheng shouted this loudly, causing many students to turn their heads. While they were not particularly surprised to see him, given the varied ages of students nearby, none of the 8-year-olds idolized him, most looked on with disdain. Your shout is indeed loud, but who could possibly rival Qin Yi? Zhong Jincheng, even if he tops their class, what does it matter when compared to Qin Yi? Dreams are important. Perhaps one day they will come true. Haha, perhaps, too excessive, truly excessive. The little tyrant clenched his fists, his forehead ablaze with fury as Zhong Jincheng hopped down from Bu Yan's shoulder and strode over to Zhong Wenxiu, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to transfer classes. I want to join the children's class and crush Qin Yi." Such titles as Undefeated Legend, Examination Deity, and the one who dominates Hanlin North Academy should solely belong to him, Zhong Jincheng, not that cold-hearted Qin Yi. Zhong Wenxiu was taken aback, then laughed. His brother's tenacity was indeed formidable, brimming with boundless energy. However, you might be a bit too hasty, the progress in the children's class is quite rapid. You would have to wait several months before you can transfer. Even that was considered quick, for others, it would take at least 2 years to catch up. I don't care, I want to join that class. I refuse to play with a bunch of 8-year-olds, I don't want to. The little tyrant tugged at his sleeve, throwing a tantrum, combining charm and mischief that no one could resist. Zhong Wenxiu, feeling helpless, said, "Let us wait until we return to ask the lady and the teachers. If they agree to the transfer, we shall proceed." The little tyrant nodded eagerly, "Then let us hurry back to the manor. I am so clever, the teachers will surely agree to let me transfer." "Well," Zhong Wenxiu scratched his head, "you go ahead and board the carriage, I need to check my ranking." Zhong Jincheng's hurried steps suddenly halted. Yes, in his eagerness to check his own ranking, he had looked at Qin Ye's, even Lin Yu's, yet he had completely forgotten that his brother had not yet seen his results. His brother had been so kind to him, accommodating his every whim, providing comfort and encouragement, accompanying him to view the rankings, yet he had not once thought of his brother. The little tyrant felt a pang of guilt and said, "I'm sorry, brother, I'll accompany you to check." Zhong Wenxiu smiled gently, "It's all right." As they made their way, the little fellow's remorse grew heavier, prompting him to reflect on how many times he had inadvertently overlooked his brother since they had met. Chapter 86, A Wonderful Brother. The drawbacks of his remarkable memory became evident once more. He could recall every single detail, every utterance, and even reconstruct every action that transpired, only to realize that he was excessively self-centered, indifferent to matters beyond his own concerns. Thus, while others easily discerned the patterns, he took several days to comprehend them. Recognizing one's own flaws is a disheartening experience, yet the greater sorrow for the little demon king lay in the fact that he had been unilaterally indulging in petulant demands from Zhong Wenxiu, who remained unfazed and unconcerned by it all. How could such a benevolent person exist in this world? Zhong Jincheng tilted his head slightly and inquired, "Brother, are you not at all angry with me?" "Huh, angry about what?" Zhong Wenxiu responded. Zhong Jincheng felt even more despondent, stating, "It's just that I forgot to accompany you to check the results." "Being overlooked like this, aren't you upset?" He briefly entertained the thought that if Zhong Wenxiu were to focus solely on his own results and dismiss the idea of him needing to check his own, he would undoubtedly erupt in a fit of rage. Zhong Wenxiu smiled and replied, "It's quite all right, you are my younger brother, and it is the duty of an elder brother to care for and be lenient towards his younger sibling. Besides, you merely forgot this once. I know you are eager to advance and defeat Qin Yi, which is commendable and shows great ambition. I can understand that." Upon hearing this, Zhong Jincheng felt a surge of guilt. How could he, with such a wonderful brother, continue to take without offering anything in return? He pouted and remarked, "Are you incapable of feeling anger?" Suddenly halting in his tracks, Zhong Wenxiu countered, "No, I do get angry." "Ah?" Zhong Jincheng looked up in confusion. Zhong Wenxiu stated earnestly, "I become angry when you take advantage of me. I get angry when you act unjustly. I am angered when you fail to appreciate Madame's kindness and instead contemplate revenge upon her." Zhong Jincheng candidly replied, "Well, it seems there are quite a few things that can anger you." Zhong Wenxiu simply responded with a pause, "How could he possibly compete with you? You, the young master who gets angry 800 times a day, have the audacity to say such a thing." Zhong Wenxiu continued, "In any case, the things that anger me are matters of principle. I do not hold grudges over trivial matters." "Oh, I understand," Zhong Jincheng replied, though his mind was occupied with the 3 principles his brother had just mentioned: exploitation, injustice, and ingratitude. Was he truly so flawed? The little demon king pouted, lost in contemplation and discontent, when he suddenly felt his brother release his arm, saying, "We've arrived, I'll go ahead to take a look." Zhong Jincheng followed suit, searching alongside Zhong Wenxiu, but in stark contrast to his brother, he began his quest from the top of the rankings. Although his brother's innate talent was somewhat inferior compared to his own, it was still considerably stronger than the average, which explained how he had managed to catch up so swiftly in less than a year. Additionally, their family was part of that seemingly odd yet exceptionally skilled class at the Marquis' estate, which had accelerated their learning progress significantly. Thus, he felt assured that his brother would undoubtedly perform exceptionally well this time. Starting from the top, he quickly scanned through the densely packed names of the Hanlin North Academy students, easily spotting the absence of their academy's names. However, in the second column, he saw a familiar name. Qingba Academy, 19th place. Jia, Qingba Academy. Zhong Wenxiu, the little demon king exclaimed in excitement, "Brother, you're here, you've made the list, and you've placed 19th, you've outperformed so many students from Hanlin North Academy." Zhong Wenxiu, still searching at the end of the list, abruptly turned at the sound of his brother's voice, only to see him jubilantly bouncing around at the top of the rankings. His brother declared that he had made the list, and that he was in 19th place. Amidst the cacophony of students crowding around the rankings board, their animated discussions barely audible, Zhong Jincheng's loud and clear voice rang out, invigorating those around him. "I made the list." Zhong Wenxiu had never dared to imagine he could achieve such a feat. Perhaps it was because he had grown accustomed to seeing his younger brother's extraordinary talent and academic prowess that he had come to regard himself as merely an ordinary individual. Yet he forgot that he too had once been someone who could keep pace with his peers in just half a year. As Song Jincheng dashed over from the top, eagerly pulling him along, he boasted, "It's true, it's true. Come quickly and see, your name is written beautifully on the list." Standing before the rankings board, Zhong Wenxiu beheld his name for the first time, and memories flooded back of the countless nights spent studying diligently, of his ailing mother confined to her sickbed, and of the hunger and despair that plagued the slums. In that moment, he began to entertain the notion, I will undoubtedly have a wonderful, splendid future. The two brothers, both having achieved commendable exam results, walked side by side, discussing how many places they could improve in the next examination. "Brother, I truly believe I must advance to the next class. Otherwise, what significance would it hold if I took first place next time? Being first among the 8-year-olds is too embarrassing. I must at least claim the title among the 9-year-olds, right?" "That's a valid point. I too believe my brother can secure first place among the 9-year-olds. Of course, I am destined to be a great talent in the future. Oh, right, so are you. You'll definitely take first place next time, trampling all those Hanlin North Academy students underfoot." "Shoo. Keep your voice down. We don't want the Hanlin North Academy folks to overhear. I'm afraid they might get so furious they want to take a swing at you." That was quite the provocative statement. "Humph, I'm not afraid. If anything, it might just make them angry." Indeed, you always let others take the blame for your mischief. How does it feel to have someone perpetually fighting your battles?" I don't do that. The two brothers engaged in playful banter, creating a warm and affectionate atmosphere. However, before they could exit the academy, they spotted Father Lin, who was pointing at Lin Yu and exclaiming, "You've once again regained second place, surpassing 4 students from Hanlin North Academy. Well done. If only you had worked this hard earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure a month's worth of hardship at the academy. Come home with me. From now on, behave yourself. I am still willing to support your education." Zhong Jincheng's fists clenched in frustration. This old man truly had a knack for hitting all the sore spots with his words. Lin Yu scoffed coldly, bypassing him and striding toward the academy, clearly uninterested in exchanging a single word with Father Lin. Father Lin, growing agitated, chased after him, shouting, "What's with this tantrum? Do you truly believe it's more enjoyable to suffer at the academy? Look at your clothes, they're tattered, and you probably can't even afford new ones. Our Lin family is considered well off. Don't let others see and think I'm abusing you." Chapter 87 Our maturity and composure. Lin Yu retorted sharply, "I do not require your concern regarding how I live my life. You never bothered with me before, so your feigned concern now is quite insincere. Please take your leave. I possess the ability to sustain myself and do not need your charity to pursue my studies." "You sustain yourself?" Lin's father scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Grasping Lin Yu's arm, he exclaimed, "What capability does an insignificant 8-year-old child like you have to support yourself? You dress like a beggar, and I feel utterly humiliated to have such a son." Lin Yu shrugged off his grip and replied coldly, "If you find me so disgraceful, then let us sever our father-son ties. I have no desire to engage in this charade any longer. It is truly repugnant." "You!" Lin's father raised his hand, shouting, "You ungrateful wretch, today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." "Stop! Do not lay a hand on Lin Yu!" Zhong Jincheng and Zhong Wenxiu shouted in unison. Bu Yan swiftly seized Lin's father's hand, flinging it to the ground. Lin's father cried out in agony, "Ouch, my back, who dares to strike someone within the academy? Are you unaware of my reputation as Lin Yu of Qingyun Street?" The little tyrant snorted, responding with even greater arrogance, "Then you must not have heard of my esteemed name, Zhong Jincheng, the foremost among the 4 young rascals of the capital? Zhong Wenxiu, are you trying to intimidate the intimidator? Yet, one must admit, it is rather effective." Lin's father immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, tremblingly inquired, "Zhong Jincheng of the Yuanyang Marquis household?" Lin's family was merely a merchant family, possessing some wealth but no power whatsoever. Moreover, the opposing party belonged to the Yuanyang Marquis household, the wealthiest noble family in the capital, possessing both riches and influence that far surpassed his own. Lin's father promptly cowered, retreating a few steps in fear, quickly changing his demeanor to one of ingratiation. "Ah, it is young Master Zhong. It seems I have been blind to greatness. I have long admired your esteemed name." Lin Yu could not help but scoff, entirely unsurprised by his father's reaction. It was in the merchant's nature to behave thus. Zhong Jincheng proudly lifted his chin, stating, "Lin Yu has declared he no longer wishes to be your son. Not if you continue to pester him, I shall not hold back." Lin's father hastily waved his hands, I wouldn't dare. Since young Master Zhong has spoken, I shall certainly comply. I no longer want this child. You may have him. Do take him. I shall leave at once and never return to Qingba Academy again." With that, he scurried away, not daring to look back. Lin's father's fear of the Yuanyang Marquis household was not solely due to its noble status, but also because its vast business interests spanned numerous industries, capable of obliterating the Lin family with but a mere flick of a finger. Although Lin Yu was his son, he had countless others. He could easily disregard this disobedient and ungrateful child, as he held no hope for Lin Yu's future, believing he would inevitably return, begging for a way back home. Zhong Jincheng watched Lin's father's retreating figure, furrowing his brow. "Brother, I intended to help Lin Yu drive him away, but now that he has fled so quickly, I feel even more discontent. What could be the reason?" Zhong Wenxiu pondered. It is likely that he empathized with Lin Yu, feeling discomfort at having such a cold-hearted father. With a father like that, it is perhaps better to have none at all.
Zhong Jincheng nodded thoughtfully, that makes sense.
Meanwhile, Lin Yu approached them to express his gratitude. Zhong Jincheng waved his hand dismissively, no trouble at all, it was merely a small act. Zhong Wenxiu, exhibiting greater politeness, smiled and encouraged, Lin Yu, you have made significant progress in this examination compared to the last. If you continue on this path, you are certain to achieve excellent results, making your father regret his actions.
Lin Yu smiled in return, thank you, I think so too. He then turned to Zhong Jincheng, are you planning to visit the child class to find Xinyi after your exam?
Zhong Jincheng tilted his head and thought, not yet. My brother advised me not to rush. Why, do you wish to join the child class? Lin Yu shook his head with a smile, no, the child class is for prodigies, I am merely an ordinary person who puts in a bit of effort. I plan to study diligently and, in a few years, take the regular imperial examination, that should suffice.
Ah.
Zhong Jincheng looked puzzled. After Lin Yu bid them farewell, he returned to the academy to continue his studies. Zhong Jincheng observed Lin Yu's retreating figure, perplexed, brother, why does he lack confidence, he won't even attempt to enter the child class, he should at least give it a try, who knows, he might be a prodigy too.
Zhong Wenxiu chuckled softly, not everyone can be a prodigy, you know.
I've heard that Lin Yu began his education at 3 and took 5 years to barely achieve 3rd place in the 8-year-old class. Once he leaves Qinghua Academy, there will be countless students of various ages who surpass him. He does not possess any distinct advantages. Zhong Jincheng nodded in understanding, indeed, not everyone can be as clever, capable, and gifted as I am, otherwise, how would my uniqueness be highlighted, I understand now.
Zhong Wenxiu, here we go again. Can my brother share a bit of his confidence with me?
Young Master Chang, young Master Xiao, the madam wishes to return to the minister's residence promptly and has sent me to escort you back, Steward Lu announced as he approached them. The two brothers were engrossed in their conversation, and just as Zhong Wenxiu was about to reply affirmatively, Zhong Jincheng swiftly covered his mouth to silence him. But he then asked Steward Lu, is the Duke of Jin's household returning today?
Do we not need to go?
Steward Lu approached with a faint smile, do the two young masters wish to attend? There will be many people visiting the minister's residence today, not just from the Duke of Jin's household.
The minister himself will be present, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Isn't it inappropriate?
Zhong Wenxiu whispered, Jincheng, the minister's residence will surely be crowded today, we may end up causing trouble for the madam. Zhong Jincheng's eyes gleamed mischievously as he patted his brother's hand firmly, how could that be?
We are both so mature and composed, we will not cause any chaos, I assure you. Zhong Wenxiu, I have my doubts, Steward Lu?
Mature and composed, perhaps that applies to young Master Xiao, but what do those terms have to do with you, the little tyrant? The reliable steward maintained his composure, mentally berating Zhong Jincheng 1,000 times while wearing a cheerful smile, clearly reluctant to take him along. Zhong Jincheng continued to persuade, I truly will not disrupt anything. I just learned to read people's expressions from my brother and need more practice. I guarantee I will speak softly and only to my brother. Steward Lu conceded, then I shall inform the madam, and you two young masters may join me in the carriage.
You can converse on the way.
All right. Zhong Jincheng tugged Zhong Wenxiu towards the carriage. As they ran, Zhong Wenxiu inquired, Jincheng, what exactly do you wish to do? Steward Lu mentioned that today is a formal occasion, and we must not hinder the madam.
We will not hinder, I assure you. This time, we absolutely will not. Zhong Jincheng whispered a secret into his ear. Zhong Wenxiu immediately ceased his objections, are you being serious?
Chapter 88 Su Wan's test. Zhong Jincheng nodded, truly, I have promised not to deceive you again. Trust me, brother. Zhong Wenxiu gazed fixedly at him, responding earnestly, very well, I trust you. While waiting for people in the carriage, Su Wan conferred with Cui Ji on how to subtly alert the 18th princess about the matter. Ultimately, these two emotionally astute women unanimously agreed that direct confrontation would yield little reward. Such matters often lead to more trouble than they are worth. However, inaction was not an option. Allowing the princess to remain deceived was far less preferable than anonymously presenting the clues to the princess's mother, Consort Jing, to investigate. The outcomes, whether favorable or not, would surely be more beneficial than if she were to rely solely on a friend she had only recently met. Furthermore, the palace concubines were all skilled in their own right, Cui Ji remarked, but we have no access to Consort Jing. Should you make a special trip to the palace, my lady? The princess mentioned that visiting her palace is more convenient than entering the East Palace. Su Wan shook her head, replying, even if her palace is accessible, it is of no use. The concubines and the princess do not reside in the same quarters, and I cannot directly request an audience with Consort Jing. What then shall we do? Cui Ji found herself at a loss.
Su Wan smiled and said, there is still another way. What is it? The law of 6 degrees. Ah.
Cui Ji was momentarily bewildered by the unfamiliar term. Su Wan elaborated, in this world, two strangers can connect with one another through no more than 6 intermediaries. Cui Ji was even more astonished. How can that be? Her instinct was to argue, thinking, could I really reach the reigning emperor through 6 people? Yet, upon further contemplation, she realized it was indeed plausible, and potentially even fewer than 6 were needed. Su Wan silently calculated the network of relationships between herself and the 18th princess, excluding Madame Jai and the people from the Jin State Duke's household, and identified a particularly suitable couple.
The Crown Princess. The Crown Princess.
Su Wan and Cui Ji simultaneously uttered the name, though the former did so with composure, while the latter expressed shock. Shuishi swallowed hard and said, "My lady, you are truly clever. The crown princess can directly meet with consort Jing in the palace. You could completely bypass the princess and have the crown princess convey our message." Suwan nodded in agreement. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is particularly fond of the 18th princess, and the Crown Princess is exceedingly protective of him. She will undoubtedly take action. Not only might she relay our message, but she may even investigate on her own. Shuishi added, "Now that I think about it, the Crown Princess's relationship with the princess is indeed closer than ours." "Ha, that is only natural. No matter how well we get along, time is an essential factor, and it cannot compare to the bond formed through years of love and care." Suwan understood this well. "When I return today, I shall write a letter to the Crown Princess, and you may arrange for someone to deliver it to the palace." "Understood." Having settled these matters, Chuelu came over with good news, "My lady, splendid news. Both young masters performed exceptionally well in their examinations. Young Master Chang ranked 9th on the list, first in the academy. Young Master Xiu ranked 19th, also first in the academy." Suwan's eyes brightened at the news, and she exclaimed, "Excellent. Wenxiu is progressing rapidly." Shuishi chuckled, "My lady, it is fortunate that young Master Chang is not here, otherwise, upon hearing you praise young Master Xiu, he would likely become quite incensed." "Ah," Suwan laughed heartily, "that mischievous boy hardly needs anyone's praise. He is likely strutting about with his tail in the air." Though he boasted about wanting to achieve first place and outshine Qin Yi, defeating the numerous scholars from the Hanlin Academy was also a source of considerable pride. This relentless ascent instills a heightened motivation in one. Chui Lu timely remarked, "I heard that young Master Chang indeed wishes to transfer classes, aiming to outdo Qin Yi in the children's class." Suwan turned to Chuiji, understanding, "See, I told you he would undoubtedly become arrogant." Chuiji, noticing the time, Suwan prepared to head to the Minister of Personnel's residence when, unexpectedly, the two boys rushed over, panting heavily. Chuiji lifted the carriage curtain, and the boys hopped in. His own Jincheng called out to the driver, "Let us go, we're going to be late." As the carriage began to move, Suwan raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you two coming back with me?" Zhong Jincheng crossed his arms, brimming with pride, "Of course. The two of us, having placed first in the academy, cannot return without bringing you honor." Zhong Wenxiu lowered his head, covering his face. "Brother, for the love of all that is good, please refrain from dragging me into your boasting. It feels rather embarrassing to be labeled as first in the academy when I just climbed to 19th place." Suwan huffed, "You wish to tag along to stir up trouble. I must remind you, my father, the Minister of Justice, has a rather volatile temper. If he becomes angry and decides to punish someone, it won't matter who you are, even if you are a noble heir." This was a candid truth. The little tyrant often caused mischief either at home or outside, but her negligent father had overseen the Ministry of Justice for many years, and his face could turn as dark as thunder at any moment. Seeing his brother misunderstood, Zhong Wenxiu hurriedly explained, "No, my lady, my brother merely wishes to assist you in." The little tyrant quickly covered his mouth, grinning mischievously, and interrupted, "Helping you gain honor. Zhong Wenxiu, is this face ever going to be finished?" Suwan's gaze flicked between the two, noting the little tyrant's unusual demeanor, which seemed different from his previous schemes. Could it be that this time he truly had a well-thought-out plan? Zhong Jincheng, meanwhile, appeared quite content, munching on snacks and playfully teasing his brother, unusually refraining from retorting against Suwan. This left her puzzled, prompting her to test for any potential cracks in their facade. "I just heard that you want to transfer to the children's class?" Zhong Jincheng abruptly turned his head, nodding vigorously, "Indeed. If Qin Yi can transfer, so can I. The children's class is merely a trifling matter for someone as exceptionally gifted as me. It won't be long before I surpass Qin Yi and claim second place." Suwan silently mused. "Excellent, still so blindly confident," she said. "Given your current progress, transferring to the 9-year-old class would allow you to secure a decent ranking at best. You would likely only be in the same class as Wenxiu, but would probably be left far behind. As for the children's class, you should not entertain such thoughts for the time being. You would not be able to keep up." Zhong Jincheng immediately exploded with indignation. "How could I not keep up? I am so clever and talented. Why can't I directly transfer to the children's class? If Qin Yi can do it, why can't I? Are you deliberately targeting me, trying to slow down my progress?" Suwan replied nonchalantly, "Do you think that the only reason Qin Yi was on the same list as you before was due to his abilities?" Zhong Jincheng furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Suwan clarified, "You little rascal, you underestimate Qin Yi far too much. He only remained in the class of his peers for the sake of his brother." Chapter 89. The tools of Zhong Jincheng. Not only was Zhong Jincheng taken aback, but even Zhong Wenxiu looked over with curiosity and inquired, "Qin Yi has an older brother?" "I thought he was the sole heir of the Qin family," Zhong Jincheng chimed in. After all, the last time he happened to pass by the Qin residence with Bu Yan, perched on the wall, he had only seen Qin Yi engrossed in his studies. Suwan shook her head, enlightening them. "The Qin family has 2 sons. His elder brother is the boy you encountered last time at Hanlin North Courtyard, named Qinshi, who was of the same age as Wenxiu." "Qin Yi met his brother during his last visit to North Courtyard?" Zhong Wenxiu exclaimed, "Why are they not studying in the same academy?" Zhong Jincheng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly remarked, "If Qinshi is able to study at Hanlin North Courtyard, he must possess knowledge superior to that of Qin Yi, right? That surly-faced lad must feel overshadowed by his brother, which is why he wants to come to Qingba Academy to bully the weak." He concluded with a remark, "A scheming fellow. Zhong Wenxiu, what peculiar hobby does my younger brother possess, to concoct such narratives and offer evaluations?" Suwon chuckled, young master, you certainly have a vivid imagination. Did I not just mention that Qin Yi remains in the same class as his peers for the sake of his brother? Otherwise, you would never have had the opportunity to share the same ranking with him. What did you say? The little demon king was incensed. How could he possibly be deprived of the chance to share a ranking with Qin Yi? This was an insult even more profound than when Qin Yi topped the list while he languished at the bottom. This woman has an uncanny ability to tread upon his ire. Zhang Wenxiu pressed his arm down, saying, brother, do not be angry just yet, listen quietly to madam, I am quite curious. During our last encounter at Hanlin North Courtyard, it seemed as if Qin Yi was instructing Qin Shi on something. Could it be that Qin Yi's intellect surpasses that of his brother? Zhong Jingcheng instinctively retorted, how could that be, they share the same parents, and Qin Shi is 2 years older, how could there be such a disparity? Besides, Qin Shi is also a scholar of North Courtyard, how much worse could he be? While the scholars of Hanlin North Courtyard were indeed his vanquished foes, they were at least from the foremost academy in the capital and could not be deemed inferior. Naturally, he persisted in this belief to demonstrate just how exceptional he was for having triumphed over them. The little demon king puffed up with pride, crossing his arms and assuming a haughty demeanor. Suwon cast a glance, thinking that if he could sprout a tail, it would certainly be perked up and swaying at this moment. Under the expectant gazes of the two youngsters, Suwon divulged the truth: the Qin family upholds a commendable academic tradition. Both brothers began their education at the age of 3, and each is more diligent than the other. Qin Shi is a prodigy among his peers, inheriting his father's scholarly spirit, having entered Hanlin North Courtyard at the age of 5 and receiving countless accolades from elders. However, his younger brother, Qin Yi, gradually revealed an even greater talent as he matured, swiftly mastering reading and writing. By the age of 6, he had caught up to the progress of his 8-year-old brother, Qin Shi. From this point onward, the gaze of Qin's father and elders shifted away from Qin Shi, despite his own excellence. In contrast, Qin Yi was regarded as the undisputed future top scholar, treated as a child prodigy by all, basking in exclusive praise. Comparisons between brothers are inevitable, and Qin Shi, as the elder by 2 years, began to suffer ridicule and mockery. Zhong Jingcheng was taken aback, exchanging a glance with his brother, perplexed. Why must there be comparisons? Clearly, Qin Shi is also quite remarkable. He is no lesser than anyone else. Surely, these people do not deliberately seek to bully Qin Shi? Zhong Wenxiu pondered for a moment. I can somewhat comprehend their perspective on the Qin brothers, yet I fail to understand why they mock Qin Shi. Out of jealousy, Suwon replied, it is human nature to be unable to bear others surpassing oneself, often seeking reasons to belittle others. Qin Yi's talent provides them with a justification to deride Qin Shi, and they would even add, look, you are hardly exceptional if you cannot surpass your own brother. Zhong Jingcheng's brow twitched with fury as he raised his arm, declaring, my fists are already clenched. Zhong Wenxiu, there was no need to take it so personally. And what happened thereafter? Did Qin Yi intentionally remain in the same class as his peers to shield his brother from ridicule? Zhong Wenxiu recalled this reason and found that even the cold and aloof Qin Yi was not devoid of compassion. Suwon nodded with a smile. Indeed, when Qin Yi transferred from Hanlin North Courtyard to Qingba Academy, he initially adhered to the routine, securing first place in the 8-year-old class. However, upon learning of this, Qin Shi had a conversation with him, and thereafter, Qin Yi began to plan for his advancement to the child prodigy class. Zhong Wenxiu chuckled, so they reconciled. Ah. The little demon king, slow to grasp the situation, said, did I miss something? When did they have a falling out? Zhong Wenxiu laughed. It was a psychological reconciliation. The brothers came to terms with the external judgment they faced. Qin Yi no longer suppressed his abilities, and Qin Shi did not mind if his younger brother surpassed him. Each pursued their studies at the academy that suited their own pace. The little demon king. Now he understood this meant that during the previous 2 examinations, their shared ranking was entirely due to Qin Shi. Those bothersome brothers. Zhong Jingcheng fumed. He resolved that from this day forth, he would have nothing to do with the 2 brothers of the Qin family. Suwon shot him a glance, thinking that with this grudge-bearing disposition, he was likely adding another entry to his list of grievances. Suwon continued, the next examination is a month away, and I offer you 2 choices, the top 50 in the 9-year-old category or an unranked position in the 10-year-old category. You may choose which examination to take. After all, there was no hope for the child prodigy class. He wouldn't even be able to fill out the paper. Zhong Jingcheng immediately protested, how could I possibly be unranked? My brother secured first place at Qingba Academy, how could I possibly be 120 places behind him? Suwon feigned nonchalance, well, give it a try. I think you are overly confident and underestimate your brother. After all, Qingba Academy is the 4th best institution in the entire capital. You might return after attempting the 10-year-old examination, only to be disheartened enough to repeat the 8-year-old class. Stop looking down on people. Zhong Jingcheng retorted, hands on hips. I intend to leap over 2 age categories and secure a place on the 10-year-old rankings, putting you firmly in your place. Suwon was immensely satisfied, yet her expression remained one of obvious skepticism. All right, go ahead and try. Who can outdo you? Zhong Jingcheng. This woman who always belittled him, he would certainly make her aware of his capabilities. Wait for me, this young master will show you. The young master made a fierce declaration. Suwon continued her feigned indifference, I'll wait for you to return in tears after failing. The little demon king was exasperated. Who would cry after failing an exam? No, who would fail? Suwon replied, who knows?
It certainly won't be Wenxiu, nor will it be Qin, and it certainly won't be Qin Yi. Sora, that child Qin Yi is truly remarkable, his parents must be exceedingly proud. Chapter 90. The lifelong rival of Jin Chang. I shall fight you, I shall fight you. In the confines of the narrow carriage, Zhang Wenxiu observed his younger brother lunging at the lady like a soccer ball. Before he could hastily rise to intervene, he witnessed his brother being swiftly subdued in a single maneuver. That was astonishingly quick. Zhang Wenxiu, half risen, sank back into his seat. The lady was formidable. Do you dare to defy me again? Suan pressed, her tone authoritative. The little demon king, pinned to his seat and blushing fiercely, gritted his teeth and retorted, please don't grip my neck, don't press my elbow, my leg. Suan showed no mercy, her grip unwavering. That simply cannot be. If I were to release you, wouldn't you just flee? It would take several moments to subdue you again. Several moments, wasn't that merely the blink of an eye? Was she implying that due to their disparity in strength, she could consistently overpower him in mere moments? That was far too swift. The little demon king felt a sting of humiliation, his face reddening as he attempted to resist, but alas, he was firmly suppressed by his wicked stepmother, utterly immobilized. Dreadful, simply dreadful. You only bully children. Suan paid no heed to such childish accusations, instead laughing heartily. Indeed, children are quite easy to bully. Look at him, he can't even rise. Isn't that so, Wenxiu? Zhang Wenxiu raised both hands in surrender, merely wishing for these two to refrain from involving him in their skirmish. Little did he know, the young demon king, akin to a drowning man grasping at a straw, quickly called out, brother, save me, I am your dearest brother. Zhang Wenxiu, the blade of familial ties struck him mercilessly. His gaze shifted toward Suan, hesitating over whether to plead for his brother. The little demon king, in a state of panic, exclaimed, didn't you promise to help me from now on? She merely asked you to accompany me in my studies, not to oppose me. Reminded of their agreement, Zhang Wenxiu hastily stood and spoke, Madam, Suan suddenly realized, so this is how you've been deceiving Wenxiu. No wonder he has been more indulgent towards you than before, you little rascal, your tricks of persuasion have grown increasingly sophisticated. Zhang Wenxiu was taken aback, deceiving him, though he didn't fully comprehend, he felt an acute fear that his brother might betray his trust again. The little demon king, sensing the urgency, protested, I haven't deceived anyone, am I not speaking the truth? You never demanded he must assist you in dealing with me. Suan pinched his ear, declaring, but I never insisted he aid you against me either. You've secretly lured Wenxiu away, haven't you? Oh, you little scoundrel, trying to undermine me. The little demon king grimaced as she tugged at his ear, yet he continued to argue, you're talking nonsense. He is my brother, not yours. This alliance was mine to begin with. If anyone is digging, it's you digging at my foundation. Suan scoffed, turning to Zhang Wenxiu, did you hear that? While he didn't deceive you, he is certainly scheming to win you over. This isn't exploitation, it's manipulation, though it may not seem harmful. You ought to be vigilant in the future, lest you be sweet-talked away and find yourself counting coins for someone else. Zhang Wenxiu fell silent for a moment before replying, understood. Thank you for your guidance, madam. Upon hearing this, Suan released the little demon king. Now that the fire was ablaze in the backyard, the little rascal would need to douse the flames, and wouldn't have the energy to further quarrel with her. Indeed, the moment Zhong Jincheng was released, he hurriedly approached with a woeful expression, calling, brother. Suan rolled her eyes at him. This boy had begun his charming antics again. It was rather nauseating. Zhang Wenxiu, having seen this behavior from his brother numerous times, initially found it difficult to resist his soft-heartedness, but now he had developed a degree of immunity, no longer easily swayed. He shifted slightly away, clearly unwilling to engage in conversation with his brother. The little demon king, simple and straightforward in nature, adhered to the adage of, if the mountain will not come to me, then I must go to the mountain. He quickly edged closer, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology. Brother, don't listen to her nonsense. I am not deceiving you, I speak from the heart. We are brothers, you treat me well, and I treat you well in return, that is only right. Zhong Wenxiu felt a flicker of wavering resolve. After hearing the lady's words, he considered that perhaps his brother was indeed trying to sweet-talk him, yet, his brother's claims also seemed valid, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to whether he was being deceived. The little demon king, sensing his brother's indecision, pressed on, truly, those who deceive have ulterior motives, yet look, I haven't asked you to do anything for me. I've been quite well behaved lately, neither deceiving you, nor causing trouble for Suan, nor being disrespectful to the tutor. I have fulfilled the 3 promises I made to you. Zhang Wenxiu turned his head to regard him. His brother's assertions seemed not entirely unfounded. Indeed, he had been quite well behaved of late. Suan timely interjected, didn't you just ask him to save you? Her words effortlessly shattered all of the little demon king's previous efforts. The little demon king gasped, Suan, you are my lifelong rival. Madam, we have arrived at the minister's residence, came the voice of Cui Ji from outside. Suan lifted the curtain and exited the carriage. Noticing a carriage had already stopped at the entrance, she inquired of the guard at the door, have the people from the Duke of Jin's residence arrived? The guard replied, yes, they just entered. Suan nodded, turning to Cui Lu, you take Wenxiu and Jincheng to the courtyard to play. I will speak with the elders for a while. Understood. Inside the carriage, the little demon king, who should have been the first to leap out, now hesitated to disembark. Taking advantage of Suwan's absence, he initiated an emotional onslaught on Zhang Wenxiu. Zhang Wenxiu sighed, let us discuss matters upon our return to the Marquis residence. We mustn't keep the madam waiting. You promised me today that you would not cause her any trouble.
Zhong Jincheng fell silent, lost in contemplation, filled with regret for having come on this trip. Initially, he had worried that the couple from the Duke of Jin's residence would bully Su Wan. He thought, with his grandparents absent, he was, after all, the highest-ranking member of the Marquis household. Even if the Duke's couple did not favor Su Wan, she still represented their esteemed lineage, and he could not allow others to trample upon the honor of the Marquis household. Yet now he found himself subjected to Su Wan's bullying. Had he known, he would never have come to aid her. Good intentions, ill rewards, wicked woman. With a scowling face, the little demon king descended from the carriage, casting unkind glances at everyone, even glaring at the guards at the entrance of the minister's residence. As he pondered, he spotted his stepmother, Lu, emerging to greet the brothers of the Zhong family. She didn't spare Zhong Wenxiu a glance, instead approaching the little demon king with warmth, exclaiming, "Jincheng, you've finally arrived. It has been months since we last met, and you've grown even more handsome. Come, let your grandmother take a good look at you." The little demon king immediately donned a face of utter bewilderment. "Grandmother, I have no idea where my mother is. Who are you?" Chapter 91. Jin Cheng's counterattack against the Lu clan. The Minister of the Interior was currently engaged in a cordial discussion with the new son-in-law of the Duke of Jin within his chambers. Upon noticing Su Wan's arrival, Lu Shi extended a superficial courtesy before stepping out to greet Zhong Jincheng. Compared to Su Wan, he was indeed the most deserving individual for her to personally welcome within the entire Yuanyang Marquis. However, it was evident that the little demon king was in a foul mood, finding even the sight of dogs displeasing. Thus, the term grandmother collided directly with his ire. Zhong Jincheng, with a sullen expression, ignored her. Lu Shi surmised that he had quarreled with Su Wan once more and promptly pursued him, saying, "My daughter has the worst temper. Jincheng, you must be more forgiving and not engage with her as your mother does. If you truly dislike her, perhaps you could ask your grandmother to arrange for your father to take several concubines, thereby diverting some of her energy and preventing her from tormenting you." To have his missing uncle take a concubine? Zhong Wenxiu, who had been overlooked, suddenly raised his head, quickly glancing at his younger brother, fearing that Lu Shi might deceive him. The lady treated his brother exceptionally well, as she did him and their mother. He could not bear to see her subjected to such difficulties. Ah! Zhong Jincheng blinked, halting in his tracks. What was this old woman babbling about? His father was not even home. How could they take concubines? Moreover, what would be the point, if even a secondary concubine like Hong Yin-yang could be subdued by Su Wan? Wouldn't the presence of concubines in the main house only empower Su Wan further, allowing a coalition of women to conspire against him? Zhong Jincheng's mind raced, quickly piecing together the situation. This old woman was indeed up to no good. First, she married Su Wan into his family, and now she sought to introduce concubines, harboring ulterior motives. Yet, as he scrutinized Lu Shi's countenance, he noticed her smiling face, radiating kindness and sincerity, starkly contrasting with his own learned ability to read emotions. What was going on? Had he misjudged her? Puzzled, Zhong Jincheng turned to his brother, but before he could speak, Zhong Wenxiu shook his head, leaving him uncertain whether it was a gesture to refrain from questioning or from acquiescing. Lu Shi continued, "If your grandmother cannot find suitable candidates, she could ask Madame Zhao from the minister's household for assistance. They have several daughters who are quite lovely and favored by children." The little demon king mused to himself. Children prefer to play with other children, who would enjoy the company of a gaggle of flirtatious women. Observing his continued silence and the diminishing anger on his face, Lu Shi assumed he was taking her words to heart and beamed even more brightly, saying, "I shall visit the Marquis soon to pay my respects to the old lady and have a good chat with her." Zhong Jincheng smiled and replied, "You do know she has already been taken to the other estate by Su Wan, don't you?" "Taken, by Wan heir?" Lu Shi was taken aback, as the rumors circulating suggested that the old lady had voluntarily gone to the other estate. Good heavens, was that truly the reason that Su Wan had become so formidable? Zhong Jincheng mimicked her sincere demeanor, elaborating, "Indeed, otherwise how could she so effortlessly seize the control of our Marquis? It's all because my grandmother could not compete with her Asai. Do you think those concubines you mentioned would be suitable? I would hate for them to arrive at our Marquis only to be swiftly sent to the Duke of Jin's estate by Su Wan, wasting everyone's time." Lu Shi, suddenly feeling anxious. If Su Wan's methods were indeed so astute and subtle, then sending concubines to the Marquis was certainly not a wise choice. Furthermore, since this boy dared to voice such concerns, it was evident that Su Wan had revealed similar tactics in his presence, prompting his astute deductions. Otherwise, what 8-year-old child could conceive of such a piercing counterattack? Lu Shi awkwardly chuckled and quickly changed her tune, saying, Let us discuss this later. After all, your grandmother has yet to return to the estate. Come, step inside. I'll have someone bring you some pastries while your mother and the others finish their conversation." "Very well," the little demon king replied, not lingering on the matter, nor losing his temper. Instead, his eyes darted about in contemplation. Zhong Wenxiu, trailing behind, was momentarily stunned. Initially, he had worried that his brother might be deceived by Lu Shi, but it now appeared that Lu Shi was the one being outwitted by his younger brother. Suddenly feeling less despondent, he realized that if his brother could charm her, it was due to his brother's intelligence rather than his own foolishness. After all, he was still younger than Lu Shi and it was not unusual for him to be oblivious. After Lu Shi escorted the two to enjoy pastries, she turned and immediately adopted a stern expression. Zhong Jincheng, oblivious to her change in demeanor, remained absorbed in his perplexities and quickly asked, "Brother, why do I find her so different from others? She doesn't seem like a bad person." Zhong Wenxiu sighed. Some individuals are merely smiling tigers. They present a benevolent facade while their actions are far from commendable. Reading emotions goes beyond merely observing expressions. You must consider what they intend to do. Much like you often express vengeful sentiments, yet you have never actually committed any wrongdoing. Doesn't the incident with the lychee count? The little demon king felt a twinge of guilt at the compliment. Zhang Wenxiu fell silent for a moment before replying, I meant after that. Oh. The little demon king immediately straightened his posture, declaring earnestly, indeed, although Su Wan, Qin Yi, the 18th princess, Jia Yao, Luo Jingfeng, Qin Shi, Lu Shi, Su Lianer, and Steward Lu all reside within my grudge book, I have not pursued any tangible retribution against them, which signifies that I am currently a kind-hearted individual, adept at repaying grievances with virtue. Zhang Wenxiu, while the statement held merit, hearing it from his brother felt oddly disconcerting. Additionally, what exactly was this grudge book, and how many grudges had he secretly noted against others? Why is Steward Lu included? Zhang Wenxiu finally realized that he was unaware of any feud between his brother and Steward Lu. The little demon king clenched his fists, his face aflame with indignation. He plundered my home, he cleared out all my valuables, including my pillows, shoes, and clothes. Don't you think that is excessive? It is nothing short of looting in the midst of a disaster. Zhang Wenxiu facepalmed, seemingly recalling the incident. However, it had been so long since his brother's home had been ransacked. How could he still remember? Oh right, he had an exceptional memory. Dear heavens, Zhang Wenxiu clutched his heart, feeling exasperated. Just know this, reading emotions involves not only observing expressions but also behaviors. That said, I have noticed that while you may struggle to comprehend these nuances at times, your instincts respond accordingly. Huh? What bodily response? The little demon king scratched his head in confusion. Zhang Wenxiu explained, just now, Lu Shi had ill intentions, clearly aiming to harm Our Lady. I was nearly frantic. Thankfully, you reacted quickly, suggesting sending the concubines to the Duke of Jin's estate. Her expression changed instantly. Had I been in your place, I likely would not have thought of such a clever retort. Zhang Wenxiu added, the lady was correct, you are indeed suited for a career in governance. Your talents are exceptional. The little demon king was not one to shy away from praise, especially when his brother's commendation was accompanied by Su Wan's flattering words. He immediately swelled with pride. Zhong Jinchen quickly seized the moment, asking, brother, does that mean you're no longer angry with me? Chapter 92. The Emerald Willow Strikes. Minister Su. Zhang Wenxiu shook his head, saying, I am no longer angry. Your ability to soothe is indeed your virtue, while my susceptibility to flattery is my flaw. You bear no fault. I should not cast blame upon you. Is that so? This compliment left the little demon king feeling uncertain, as he couldn't shake the nagging thought that perhaps his brother was heartbroken. Zhang Wenxiu continued earnestly, I have come to understand the lady's intentions. Her revealing of your actions was not a deliberate attempt to oppose you, but rather an effort to enlighten me, to learn from you how to navigate the art of persuasion with subtlety. Ah? The little demon king was utterly perplexed. Contemplating such intricate matters was exhausting for him, but since his brother was no longer upset, he quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. Come, brother, have some pastries. Very well. Su Wan entered and performed a respectful greeting upon encountering her disreputable father. On the day she returned home, Minister Su had mentioned he was occupied with affairs at the Ministry of Justice and could not return it today. However, he had arrived early to greet his daughter, appearing quite amiable towards her husband, which now struck her as ironic. Yet, she had never harbored expectations of receiving paternal affection from her unworthy father, so she merely smiled faintly and took her seat to listen to their conversation. The new son-in-law took the initiative to greet her, saying, You must be the eldest sister, am I correct? Su Wan, adorned in a modest green gown that struck a balance between formality and casualness, exuded an air of elegance that was both graceful and proper. What a splendid young lady she was, yet she had married into the distant Marquis of Yuanyang, becoming a widow. Su Wan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Indeed, brother-in-law. Internally, she was apprehensive, pondering whether Chen Yunyue indeed held a grudge against her. If the Duke of Jin's household truly sought to trouble her, retaliating would only impede her efforts to educate the little demon king, while refraining from retaliation felt equally stifling. As she contemplated how to navigate this crisis, she noticed Chen Yunyue approaching with a plate of pastries, stating, These are the rare 7-flavored cakes, difficult to procure in the capital. Lianer brought some back today, would you care to try, eldest sister? Su Wan smiled graciously as she accepted, taking a dainty bite, thinking that even if Chen Yunyue were to poison her in public, this small portion would likely not cause her significant harm. Upon seeing Su Wan's arrival, Su Lianer was displeased that Chen Yunyue had not only ceased conversing with his father but also personally offered her the pastries. She remarked sarcastically, Husband, while these 7-flavored cakes are indeed costly, the Yuanyang Marquis is of merchant lineage and lacks for silver. They must indulge in such delicacies regularly. Su Wan, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, thought to herself, Here it begins. I knew this visit would not bode well. What she could not fathom was why Su Lianer could not focus on her own affairs without involving others. Had she discovered that her husband had kept courtesans before their marriage? Was she firmly established in the Duke of Jin's household? Why not occupy herself with a few pages of reading in preparation for the future, to teach their children instead? As Su Lianer continued her tirade, just as Su Wan was about to retort, Chen Yunyue interjected sternly, Lianer, how can you speak to your eldest sister in such a manner? Su Wan was taken aback. Had a storm descended upon them, family members were clashing, the newlywed couple seemed out of sync. This was a fortunate turn of events, at least they were too occupied to trouble her, wasting her time. Su Wan sat back to observe, as Chen Yunyue reprimanded Su Lianer, accusing her of being disrespectful to her elder sister and of failing to exhibit the deference expected in the Duke of Jin's household. Each accusation resonated deeply with Su Wan, making her want to rise and applaud him, exclaiming, Well said. Chen Yunhui appeared to be quite astute, which explained how he managed to conceal his past indiscretions so effectively, garnering the attention of many noble ladies in the capital. It seemed Su Lianer was in for a rough time. Both her mother-in-law and husband were not as easily manipulated as her unworthy father. Enough, Lianer, you were indeed in the wrong today. Go and apologize to your sister. At last, the disreputable father spoke, though his expression was rather grim. Su Lianer felt aggrieved, but sensing her husband's anger and her father's displeasure, she hurriedly approached Su Wan, saying, Sister, it was Lianer who erred and upset you. I hope you can forgive me. Su Wan rolled her eyes internally, thinking, you dig your own grave while attempting to apologize. Who was truly angered here? Clearly, it was your husband. However, she did not wish to squander time on Su Lianer, so she feigned elegance and graciously replied, It matters not. I bear you no ill will. Seeing this, Chen Yunyue's expression softened, and he added, Eldest sister, I apologize for Lianer's transgression. I shall ensure she treats you with the utmost respect moving forward. Su Wan forced a polite laugh. What need is there for me to be treated with respect? I am not your mother. The disreputable father could no longer contain himself and said, Lianer, take Yunyue for a stroll in the garden. I have matters to discuss with your eldest sister. Very well. Su Lianer felt a surge of delight. She had always known her father favored her. This time, he would surely give Su Wan a taste of her own medicine. She led Chen Yunyue out, but as he turned to glance back at Su Wan, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. With only the two of them left in the room, Minister Su's expression darkened further, and he thundered, Today is your sister's return banquet, and you simply observe her humiliation? Su Wan thought to herself, as expected of a disreputable father, immediately distorting the facts. She smiled and asked, Father, it was Lianer who instigated the trouble. The one reprimanding her was her husband. I merely came to make up numbers. How does this concern me? Minister Su retorted, When Lianer quarreled with Yunyue, why did you not intervene? If you had offered a word of reconciliation, Yunyue would not have been angered. Father, I lack the foresight to predict my brother-in-law's anger. Speaking of which, you seem to possess such insight. Why did you not intervene? Su Wan countered. Minister Su was momentarily silenced, his face visibly darkening. Having held the position of steward for a few months at the Marquis, you have begun to act as if you are the mistress of this household? Remember, this is the minister's residence, not your Yuanyang Marquis. Indeed, I am fully aware this is not the Yuanyang Marquis, Su Wan replied, for if it were, the matriarch would have me punish Lianer with copying scriptures, striking her hands, or kneeling before the ancestral hall, rather than a mere light apology. Moreover, I would not be blamed for being the victim of bullying. Father, you may not care for me, but there are others who will. In this world, kinship is not solely defined by blood relations. Her biased and unjust father was worth less than the merest finger of her mother-in-law. You, how dare you, speak back to your elder? Minister Su exclaimed, seizing a long box from the table and hurling it at her. Su Wan remained unperturbed, her eyes devoid of fear. As the box descended, aimed squarely at her face, it would surely leave a mark if it struck true, yet, how could she allow him to prevail? With swift precision, the emerald willow extended her arm, deftly deflecting the long box back towards Minister Su. Chapter 93 of the infuriating father. Su Shanshu, in a fit of rage, could not restrain himself and hurled the box away. The moment it left his hand, regret washed over him. No matter how insolent Su Wan might be, he should not have acted so on this particular day, lest he leave a poor impression on his son-in-law. However, to his astonishment, the box was hurled right back at him, hurtling towards his face. Su Shanshu swiftly dodged, the long box grazing his cheek in a near miss, igniting his fury to its peak. Su Wan! Do you dare to raise your hand against your father? Kneel! Su Shanshu bellowed, his eyes ablaze with anger as he searched for a stick in his vicinity. Seated calmly, Su Wan lifted her teacup, took a sip, and then spoke in a low, measured tone, Father, I am already married. Your familial authority no longer applies to me. She did not bother to feign innocence, her intent was deliberate. Cui Lu stood protectively by her side, ensuring no danger could approach, even if it came from her biological father. Su Wan, in her current state, had no fear of severing ties with him. Su Shanshu, incensed, advanced towards her, shouting, How dare you, ungrateful wretch, I raised you for 18 years, only to have nurtured a white-eyed wolf who dares to strike her own father. Su Wan slammed her teacup against the table, her sharp gaze fixed on him as she retorted, Father, I advise you to calm down before you speak, lest you utter foolishness that will make us both the subject of ridicule. As the legitimate daughter of a minister, consider the lives we lead. What of Su Lianer, and what of me, while I subsisted on sour fruits? Where were you, my biological father? 18 years, what a joke. Have I lived even a fraction as well as Su Lianer? When I was bullied by the Lu family, where were you then? Su Shanshu, thoroughly chastised, could only croak out in frustration, That does not justify your assault on your father. Su Wan scoffed, You sought to strike me without cause. I was merely defending myself. How is that my fault? Lu father, you are the minister of justice, presiding over the laws of the land. If this matter were judged by you, whose fault would it be? You, Su Shanshu was acutely aware that, by law, he was in the wrong, yet he had never been so openly defied in all his years, especially by his once submissive daughter. This is an affront to heaven. A daughter striking her father, such rebellion and unfilial conduct. I have no daughter like you. Su Wan coldly replied, Perfectly fine, for I also do not wish to have a father like you. Since our views align, let us sever our ties today. Let us calculate how much silver I have cost the Su household over these 18 years, and I shall promptly repay you. Su Shanshu, taken aback, exclaimed, You wish to sever our father-daughter relationship? Have you lost your mind? As one of the 6 ministers, a prominent official, could he truly face the public scorn of being disowned by his own daughter? What else is there? Su-won smiled. Surely, we cannot escalate this to the authorities to determine who is right or wrong. You may afford to lose face, but I cannot. Su Shangshu, in a fit of rage, spat blood. You get out, leave my sight at once. Su-won stood, politely bowed, and responded, very well. Finally free to depart, she found his face quite suffocating to behold. Chui Lu and Chui Ji quickly followed her out, stifling their laughter. Normally, they would see the lady reprimanding the young master, occasionally fearing for his emotional well-being. However, today's confrontation revealed that the lady had been holding back all along. The satisfaction of confronting the infuriating father was undeniably exhilarating. On the way, Chui Ji, a bit concerned, inquired, "My lady, are we truly severing ties with the Su household? Though the old matriarch will undoubtedly support you, Su Shangshu is still your father." Su-won paused, chuckling softly as she explained, "Do not worry. My father would not dare sever our relationship. You do not understand how much he values his current standing, lacking the foundation of an aristocratic family. A single stain on his reputation would be a significant blow. The games of this world are not about who has a higher status, but rather who has more to lose." Su Shangshu, fearful of missteps, would never dare to openly confront her. Chui Ji, reassured by her words, asked, "Shall we return to the residence or head to the front hall?" I noticed Su Shangshu appeared quite furious. Su-won replied, "To the front hall. We shall wait for dinner." Chui Ji's eyes widened, and even Chui Lu looked over in surprise. "What, did Su Shangshu not tell you?" Su-won laughed. "He told me to leave, not to return to the Marquis' residence. Today, as Su Lianer visits her family, I left without even having a meal. The it would certainly give the impression that the Su household does not value the Duke of Jin's family. Do you think, given my father's temperament, he would dare offend the Duke of Jin?" Chui Ji, quite the fearsome thought. Today's meal was likely to cause Su Shangshu considerable distress. In the front hall, many guests had already arrived, each taking a moment to speak with Zong Jincheng. The young master, initially disinterested, was urged by Zong Wenxiu not to be rude and was forced to nod and respond politely. Zong Jincheng's impatience was palpable, his cheeks growing increasingly puffed. When Chen Yunya entered and spotted him, he scrutinized him before smiling and reaching out to pat his head. "So, this is Auntie's Jincheng? Quite adorable." Zong Jincheng clicked his tongue and evaded the hand, disliking anyone touching his head. He was not a pet. Chen Yunya's smile froze, awkwardly retracting his hand. "Oh, it seems this little one has quite the temper. I haven't said anything to you yet, and you're already glaring at me?" Zong Jincheng, uninterested in engaging, thought poorly of the entire Su clan, and this new son-in-law appeared no better. He had noticed that when Chen Yunya first laid eyes on him, there was no hint of joy. Feigning indifference, Chen Yunya turned to Lu Shi and said, "I heard that after Auntie married into the distant young Marquis household, she remained there to teach such a child. If this is how he is after half a year, he must have been quite unruly before." Zong Jincheng, affronted by such comments, felt his temper boiling. "Who are you calling unruly?" Chen Yunya, taken aback, quickly corrected himself. "Oh no, I meant to say that I've heard you are the most notorious young scoundrel in the capital, and I was curious about what mischief you must have engaged in to earn such a reputation." Zong Jincheng, unable to discern whether he was being mocked, found every word and action of this man exceedingly unsettling. The thought of eating became unappealing, yet, to leave now would seem cowardly. He, Zong Jincheng, would not appear so timid. Chapter 94. Jin Cheng startles Chen Yunyu. Witnessing the turbulent exchange between his younger brother and Chen Yunyu, Zong Wenxiu, filled with trepidation, whispered incessantly in his ear, urging him to remain calm and refrain from causing a scene. The little devil reigned in his icy demeanor, effortlessly donning a beaming smile, sweet as honey. "Are you particularly curious about how I earned the title of the foremost among the 4 young rascals?" Chen Yunyu was momentarily taken aback by his sudden grin, quickly regaining composure to reply, "Indeed, I am eager to hear about your heroic exploits." The little devil's smile widened, sparkling with mischief. "Oh, it's nothing much, really. I simply have a penchant for setting off firecrackers. Once, a firecracker landed at the entrance of a brothel and set the entire building ablaze. Many individuals fled in disarray, their bare bottoms on display. It was quite a spectacle." Zong Wenxiu was left speechless. "Brother, you have quite the tale. How frightening." Lu Shi and Su Lianer exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by the outrageousness of Su-won's wayward son, who proved to be a veritable hot potato. It was evident that Su-won's seemingly glamorous life was fraught with challenges. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyu's expression shifted dramatically, as if a troubling realization struck him. His face darkened with growing intensity as he glared at the little devil. "So, it was you who started that fire. Curse it." That day was etched in his memory forever. He had thought it merely an accidental blaze, only to discover that this little rascal was behind it all. The little devil, still grinning, replied, "Absolutely. After the brothel caught fire, we lingered at the entrance for quite a while, observing many familiar faces. Say, Haven T, I seen you somewhere before. You look rather familiar." "Absolutely not." Chen Yunyu immediately denied, his voice rising. Su Lianer, startled by his outburst, hurriedly inquired, "Husband, what is the matter?" Clenching his fists to regain composure, Chen Yunyu forced a smile, saying, "You must be mistaken. How could I, a legitimate scion of the Jin kingdom as duke, possibly visit a brothel?" The little devil feigned innocence, "But I have an impeccable memory. I've never been wronged. I definitely saw you somewhere. Where could it be? Let me think." Chen Yunyu's fists, which had just relaxed, tightened once more. "Enough of that. It is almost time for dinner. Why must we dwell on such sordid topics? Seeing him agitated provided Zhong Jinchang with a modicum of satisfaction. Indeed, it was far more comforting to witness others in a state of irritation than to feel it oneself. What had he been thinking, constantly clashing with others? The little devil seemed to have stumbled upon a new realm of enjoyment, his spirits soaring as he even began to hum a cheerful tune. Zhang Wenxiu, observing Chen Yunyu's increasingly sour expression, noted that the little ditty began to sound increasingly provocative. His brother had expressed concern about his wife being bullied and potentially bringing disgrace to the Marquis, yet it was his brother who had incited the ire of the little rascal, leaving him unable to sit still. Such prowess was impressive, leaving Zhang Wenxiu feeling both humble and awed. When Su Wan arrived, she was met with this peculiar scene. Lu Shi and Su Lianer were desperately trying to engage Chen Yunyu in conversation, who wore an expression akin to that of a dog betrayed. The little devil continued to hum his tune, while Zhang Wenxiu nervously fidgeted with his hands. With a smile, Su Wan asked, "What transpired here? Did I miss something? Could it be that Jin Chang had managed to best Chen Yunyu? Did he possess such capability?" The little devil wagged his tail excitedly, casting her a triumphant look that seemed to say she ought to rush over and express her gratitude. However, upon hearing her voice, Chen Yunyu quickly stood up, his face a mix of black and crimson. Stammering nervously, he exclaimed, Sister, you've arrived, please, take a seat. We were merely waiting for you and father to begin dinner." Su Wan found Chen Yunyu's behavior somewhat peculiar but dismissed the thought, replying, "Father is feeling unwell and may take a while to arrive." Lu Shi interjected, "I shall go check on him. Lianer, Wanner, please tend to Yunyu and the children." "Yes, mother." Once Lu Shi departed, Su Wan asked, "What were you discussing just now?" The little devil, unabashed, replied, "He inquired how I became the foremost among the 4 young rascals, and I mentioned that I set off firecrackers that burned down a brothel, Jin Chang." Chen Yunyu interrupted sharply, "Let us not speak of such matters in front of your mother. Instead, tell me how your studies have been progressing. Have you memorized the 1,000-character classic?" The young master proudly lifted his chin, declaring, "Childless play, I mastered it ages ago." The two engaged in lively banter, for Chen Yunyu, with his solid foundation from the imperial examinations, was well-versed and could easily keep pace with the little devil, occasionally praising him for his rapid learning, which soon left the young rascal quite elated. Su Wan understood the little devil's nature. He bore no substantial grudge against Chen Yunyu, merely a minor squabble. A few compliments would surely help him forget the earlier incident. However, it was curious that while conversing with the little devil, Chen Yunyu would often glance in her direction, almost inadvertently. Initially, she assumed he was gazing at Su Lianer beside her, but when even Su Lianer began to glare at her, Su Wan realized something was amiss. Could it be that this was turning into a melodrama? Su Lianer's jealousy was palpable, and even Su Wan felt herself struggling to endure, unable to resist inching closer to Zhong Wenxiu. She propped her forehead on her hand, cursing inwardly, this Chen Yunyu must be out of his mind. No wonder he had stood up for her against Su Lianer earlier. Now, in hindsight, his act of bringing over pastries seemed merely a ploy to curry favor. In her previous life, Su Wan had been too preoccupied with her studies to entertain notions of romance, and in this lifetime, she had married early without ever having laid eyes on her husband, thus never contemplating matters of the heart. Yet now, the realization struck her like a thunderbolt. He is truly unwell. After mentally berating herself, Su Wan nearly contemplated making a hasty exit, but recalling the imposing figure of Su Shangshu, she feared she wouldn't be able to leave this place. It was akin to sitting on pins and needles. Su Lianer, through gritted teeth, asked, "Sister, when do you plan to return to the manor?" Su Wan replied, disillusioned, "You may find it hard to believe, but I speak the truth, I wish to leave now." Su Lianer responded. Why was she not adhering to the expected script? The fury in Su Lianer's eyes softened slightly, and she feigned concern, asking, "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" Su Wan nodded vigorously, "Indeed, I am merely holding on." Had it not been for Su Shangshu's imposing presence, she would have fled before even entering this hall. However, while her words bore little weight, if Su Lianer were to advocate for her departure, perhaps Su Shangshu might acquiesce. She had no desire to linger in such an irksome place for even a second longer. Su Lianer quickly declared, "I shall speak to father on your behalf, and request that you return to the manor to rest. You mustn't overexert yourself." Su Wan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you, dear sister. My health rests in your capable hands." Chapter 95. Keeping an eye on the little rascal, Su Lianer felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, sensing that her sister was particularly off today. However, she could not afford to dwell on it any longer. If Su Wan lingered here any longer, she would surely lose her mind. Thus, she stood up hastily to seek out Su Shangshu, but just as she prepared to leave, she caught sight of Chen Yunyu looking her way. The two sisters were momentarily startled. Su Lianer quickly pulled Su Wan up, saying, "Sister, you should come with me." Leaving her alone here would only create another opportunity for them to be alone together. Su Wan, as if encountering a savior, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Excellent idea, my dear sister." Su Lianer thought to herself, is she out of her mind from being vexed by that rebellious child at the Marquis? How else could she suddenly become so affectionate towards me? "Let us hurry, sister, I'm feeling a bit urgent," Su Wan urged, dragging Su Lianer out with determination. Su Lianer was bewildered, who exactly is in a hurry here? Nonetheless, it was a rare moment for these half-sisters to unite, so they headed together to seek Su Shangshu to request Su Wan's leave. Su Shangshu, despite his reluctance to continue facing Su Wan's disobedient visage, was compelled to comply since Su Lianer had already concocted a reason for her to. He waved his hand dismissively, granting Su Wan her freedom. In the main hall, the meal had been served. The little rascal had yet to pick up his chopsticks when he was informed he had to return home. He stood up abruptly, incredulous, and exclaimed to Chen Yunyu, "Are we just ignoring the meal?" Isn't that a bit excessive? Chen Yunyu replied. Who is ignoring your meal? What does it have to do with me? However, he had no time to spar with Zhong Jincheng, rushing out to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing that Su Wan was unwell, he immediately became anxious, asking, "What's wrong? Wasn't Auntie just fine a moment ago?" Su Lian'er's expression darkened further. She felt her new husband's concern for Su Wan was excessive. Yet, she suppressed her jealousy and gently explained, "Sister caught a chill yesterday and came today solely to maintain our family's dignity. She is truly feeling unwell now, so I informed father and suggested we invite her to the residence to enjoy herself another day." Chen Yunyu contemplated. Auntie has worked hard. Very well, we shall invite her to the Duke of Jin's residence another day to extend the hospitality we owe her today. Su Lian'er's anger simmered. She wished fervently to prevent Chen Yunyu from seeing Su Wan ever again, yet her husband insisted on inviting Su Wan to the Duke's residence. Why should that happen? That was her home, and she had no desire for Su Wan to come. Externally compliant, Su Lian'er internally plotted to gain control over the Duke of Jin's household as swiftly as possible, vowing never to allow Su Wan through her doors again. Meanwhile, the little rascal continued his fuss, only to be hushed by Zhong Wenxiu, who covered his mouth and dragged him away, leaving him flailing helplessly. Once shoved into the carriage, the little rascal finally regained his freedom, bellowing, "This is outrageous. The meal was served, and we're not allowed to eat, how rude." He had managed to provoke the stoic Chen Yunyu, yet he had not witnessed his adversary leaving in a state of indignation, which left him unsatisfied. Zhong Wenxiu quickly explained, "These people are quite peculiar, it's probably for the best that we don't dine with them, the fare at our Marquis is far superior." Zhong Jincheng chimed in, "Indeed, the culinary skills of our household are unparalleled in the capital. I've tasted the fare from the Su family, and it's just average." Seated in the carriage, Su Wan took a moment to regain her sense of security, only to feel as if she were fleeing for her life. Upon overhearing the little rascal's complaint, she instinctively responded, "It truly is mediocre and unappetizing." Zhong Jincheng was taken aback. How surprising that this woman would concur with his sentiments. What a peculiar day it was. He lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside. Oh, how mistaken he was. Grumble, a sudden sound emanated from someone's stomach. The carriage fell silent as all three burst into laughter. Su Wan teased, "It seems this meal won't last us until we return to the Marquis. Zhong Wenxiu scratched his head in embarrassment. He suspected it was his younger brother's stomach growling, which explained his earlier irritation. Su Wan directed, "Truiji, find a nearby tavern for us to dine." "Yes, my lady." At Zue Xianlu, as the trio made their way inside, the little rascal continued to chatter, "I must warn you, a meal here will cost us dozens of taels. It's extraordinarily expensive." Having been deprived of all his funds by Su Wan, he had not visited such a place in months. Moreover, he had become sensitive to the value of money. The thought of converting it into copper coins made the expenditure seem daunting. Su Wan replied with a smile, "If it's expensive, so be it. I shall treat you. We wouldn't want to delay and risk two delicate children starving." Zhong Wenxiu laughed heartily. Zhong Jincheng shot her a sideways glance, bouncing into the establishment. "Ah, young Master Zhong has arrived, please, come in quickly." Zhong Jincheng, renowned throughout the capital as the biggest fool, was recognized immediately upon entering, prompting the proprietors to ensure he was well attended. Su Wan silently marveled at how this rascal could charm his way anywhere. Fortunately, Steward Lu had previously informed these establishments not to extend credit to him, or else she would have been caught off guard by his antics. "Young Master Zhong, Lady Zhong, allow me to escort you to the finest private room." Su Wan waved her hand, "No need. A table by the window will suffice." "Very well." The three ascended to the second floor, where the windowside seats offered a view of the street below. The warmth of May was beginning to set in, and a refreshing breeze wafted through. Grilled carp with noodles, roasted lamb, 5-flavored goose, sliced perch, winter melon strips, the little rascal ordered without glancing at the menu, rattling off dishes with gusto, causing the server's eyes to narrow in delight until they were nearly invisible. Zhong Wenxiu watched in astonishment, while Su Wan observed the young master's performance with indifference. When it came to food, children rarely showed disinterest. Although the Marquis's chef was quite skilled, the little rascal's joy was palpable as he dined out, his cherubic face glowing with joy, softening hearts all around him. Su Wan had never experienced such a feeling, and she quietly reflected that while many say that indulgent mothers spoil their children, what mother doesn't wish to cherish and pamper her child? Yet, before she could bask in her maternal sentiments for long, Su Wan could no longer contain herself, interrupting, "All right, that's enough, we can't possibly finish all this." In the brief moment of distraction, the little rascal had already ordered 10 dishes. Su Wan watched the server scamper away, her lips twitching. This little scoundrel was far too adept at charming people, and she had failed to keep an eye on him once again. Su Wan made an effort to salvage the situation. 10 dishes, let us do our best to eat them all. If we can't finish, we'll take the leftovers back to the Marquis for later." Zhong Jincheng exclaimed. Completely bewildered. The little rascal stood up from the table, protesting loudly, "Who brings leftover food home after dining out?" Chapter 96, standing out in the Qin area. If word got out, would young Master Zhong still dare to show his face? His band of brothers would surely laugh him to death. Su Wan shot him a glance and educated him, except for every single one of your households. The tradition of taking leftovers home is a cherished virtue of the Chinese people. This lad, who seems to be above earthly sustenance, mistakenly believes that everyone indulges in extravagance like he does. Zhong Jincheng immediately retorted, "Impossible, I've never seen." Yet before he could finish his sentence, someone nearby shouted, "Waiter, please pack this up." "Certainly." Zong Jincheng promptly sat down, utterly dumbfounded. Good grief, it truly exists. Had he simply overlooked it before? Zong Wenxiu chuckled quietly, nudging his brother's shoulder. Jincheng, if you truly don't wish to pack, we can simply eat a bit more and finish everything.
Zong Jincheng pouted and cried, but brother, we've ordered too much.
Even if we stuffed ourselves, we couldn't finish. He had been plotting to take his frustrations out on Su Wan for the past few months, but who would have thought she had a counter-strategy? The rebellious little demon's attempted insurrection had once again ended in failure. Zong Wenxiu pondered for a moment and suggested, how about we tell the waiter to reduce a few dishes? After all, the kitchen hasn't started preparing them yet. The little demon hesitated. Either they would have to take the leftovers home and face ridicule, or they would be mocked for asking to reduce the order. Since both paths led to embarrassment, he might as well choose the former. After all, it would be Su Wan making the request, allowing the proud young master to feign ignorance. Indeed, that was the plan. Weighing the pros and cons, Zong Jincheng declared, a gentleman's word is his bond, we shall not reduce our order.
Zong Wenxiu was taken aback. Was it truly appropriate to invoke such a phrase in this context?
Su Wan eyed him, fully aware of the little demon's mischievous intentions, and wondered if he could shift the blame onto her. Was that even possible? As the dishes arrived one after another, the famished trio began to eat. The exquisite cuisine at Zui Xian Lu came with a price, not merely due to its prime location, but also because the vegetables were fresh, the meat succulent, and the culinary techniques refined, resulting in an exceptional dining experience. Su Wan mused that she would love to come here more often. Although her monthly allowance of 300 taels was a bit burdensome, the prospect of that 100,000 tael reward lingered in her mind. If she were to acquire that sum, she could indulge in any delicacy whenever she pleased. After feasting, the table was left with remnants that could not be finished, with the two boys' bellies round as drums, declaring that even if they burst, they could not manage to consume it all. Su Wan couldn't help but laugh. The little demon slumped in his chair, utterly devoid of the will to move. He didn't even want to speak. Needing a moment to recuperate, lazily reclining, he glanced out the window and spotted an unexpected figure. Qinshi. Zong Wenxiu turned his gaze as well, puzzled. Qinshi? Is he Qin Ye's brother? How do you know him? The little demon pointed to a young man on the street, being confronted and spoken to, affirmatively stating, that's definitely Qin Ye's brother. I saw him from afar last time at Hanlin North Courtyard. Don't you remember? Zong Wenxiu shook his head, teasing, I lack your remarkable memory. Zong Jincheng puffed up with pride, exclaiming, of course, even from a distance, I can clearly remember who he is. At that time, Qin Ye was instructing him, and he was just nodding along, looking quite obedient. I suspect Qinshi is quite easygoing, Zong Wenxiu remarked, only to realize something was amiss.
But right now, isn't he being cornered by someone? Look, that person is pushing him. Really?
Zong Jincheng quickly leaned forward to look, noticing a youth in front of Qinshi, pushing against his chest while loudly berating him.
Goodness, how can Qinshi be so easily bullied?
The little demon immediately sprang from his chair and dashed downstairs. Zong Wenxiu was left in awe. Just moments ago, his brother had claimed he wouldn't stand up for anything, yet now he was sprinting so quickly. However, Zong Wenxiu feared for his brother's safety and hurriedly followed.
Cui Ji inquired, Madam, should we go down and take a look?
Su Wan, observing the situation outside the window, replied with a smile, no need, watching the drama from here is quite enjoyable. It's best not to interfere in children's matters. Besides, with Wenxiu around, I feel at ease. Sometimes, the words of elders may not resonate with children, but the council of peers is different. They perceive themselves as allies, so granting the brothers some space to interact is more beneficial for their growth. Cui Ji then asked, but from up here, we probably can't hear what they are saying. Su Wan contemplated and said, martial artists have keen hearing. We can rely on you as our real-time transmitter, Cui Lu.
As the little demon exited, he witnessed the instigator pushing Qinshi, mockingly taunting, useless, why haven't you been accepted into the youth's class yet? I see you're just a talent that's run dry, destined to become a mediocre. If you truly can't learn, then just leave Hanlin North Courtyard and run to Qingba Academy to seek out your talented brother. Qinshi, though pushed, did not resist, seemingly accustomed to it. His body continued to yield to the other's force while he clutched his book tightly. The youth snatched the book from his hands, raising it high and exclaiming, mediocre, still reading? Can you possibly match up to your brother? Useless. As he prepared to slam the book into Qinshi's face, Zong Jincheng descended from the heavens, landing a hand on the youth's shoulder, gritting his teeth, you little brat, how dare you be more arrogant than me? The youth turned around, seeing a younger boy by 2 years, and immediately cursed, little brat, get lost, or else I'll have Grandpa Fomsong smash your head. Fomsong?
The little demon tilted his head, stretching his limbs, and replied coolly, have you ever heard of the illustrious name of my ancestor, Zong Jincheng? The youth's heart nearly stopped. Zong Jincheng, the most favored legitimate grandson of the distant Zong family, the leader of the 4 young rascals in the capital, the notorious little demon who struck fear into the hearts of many? You really are Zong Jincheng? Zong Jincheng waved his fist threateningly, let me give you a taste of my strength and see if I'm real or not. The youth, terrified, struggled to maintain his composure, realizing that admitting defeat would be too shameful. He stammered, young Master Zong, you misunderstand, I was merely advising a mediocre talent to give up on studying to prevent him from wasting time on futile efforts. They, the Feng family, were somewhat distantly related to the Qin family, so naturally, they knew Qinshi could not possibly recognize Zong Jincheng. Thus, they assumed Zong Jincheng was merely passing by and unaware of the actual situation, allowing them to confidently deceive him, I'm just looking out for him. Chapter 97. An eye for an eye. Feng Song's expression was both ingratiating and sincere, performing as if it were genuine. Fortunately, Zhong Jinchang had recently encountered the duplicitous Lu family and could discern the deceit in such words at a glance. What do you mean by doing this for him? The little demon king asked, crossing his arms and gazing at him with a haughty demeanor. Feng Song immediately began, his aptitude is simply too poor. After studying for 6 or 7 years, he is still outperformed by his 8-year-old brother. I see no talent for academic pursuits in him. It would be better for him to withdraw from the academy and make way for other students. Zhong Jinchang quickly grasped the crux of the matter, narrowing his eyes. Are you from the Southern Hanlin Academy? Feng Song hesitated for a moment before responding, yes, I am. How did you know? The little demon king scoffed. Wanting someone else to vacate their space implies you couldn't even gain admission to the Northern Academy, right? If the Northern Academy was filled with his defeated foes, then the Southern Academy consisted of a group of even less skilled wealthy youths, unworthy of serving as sparring partners for the young master. Zhong Jinchang shot him a sidelong glance and added, with a novice like you, how dare you belittle Qinshi from the Northern Academy? Did you not look in the mirror before stepping out? Feng Song, incensed by such disparaging remarks, felt his face flush with anger. He despised being compared unfavorably to Qinshi, and his fists clenched slowly, yet he suppressed the urge to retaliate. Recalling the other's status, the little demon king continued his tirade, I just saw you pushing him and even attempting to destroy his book. And you claim it's for his own good. Do not feign righteousness in your cruelty. Even I have never stooped so low, and yet you have the audacity to twist the truth so shamelessly? On the second floor by the window, Cui Lu remained expressionless, serving as a mere echo of their conversation. Su Wan, amused by her tone, remarked, Cui Lu, could you perhaps display a bit of emotional fluctuation? Such insults require a touch of passion to be truly cathartic. Cui Lu, your expectations are too high. She simply wishes to exchange a few words in silence. Feng Song's chest heaved as he struggled to defend himself. I merely acted a bit too extreme, but my intentions were good. I was also doing this for, what good intentions do you speak of? The little demon king retorted coldly, extending his hand. Hand over the book to me. Feng Song, upon hearing this, promptly offered the book with both hands, his palms sweaty and his body trembling slightly as he forced a smile. Here you go, here you go. Though the little demon king was not taller than him, he held his head high, embodying the image of a petty tyrant bullying an ordinary citizen, while the once bullied Feng Song now appeared submissive, drenched in sweat. At times, even Zhong Wenxiu had to concede that employing violence to counter violence was indeed quite effective. As Zhong Jinchang accepted the book, glancing at it briefly, it was the Mangqiu. He had already mastered this text with his brother long ago. Why was Qinshi still studying it? Though puzzled, the little demon king handed the book back to Qinshi, stating, here, take it back. Then he turned to Feng Song and commanded, apologize to him. Feng Song quickly turned around and proclaimed loudly, Qinshi, I was wrong. I should not have bullied you, please forgive me. Qinshi could hardly believe this day had come, where the boy who had tormented him for years was now being forced to apologize. It was unexpected and deeply moving. I accept your apology, Qinshi replied, wishing only to focus on his studies like his brother, without further entanglements with Feng Song. Zhong Jinchang kicked him lightly and warned, if I catch you bullying Qinshi again, do not blame my fists for being merciless. Yes, I will never dare again. Feng Song fled in an instant, disappearing from sight. When Qinshi received the book, he felt somewhat dazed. Feng Song had never returned any of the books he had taken from him in good condition before. This was a first. All thanks to this child, who was reputed to be the leader of rascals, for helping him, yet he appeared to be anything but malicious, Qinshi thought. Thank you, Zhong Jinchang, Qinshi said with a smile, recalling the name Feng Song had just shouted. The little demon king huffed proudly, no need for thanks, just remember my name, for it shall be the name of the one who defeats you in the next joint examination. Ah? Qinshi was taken aback. Was this child intending to challenge him? He seemed to be of the same age as Xiao Yi, though however, recalling Xiao Yi, Qinshi felt more at ease. Perhaps this person, too, possessed great talent and knowledge. Zhong Wenxiu, fearing Qinshi might overthink, promptly clarified for his brother, Qinshi, do not misunderstand, my brother means no harm, he simply speaks this way. Zhong Jinchang, perplexed, turned to his brother and asked, brother, what did I say that was incorrect? Zhong Wenxiu gently advised, it's your tone, your tone. You sound particularly like Feng Song when he bullies him, as if issuing a threat. Then how should I phrase it to sound more pleasant? Zhong Jinchang inquired humbly. Zhong Wenxiu pondered before suggesting, surpass him? Isn't that essentially the same? It sounds more tactful. But it lacks the forcefulness. It doesn't convey my spirit. Zhong Wenxiu, conveying spirit, but isn't that just another form of intimidation? The Zhong brothers murmured among themselves for quite some time without reaching a consensus, ultimately giving up in exasperation. However, Qinshi, observing their banter, smiled and said, it's all right, I understand what he means. By the way, are you both from the Northern Academy? I don't believe I've seen you before. Zhong Jinchang replied proudly, we study at home, but we attend the Qingba Academy for examinations each month. Qinshi's eyes lit up. My brother also studies at Qingba Academy. I know, your brother is Qin Yi, Zhong Jinchang gritted his teeth, saying, that rude little brat is nothing like you. I truly doubt they share the same parents. You know my brother? Qinshi chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. You might be the first to think that, Xiao Yi has always been more likable than I. He himself had once been accused of being less intelligent than his brother, leading others to question whether they shared the same parents. Zhong Jincheng rolled his eyes, refuting, "That is not the case, I simply do not like him. He constantly acts as if he is superior, cold and arrogant, and always speaks in a manner that invites disdain." Zhong Wenxiu silently thought to himself that he was not much different. Qinshi scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. He earnestly explained, "Xiaoyi may seem difficult to approach on the surface, but he is actually quite kind." Zhong Jincheng huffed, "I do not care whether he is good or bad. I simply will not befriend him, not even under duress." Zhong Wenxiu quietly added in his heart, "Qinyi likely does not wish to be friends with you either." Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Qinshi, asking, "By the way, the results for the joint examination of the Northern Academy and Qingba Academy were just released today. How did you fare?" With all 50 from the Northern Academy making the list, Qinshi would undoubtedly be among them, yet this morning, while reviewing the results, he hadn't known Qinshi and had not paid attention to his rank. Qinshi nodded, responding, "Not too bad, I came in second." Zhong Wenxiu, "Not too bad, you say, second place is merely not too bad." As the 19th place holder, he felt quite hurt. Chapter 98. Key class examination. Zhong Jincheng was taken aback as he exclaimed, "You performed so well, second place, no less. How could that Feng Song have the audacity to say you are unfit for studying? Is he blind?" The little demon king felt that he had been too lenient in his earlier criticisms of Feng Song. This little chicken from the southern courtyard was truly insufferable, daring to bully Qinshi, who had secured second place in the joint examination. Qinshi replied with a gentle smile, "It's all right, I didn't take it to heart." His temperament was remarkably good, in stark contrast to the insufferable Qinyi. Zhong Jincheng promptly decided to remove him from his list of grudges and earnestly declared, "All right, just wait, I will surpass you for sure." Zhong Wenxiu turned in surprise, wondering how his younger brother had suddenly learned to be so tactful. However, he quickly added, "And I too, I am Zhong Wenxiu." Qinshi smiled and said, "Very well, I shall eagerly await that day." At the Qin residence, Qinshi, carrying a book, had just entered when he encountered Qinyi returning from the academy. He appeared as he usually did, without a trace of the joy one would expect from someone who had secured the top position in the child scholar examination. The Northern Hanlin Academy had initially prepared for this joint examination to seek revenge for Xiaoyi, but unexpectedly, the entire child scholar class of over 100 students from the Northern Academy had been utterly defeated, suffering an even worse defeat than the previous month. Qinshi said, "Xiaoyi, congratulations on achieving first place again. This time, you are the top of the child scholar class. With the upcoming spring examination next year, you are bound to achieve excellent results." Upon seeing Qinshi clutching Mingqiu, Qinyi approached and asked, "Haven't you already mastered Mingqiu?" Qinshi glanced down and replied with a smile, "I can only recite it, but I am not yet adept at applying it, so I wish to review it a few more times." Qinyi nodded and inquired, "Brother, did you bring back your exam paper? I can help you review your mistakes." Although Qinshi was older in age, Qinyi's scholarly prowess was considerably superior. After advising his younger brother not to jeopardize his future for his sake, Qinshi often proactively sought guidance from Qinyi, which made his brother feel that he did not mind. Eventually, as Qinyi became accustomed to assisting him, he also began to inquire whether Qinshi had any areas he had yet to master. Just like now, Qinshi replied, "I have it. I will come find you in the study shortly." Qinyi responded with a brief acknowledgement. Still quite reticent, Qinshi, in contrast, found himself speaking more freely, casually mentioning, "By the way, on my way back just now, I met 2 students from your academy and chatted with them for a while. They were quite nice and even helped me retrieve my book from Feng Song." "Did Feng Song bully you again?" Qinyi frowned, and as he spoke, he turned to leave, saying, "I will speak to father and have him deal with the Feng family." Qinshi hurriedly grasped his arm and said, No, we are related to the Feng family, so it's best not to involve father. It could disrupt the relationships among the adults. Besides, Feng Song has already apologized to me today, and he assured me he would never bully me again." Qinyi paused momentarily, appearing somewhat perplexed. Qinshi chuckled, "It was those 2 who helped me. One is named Zhong Jincheng, who is the same age as you and looks a bit fierce but is actually quite nice. The other should be his older brother, Zhong Wenxiu, who is the same age as I am." Those names sound familiar. Qinyi searched his memory and recalled an incident when the Qingba Academy experienced a commotion, which had been instigated by these 2, who offered a bounty of 500 taels for something. It did not sound very credible. Qinshi smiled. "Those 2 said they want to surpass me. They are quite confident, however. They are not like Feng Song. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to it. Xiaoyi, you should be cautious. I suspect Zhong Jincheng might be as clever as you and could potentially catch up to you." Having secured 9th place in the joint examination after only 4 months of study was no small feat, even for Xiaoyi. Qinyi replied, "Brother, you are overthinking things. No one can take my first place away from me." The young boy's eyes gleamed with determination, and his unwavering gaze instilled a sense of awe. In the key class of the Marquis residence, the 2 champions of competition headed straight for the study upon arriving home. It was the afternoon after lunch, and the 3 private instructors had already compiled a detailed analysis of their examination mistakes. As soon as the 2 young ones settled into their seats, they heard the instructors beginning to explain the errors, accompanied by a scribe for each of them to take notes. Whenever they encountered difficulty in understanding, they could refer to the notes or request the instructors to explain again in their trio. To achieve a breakthrough, not only did they require the meticulous guidance of outstanding instructors and a streamlined selection of quality examination questions, but the students themselves also had to dedicate a significant amount of time to reading, memorizing, and practicing exam questions. Listening, reading, and writing all were essential. The little demon king had been studying in the study for 4 months, and his writing speed had already caught up to Zhong Wenxiu's. Although his handwriting was atrocious, it was still legible. However, Suwan was not in a hurry to correct his poor penmanship at first. The little demon king was still in the phase of deriving joy from painting ugly characters with colorful ink, and it was not suitable to stifle his interest so abruptly. Second, there was still ample time before the child scholar examination, allowing plenty of opportunity for him to practice his writing before the big day. Suwan understood the principle of balancing urgency with patience. Meanwhile, the little demon king was exclaiming, "Teacher Zhao, I want to take the exam for the 10-year-old class alongside my brother. Please teach me according to his pace. I want to defeat Qinshe." Teacher Zhao smiled and replied, "Young Master Chang, such ambitions are commendable, but let's not rush. I have prepared 2 sets of examination questions for you. Please try them both first." "What kind of questions?" Not only was the little demon king curious, but even Zhong Wenxiu turned to look. Teacher Zhao smiled and said, "Our key class has obtained past examination papers from Qingba Academy, and these 2 sets are from the 9-year-old and 10-year-old classes, which young Master Chang can use to assess his current level of knowledge." Zhong Jinchang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, bring them to me quickly." The curriculum of their key class was specifically tailored to their learning pace. Given both children's considerable talent, the material was taught rapidly and precisely, yet it was also easy to lose track of their progress. Now, with the examination papers from each age group of the academy, they could clearly gauge their advancement. Zhong Wenxiu felt a stir of interest as well. Nearby, Pan Hongji smiled and asked, "Young Master Xiu, would you like to try the 11-year-old exam papers as well?" Zhong Wenxiu suddenly looked up, elated. 11 years. "Can I?" Pan Hongji replied with a smile, "You may give it a try." "Great." After the 3 instructors distributed the examination papers to the 2 young ones, they lit a special incense prepared by Suwan for the examination, signaling the start of the test. "This incense burns for 1 hour, which is the duration of your examination. Please complete the papers before the incense burns out. Once the time is up, you must stop writing and may submit your papers early." Chapter 99 Assisting my younger sister. During the simulated examination, the timing not only tests knowledge but also mimics the pressure of a real exam, immersing the young candidates in a sense of urgency that will enhance their future time management skills. Both participants found this concept intriguing, eagerly anticipating the start. "I am certain I will submit my paper ahead of time," declared the confident contestant. Zhong Wenxiu chuckled, "Well, my expectations are modest. I merely hope to complete it within the allotted time." Cheng Jidong kindly reminded, "Gentlemen, please do not focus too excessively on speed. It is essential to ensure that you thoroughly comprehend the questions, maintain a clear line of thought in your answers, and ensure your handwriting is legible to avoid careless mistakes." Each statement, though devoid of names, subtly alluded to a certain someone. The self-assured Jin Chang stuck out his tongue and picked up his pen to begin. The fragrance of the large incense burning within the room gradually mingled with the floral scents wafting from the vibrant garden outside, creating a novel aroma. Suwan sat in the pavilion, savoring a frozen pear while a maid fanned her, yet the heat still blew in waves. She began to ponder how to endure the forthcoming sweltering summer, feeling overly bundled in her thick layers. "Madam, with the academy's examination papers now available, the young masters need not attend the academy for exams in the future," Chuiji remarked. Suwan closed her eyes in response, "Yet they still must go. Have you not seen Jincheng climbing the ranks so swiftly?" Such a spirited child, bursting with energy, was indeed suited for competitive endeavors that could unleash his potential. "Indeed, that is true," Chuiji reluctantly conceded, acknowledging that the madam's strategies were never in vain. Suwan opened her eyes and glanced through the window at the 2 engrossed in their examinations, casually inquiring, "Has word reached Aunt Hong? Why has she not made an appearance?" Aunt Hong's presence in the household was so minimal that Suwan felt it had been months since she last saw her, despite both their families residing under the same roof. Chuiji replied, "Aunt Hong expressed her gratitude for your guidance towards young Master Xiu. She believes, as a mere concubine, it is inappropriate for her to remain by the side of the matriarch and does not wish to interrupt young Master Xiu's studies." Suwan was taken aback by Aunt Hong's thoughtful consideration, and after a moment of surprise, she responded, "Very well, let us respect her choice. Ensure that the second household is well taken care of, and do not treat her harshly." "Understood." Suwan then inquired, "Has news been conveyed to the Crown Princess from the palace?" "It was delivered by noon. The Crown Princess stated she would assist Consort Jing in conducting a thorough investigation." "That is reassuring. With the Crown Princess involved, she is undoubtedly more reliable than Consort Jing alone." Initially, Suwan had harbored concerns about Consort Jing acting rashly due to impatience, but now she felt completely at ease. Chen Shurgang. Chen Yunju, truly, neither of them is a source of comfort. Suwan realized that comparison often illuminated character. With these 2 scoundrels in the picture, she found Jincheng's roguish charm endearing. Suwan commanded, "Inform Steward Lu that all invitations from the Duke of Jin's residence or the minister's residence are to be declined." "Are you concerned about Chen Yunju pursuing you?" Cui Ji had detected the underlying tension between the 2 sisters during the previous gathering. Suwan lifted her gaze to meet hers, asking, "You noticed as well?" Cui Ji, still a member of the Marquis' household, felt embarrassed at the thought of her sister-in-law garnering attention from her own brother-in-law. With a determined nod, Chuiji admitted, "I did notice, his intentions were too overt. If Su Shengshu and the Lu family were present, they would certainly have perceived it as well. I never anticipated Chen Yunju to be so devoid of morals, so audacious as to covet your favor." Madam, should we teach him a lesson? The skilled team the old Marquis sent us has yet to be utilized. Su-Wan chuckled, and how do you propose we teach him? I'll blindfold him and give him a beating. Cui Ji questioned, is that not appropriate? Su-Wan shook her head, it's not about appropriateness. It is about efficacy. Beating him might provide momentary satisfaction, but if he remains ignorant of our identities, he will continue to vex us. Should he discover who we are, the ensuing troubles would multiply. The Duke of Jin's residence is vast and influential. The latter scenario is far more likely. Do you not feel wronged, madam? Cui Ji observed that the madam's thought process diverged from the norm. It seemed as though she sought to resolve issues rather than dwell in emotional turmoil, a sequence of priorities that was quite rare. I am not as fragile as you believe, Su-Wan replied. Speaking of which, a story comes to mind that I wish to share with you. Please, do tell, madam. Su-Wan began. Once, there was a scholar preparing for the imperial examination who was swindled by a restaurant owner for 101 for a meal that should have cost only 10. At that moment, the gates of the examination hall were about to close. If the scholar argued with the unscrupulous owner, he would have to wait another 3 years for the next chance to take the exam. Yet, if he paid the extortionate fee, he would suffer a loss of 91. What would you choose? Cui Ji's immediate reaction was to be indignant at the dishonest proprietor. Even if she did not confront him, she would report him to the authorities. However, considering the scholar's singular opportunity for the examination in 3 years, missing it over a mere 91 would be a grave error. Feeling disheartened, Cui Ji admitted, I believe I understand your point, madam, but I still feel unsettled. You have quite the temper, Su-Wan remarked with a smile. The current authority within the Duke of Jin's inner residence remains the Duke's wife. My younger sister will have to engage in a power struggle with her for several years, yet without her restraint, I fear that Chen Yunju will have even more energy to weave his schemes. We must find an opportunity to assist my sister. Ah? Cui Ji inquired, assist Su Lianer, are you certain? Absolutely, Su-Wan affirmed with a smile. Has not Chen Yunju's courtesan yet been discovered by my sister? We should create an opportunity for her to find out. Allowing Su Lianer to take the initiative in dealing with the courtesan is preferable to Chen Yunju having the upper hand. Even if Su Lianer cannot immediately acquire the steward's key, she can still entangle Chen Yunju to the point where he has no time for other distractions. Cui Ji praised, what an excellent plan, madam. I suggest we send Cui Lu to handle it. I assure you no one will suspect us. After all, their awareness of this situation stemmed from Cui Lu's discovery. Without her, they would have been as deceived as everyone else in the capital by that scoundrel Chen Yunju. Su-Wan nodded, then let Cui Lu take care of it. As the two conversed, time flew by, and soon they heard the exuberant voice of the little tyrant from within, exclaiming, I'm done. Shoo. Young Master Xiao has yet to finish, silence is required. Oh, the little tyrant responded, quickly scampering out of the room. The private tutors were inside grading his exam paper, and upon exiting, Zhong Jincheng spotted Su-Wan. He dashed over in a flurry, plopping down on the stone table before her and seizing a large peach, chomping into it with gusto. The peaches of May were crisp and juicy, and the sound of crunching filled the air as the little tyrant, in high spirits, casually inquired, what were you all talking about? Su-Wan exchanged amused glances with Cui Ji and replied, we were sharing a story. Chapter 100. Violent Tactics. What story? The little demon king approached, curiosity piqued. Cui Ji recounted the tale of the student who had been swindled during the examination. Upon hearing it, the little demon king immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, swindled me out of 91. Why doesn't that unscrupulous owner just go rob someone instead? Cui Ji silently gave him a thumbs up. Just moments ago, she had felt her temper was more volatile than the Lady S, but in comparison with the calmness of Cheng Gongzi, she felt almost frightfully composed. Su-Wan raised an eyebrow and inquired, so, how do you intend to handle the situation, young master who has been cheated out of 91? Without a moment's hesitation, the little demon king replied, naturally, I shall smash his store. That 91 could buy Lin Yu 2 or 3 books, there is no way I'm giving it to him, I'm not a fool. Su-Wan cautioned, but while you're busy vandalizing, you'll miss your time to enter the tribute academy. The little demon king paused for a moment, then said, then let Bu Yan do the smashing. Bu Yan, every day, he was assigned such troublesome tasks, and none of them were pleasant. The little demon king added, if Bu Yan is busy, then I'll wait until after my exam to do it myself. After all, you can run from a monk but not from the temple. I will make that heartless owner weep and wail, crying out 300 times that he will never dare again. Su-Wan fell into a thoughtful silence and also gave him a thumbs up. Truly, he was the most notorious scion of the capital. This little rascal's approach was indeed unconventional, favoring a style of brutal enforcement. Absurd as it was practical. Su-Wan, pondering something, suddenly posed another question. What if someone constantly troubles you, but if you retaliate, they will only become more persistent? What would you do? The little demon king took a bite of a crisp peach and decisively responded, then I shall strike them secretly, ensuring they don't know who I am. I'll let Bu Yan handle it, he certainly won't be discovered. Bu Yan. Yet again, this was another outrageous task. As a martial champion's assistant, couldn't he have some dignified duties? Su-Wan continued, if they don't know who you are, and even after you hit them, they remain undeterred and continue to bother you, what then? The little demon king replied, in that case, let Bu Yan keep beating them until they're bedridden, until they lack the strength to leave the house, until every time they open their eyes, their body aches. Let's see if they have any energy left to cause trouble. Bu Yan, Cheng Gongzi, I am merely a guard, not a thug or a torturer.
Suwan and Shuiji fell into silence together, surprisingly tempted by the notion. Young Master Shou has also completed his exam, the voice of the private tutor echoed from within. The little demon king quickly rose to return, but after taking a step, he turned back to grab a large peach, muttering, "This peach is delicious. I'll take one for my brother as well." With that, the little scion dashed away like a wisp of smoke. The pavilion fell silent for a few moments before Shuiji suddenly burst into laughter. Suwan joined her, shaking her head in exasperation. This lad is now considering matters far more thoroughly than before. Though still somewhat immature, it oddly sounds quite refreshing, Shuiji mused, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Suwan chuckled, "Well then, let us proceed with that plan. If all else fails, we may have to enlist Bu Yen's assistance." "Indeed," Shuiji replied with a smile as she went to find Shui Lu for arrangements. Inside, the incense had burned down, and Zhang Wenxiu was anxiously waiting to submit his paper, glancing occasionally at the collected exam sheets, feeling as though he had not performed well. Zhang Jincheng rushed in from outside, cheerfully presenting him with a large peach, saying, "Brother, take a break, have a peach, it's so crisp." Zhang Wenxiu accepted it, murmuring, "Thank you," but lacked the appetite to eat. At that moment, Suwan entered from outside and immediately spotted the dejected Zhang Wenxiu, who was entirely different from the carefree little demon king. He appeared like a pitiful child, vexed, likely feeling he hadn't performed to his potential. Suwan spoke gently, "This exam merely assesses your current level of knowledge. Even if the results are not favorable, it's of no consequence. There remains a whole month to prepare for the Academy's monthly assessment. Moreover, this isn't about rushing ahead, it's about learning material beyond what is expected at your AGE.SO. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure, maintain a calm mindset." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Wenxiu emerged from his self-critical spiral, having nearly succumbed to his own high standards. "Thank you, madam." The little demon king, oblivious to his brother's intricate feelings, could not fathom the utility of Suwan's earlier advice, assuming she was merely rambling on, something he found irrelevant. Zhang Jincheng slyly remarked, "I just took the 9-year-old exam. It felt like a piece of cake. Since the afternoon is still long and the results aren't out yet, why don't I tackle the 10-year-old exam instead?" Perhaps if he completed that paper, his tutors would be astonished and applaud the emergence of a future prodigy, urging him to swiftly go challenge Qinyi in the children's class. What a delightful thought. Zhao had indeed been invigorated by the little demon king's boundless energy. He turned to Suwan and asked, "What do you think, madam?" Suwan smiled, "Let him take the exam. Just don't let him remain silent for too long." The little demon king, hands on hips, declared, "Just wait, this great talent is about to slap your face." The new exam papers were presented, and the incense was lit once more. Zhang Wenxiu began to silently transcribe the material learned yesterday, while Zhang Jincheng took up the pen to begin his new exam paper. However, the process proved to be rather challenging. The little demon king, whose posture had always been chaotic, began scratching his head, kicking his legs, and flipping through pages after receiving the new paper, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead. How infuriating, he couldn't solve this, nor that, despite having memorized so many texts, how could he be lagging behind his brother? The little demon king glanced at Zhang Wenxiu, who sat upright, diligently transcribing information he had yet to learn. Zhang Jincheng turned his head, continuing to fret and fidget. The thought of Suwan's words echoed in his mind. If he couldn't even score on the 10-year-old exam, he wouldn't make the list. Not making the list meant he wouldn't even qualify for the next tier. For him, that was an insurmountable challenge. Zhang Jincheng contemplated giving up the pen, but Suwan was waiting outside. If he abandoned it after just a quarter of an hour, he would surely be ridiculed by her. Yet, the sheer frustration, he simply could not understand the questions. The paper was so difficult, each individual character was familiar, yet together they appeared utterly foreign. With a sudden burst of frustration, Zhang Jincheng slammed his pen down on the table, exclaiming, "Zhao Fuji, did you give me the wrong exam paper? Is this really for 10-year-olds?